Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 0 Prologue. A cold wind was blowing on the top of a building. Two people were confronting one another. The woman who was glaring at me with her long blonde hair flying in the air was the A-class hero, Stardust. And I, who is confronting her now, was obviously a villain. Well, your game is over now. What else are you going to do? She glared and shot me coldly. This is me being caught by a hero just because I took a few hostages and caused terrorism. Well, that is obvious, isn't it? The one who is against me, her name is Stardust. Her real name is Shin Haru. She is righteous, does not overlook injustice, and is kind and determined. She is the main character from the comic book that I somehow fell into. I have been her enemy for years. Why? Well, to be honest, it was all for her, but I am sure she will never know. Hiding my feelings, I laughed and spoke to her in a scoundrel's voice. Yeah, good job this time as well. You did great, as expected from my old enemy. As I said with exaggerated applause to the air, she wrinkled her expression. I don't need your approval, you piece of crap. Sure, all right, I do not have much time left to use the telekinesis. If I make a mistake, we are going to fall to the ground, so let's get this over with. My last farewell. Okay, Stardust? Okay, you've always been like that. You've always seen through my play and confronted me. You've always tracked me down. She looked at me as if she were about to say something. Hey, I am still holding the detonator of this building. Do not come near me, you brat. Anyway, I think today will be my last piece. You're all grown up now. You don't have to play with me anymore. Maybe I will not pick on you anymore from now on. Take care, Stardust. Wait. As I spoke out every last word from my heart, I turned the cape forward and teleported quickly. And the last image of Stardust was reflected in my eyes. Her eyes were shaking violently. What's wrong with her? Chapter 1, My Advent. A peaceful day. Everyone else was doing their job or their own thing, but here I was alone, standing on the rooftop of a building and spying on someone's house through their windows. Talking to myself on the top of a building makes me crave cigarettes. But I do not have any now because I already quit after falling into his world. Tusk, maybe I should smoke again. No, I came halfway already, I should hold it in. Black hair, black robe, and even black cape. A man in all black fashion with a gray half-mask covering his face. This is how I look at the moment. Yeah, seriously, I look like a teenager going through puberty. In the real world, if I take the subway wearing something like this, I will be all over the internet with people talking about me like recently, on the subway line 3, but this is normal in this world. I mean, this is how a villain's outfit should be. Because this is the world of Stardust, a superhero comic. I am certain that I was just reading the last episode of the comic, but somehow I ended up waking up in this world. Besides the fact I got a little bit of telekinesis and can teleport, I know nothing at all. Yeah, I should be thankful that they give me some abilities. It's much better than being possessed by an ordinary human. But is that all? Telekinesis and teleport? No wonder I was quite frustrated after my ability test. Of course, some people might ask me, isn't it good enough to have 2 superpowers? They can criticize me for being greedy. But a disappointment is a disappointment after all. In the second half of the original comic, most of the characters have the ability to cheat, and that also includes the main character. And I have to survive to the end with these sloppy abilities. I mean, that is the story of the far future. First of all, that is not the point. All I have to do is work hard. Well, first, kill the villains. Kill the current S-class villains or the villains who have a possibility to become an S-class and threaten the main character. Honestly, it would not make sense for a loser like me to kill them. But I am beyond common sense. I am the one who already read the comic and knows about the future. I know the main villain's name, the hideout, and roughly the face. Man, all right, it is time to start moving. I glanced at the man through the windows one more time, then loosened my hands. It is time to assassinate a villain. A quiet house. In this place that is full of sunlight, a man was tearing the bread with a grumpy face, and an unidentified man behind his back. He noticed him belatedly as he turned around. It was too late. Goodbye, Rhino. His face suddenly turned pale at the murmur of the stranger. Ack gack. All of a sudden, he choked up as if he was suffocating while eating. Boom. Gosh, it is grotesque. I was tongue-tied by the horrors I created. It was not my first time, so it was less repulsive, but the guy I killed was worth killing. A class villain, Rhino. A madman who used his horns to kill people. You can say that he is a wide-known villain in this city. That is why I decided to kill him first. Why? Because there is a chance that he will evolve into an S-class and become a crazy killer, of course. He is still a strong villain at present, so I have no choice but to do it this way. I secretly teleported behind his back and killed him. The weaklings have their own way of fighting, because the limit of my telekinesis is a single attack. Goodbye, Rhino. Still, it was fun to see you in the comic. But I had no choice but to do this because I was afraid the sight of you crushing people might become a reality. Well, perhaps since it was my second murder, I was much less repulsive than before. Does that mean that I am quick to adjust? But from now on, let's just take care of them quickly with a gun. This is going to be the last time that I blow someone's head off like this. After appreciating the scene a little more, I then passed by the living room, which is now already a bloodbath. I rummaged through this brat's closet. As expected, I found out about Rhino's mask. A mask resembling a rhino. Okay, should I put this in front of his body? If I do that, they will know it is Rhino when they find the body. All right. Let's go home. No, I should keep something as a souvenir. What should I do? After thinking for a bit, I came up with an idea. Yes, if I do this, people will be drawn to this aggro. TN. Dragging attention in Korea, the slang is used to talk about attention seekers or attention-seeking behaviors. I made up my mind and began to move my hands in black gloves. I am not doing this again. The Superhero Association of Korea, also called the Hero Association. A class hero of the association, Shin Haru, hero name, Stardust. She is now speechless at the sight of the terrible horror at this private home. So you're saying that this is a trace of Rhino? Yes, that's right. The pale-looking police officer standing next to her continued. When I arrived after receiving a report from the residents, it was already over. The killer seems to have already gone, and there is a high possibility that he is the same person from last time. As the police continued, another officer who was searching the house spoke up. Yes. Also, considering that the victim is also a villain, I think that's correct. And that trace is indeed. The police officer suddenly shortened his words. It was because he was speechless at the terrible sight. A dead body with an exploded head behind it. There is red blood, death to a worse man than me, death to someone weaker than me, to you, Stardust. Cheesy and crooked handwriting as if they were written by some middle schooler. But is it because it was written in blood? For some reason, the writing was quite creepy. Crazy Ducker Shin Haru murmured with a firm look as she saw it. No evil men should die in this way. They should be punished in court through a fair trial. To Stardust he said, she doesn't understand why he aimed at her. But if this is his way of trying to provoke her, she would say that it is splendid. A villain who went murdering people in such a terrible way. This guy. He is going to pay for provoking her. Keeping a firm look, Shin Haru left the scene, no matter whether the victim was a villain or not. What is more important is that there is a villain who hurts people. She is going to stop that person, whoever it is. Today at 7 p.m., a class villain Rhino was found dead in his home. He appears to have exploded at the scene, and the criminal is currently unknown. The Hero Association has designated the person who eliminated Rhino as an A-class villain, defining him as a villain who imposed terrible and cruel personal sanctions. It seems like he has telekinesis. The news came out on television. Oh, are they talking about me? Lying on the sofa and playing games, I then turned to watch the TV. Shin Haru's face is shown on screen now. The A-class superhero Stardust revealed he's an unforgivable outlaw, and she's doing her best to arrest the villain who targeted her. We still don't know his reason to target Stardust. Oh, they finally found out. I did a disturbing thing a few days ago. Turning on my phone, I watched some news on the internet. Body text, body text, body text, and comments. But honestly, if he kills villains, then doesn't that make him a hero? Why did they define him as a villain? I love vigilante, hahaha. That's right. When you put villains in jail, they always end up breaking out. I am rooting for killing them. I'm rooting for that villain. Stardust, just don't catch him. Oh, I fell into deep thought. Somehow I seem to be friendly to the internet. Looking through the news and communities, they seem to see me that way. Is it because I only eliminated the villains? Yeah, at this rate, I have nothing to say even if they call me an anti-hero. Is it an anti-hero or a bad hero? Anyway, this is tough. Yes, it is tough. If I keep getting praises from the public, then Stardust would get criticism. I cannot let that happen. Stardust, she is the real hero in this world and my favorite character. I hunted down the villains all for her, although she will never know. My goal is to let her walk along a pleasant path. I want her to live well without fighting over her life or wearing out her character. However, she is the main character. She has to take some hardship to be stronger. What should I do? A way to turn public opinion around and help her improve. There is, my official villain debut, Stardust, is not the only comic I have read. I also watched many other popular superhero comics and movies. If I were to pick something in common in successful comics, I will definitely pick the impressive villain. Okay, and I will eliminate all of the impressive villains of this comic. If this was really a comic, I would have been cursed so much. I am going to make them focus on only one main villain. Unlike other comics, Stardust is the one that I enjoyed the most. In fact, not did I enjoy reading it, but I was like a maniac who read, chewed, tasted, and enjoyed it. TN, this expression in Korean is used when you are really into something and know it very well. So, since I am living in this world now, shouldn't I take the leap forward myself? As someone who loves this world more than anyone else, as someone who admires the main character deeply, I'll be the villain of this world. I mean, a real villain, a bad guy. Honestly, what would I do after living as an ordinary citizen? I have read a lot of superhero comics before falling into this world. Maybe the next event is going to be my debut. I have to be impressive. Find some bombs, find some people. I am going to be very busy. At the office of the Hero Association of Korea. Miss Stardust, please turn on your TV now. Someone suddenly came in as Shin Haru was looking through the documents. What's the matter? That villain is hijacking the radio and doing a broadcast? What? In a rush, the woman turned on the TV on the wall in the office. A man appeared standing against a black background on the screen. A gray mask covers half of his face. He spoke up, "Hello, residents of the city." The mystery villain has finally revealed himself. Chapter 2, the villain's debut. Are there waves on the river too? I don't know, I don't think there are because it's a remote area. But right now, it does not seem like a problem if I describe the waves hitting the river. It was sunny and bright. It is a good day when birds are singing and flowers are about to bloom. Nevertheless, the river looked so vicious. Both are cruise ships. Something terrible is about to happen to the guests who came here for pleasure. Yes, there are bombs on those two ships right now. Boom! And everyone on those two ships will die without being able to say goodbye to their loved ones. The criminal's voice came out on national terrestrial TV. He is the first villain to ever succeed in hijacking a radio. Who am I and why am I doing this? Let me introduce myself. My name is Egostic. You can just call me Ego. Should I also tell you my resume? S-class villain in Zodiac. A class villain Rhino. Yes, I killed them. Why? Because it's fun? After saying that, he winked. Although the eye on the other side was unseen because it was covered by the mask. Well, am I a murderer? No, I am not. That doesn't make sense. Of course, we should make a way for everyone to live, right? In that case, I hope that the class hero Stardust will be here within 10 minutes. Why? Because if she doesn't come, unfortunately, we're going to have 2 more Titanics today. I am going now. Please go outside and open the door on the rooftop first. Okay, yup. After the staff closed the door and rushed out, Shinharu changed to her suit in haste. She wore a red latex suit and connected her in-ear earphones. She ran toward the windows and launched herself up. Stardust. This is the operation control room. I am going to tell you the coordinates of the A-class villain Egostic. Siati, the villain, gave her 10 minutes, and considering where the villain is now, it was more than enough time for her. Phew, duck. I turned off the camera and put it in my pocket. Perhaps by now, the situations of the 2 ships are being shown on the broadcast. The camera, which I installed in advance, will be broadcasting 2 panicking situations. Oh, I seriously want to smoke so bad. Perhaps Stardust is going to fly here soon. My heart fluttered at the thought of seeing her, my favorite character. But just thinking of her cold stare towards me, why is my heart beating even faster? Anyway, I hope she feels satisfied with my setup. It is not just terrorism. It is terrorism mixed with a prisoner's dilemma. I have been putting bombs on the ships for hours just for this. Purchasing bombs, hiring people, scheduling, hijacking broadcasts. I had lived as a normal citizen all this time, so it was not easy for me to attempt to terrorize. What would I do if I did not have any money? Well, I managed to get here somehow. The amazed brother, are you seeing this? The story you drew, I am going to represent it myself in this world. Although there might be a little bit of manipulation and variation, I checked my outfit once again. Black robe, black pants, black cape, black hair, and a gray mask that covers only half of my face, deeply inspired by the Phantom of the Opera. Perfect. I am standing on the rooftop with a view of the river. As I looked up to the sky from the railing, I began to see something getting closer to me. Someone was flying this way, cutting through the air. She was coming this way with her blonde hair in the air. It was the hero of this world, Hero Stardust. Bam, and she landed on the rooftop. Wow, hero landing. As a fan of the original work, my heart is running so fast as I see her landing in style. But why is she coming to me? Oh my God, I have the detonator in my hand. You should stop. As I shook the detonator in my right hand, she began to slow down. As she stopped completely, she folded her arms and started staring at me. Egoistic. Yes, that's my name, you remembered. Remove the bombs right now. Then I'm just going to give you a few hits before arresting you. Haha, you know I won't do that, right? Her face twisted at my words. No matter how twisted it is, she is still gorgeous. Come on, don't frown too much. I told you on the broadcast, right? I'll let everyone live. I spoke up while winking at the camera which was filming us. Just before she arrived, I made sure that this scene of us would be on the broadcast. Miss Stardust. I'm quite interested in you. Yes, a lot. Whether I spoke or not, she was just staring at me with her mouth shut. Is she giving me a chance to talk first? Under her silence, I continued. A late-bloomed hero, who went from Class C to Class A person who doesn't compromise with any evil with her own justice and belief. You're the representative symbol of a human hymn. Personally, I deeply respect you. She looked annoyed at my hidden face behind the mask. She still looks pretty, though. If you're going to talk nonsense, just shut up. What are you trying to say? Oh, I just wanted to compliment you on the nationwide live broadcast. If I do this, more people will recognize my Shin Haru. Anyway, I should stop fanboying. It is time for the real show. Now, here's what I want to tell you. If you open the lower right drawer in the captain's room on both ships, you will find the detonator. The detonators are used to blow the other ships off. Not your own boat, the other one. Stardust face wrinkled at the end of my words. Yeah, she should understand what I said, right? I continued with a gentle smile. Okay, the way to save everyone's lives is simple. No one has to press the detonator. The time limit is 30 minutes, and you cannot press the detonators of 2 ships. Instead, as soon as you press the button of one ship, the other ship will go boom. Oh my. Well, the people on the ship that press the button first will 100 be able to live. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. She still does not seem to understand. Right, she probably thinks that no one would ever press the button. I grinned and said to her, Miss Stardust, who loves justice so much and always praises human beings. After this, I hope y'all realize how evil and selfish humans are. After that, I clapped and shouted out at the same time. As I said earlier, the time limit is 30 minutes. Well then, good luck everyone. I turned the camera off as soon as I ended my sentence. And then I switched to the images of the cabins on 2 ships. Now, shall we watch it together in this special seat? She glared at me, but I just shook 2 detonators in my hand at her. Be well behaved. I showed the images of the cabins on the screen with a beam projector installed on the roof wall. Stardust stared at it with an indifferent expression. Do you think people will move as you intended? She shot me with her words. Oh, perhaps she thinks that people are quiet and calm so they do not even want to press the buttons, right? Well, y'all see, I said with a smile. The video started to play on the wall. Understanding the situation on the ships, her face soon began to stiffen. Press the button. They're going to kill us all. We have to press it first to survive. The sight of people bawling out. Why is it the opposite of what you expected? Of course. I put a few agitators there. If they scream at everyone and tell them to press the button, the person next to them will also think that they should press it as a tuning effect. My plan is to use people's anxiety by screaming and making them believe they will die if they do not press it. Ha ha ha, button, 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 button. Watching her annoyed expression at the unexpected situation, I grinned. I am a professional villain. I have to plan things in advance so that everything goes the way I want, duh. Now, let's see what kind of chaos will happen, shall we? Stardust. Don't you think it's a little different haha from what you expected? Gosh, I should not laugh, but why is it fun to tease her? Helicopter, did you prepare the helicopter? Yes, we have already prepared it beforehand so I can move in case the ships explode. Phew, there is nothing else besides that, right? Other B-class heroes have also been assigned near the Han River. I don't think they'll be useful. Ha, there is no answer from Stardust since she's being held there. The Hero Association of Korea's control center. In this crowded place with countless agents, the 50-year-old president of the association was wiping sweat from his bald head with a towel. Just when he was thinking that things have become peaceful again after a while, but then why is this happening? Still wiping his sweat, he muttered as he watched the situation of the cabins on the screen. But why are they making a fuss about pressing a button? If you don't press it, y'all live, right? I don't know either, President. Oh gosh, I'm not going to press the button? The situation in the cabins was still a mess. Chapter 3, the show must go on inside the confused cabins. People were arguing and knocking each other down. What are you doing? Push the button right now. Get out of my way. If you don't press it, I will. Are you all crazy? They haven't pressed it yet either. What's the matter with you? If we're a little late, we'll all die. You have to press it in advance. 2 ships. 2 bombs, 2 buttons. The ship that pressed the button can live unconditionally. However, the moment you do not press the button, you may die. In fact, if you think about it rationally and realistically, there is no reason to press it. If there is a button in front of you, no one will press it unless there is a lunatic who wants to press everything. The situation is not like, well, there are only prisoners on the other ship, so those crazy bastards will press it. But also not both ships will explode if you don't press the bomb. So if you think about it rationally, it is a win if you stay still. There is no need to press it, then. If you think about it rationally, there is no reason to press it, or can't you just stop them from thinking rationally? So my agitators quickly started incitement and fabrication. I am telling you they're going to press it. I know everything, that's right, we have to press it first to survive. Do you have any guarantee that they won't press it? In this world, you either kill or be killed. That is why I put the agitators equally on 2 ships. Even before people can think rationally, they will spread the rumors that if they do not press the button first, they will die. As a result, people with a weak mentality will instantly feel anxious and scared. Rational judgment will be blurred and eventually transformed into collective madness. Let's press it first before they do. Of course, however, it is now likely to lead to a fight between sense and sensibility. The sensibility, which is terrified by the incitement, would tell them to press that button immediately. However, as time goes by, it will be the sense that comes to their mind. Why? Because they will slowly realize over time. The other ship still hasn't pressed the button either. The woman's scream shook the hall. That's right. People started to realize as time went by, the other side has not pressed the button to blow their ship yet. If you think about it, there is no reason for them to press the button. The stage I set up is perfect. First, I contacted the people to get them on the ships and then cut off the internet. Wi-Fi, LTE, nothing will be working. People who were looking at their phones would think that their phones were dead. And at the same time, I broadcast it live. So this is the show that I already filmed beforehand. There are bombs on your ships now. If they explode, you are all going to die. But there are detonators on the ships. However, the detonator on your ship is not yours, but the detonator of the bomb on the other ship. If you press it, those people on the other side are going to die. But oh my, your detonator is on the other ship. Even if you do not press the button, who knows, the ship next to you might press it. Whether to press the button or not, do as you please. The limit time is 30 minutes. Good luck. And the chaos began. It was like a war. The captains were in torment with the detonators in the captain's cabins, and the passengers bawled out. Yes, this is the scene that I wanted to direct so much. In the other movie which I watched before I fell into this world, the best scene of the movie was the fight between Batman and Joker, choosing between 2 ships at midnight. Although it was between the prisoner's ship and the crew's ship, and the background was at night in the movie. Due to the circumstances of a grown-up, I could not implement it accurately. I mean, there is no such thing as a prisoner's ship in Seoul. Even if this comic is about heroes with superpowers, a prisoner's ship basically does not exist in Seoul, South Korea. I thought that the dramatic tension might have gone down a little bit. Well, there is another way to do that. Phew, it was so hard to prepare for this. Unlike then, people use smartphones in this world nowadays, so I have to block all of them. There are so many other low-level heroes in this small country, I have to keep them from interfering. The life of a villain is not easy either. Anyway, let's see, are they still fighting? Yeah, the first ship is still fighting. I knew it, just as I planned. What about the second one? If you think we should press the button, raise your hand. Oh, people are closing their eyes and putting their hands up. The captain is counting. What is this? It's not even a class president election in elementary school. God, I feel a little dizzy. Even if this is what I intended, it is still a little absurd. Taking my eyes off the beam projector, I looked at Stardust, who was standing far away from me. She was still focused on the screen with her stiff face. Wow. But seriously, she's so pretty. Stardust, the main character of the comic Stardust, the main character in one of a few hero comics drawn by Korean authors, and the first commercially successful Korean hero comic, Stardust. Her real name is Shin Haru, glossy blonde hair that shines like starlight. The red latex suit hugs her whole body, and an insanely pretty visual. Wow, seriously maybe because I finally met my favorite character in real life. Seeing her in person like this makes me feel like I can die happily now. Of course, this is not the time to die yet. Yikes, did I stare too much? She began to glare at me. Do you think you're going to get away after all of this? Her voice is also pretty. Time for me to bury those thoughts down and concentrate on my job again. I said cheerfully, geez, your words made me sad. Honestly, did I tell people to press the button and die? What did I do exactly? I only threw them the detonators and they're making a fuss to press it on their own. After saying that, I grinned at her. Honestly, since I manipulated the situation by putting people in there, I feel guilty. But it doesn't matter as long as they are not caught. That's right. Stardust still has that annoyed expression on her face. I continued talking to her. Honestly, I am personally very interested in you, Miss Stardust. From what I see, you're such an exemplary hero. All of a sudden, she looked back at me as if she was not sure what I was talking about. Should I say something else to her? In an interview from the past, you said all humans have the courage to sacrifice themselves in their hearts. That's a great saying. I had to stand up and clap as soon as I heard your words. Now, let's laugh one more time here. 1 second, 2 seconds, smile, and then speak up again. Tap, flicked my finger. As I flicked my finger, the pre-installed lights behind began to shine on her. As she frowned at the sudden light, I continued the talk. So this time, I will give you one chance. Can you change those selfish people, Stardust? As soon as I said that, the camera turned on again. The show might have switched to this place again, not the situation of the cruise ships anymore. This will be broadcast to everyone, including people across the country and passengers on the ships. Yes, 20 minutes have passed. 10 minutes to go. Our hero Stardust has something to say. Please listen. Attention, passengers. As soon as I finished, the camera started to turn towards her. Stardust looked a little taken aback by the sudden situation, but as expected from a professional hero. She quickly figured out what was going on and began to look straight at the camera, and she spoke up. Hello, everyone. This is the A-class hero, Stardust. Then all of a sudden, she began to make a speech. Everyone, what do you think of the person next to you? Even in such a sudden situation, she talked naturally without shaking her voice. So briefly, what she said was that the person next to them was also a loving family to someone. That you should trust other people. Blessed are those who believe. She told them not to worry. Well, something like that. A 3 or 4 minute short speech. After her speech, which was so appealing to the end, I turned off the camera. And looking at the situation in the room, some people stood up and clapped their hands in tears. The captains shouted hooray and threw the detonators into the sea without hesitation. They were suddenly all singing and praising humanity together, and then 30 minutes had passed. The surviving passengers cried in joy and congratulated each other. That is what I intended, but somehow it was a little too dramatic. It was like an 80s movie about patriotism. Anyway, Stardust seems relieved that everyone survived. This will be uploaded on YouTube tomorrow. Japan was surprised, Europe was shocked, and the US envied K-Hero. The passengers were united in tears by her words. Just like this. All right, it's time to start acting again. I naturally turned the camera to us. Okay, go. With a shocked look, I looked at the wall where the video was reflected and twisted my body slightly. What? This cannot be happening. Those selfish human beings, I murmured as if I were very bewildered. With a little louder voice so that the camera can catch it well. No way, oh, wait. There is no way this cannot happen. Some of the passengers and the captains are the ones I hired. Haha, what if they press the detonator even though I already put the agitators in? Usually, a show should be thoroughly planned. It mostly happens differently from what the producer intended, but always be prepared for variables. To avoid that, obviously I have to control the situation. Captains, passengers, the script I made up. Now I have to act well. I thought to myself, pretending to look at Stardust with a panicked look. Stardust, Shin Haru, the woman who is always under pressure and harmed in the original comic. Don't worry. I will make sure you only walk along a pleasant path. Manipulation and directing, lies and deceit, whatever I can do. Let's continue with the acting again. This can't be happening. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 4. The Art of Escape. Hahaha, this can't be happening. a cold wind blew on the rooftop. I was standing there, laughing like I was out of my mind. Human beings are not such selfless creatures, you know. I thought they were going to press the button, but how? How come they didn't press it? I started talking to myself like a madman. Looking in the sky, my hands floundered in the air. And at the same time, I stopped my hands and stared at Stardust, standing in front of me. Oh, my short words. Looking at Stardust, I said, "It was because of you." Of course, it was not because of Stardust. I ordered the captains to throw the detonators into the ocean right after her hero speech. But it is a secret between the captains and me, in front of the cameras that are broadcasting live all over the country. I pretended to know nothing. As if this terrorism failed thanks to Stardust's speech, I moved my lips. Everyone suddenly became united after your speech, and I laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Gosh, this is so embarrassing. I held back my shame and kept laughing like a madman. Stardust stared at me as if she was seeing a maniac. Ugh, do you know how a fan feels when his favorite character looks at him with a scornful face? I laughed for a while. The reason why she did not come at me while I was busy laughing was I had the detonators in my hand. She could not relax until the ships came to the harbor and everyone got off. I opened up again after laughing for a while. Okay, all right, I guess I underestimated you. It was something that no one else could do. You wouldn't just enlighten the public with a single word, right? We have a problem. I am starting to have no idea what I am talking about. Who was I in my previous life? I was an ordinary Korean man. I mean, in front of a monster who can kill me in 5 seconds with just a single touch, I am not used to talking fluently when the whole nation is watching me. Until now, I said what I prepared, but I am starting to lose my mind now. The wind is so cold and I am freezing. I should have worn a heat tech underneath the robe. Wait, why am I worrying about this now I am ducked up? I am slowly losing my mind. I should get ready now. Ready for what? Ready to escape. Ahem, my bad. Stardust, I guess I underestimated you. I'm not going to go easy on you next time. Well then, I'll see you guys next time. Looking at the camera, I grinned one more time, then disappeared with the camera. That means I teleported with my cape turning forward. There will be a lot of cops around here, so I should teleport far away to somewhere near my place. Gosh, it takes me a lot of energy to teleport there. I am going to lie down for the next 3 days. Man, life is not easy. You punk, as she noticed that I was about to escape, she ran to me in a flash. Well, not a chance. Bye-bye. Well then, goodbye. At the end of my word, I disappeared. Exclusive terrorism in the midday, no casualties. Who is the A-class villain, Egostic? The media is trying to find out. Breaking news, a statement from the Hero Association. The villain's abilities seem to be telekinesis and teleport. Hijacking a radio in this current time, will the security of Korean broadcasting be okay? Who is Stardust, the hero that got targeted by the radio hijacking villain? Take a look at her achievements. Passengers and the crew, complaints of anxiety and panic disorder, refused to be interviewed. That day, articles poured down the country. An unusual event occurred in daily life. Unlike other terror attacks against certain areas or certain people, this time the attack was live broadcast to the entire nation, which makes the villain a huge difference from other terrorists. In a word, people have their attention on the aggro. The whole nation became aware of the incident within a day, and the prime mover, villain Egostic, and the hero that confronted him, Stardust, drew attention at once. Not only Korea but also foreign media were paying attention to the large-scale incident. The Hero Association of Korea praised, "With the performance of the A-class hero Stardust, we were able to end the attack with 0 casualties." All the articles came out like that. The full video of the sensational incident topped YouTube's real-time most viewed chart. Numerous places have begun to upload posts that summarized and analyzed the villain Egostic. And of course, among the analysts, there was the Superhero Association of Korea. Okay, let's start the briefing. The Hero Association of Korea. On the top floor, a meeting was taking place. The new villain has been revealed. The name is Egostic. Gender is believed to be Korean male and appears to be in his early to mid-20s. I don't know about his location, but given the concentration of all the incidents in Seoul, there is a high chance that he is staying in Seoul. Please take a look at the materials about the criminal's appearance. The information that was distributed to everyone attending the meeting included his front and side shots. He wears an all-black uniform from head to toe, a black robe that looks like a long coat and a black cape, and a mask that covers half of his face. Below the photo, it was written as a footnote, even though it covers only half of his face. It is presumed that the difficulty of identifying the face is because of a cognitive impairment function. Until now, he has killed 2 people, an A-class and an S-class villain. Both appear to have been killed by compression or explosion of the head by telekinesis, and it is assumed to be a sudden attack because there were no injuries in other places. How strong do you think his telekinesis is? I'm not sure yet. First, smashing a skull of a defenseless opponent who stays still into 2 pieces is something even a C-class can do. Of course, if the opponent was resisting, it's not even an easy job for an A-class, but it is presumed that he attacked when they were defenseless. Does that mean he's a C-class? We cannot be sure about that either, because there is also a possibility that the villain did not use his strength on purpose when he attacked. Okay, keep going. Yes. Although Egoistic has only killed 2 villains himself, it seems like he was also trying to slaughter the normal citizens with the mass terrorism. As the briefing went that far, a heavy silence came across the room. The reason they gathered here is because of yesterday's incident. Okay, let me dive in and explain about yesterday's incident, which is called the attempted bombing of cruise ships on Han River. First of all, the bombs seem to have been attached in advance, and after dismantling them, it was confirmed to be a powerful explosive bomb that is enough to break the ships in half. It is not yet known where these were obtained. The presenter, who has been speaking so far, excused himself for a moment. He took a sip of water and began to speak again. And the radio hijacking. It is uncertain how the radio was hijacked and broadcast through the latest security technology. There were no logs left, and the camera was also moved by the villain, so we couldn't verify it yet. Some people said that he might have a radio-related ability, but there is no data on the superpower related to information technology. And there are also no cases about having 3 abilities at the same time, so it is only a speculation. Firstly, I think Egoistic does have the ability since he easily captured the radio waves of 3 broadcasting stations. Also, the transmission itself was not blocked by us. Egoistic stopped the broadcasting himself after the incident, so it is possible. Okay, I see. I think I get it now after hearing from you guys. The president of the association cut him off. The presenter bowed down once and then went back to his seat. On the long table, only the president's words rang out. This villain is a schemer and holds a lot of information. He can figure out the hideouts and identities of the A and S-class villains and can hack the radio waves of the stations at will. And what else? Yes, the presenter earlier who just sat down spoke up. Also, it seems that he keeps his words. In fact, when no one on the ships pressed the button, he let them live. And the most important thing is that he's obsessed with Stardust. As he ended his sentence, everyone's eyes were on someone sitting at the end of the table. They were looking at Stardust, at Shin Haru, who was attending the meeting. Stardust, who received everyone's attention, spoke up as everyone looked at her. Yes, that's right. For some reason, he left me a message at the scene of a villain's murder, and he targeted me in this situation. Do you know why, Stardust? Haru just answered calmly at the president's question. I don't know. Well, that's a very odd thing to do. Upon hearing her answer, the president of the association began to shake his head and switch to a different topic. Wouldn't it be right to put his rank as the S-class, the most wanted list? No, it was just an attempt to kill the citizens. He hasn't actually done it. And it is too early to grade him as an S-class since we don't know how strong his telekinesis is. The heated discussion continued all night. At that time, in a small studio apartment which is just a few kilometers from the scene of the attack. Oh, my shoot, I feel like dying. I was just whining on my bed. It is not easy to live as a villain. Chapter 5. After the show, oh my, I feel like dying. Gosh, I am really going to die. Ugh. At last I got to lie on the bed. I fell asleep like a baby. Ouch, save the villain. Oh man, I opened my eyes the next morning. After sleeping for almost half of a day, I woke up with a sore body and turned on the TV. The news was all about yesterday's incident. Newswide, a deep analysis on villain Egoistic. 2 panels on TV were giving an explanation about me. They talked about my superpowers, hacking skills, then suddenly my face appeared on TV. Black hair with a gray mask that covers half of my face. Wow, Mom, I am on TV. Oh, she doesn't exist in this world, right? Mom, how are you doing over there? I became a celebrity in this world, but everyone is trying to catch me. Oh my God, my body is worn out. I got out of bed while punching my back. I don't have time to lie down like this. When I got up, I was still wearing the same clothes from yesterday. wearing a black robe that comes down to the legs. Perhaps because I slept with it on, it got crumpled here and there and I did not like it. Man, let's get changed. After changing to more comfortable clothes, I turned on my laptop. The window sound effect popped up while whirring. I looked around my room as the laptop was starting. A small studio with sunlight from the windows, geez. I need to leave here soon too. I have been living in this room for a while ever since I fell into this world. But now that I have earned some money, there is no point in living here. Now that I am an A-class villain, I should be living a little more formal life. Not an A, I think I am an A-class villain. Why haven't they promoted me to Class S yet? Well, I haven't done much evil stuff yet though. By the way, I wonder how people reacted. I went to the laptop that was turned on, went on the internet, and well, let's see, oh, it's crazy up here. My story is all over the portal headlines. Live broadcast of the massive terrorism. Who is Egoistic? This is my first time getting this much attention. As expected, it was a good choice to drag an aggro. Who would have known if I had kidnapped ships in that corner of Han River, right? As for the Hero Association of Korea, they must have tried to ask without anyone knowing. Well, it must have been mentioned in the headline on the 9 o'clock news at 2 p.m. today. An act of a massive terrorism almost occurred on the cruise ships on Han River. Fortunately, there were no casualties. It probably came out and just ended right on time. They would not sit and talk about me all day long like this moment. The sense of realism is scary. Think about it, someone was playing Nintendo with their friends and suddenly the TV turned off. Then, all of a sudden, I came out. Black clothes, gray mask with a wicked smile. And then I put bombs on ships. But the person who pressed it first could live. I shuddered every time I watched this in the theater, but how focused would the Korean people have been when they saw it as a real situation? Honestly, this is a huge entertainment show. Shouldn't I have taken some PPLs? Put a Coke poster on the wall of the cabins. Having my own silly imagination, I continued to look at the comments on the internet. He's scary, he's amazing, and so on. The public paid attention to the new A-class villain. That's true. The impact of the hijacking and death of the two villains would be huge even when I think about it. I also have to praise humanity. Eventually, no one pressed the button. Justice prevails, blah, blah, blah. This incident proves that human beings are not selfish and that they are good. Having grasped the general atmosphere after hours of searching, I decided to sort out what I got from the show. The first thing I got, making my name known to the whole country. Egoistic. Honestly, I don't think it is a good name. When I think about my black robe, I should have named myself Black Robe or Persona. Well, it is too late now. Let's leave the past behind. However, I started to regret it a lot when I saw a comment on the article telling them to catch the mango stick. Oh, anyway, the second prophet, promote Stardust to the nation. Stardust also became very popular. She was the second face to be shown the most on the 9 o'clock news. Stardust was quite popular with the public in the original work. First of all, she's pretty. Not many heroes have that kind of beauty. But as time went by, Stardust's image became not so good to the public. The reason she was famous at first was because of her beauty. Villains became more creative in the second half of the story after the first and second volume. In the public's opinion, they succeeded in giving the perception that they were naughty through various devices. On top of that, not only the social relationship as Stardust, but also the social position as Shin Haru, is a true waste that leads to the destruction. I feel angry again just thinking about it. I am going to get rid of all the bad villains so our Stardust will only have to think of me. A Seoul without crime, a South Korea without terrorism. I am going to do all of that. I am the only one who is going to do crime and terrorism. So, first of all, I promoted Stardust to the public this time. Not because of her appearance, but for justice. As a character with heroic personality, she struck a positive perception. She struck, right? Well, when I looked through the comments and the community, most of the reactions were positive. She did a good job with her speech, and I am certain that my praise worked on her. The enemy's acknowledgement is the most objective, to people's perception. For now, the first step went well. I got up from my seat. There is no time to rest. There is no time to rest. It is time for the next plan. Now I am going to eliminate. Eliminate another A-class or S-class villains and plan another terrorism. Well, it is terrorism, but make sure to have no casualties. Nothing is easy. First, I have to meet that person again. Who am I meeting? The one who helped me hijack the radio. She became an S-class villain in the original work, but I have changed her future before she would become a villain. I took out my phone and started making a call. Yeah, Seo-yoon. Oppa just woke up. Oh, yeah. Oh, things like that happen. I told you it's tiring. Okay, it'll be there now. Okay. Tien, Oppa means older brother. The term is used when the woman is calling or talking to an older man, whether he is related to her or not. I hung up, picked up my coat, and headed out. I can just teleport, but as you have already seen, due to my lack of ability, if I travel a little far, I would collapse from exhaustion. So, walking it is. The weather was nice today. Night rain whispers from outside the window of this tatami room. It is someone else's country. Tien. From easily written poem by Yun Dongju. I walked a little while holding an umbrella under the gentle rain. A residential area appeared after an hour of walking. There is a very normal-looking house. A door lock hanging on the door. I entered a 4-digit passcode. There is another door inside. Another door lock on the door. Is it a double lock? As I thought to myself, a regular home showed up after I entered the passcode. But there is a secret to this door lock. You might think that the secret is in the passcode. For that, I just entered it in order. It is a 13-digit long passcode. I know it because I am a fan of the original work. I would not be able to memorize it for the first time. It was not long before I pressed all the numbers, then a sudden vibration from the inside. At the same time, the bottom of my feet slowly sunk in, and I began to lock up. Slowly going down there. Where am I going? It's like going to the abyss. Should I call it an elevator? Well, I took something called a foot lift and went down. Down, but the thing is, come to think of it, I could have just teleported from the ground to the basement. All right, it is better to save my power. After such a short time, the lift stopped. A neat gray-walled interior. As I walked inside, the LED lights on the wall surrounded me. It was like a scene from a sci-fi movie about the near future. Then if we go deep inside, there is a large room. With countless displays attached to one wall, it was like a place from NASA's research center in the American space movies, where someone would say, Houston, then suddenly someone would answer, this is Houston, over. That kind of place. A kid sitting in a large leather chair that looks twice as big as her figure, amid countless lights from the monitors. This kid was the one who helped me hijack the radio. In the second half of the original comic, she appeared as an S-class villain. Hey, Oppa is here. Yurei here, Hyung? Tien. Hyung means older brother. The term is used when a man is calling or talking to an older man, whether he is related to him or not. She is Han Seo-yoon, a genius hacker. I went to the chair where Seo-yoon was sitting and pulled her hair up. Why do you call me Hyung? Anyway, what were you doing? What else? I was fixing this. Seo-yoon frowned and shook her head as I stroked her white hair. She is short and pretty. She is certainly a girl, but she insists she is a boy. As I have already read the original, I think it is cute because I know that she is a girl. I wonder if she has any trauma about being a girl. I don't think so, but then why it is a little weird to hear a girl call you Hyung. She is only in her 3rd year of middle school. Well, obviously she does not look like it at all. You did a great job in hijacking the radio yesterday, Seo-yoon. My face just came out all over the country. Well, anyone could have done such an easy thing. She spoke so bluntly, but her lips twitched when I complimented her. I could see her smile. And Hyung, that's not the problem. Something just happened. What's the problem? No way there is a problem. Now look at this. Soon after Seo-yoon showed me the video on one of the displays, my face was bound to stiffen slightly. What the hell is this? Egoistic's followers are causing a bomb attack in the center of Incheon. They are now claiming to cause more explosions with bombs. Who the hell are they? Why are they selling me out? Chapter 6. Imitation elimination. Egoistic's followers are causing a bomb attack in the center of Incheon. They are now claiming to cause more explosions with bombs placed on the building. They are currently on a sit-in and share their desire of dying without any specific conditions. It is estimated that at least 3 people have died to this moment. I frowned as Seo-yoon showed me the news. Who are those bastards? Why are they selling me out while proclaiming themselves as my followers? And what? They even caused casualties. They killed people. Something twisted inside me. Yesterday, I tried so hard to raise awareness and create my public images. And everything fell apart on the very next day. Do you know that you are crossing the line, you bastards? How dare you use my name and cause terrorism? And in such an uncivilized and violent way. A shallow way that doesn't suit me at all. And people have died. I swore to myself that I would never cause casualties to the people as I walked on this villain's path. But 3 people have died. And now I am the one to blame because my followers did it. The lives of those 3. With a stiff face, I said to Seo Yoon sitting on the chair, "Seo Yoon, help me one more time. I have to deal with those brats and do something about the aftermath. I knew that would happen, so I prepared it beforehand." Seo Yoon searched through the drawer and handed me a phone. Holding it in my hand, I walked towards the lift. Ha ha ha, I forced a laugh. Seriously, working nonstop 2 days in a row is a little too much. The Superhero Association of Korea. However, no one calls them that, the Hero Association. Right now, the atmosphere of the Hero Association is intense. How is the current situation? Hearing the question from the president's deep voice, the agent sitting at the front quickly spoke up. The criminals are still staging a sit-in at the scene. Right now, I believe there are about 300 hostages being isolated inside the building. Any additional casualties? Not yet. Okay, I see. Are the heroes on their way? We have C-class and B-class heroes on standby, but they're threatening to detonate the bomb, so it's hard to approach. Damn it, those bastards. Did that egoistic bring them here? We're investigating their connection, but we still don't know. All right, I see. Oh yeah, where is Stardust now? She's currently watching the situation nearby. She will probably make a sudden attack in case of an emergency, like he said. Shin Haru, Stardust, was watching the situation closely from the rooftop of a nearby building. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? The reason why the Hero Association exists is simple. It is hard for the police, which are just ordinary citizens, to catch other villains who can use superpower. Technically, they want to use the superpowers to catch the superpowers. Terrorism in this generation is almost entirely caused by people with superpowers. Most of the terrorism are caused by either those who want to show off their power, hate the world, or who have been awakened as villains. So this is the first terrorism that was caused by normal people who do not use superpower. The reason is egoistic, that punk. Shin Haru gritted her teeth. The man clearly did not use much superpowers, but he still inspired others by the way he made pressure on the hero with only bombs. No, it's because of what happened the next day after what he caused. Yeah, the possibility will be rather high. Or that he organized another large-scale terrorism in one day, which is impossible. A planned crime is self-evidence. I should have killed him yesterday, wait that? As soon as she found something, she got a call from her in-ear. Stardust, that egoistic guy has finally appeared. I repeat, egoistic himself seems to appear on the scene. Right now, the criminal is doing a live video of himself on YouTube. Please check it out right away. Even without hearing the urgent call from the headquarters, Shin Haru could see him at the moment. Because there he is, egoistic, standing in front of the building where the criminals took hostages. YouTube? One of the contacts from the headquarters did say that he was doing a live video on YouTube. She hurriedly turned on her phone and went into the app. The video is currently topping the chart on the main page. Egoistic Live, she clicked on the video. A building filled with cold tension. A street that no one can see. Something black appeared. A black robe covers the whole body. Black hair looks just like the clothes, and a half mask hides the face. Yeah, it's me, egoistic. What's this? Shoot, a villain's live broadcast? I think this egoistic bastard is live streaming the terrorism now. The best villain of this generation, egoistic. Ha 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 ha, I had nothing to do today, but now it's going to be interesting. There are so many crazy bastards in the chat room. It's a crime scene, you punks. Sure, as long as it's not me. Second-hand car Volkswagen on sale right now. It's the last chance selling it right away. Please contact us. Nose 103,461,555. Release Kim Sunwoo. 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 Shoot, this chatroom is ducked up. Are YouTube not going to take this off? Thinking about his hijacking yesterday, YouTube might not be able to take it off. And the sight of me walking was live streaming on YouTube. The filming phone is fixed with my telekinesis. I have no other choice since I have to revive my reputation, which seems to be falling apart. I peeked at the chat room and I started to regret it. Anyway, I kept walking. At some point, I was standing in front of the building. As I went in without any restrictions, the dark interior caught my eyes. A lot of people were sitting inside, and the people standing were wearing black clothes and masks just like me. Not a mask that covers half of the face but covers their entire face. I entered through the entrance to the lobby of the large building. Holding guns in their hands, they were surprised to see me at first. Soon after, several people cheered when they recognized me through my black robe and the half mask. Then a voice from one of the terrorists echoed. He looked at me and said in a funny voice, "Our hero, egoistic, come to join himself." Ha, what's wrong with these duckers? Why am I the one to feel embarrassed? Starting with the guy who spoke first, the followers began to chant together. Egostic, egostic, he really came, woohoo-wo. The rioters start screaming at me. The hostages were just crouching in between, even if I decided to be a villain. I was also a regular Korean citizen until I came here. Something was burning inside me. Hey, you ignorant brats. This is just a riot. It doesn't have any feelings of intense pressure, original ideas, or psychological stress. Shallow terrorism that uses only primal fear and intimidation. You call yourself my followers but sell my name out and create this mess? I have not said a word ever since I entered the building. I just turned my head slowly and carefully read their faces. Black robes and masks. They are all holding guns, and one of these guys must be holding the detonator somewhere. The one standing in the 3 o'clock direction is holding the detonator. A voice spoke up from my earphones. As expected, Han Seo-yoon is indeed a genius hacker. She knows exactly what I need. Although I don't know how she figured it out, between where they stand, it was packed with people. About 300 people, I guess. Now, what are we going to do with these brats? Okay. First, let's laugh. Ha 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 ha. I lowered my head, giggled, then smiled. And then I laughed again. Ha 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 ha. I laughed like a maniac. Inside the quiet building, only my laughter rang out. The self-proclaimed followers were also silent, as if they noticed something strange. After laughing my heart out, I stopped and spoke up. I heard something about my followers, so I came. It is the tension swept through the room as my words flowed out. You're doing very, very well. Excellent. The followers seemed to be relieved immediately as they heard me. Yeah, relax yourselves. A man who seems to be the leader among them spoke up. Ha ha ha, thank you, sir. Were Egostics passionate such an excellent? I interrupted him coldly, and I put my hand inside the coat. Such an excellent bullshoot. As I was talking, I grabbed the man who appeared to be the leader and the man who was holding the detonator with my telekinesis. Right now, then I took the gun from my coat and shot them both. Bang, bang. Such an enjoyable sound. Thanks to my telekinesis, 2 of them were shot pathetically and collapsed while bleeding. Ah! The hostages started to scream at the sight of collapsed people and the sound of the gun. Standing among the self-proclaimed followers hiding their faces behind the masks, I put my gun back. Now it's time for moral education. Chapter 7, Moral Education. The Superhero Association of Korea. Only a few people have superpowers. Among them, there are even fewer of them with double abilities. My abilities, telekinesis and teleportation. Since I have 2 major class abilities as someone with superpowers, I guess I can be considered as a golden spoon. TN. Spoon class theory in Korea. Golden spoon refers to the top one of the rich and powerful people in their society. Yeah, right, I wish I was a golden spoon. Sadly, my abilities seem to be more of a spoon plated with gold than a pure golden spoon. There is only one reason. All of my abilities are flawed. Take teleportation as an example. If I teleport for 1 km, the exhaustion comes at once after traveling that distance at full speed. I teleported for a long distance yesterday and ended up sleeping all day, so I can see a flaw in it. Among the villains, there is only one teleporter that has no restrictions. Instead, he only has teleportation ability. This means he can only appear and then disappear like a ghost, flashing from the east to the west. On the same principle, my telekinesis has a big flaw. My ability is like a weak claw from a doll claw machine. It is impossible for me to hold a person who resists violently, and I can only use it to make things float in the air. Like the floating smartphone right now. Well, using the power to get something fixed is hard, but to hit someone is so much easier. When you look at the claw machine, it can hardly grab anything, but you can still control it to move it side to side quickly. I guess the only advantage is that I can do something similar to a charged attack. If you use it at once after gathering strength for a long time, you will still have a deal. I linked this to my teleportation ability and went around breaking the heads of the villains. TN. Gathering strength for one fully powered-up attack which can cause a large deal of damage. This term can be seen a lot in games. Of course, whether there are advantages or not, I am sure that my abilities are flawed. Even so. Still, you know what? Here I will still be able to handle those little punks with just a gun. And it is also a skill. It is more than enough. W, what are you doing? Inside a building filled with the screams of the hostages. I replied to him, whose voice seemed to be shocked. You guys were doing shooty things, so shouldn't I educate you a little bit? As he opened his mouth, I gave him a shot. The distance between him and me was quite far, but the bullet went unshakable and shot right in the middle of his forehead. Luckily, it did not seem like a bulletproof mask. I looked at him falling to the ground. Undisturbed comfort. Ego's bullet. Of course, I was able to change the bullet's path with my telekinesis in advance. Well, this is also my skill, right? Phew, I am glad that I have this poor telekinetic power. Without it, I could never have shot a person so accurately since I only experienced using guns when I was in the military. After 3 of them collapsed, the rest of those bastards started to point their guns at me. They said they were my followers. Why are they pointing guns at me? These guys are hilarious. An urgent, explosive situation. I took a peek at my smartphone, which is still floating in the air and streaming smoothly. He just killed 3 people. Ha 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 ha, I feel so emotional. Wasn't he on the same side? Why did he kill them? This is rated R. Look at the blood. Duck, my brother's there. Isn't this egoistic bastard a nice guy? 1 shot, 1 kill. Gosh damn it, you brats. Is this a game to you? This is a real situation. Why are laughing about it? The brats these days. What are the heroes doing? Kaya, what's going to happen to the people there? I'm so worried. Everyone hang in there. Release Kim Sunwoo. 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 Duck, are there any managers here? Take down these comments. Ego Oppa seems to be a handsome guy even when he covers half of his face. There are so many crazy brats here. Ha 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 ha. This is a real situation, you morons. They are looking for the manager while watching a villain's terrorism. Sick bastards. Ha ha ha, if the comments here get captured, we're going to be the national shame. I only looked at it for a second and it made me feel dizzy. I turned my head around and grasped the atmosphere of the scene. The screaming hostages were now covering their ears and shivering. Yeah, the sound of the gun is pretty scary. When I had a look around the hostages, they were mainly male and female in their 20s or 30s. I don't even know what kind of building this is. Is it a company? While I was guessing, a guy pointing a gun at me started yelling. What a jerk. Egoistic. What have we done wrong? Why are you doing this to us all of a sudden? The guy screamed at me. So disgusting. Frankly, I would never have paid attention to this kind of terrorism if they didn't sell me out. Because this is a hero's job. Well, even though I am planning to eliminate all the villains who commit major casualties before. Anyway, for the sake of an ignorant man who knows nothing of his own fault, I decided to tell him myself. I think I have the nicest personality among the villains. Mistake? You didn't make any mistakes. I spun the gun around my hand. How funny as they flinched at my action. These fools, after all, they didn't shoot me because they are my followers. But I feel a little sorry as the trembling hostages glanced at me. Gosh, I am being too weak-hearted. Can I even call myself a villain? Of course, if you consider your ignorance a mistake, then it is a mistake. If you think about it like that, you guys, as I spoke up, I made the guns, which I put in my coat in advance, float with my telekinesis. Their eyes were wide open as they saw the guns rising in the air. Well, do you think I would only use the gun with my hands? I have telekinesis ability, you brats. Everyone, you committed high treason. So you are going to be executed immediately. I fired them in different directions with the floating guns. The hostages were screaming behind. The followers started to collapse following the bang sound of the guns. Even though I was just trying to educate them, it does seem a little aggressive. Well, I guess what they learned today will help them be more careful in the next life. Using my telekinesis, I hit a bullet that was flying towards me. No matter how weak my telekinesis is, I still have enough strength to change the direction of a bullet. Well, it is also because I already guessed that they were going to fire at me. Every one of them collapsed and only one left. All of his teammates had died and only one follower was left alive. The reason for keeping one of them alive is simple. The association also has to catch one, and don't you think if they know what happened, they will have something to say at the press conference. The reason I saved that person's life among those 8 men is the only one with long hair. So I think that person is a woman. What? Why? Is it a crime to adore a woman? I am dignified. Only those who hate women and homosexuals would be pissed at me, so just ignore me. I shot and killed everyone and then slowly walked to her with a smile. Step. Step. Oh my God. SS save me. As I got closer, the woman was trembling. She didn't try to shoot me anymore. Perhaps she realized that it would never work even if she did. Eventually, I got closer to her as she was trembling as if she were almost broken. Sniffle, she was almost about to cry when I stood in front of her. I held her chin with one hand, and I took off her mask with the other hand. Her face was revealed as I took off her mask. You look pretty. I was a little flustered as a pretty girl appeared all of a sudden. She looked up at me with her pretty teary eyes and it stirred up my protective instinct. I almost turned into a sweet guy and wiped her tears off. But I pulled myself together and talked to her. Do you admit your mistake? She answered my question in a gentle, trembling voice. I was wrong. I was wrong. I am sorry. Wait, what is wrong with her? Why is she acting like I am going to eat her alive? I could feel her dazzling appearance shaking my composure, but I regained my mind. No, I am all about stardust. I will not be seduced by another woman. With a strong heart, I asked a question that would break her mental. What did you do? What? I asked. What did you do? I asked the question again with a grin on my face. She eventually collapsed as her legs seemed to be weakened. We see, caused this without your permission, Mr. Egoistic. Yim so sorry, please save me, please spare my life. The woman suddenly wailed loudly as she was talking. What's wrong with her? I haven't done anything yet. You are the bad guy, but now you made me look like a bad guy. Wait, am I the bad guy? She broke the silence of the building with her crying. Ha ha ha, he's such a trash, ha 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 ha. I felt upset when I saw what they posted in the chat window. I know at some point they would call me that, but I never expected it would be in this situation. Chapter 8, first time in history 300 people. 300 people, a fair number of high school students. The fact that so many people are gathered together means a lot of things, whether the place has that much space for them or they are stuck together. In this case, maybe both. The large number of 300 people are gathered side by side in a large space. So many people are gathered at the same time, but none of them open their mouths. Then is it quiet? No, it is not. Because of the woman who is wailing in front of me. Stop crying, please, she's crying so sadly. He killed 7 members of her side. It is something worth crying about. Ha ha ha, is she going to die soon? She's pretty though, that's too bad. You crazy brats. Are you not seeing the shivering hostages? This is not a movie. Yeah, as long as it's not me, I don't think he will kill the hostages. Looking at that woman crying so sadly, I am so worried, seriously. That woman is also a terrorist, you crazy brats, ha 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 ha. This is even more interesting than terrestrial TV. So much fun. Haha. Looking at the comments again to see how the atmosphere was, I realized that I didn't need to see it anymore. My head is spinning. First of all, this woman is more troubling. What should I do? She is so loud. Should I just kill her? No, but I should at least warn her. I am a gentleman after all. I squatted down in front of her and picked up the handgun that she dropped. As I remained low, I made eye contact with the woman. When our eyes met, I smiled gently at her and said, "If you keep crying, I will shoot you." When I pretended to shoot with the handgun as a joke, she started to panic and tried her best to stop crying. Can people hold back their tears by putting the fist in their mouth? I am not sure. Anyway, it got quieter than before. Listening to her hiccups behind, I stood in front of the hostages. What a grand sight as 300 people squatting down and looking up at me. Their eyes were filled with fear. I was wondering why, but then I realized I just killed 7 people in front of them. How often would people see other people get shot, bleed, and collapse in real life? Wait, or is it a normal thing for people in this world? This is Seoul, Asia's 3rd largest economy and 3rd largest terrorist city. Strangely, the city is considered as the capital of Korea with a large number of heroes and villains with superpowers. Anyway, people looked very nervous. I spoke up loudly to them. All right. Hi, everyone. I am the class villain, Egoistic. Nice to meet you. Using my telekinesis, I amplify my voice louder so everyone can hear me. The atmosphere got colder when I was done talking. Everyone looked nervous. Come on, I will not hurt you. I bet he is going to say now, kill each other. Looking at the comments, I can see why. What do you think I am? I am not that kind of psychopath. Come to think of it, I did set up the scene where whoever between 2 ships kills the other first gets to live. Gosh, all right, my bad, I said to the trembling people. First of all, I would like to apologize to everyone here. I am very sorry. I bowed in 90 degrees. Really. I even used my telekinesis to keep my bow at the right angle. This kind of detail is important. When I suddenly bowed to apologize, I could feel people holding their breath. I straightened my back and continued. Although I didn't commit this, I feel a great responsibility for these copycat crimes committed by my precedents. The hostages' mouths were wide open. All of a sudden, the atmosphere started to get noisy. What is he talking about? Is this a villain? So what are those villains that I've been seeing so far? The chat window was shocked. This is how parents would react when they saw their son, who had always gone around and caused trouble, suddenly came back with an acceptance letter from Seoul National University after studying hard for 50 days. Whether or not I kept speaking. Taking hostages is something that I wouldn't do, so you can just go back home now. I'm going to send 1,000 to each of you who has suffered because of me, so please check your account. What nonsense is this? Giving compensation for the damage? Duck ha 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 ha. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Mom, I am going to be a hostage when I grow up. Is this really terrorism? What kind of terrorism I've experienced so far? I will send 10-0 to each of the 3 unfortunate deceased people. I know all the accounts, so you don't have to worry. I told you, right? I am rich. I wasn't before, but now spending money is the best I can do. Just 10-0? Tusk, I know people died, but 10-0 is too much. Honestly, Egostic didn't even kill them. Isn't 10-0 too much? Really? 10-0 is too much for a death compensation. Seriously, he didn't even kill them in the first place. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the comments, I regret it. Perhaps I should have said 100-0. I cannot take it back now. The transactions are already waiting in my account. How do I know their accounts? Of course, Seo-yoon the genius hacker would help me take care of it. I should probably trust Seo-yoon. Ha, Tien sighing SFX. I think I just heard a sigh from my in-ear, but probably it was just me. Yeah, having said everything, I looked back again. The unknown female follower was still trembling behind me. If I just leave her here, she will either die or cause trouble. Should I just tie her up? Hyung, just bring her here. I heard Seo-yoon speak up through my in-ear. She wants me to bring her there? This woman, why? But I couldn't raise my voice and ask her. Hundreds of people are watching me right now, and if I mutter to myself, I would look so stupid. I think I know her. If I am right, she can be a big help. So it's better to bring her here. All right. Seo-yoon sounded so sure about it. There must be a reason. Lady, come with me. Wah-at. I picked the strange crying woman up and held her in my arms. She started to struggle as if she was shocked. I held her and then greeted the people. Well then, goodbye. As soon as I said goodbye, I spread my cape in front of me. Then I disappeared. Is the broadcast ended? The ending was a little boring. I give you 6/10. Release Kim Sunwoo. 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 After seeing that, they decided to put Kim Sunwoo to death. The broadcast has ended, and I turned off the chaotic live broadcast too. A responsible villain who compensates with money. Real reviews from the hostages. Egostic, who is he? Let's take a closer look. Editorial: a villain who killed his terrorist followers. Is it a right thing to do? Egostic, the villain who became the main topic from yesterday to 9 o'clock news today. NEWSDRE. Writer anonymous. Title: So It's True? An A-class villain suddenly kidnapped 2 ships and insisted, kill each other from now on, but ended up not killing anyone. Then his followers started terrorism the next day, so he stepped up to the plate, killed them all, then compensated the hostages and released them. And all of these were live broadcast. Anonymous 1, come on. No way, he Anonymous 2, I know, right, haha. Anonymous 3, no one like that exists in this world. There is Anonymous 4, he even hijacked the radio waves and public TV. I am sure it's a lie. Not Anonymous 5, seriously, I have never seen a villain like that mango stick in my life. It has only been 2 days, but I already engraved him in my head. Anonymous 6, who is Mango Stick? Ha 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 ha. Anonymous 7, duck Mango Stick. Ha ha ha. Anonymous 8, what villain would name himself Mango Stick? Ha ha ha. Anonymous 9, honestly, he killed the villains, stopped terrorism, and released the hostages. Isn't he a hero? Anonymous 10, hero, kidnapped ships and attempted to explode them. Anonymous 9, but did anyone die? Ha ha ha. Anonymous 11, I support the dark hero, Mango Stick. The villain makes the whole nation engrave his name 2 days in a row, Mango Stick. Not that, he is Egostic. She shook her head and corrected herself. She has been scrolling on the community, reading the public's opinions for too long. Perhaps her mind was worn out. Haru, what are you doing? Oh, Unnai, Tien. Unnai means older sister. The term is used when a woman is calling or talking to an older woman whether she is related to her or not. Inside the cafe, the college student Shin Haru was doing her assignment with her senior. When she is a hero, she basically hides her name and wears a derecognition filter all the time, so no one knows that she is a hero. She wants to enjoy an ordinary college life. She was living a double life as Shin Haru, an ordinary college student during the day, and Stardust, a hero at night. Haru, you don't seem like you are concentrating. What's the matter? And nothing. I just have something to think about for a moment. She shook her hand and relieved her senior by claiming that she was okay and she would work hard now. She took the pen to do her homework again, but her attention was on somewhere else. Egoistic, what the hell is that guy? Chapter 9. Her daily life. Shin Haru, a third-year student at Yonhui University. She is normal except for her blonde hair and an appearance that makes everyone have to glance over their shoulders. Honestly, being pretty is not normal anyway. Only a few people know that she is a hero. A secret no one knows except for some of the Hero Association's agents and her fellow heroes. That is why she was able to enjoy a relatively normal college life. Of course, the fact that she was absent more than other students is somehow suspicious. Not just that. She missed the party at the beginning of the semester. The orientation, the MT, the after party, the festival. Since she didn't participate in any school events, she can hardly be close with anyone. Of course, she is also deliberately distancing herself with people on purpose. However, she is still close to some classmates and seniors, so it is not a big problem. Just like that, she was doing well in the double life of a college student and a hero. Terrorism rarely happens in Seoul. Maybe once every 2 weeks. Honestly, the amount is normally considered as often. But in this confusing world, it is still bearable. Not many strong villains appeared in Korea yet. Of course, in the world's largest country, United States, they said the terrorism is rampant every day to match its population. Instead, they have many S-class and A-class heroes, so the balance is maintained. When you go to the US, a city is full of A-class heroes. Considering that Korea does not have many A-class heroes, the US is amazing. That's why she doesn't think that she is very capable, even though she is an A-class hero. Well, what is her ability? Nothing more than being very strong and flying. That is all she could do. So when Egoistic caused trouble last time, she could do nothing but watch. Tap. Tap. She tapped her finger on the glass of mango smoothie she was drinking. Egoistic. At first, seeing him killing other villains made her furious. In fact, she had this thought about Egoistic. A childish little boy suddenly received a superpower, so he ran wild. It was her guess. An attention seeker got his power and suddenly he thought, oh, why don't we just kill all the villains with this? Then he got excited and killed other villains. Instead of formally applying to be a hero, becoming a member of the judiciary. A child who acts as if he is justice by using excessive force. Some people set out to be vigilantes after gaining powers and enjoy having the public's attention. They deluded themselves as heroes who are different from the inflexible heroes. The type that she hates the most. Attention seekers. That thought changed to conviction when Shin Haru saw her name written in blood at the murder scene. A disgusting bastard. She is sure that he only cares about her face. How could he be so brutal and do that with blood? She could only think of putting him in jail at that time. Although she didn't understand how he found out where the hidden A-class villains lived. Yeah, no one knew back then. She doesn't know if he is crazy. Yes, there are bombs on those 2 ships right now. Boom. And everyone on those 2 ships will die without being able to say goodbye to their loved ones. The time limit is 30 minutes, and you cannot press the detonators of 2 ships. He was not just a child excited over his superpower. He was surely a villain planning a large-scale terrorism. And he was also a psychopath who played with others' hearts. Even though she showed nothing outside, but inside she was shocked. How can a person be so anti-human? Honestly, if Egoistic hears about this story, he will be upset that it was not his idea but an homage from an old movie in the past life. But she couldn't tell him that. He said his name was Egoistic. People in the community analyzed that he seems to name himself after the English word egoistic, which means selfish. The connection between his name and his idea about how selfish human beings are. Even by looking at this, he does not look like a normal person. And the long-awaited last week. At first, she sighed when she heard that Egoistic's followers were causing a bomb attack. When a madman comes out, other villains pour out like the fallout effect. She doesn't even know how Egoistic proceeded with the event the very next day after his first terrorism. The terrorist attacks happened so close to the other as she had to assume that they were prearranged plans. The followers who sincerely follow Egostic were born in a day, and they were so active that they caused terrorism on the very next day. Even when the association discussed and put out a policy to prevent copycat crimes like Egostic's bomb attack. The terrorism happened so fast that she had no choice but to go along with it without any preparation. However, she could only blame herself for doing nothing and watch the situation nervously. Egostic stepped up to the plate himself. To be honest, she was very nervous. Scared? Sure, she decided to be cool and admitted it. She was a little scared. A little, not really scared. The man, who no one can predict his next action, went there himself. And not to mention, a place with more than hundreds of hostages. It would have been strange if she didn't worry. All the heroes from the association, including herself, could only watch the situation while holding their breath. And of course, they had no choice but to watch it through the live broadcast. Even though his close-up face was covered up, he looked so shameless that she just wanted to run there and punch him right away. But she tried to keep it cool and continued watching. And he proved that he was a freak, too. When he saw his followers, he shot them all together while calling them bullshoots. Then he released the hostages safely. He even made a promise to compensate them with money. She heard that money was actually transferred into the victims' accounts. They were sent from a fake bank account so they cannot track him down. Not only did he give them money, he even apologized. He apologized to them since his followers caused a fuss, right in front of the live broadcast. At that point, she was really confused. What the hell is he doing? If he is a villain, he has to act like a villain. And frankly speaking, he was actually heroic in his actions that day. Of course, you cannot accept a vigilante. However, since the association has allowed his killings as he was doing it to save the hostage's life, and they were dead anyway. That's why she finds it weird. None of the villains were like this Egostic. Indiscriminate murders, bombing, arson, kidnapping, terrorism. Villains causing these crimes were very common. But a villain who seems to have some kind of belief like this Egostic guy? This is the first case she saw. Of course, there may be similar cases around the world, but this is at least the first case in Korea. She left the cafe after finishing her homework. A nice day with warm sunshine. She stretched out her arms as a habit. Woah. Sometimes men walk by and glance back at her as she reaches out her arms to stretch. But she doesn't notice. Egostic, he knows where the villains' hideouts are. He can hijack the radio. He knows the account money of the hostages who he met for the first time. He is rich. Who the hell is this guy? Egostic has already become the #1 alert in her mind. She means, whether he is good or bad, the man named Egostic has a big share. I am going to find out who you are. Tusk. Is someone talking about me? Isn't it because you haven't washed up lately? Seoyoon, I know that you're a girl, but you keep on Hyung, please be quiet. All right, should I prepare water for you? Subin, what's the matter with you again? You don't have to do anything, just stay still. Also, I wash myself every day. I was framed. Okay, why don't you trust me? I said I was framed, in the heart of Seoul. A secret base located deep down a few stories in a normal-looking house. The base of Egostic. Ego base. Hyung. Why are you naming someone's house like that? Seoyoon, there's no such thing as your house or my house between you and me. Your house is mine is yours. You sold your house so you don't even have a house anymore. Yeah, I moved out. To Seoyoon's underground secret basement. Since I have to do many things from now on, I decided it would be better to move to a place where all the equipment is gathered. Seoyoon agreed with me. Although I don't even know how deep it is, the place is still bright and nice with the LED lights. It has a lot of rooms, so there is no big problem. Thank you, Seoyoon. As I looked at Seoyoon with gratitude, Seoyoon frowned as if she wanted to ask me, what are you looking at? That brat. My best friend and the genius hacker, Han Seoyoon. She is a small child with a silver bob. She is only in 9th grade. I thought she was in 7th grade at first. She keeps calling me Hyung and claiming that she is a boy. Seoyoon. I already read the original comic, and I know that you are a girl. I never thought a middle school girl would call me Hyung. That doesn't mean that Seoyoon is the only one who lives here. The self-proclaimed follower of mine, the woman I kidnapped, I guess. Subin, who was frightened looking up at me, is also living with us. How I picked her up is a long story. How the number of people living with me is increasing. It is just me thinking so, right? Chapter 10, The Underground Base. Hyung, stop making weird noises, you bad punk. Oppa is working so hard and you can't even give me comfort. Don't you Oppa with me? Anyway, it will be better if you just lay there. Why are you being a crybaby? I thought my tears were coming out as Seo Yoon looked at me pitifully. Gosh, it really hurts. This place is deep underground somewhere in Seoul. It was the underground base of Han Seo Yoon, a genius hacker and a genius scientist who can make everything. Of course, she is still a kid who is only in ninth grade. As soon as I dealt with the terrorism caused by my followers impersonating me, I teleported myself here and fainted again. Teleporting continuously is killing me. Even to a deep underground still, it certainly didn't hurt that much since Seo Yoon made me a fatigue recovery capsule. She should have told me that she had something like this yesterday. I was completely knocked out all day yesterday. It was even twice as hard because I wasn't the only one moving. I also dragged another person with me this time. Fortunately, Seo Yoon made this fatigue recovery capsule or something, or else I would have actually fainted. Erg. So why did you tell me to bring her here? I pointed to the woman sitting on the chair. As she realized she was being noticed, the woman hiccuped and was surprised. The woman with long black straight hair and her eyes looking dead. Somehow I feel bad looking at her. She even looks pretty, so she looks like the heroine of a tragic love story. She is the only one I saved among the 8 followers. Honestly, I saved her as I wanted to give her to the Hero Association and Stardust as a gift. But I just brought her back after listening to Seo Yoon. Oh. Seo Yoon, who was busy with something on her computer screen, turned her chair and looked at us. Seo Yoon looked at her and asked, Annai, I mean Nuna. Nuna, are you Lee Subin? Tien, Nuna means older sister. The term is used when a man is calling or talking to an older woman whether he is related to him or not. Huh, oh. How did you know? I know everything. Seo Yoon was being all chic and stated. But if you look closely, her nose bridge seems to get higher. This kiddo is so cute trying to talk like that. I feel like a father smiling at his daughter. So that person's name was Lee Subin. Come to think of it, I didn't even know her name yet. Lee Subin, a very common name. So, Seo Yoon, can you explain why I had to bring Lee Subin here? She self-proclaimed as my follower. She shuddered again when I said, I mean, she is so timid, how did she cause that terrorism? She already started to tear up, she must be very scared. Oh, I would like to ask you a favor. Seo Yoon said casually. Wait, ask for a favor, you. Not only me but Lee Subin also seemed quite confused by Seo Yoon's words. What does this mean all of a sudden? No, Seo Yoon, I don't understand. You told me to kidnap a terrorist that I just met for the first time to help you. Oh, before that, wouldn't it be faster for you to get stabbed with a bread knife by that person while you sleep? The woman behind said, I am not letting go of the bread knife. Or something, but I ignored her. This place is a cold and heartless ego base. The one with a tiny voice cannot survive. Ha! It's not like that. What do you mean it's not like that, Seo Yoon? I think you don't know the world yet because you're still in 9th grade of middle school. This world is not a place where people would actually work quietly for the people who kidnap them and tell them to work. Don't you think she would hold grudges? Either she is going to steal all your information and run away or get back at you. Even though I don't know why you need her help. I felt like someone from the back shook her head like she wanted to say, I will not betray you. Well, it was not a feeling, but she actually said it. Seo Yoon only sighed at my speech. Seriously, this brat? That's it. I have to be disciplined as a father. As I was about to begin my speech, Seo Yoon spoke up. Hey, Lee Subin, your parents were researchers at Han Yoon Group, right? At that moment, blood veins started to disappear on Lee Subin's face. Her face turned pale in an instant. And no, she began to deny. Looking at that sight, Seo Yoon only smiled bitterly. Annai, don't you want to get revenge too? To those bastards, Han Yoon Group. What? Didn't your parents die in that accident? Lee Subin's face stiffened slightly at Seo Yoon's words. I was about to scold Seo Yoon, saying she was stepping down from her concept and calling that woman Annai, but when she mentioned accident with the Han Yoon Group, I began to listen carefully. I saw your posts on the deep web. You don't like the Han Yoon Group either. You said you wanted to kill them all. How do I know? Your firewall software has too many weaknesses. You should make a new one. Getting up from her seat, Seo Yoon approached Lee Subin and held her hands tightly. It was a little funny that Lee Subin, who is sitting on the chair, is taller than Seo Yoon, who is standing. But I decided to say nothing because the moment seems serious. I am looking for the head of the Han Yoon Group. They ruined my life. I'm going to find them, search for them, and kill them all. I think only then I can feel relieved. Subin, will you help me please? When Seo Yoon ended her sentence like that, Lee Subin burst into tears and held Seo Yoon's hands. Yes, let me help you. Thank you, Subin. Then two of them hugged each other. Seo-yoon with white hair and Lee Subin with black hair are hugging each other. It looks like a black and white picture. Am I the only one who cannot keep up with the emotions? What the hell are these two doing all of a sudden? They said a few words and then hugged each other. Watching two of them hugging like that, a man like me feels left alone, so I just laid there awkwardly. What the hell is happening? Lee Subin graduated from Seoul National University with a computer engineering degree. She is the same age as me, 25 years old. Her parents died when she was young, so she lived by herself with the subsidy. Since middle school, she has been studying computers like hikikomori, and her computer skills are excellent. Her quality is high enough to understand every word Seo-yoon says, while I understand nothing. She works for the cyber-terrorism agents and economic life on deep web. The reason she came out as my follower last time was what? Out of nowhere. Yeah, they were talking about supporting Egostic or something, and I only wanted to be part of it, so what the? So in conclusion, she is not even my follower? I looked at her shifting from her seat. Lee Subin. Unlike her name, which sounds kind, she looks a little scary in person. She is tall with long black hair. When she has no expression on her face, she reminds me of those bullies during my school days. But how can she be so different from what she looks like? You don't have any friends. Yes, I stayed at home all the time and I only attended class enough to graduate from school. Why do I feel like crying while listening to this? Well, she seemed harmless in general. Of course, she still has some suspicious points. For now, I have never seen her in Stardust. Comic, the world that I fell into. The fact that she has never appeared in the comic, which means she had no big impact. She was just an extra character, just like me, I see. Lee Subin, welcome to our crew. Yes, I shook her hands. I can see her blushing from chewing her tongue while talking, but let's pretend that I didn't see it. Since when did we have a crew? I decided to ignore the murmuring Seo-yoon behind me. We have 3 people now, so this is a crew. But honestly, I am a little nervous. I wish she was an original character, someone that I know. I know nothing about her true personality or what she has in mind. How can I let her stay beside Seo-yoon? What if something happens? Also, I moved from a comfortable home to this underground base. I told Seo-yoon a different reason, but honestly, she seemed to know roughly about my concerns. But why is she being like that? Does she know Subin in advance? In such a deep underground basement, Han Seo-yoon, Lee Subin, and I, the 3 of us started living together. A man and 2 women living together, the picture looks a little weird. Seo-yoon is in middle school, and Subin, she is certainly a pretty woman, but there is no particular problem. My heart is already with Stardust, Shin Haru in the first place. When I fell into this world, I made up my mind to live for her for the rest of my life. Well, even though the day she and I will be together will never come. Haha. So I started living in this place. Living with other people is more chaotic than living alone. Hyung, did you realize you left the refrigerator door open? The ice cream will melt. Me? Hey, I never opened the refrigerator. As Seo-yoon, I think I left it open. I'm sorry, oh, it's okay. People can make mistakes. Hee hee. Wow, you made a fuss when you thought I did it. I am sad, so sad. Chapter 11. A villain's daily life. Japan was surprised, America was shocked, and Europe was flipped out. K-villain rocked the world. Why can't we have a villain like Egostic? The spokesperson from the Hero Association of Japan said in tears. Tusk. I put down my smartphone. I was enjoying the YouTube video, but this popped up. Sugar, I need something sweet. Looking at my dizzy face coming out on Gukpong TV, my sugar level dropped rapidly. Oh my god. How can this one not change anything from the previous world? The comic that became a reality, paradoxically, was very similar to the original reality. In other words, it is virtually the same except for things like heroes and villains, in line with the comic's worldview of a world where only superpowers exist on an ordinary Earth. So in this world, Gukpong TV is also after money. I have no idea why villains also became targets for Gukpong. Coming out of my room, I walked to the refrigerator. I only wanted to drink some orange juice, but why do I have to walk all the way through the hallway? Is this for real? I think I should actually buy a personal refrigerator and put it in my room. I have a lot of money, so I should spend it generously. After I got to the auditorium-sized living room, I opened the refrigerator. Only 1 bottle of Minute Maid left. As I remembered, I drank 2 bottles, so why is there only 1 left? Did Seo-yoon drink it? TN. Minute Maid is a Korean brand of orange juice. Well, she has a sweet tooth like me. Okay, let's see what she is doing. I turned around and headed to the main sector of this underground base where Seo-yoon is. Of course, I still remember to drink my orange juice on my way there. A cool beverage is indeed the best. It feels good when you swallow it. I liked chocolate milk when I was younger, but I like orange juice more now. Well, although both are elementary schoolers' tastes. Walking through the hallway again, I thought about Seo Yoon for a while. Han Seo Yoon. She is a senior in middle school. In the original work, she appeared as a villain in the latter part of the comic. She, by herself, destroyed the computer network in Korea and disabled the security of the Songdo concentration camp, which collected the worst villains, causing a major escape. The incident opened the catastrophe of Korea, which was the main event from issue 120 to 150 of Stardust. She appeared in the Apocalypse of Korea as the final villain. She died in the issues after that and never appeared again. Different from her image now, which is a girl with a short haircut like a boy, she appeared as an adult and attacked Stardust with all kinds of weapons that she invented. Eventually, she died after being stopped by Stardust. Her nickname at that time was the White Witch. Of course, I cannot imagine that image of her at this moment. She is only a middle schooler who loves sweet things and has a foul mouth now. Han Seo-yoon. As you can see from her remarkable works in the original, she is a genius. Her specialty is computer hacking and invention. In fact, she is so smart that she can do everything. In reality, she is the character who breaks down the power balance created by the writer. Perhaps it is the reason why she appeared in the second half of the original. Her life story was unfortunate. She was raised as an experimental mouse in the Hanyun group ever since she was young. They conducted all kinds of illegal experiments in the name of making artificial superpowers, and eventually paid off to some extent. Hundreds of innocent children were replaced, and they only succeed in creating special superpowers for 4 children in the end. One of them was Seo Yoon. The researchers called them super intelligence. The rest of the children all developed direct superpower. Electricity attacks, ice shooting, etc. After the children's awakening, they still continued the experiment with terrible things under the direction of the Hanyun group's leaders. Even in such a hopeless situation, 4 children endured it all while comforting each other. But suddenly, a child died. The remaining 3, including Seo Yoon, were shocked as they were each other's mental support. Eventually, one of the children was so stressed that she was blown up by her power, causing everyone in the laboratory to get caught up and die. Of course, not all of them. Seo Yoon survived. Since Seo Yoon survived the incident, she had been living in this underground to avoid the eyes of the Hanyun group, until I came to find her by myself. In the original work that I was not in, she kept track of the Hanyun group by herself, to punish those leaders of the group who had been hiding after the terrible incident. In the end, she found them all by herself and got her revenge. All that remains after the revenge was emptiness. Shivering in a terrible emptiness, she ended up with a little, she went crazy. After the incident happened to her brothers and herself, she became a villain and committed terrorism. She claimed that it is because of this incompetent country and the heroes. Of course, I will never let Seo Yoon be such a villain anymore. Hold on, come to think of it, she is already my accomplice, so she is also a villain, right? Let me correct that. I am not going to let Seo Yoon become such an insane villain. Being a moderate villain is good for your health. As it is also similar to the world that I lived in, being a villain is better than a hero in Korea. Naturally, what happened to Han Seo Yoon would never be my business. I only approached to use her technology skills. But as we lived together, I became attached to this little kid. I cannot let her die in vain like that. Keeping that thought in mind, I arrived at the main sector and entered. A feast of monitors welcomed me as soon as I entered. One monitor has CCTV and some store different data. This space gets my eyes spinning. It is the main sector of this underground base. Well, wouldn't it be cooler if I named this space Observation Center? Seo Yoon is sitting on her chair, being busy with something. Subin is also working hard on something next to her. Seo Yoon, what are you doing? I asked while getting closer to her. Seo Yoon turned her head and looked at me. Hey, come here and take a look at this. Oh, what is it? As I got closer, she showed me the 13th International Ice Cream Festival. This is their first time holding this in Korea. I have always wanted to go. Let's go there next time. With Subin. Sure Subin was smiling shyly next to her. Subin, all right. So Seo Yoon, you wanted to go to that ice cream festival, huh? Tusk. I can see Seo Yoon got a lot brighter. It was only yesterday when I first met her. She was wary of me as a hedgehog now. She even asked us to go to the ice cream festival together. even though I wonder who in the world would hold an ice cream festival. Sure. It is nice to see her pure and bright side. It is nice, but I thought she was working on something. She was focusing on the monitor, so I thought she was planning something again. I felt so proud of her for a moment. But she was planning to go to the ice cream festival. I never thought that I would have to go to an ice cream festival at this age. Anyway, you can go to whatever it is. So do you have any plans for our next goal? Next goal. After hearing my question, Seo Yoon put a finger on her lips and started to make a hum, and thought about something. Oh, okay, what was it that you said? The Good Samaritan, TN, Parable of Good Samaritan. Yeah, but that is also a massive terrorist attack, so it will be hard to carry it out in 1 week. It will give people fatigue too. Just right when people start to forget about our dark nig, our ship terrorism, then boom, that is when we should pop out again. Well, then what else did you say that we should do? Eliminate the villains? Yeah, let's do that in our spare time. Do you recommend any villains? All we have is time anyway. Let me remember what you wanted to do. Didn't you say we should do that terrorism prediction or something? Seo Yoon tilted her head while asking me. I only told her it was terrorism prediction, but I actually just read the original comic and tell them which brats will cause terrorism for the time being. I explained to them that I could use some methods I know to predict. Last time we eliminated the 2 most important brats, so it's okay. Now you can choose anyone from the list I gave you. Really? Let's see, Subin, please put up the villain list. Okay, she answered affirmatively and operated the computer. Well, it has been about a week since we started to live together, and she seems to have adjusted. She has had a hard time trying to soothe herself for a week since she was scared of me. I think she is getting better now, but still a little scared of me. But we are on the same boat now, so I am not going to hurt her. Did I scare her too much last time? Let's see, out of all the A-class villains, what about this brat? The one who teleports. Teleporter, that brat? I think it will be hard to kill that one. I usually hold them with my telekinesis first to prevent them from sneaking away, then either bump their head or use a gun. But that brat can teleport. Even if I hold him with my telekinesis, he can just go poof and get away, so it will be tough. Very tough. Opa, the more tough an enemy is, the first you have to get rid of them. Is that so? All right, it is better to just get it over with. Let's get him first. So stop looking at me like I am some pathetic child who hates studying. Okay, I will have to get ready soon. And Seo Yoon, what? You started calling me Opa a while ago. Did you decide to take off your concept now? I grinned at her and Seo Yoon's face started to turn red. Oh. Since I call Subin unnai, she started to mutter something, so I quickly got out. She yells at me every time she gets shy. Chapter 12, Teleportation, a Picturesque Mansion. This majestic mansion with a white exterior is full of modern refinement details. This place is crowded with rich people as if they would not allow any working class to walk in. Somewhere nearby, I was hiding. The guy I am aiming for is an A-class villain teleporter. He is good at teleporting. Unlike my flawed teleportation, that guy's teleportation is much better. So he owns a true teleportation ability with no side effects after traveling. Although there seem to be some distance restrictions, in a way, this can also be seen as a fraudulent ability. No, I am sure that it is a fraudulent ability. I have no idea if this teleporter is a coward or an idiot, but he only uses his ability to steal money from the bank. Well, at least for now. If I compare my current period with the original work, I think I am at the 5th issue, almost at the beginning of the comic. Only 5 out of 200 issues. Honestly, that is a relief. If I fell in the latter part of the comic, around the 100th issue to later, it would already be chaotic. Villains, who were initially sloppy because the writer could not adjust the balance for their powers, disappeared, and those bastards who can bring down the world started to come out. Seo Yoon was the last villain which appeared in the episode of the Great Depression, which ended around the 150th issue at first. She tried to conquer only Korea, so it ended at that point, but she could actually break down the world's information network system if she wanted to. This teleporter, he is a very persistent fellow. He got into a fight with Stardust at the beginning. Stardust somehow knocked the guy off his guard and then sent him to prison with an anesthetic. But he teleported to escape as soon as he got his consciousness back. This guy, who was caught as a petty criminal early in the comic, revived splendidly in the Great Escape episode where all villains escaped from the prison. He was crowned as the most annoying enemy of Stardust. He used to be one of those villains who used to spend a lot of money looking for small but certain happiness. But after years of being drugged and locked up by Stardust, he broke out of the prison he lived with a determination to get back at Stardust who caught him. He became worse. He teleported at first. Well, I must say that this ability is a good deal to be sneaky. In later episodes, whenever he did something, he just popped out and hit the person, then ran away, then hit and ran away. If Stardust was a webtoon, a lot of people would demand to kill him while calling him a sweet potato. But since it is a comic book published as a book, it is impossible to check the real-time reactions, but I bet many readers got angry at him. TN. In Korea, when they call a person sweet potato, it means either he/she is ugly or frustrating. And of course, I was one of them, so this guy, I should kill him when I can. Now, back to the mansion. I was waiting with my car parked nearby, and I contacted Seo-yoon with my in-ear plugging into my ears. Normally, I can still do it well by myself without bothering Seo-yoon. But this time, the guy is not that picky. Seo-yoon, should we go in now? Wait, you haven't gone in yet. Hurry up and go inside. Hold on, so I only need to teleport to the living room right away, right? What if he is in the living room? Ha, I told you many times. Then just throw the tracking device at him and shoot at the same time. I think he will teleport to avoid the gun, so just in case he does. Still, the tracking device will be faster than the bullet since it's using a spider's web, so it will definitely stick to him. What the hell is a web-based tracking device faster than a bullet? I don't understand. Bullets are made by factories, and the tracking device is made by myself. Of course, mine will be faster. It will come out from the threading hole on the side of the tracking device, so there will be less physical resistance. Even if I explain it like this to you, you would never understand since you studied liberal arts, right? So just don't ask any questions. Hey, I can still understand everything even if I studied liberal art. Maybe. Anyway, I don't understand. Can't we just do it like those spy movies? You just need to attach it by bumping into him by accident. Not only would he use teleportation rather than walking on the street, but it would be more troublesome if you get caught on the CCTV. This is the most accurate. I researched his daily routine and planned it out. When he goes out of the house, most of the time he teleports and it's impossible to predict where he will move, so we have to eliminate him in this way. But still, there should be a better way to attach the tracking device. There are more reasons than what I just told you, so please just do as you are told. Ha! Seo-yoon sounded as if I was pathetic, so I was discouraged. You rude brat, I am almost 10 years older than you. Okay, I get it. I could see Seo-yoon got a little shocked when I said with a sulky voice. Hey, what's wrong? Don't be sulking all of a sudden. We already talked about something similar and you are being like that again. As Seo-yoon was talking, I heard some noisy sounds next to her, so Seo-yoon stopped talking. Subin, who is staying next to her, seemed to say something. I heard some okay, and then Seo-yoon talked to me again. I'm sorry, just go back to your position. We have no time to lose. Okay, I get it. She has been confusing me by calling me both Hyung and Oppa since a while ago, so I wanted to ask her to choose one between them. But I didn't think it was the right time to do so. I held it in. And if I tell her to choose one, she will keep calling me Hyung. You can guess from the circumstances of her on the first day of our meeting, she is a little afraid of men, so I think she insists on calling herself a boy and calling me Hyung on purpose. I wonder if all of the researchers in the lab were men. But luckily, she is getting better after a few months. Maybe she is opening up because she realized that I am harmless. Even if I didn't read the original comic, I can still see that she is a girl. She seems to think that a short haircut would make her look like a boy. And that is kind of cute. Honestly, the best solution is to sneak in at night and kill him, but that's not going to work. Because of Shadow Walker, one of a few A-class heroes along with Stardust in Korea. If I do something at night, I will be caught by this guy. He is responsible for almost all the terrorism in Korea happening during the day. Such a bad guy. Without him, I could have handled all villains easily. He is a hero, so I feel guilty if I eliminate him. Also, if I eliminate him, the problem will be bigger, so I try to stay active during the day. Well, I seem to be having all sorts of thoughts as I am about to step into a real fight. It is like how I would think about different things when I sit in front of the desk during my school days. I adjusted my half mask. Okay, it is time for action. You didn't forget the plan, right? Yeah. I have to teleport to his living room, which is close by. If he is not in the living room, search quietly and shoot secretly. What if I get caught? Since I already attached the tracking device, I can go to plan B. I am going in. I took a deep breath and prepared to teleport. And go, I teleported to that teleporter's living room. The thing that I could see as soon as I teleported here was someone's face. Oh, shoot. Gosh. Hyung, shoot. As we were horrified at the same time, I immediately shot him with my right hand and threw the tracking device with my left hand. Bang! After my shot, this guy was out of sight. I have no idea if he was shot or not. Why was he in the living room? He ran away right away. As things turned out like this, we have to go with Plan B. Seo-yoon. Did I stick the tracking device on him? Yes. Subin, please tell us where he is. Okay. Right now 500 meters to the east. You heard it, right? Hurry up and go. No, if I have to keep teleporting like this, the side effect hurry up. Okay, I moved quickly. I estimated roughly and moved 500 meters forward. Wait, this is downtown. What the? I got confused as I suddenly teleported to a crowded place. Wait, this is a busy street. People were surprised as a person wearing a black cape and a mask suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Oh, who is that? Opa, isn't that Egoistic? Oh, that's right. The citizens started to recognize me. As soon as cold sweat dripped down because of my embarrassment, I heard Seo-yoon's voice in my ears. On your right? The right? I looked to my right and from far away I saw a man clutching his stomach, blood dripping from his body. Oh, you were there? You also got shot. I drew a smile without myself knowing. All right, sometimes things have to be this easy. I was about to teleport over there, but as he looked at me, he stumbled and disappeared again. All right. You are challenging me, right? An untimely teleporting chase happened in the middle of Seoul. Yes, this is the Hero Association of Korea. How may I help you? What? Egoistic appeared in the middle of the town. Chapter 13. Flashmob Egoistic just appeared on the street. Ha 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 ha, picture what is this? LOL, what's this? Ha ha ha, live event on ha 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 ha, isn't this dangerous? I really don't know. Gosh, ha ha ha. Is he filming a movie? Ha 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 ha, guys, you are going to die filming it like that. Run away. Tough guy special, I am filming a crime scene. Oh my god, guys, Mango Stick is on the street. Video, oh what the, is it another terrorism? So scary, no. I think he is just chasing someone. Gosh, I saw on the video someone was bleeding while moving instantly. Isn't it murder? No, he is definitely chasing a villain. The Dark Hero Mango Stick. The Dark Hero Mango Stick. Take me, what is this Mango Fan Union? Ha 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 ha. Number 1 real-time trending chart Egoistic Huff Huff the teleporter. Kim Hak-shul moved his body while exhaling rough breaths. Teleportation was supposed to be very easy for him, but his condition was not normal at the moment. Holding the wound with his hand to prevent blood from flowing out of his abdomen. Continuously. His vision was already clouded. His body feels heavy. He feels like he is going to die. All of a sudden, he felt a surge of anger. What did I do wrong to be in this situation? I only robbed a few banks. Of course, I killed a few people in the process, but it was their fault. He was doing so well, so why did they block him and make a fuss? He kept teleporting forward. But perhaps because his body hurt and his head was spinning. It was not easy for him to move. Normally, teleportation is only possible when the desired location or coordinates are clearly recognized in his head. However, as he was shot for the first time in his life, Kim Hak-shul's consciousness has already reached a level where he cannot make a rational judgment anymore. He just went to the furthest place he could see in front of him. Honestly, even that was not easy either, it was getting cloudy in front of him. W at the arg, now he is in the middle of the town. In this crowded place, it was strange that people were not surprised when a bleeding man appeared in the crowd, flashing and flashing. But he still had to keep going forward and forward, because of that man chasing him from behind. Yes, hello, it is me, Egoistic. Yes, I am busy because I am working at the moment. Oh my, don't be surprised, I will not hurt you. I am only cleaning up trash for our citizens, so please feel free to do your job. The voice from behind. The despicable one, Egoistic. Of course, the teleporter Kim Hak-shul knew him. In fact, no one in the Republic of Korea does not know Egoistic, even if they only heard about him from other people. Last week on TV, on the internet, even the people he met, everyone talked about Egoistic. Kim Hak-shul knew what Egoistic caused, that he assassinated 2 villains, but he was not particularly wary of Egoistic. Have you ever seen anyone not going out because they are afraid of being struck by lightning? He thought perhaps those villains and Egoistic had some personal grudges. Rationally, he thought the guy did not kill them for no reason. So Kim Hak-shul was confident. He was confident that Egoistic would not try to kill him. He was sure Egoistic knew nothing about him, and even if Egoistic tried to kill him, he would be able to escape with his power. But that certainty, in this moment, was betraying Kim Hakshul. Who in the world would have expected a man holding a gun to pop out and shoot him when he was resting at home? And the unexpected result was coming back to him desperately. Come on out, I am going to catch a piece of trash today, a class villain teleporter. Let's go to hell now. Trash goes in the trash can, and the trashy villain should go to his lord's side. Egoistic talked nonsense like a psychopath. He screamed out loud like a madman as if he wanted everyone to hear it. Kim Hakshul was more afraid of those kinds of guys than anything else. To be exact, his unabated voice. Even when he was teleporting, the voice continued to be heard without diminishing. Kim Hakshul continued to move with a groan. He slowly felt everything spinning in front of his eyes. It was a miracle to get here with a shot in the first place. If he didn't have the teleportation ability, and if his body, which could sense death, didn't ring it to his last power, he was probably already dead. But oh, sadly, I guess your life is up to here. Tien. Oho Tongyara. An exclamation used in a seriously distressed or sad situation. Hearing his nonsense words from behind, Kim Hakshul finally collapsed. His physical strength eventually became unable to teleport. The man exhaled a harsh breath and bowed his head. His shadow fell on him. He raised his head to identify the shadow, a villain smirking behind his half-mask. Teleporter. You told me you were guilty. Huff huff save me. Please don't kill me, oh, don't kill you. He looked around as he heard the man's words. People were surrounding them. Egoistic asked loudly to the surrounding citizens in a theatrical voice. Everyone, this garbage right here stole billions of other people's properties and killed 4 good citizens. Should we spare the life of someone who slaughtered someone's husband, someone's dad, someone's friend, someone's son, someone's innocent? Kill him, kill him! The shouts of the excited citizens rang out wanting him to be killed. Someone asked them whether Egoistic was trying to flood hundreds of innocent sons and daughters, but none of them said anything in front of a villain with a gun. Because their lives are precious. Standing in the middle of the shouting demand to kill him, Egoistic shrugged his shoulders as he looked down at Kim Hakshul and smirked. They are telling me to kill you though? Please, just this time. Please have mercy on me, really? Just this time? Yeah, just this time do you want me to save you? Kim Hakshul's expression brightened up instantly with the positive response from Egoistic. But before Kim Hakshul could speak up, Egoistic had already pointed his gun at him. I am sorry, Hakshul, but there is no such thing. As soon as Egoistic ended his sentence with a laugh bang, the sound of the gun rang out somewhere. That was the last memory of the class villain teleporter, Kim Hakshul. The teleporter died after another shot. After he died, people around us began to cheer and applaud. Thank you, thank you. I exaggeratedly bowed my head as their applause got louder. But guys, I am formally a villain. So why are you guys standing around me? This world is surprisingly similar to my world, except that they have superpowers, including heroes and villains. But every time like this makes me realize that I came from a different world. When a person was shot dead right in front of your eyes, but people still clapped and enjoyed it. I mean, he was shot in front of their eyes. When someone dies, we should be scared and scream, shouldn't we? But it feels strange to see people smiling and clapping in front of a bleeding dead body as if nothing happened. They were like people who enjoyed the public executions during the Middle Ages. Honestly, I see no difference. Perhaps in this world, people have gotten used to death because of the fights between heroes and villains. Or is there another reason? No, wait. Put everything aside, I am a villain. I am not a hero, so what am I doing? Looking back at them after a grin, I said to those who were still clapping. Thank you, everyone. But aren't I a villain too? What are you going to do if I suddenly shoot the people standing here? People were startled and stopped after hearing my words. Okay, they seemed to have regained their common sense. Now. Anyway, I didn't mean to scare them, so I added. I'm just kidding, guys. I don't just randomly hurt innocent citizens. Whenever I do something, I make a notice in advance and call a hero, so don't worry. You don't have to worry, I am just here to clean up a bad villain today. People were relieved as I explained. I mean, if you are going to be scared like that, you should not have come close in the first place. If you are done, come out. Before the heroes come, Seoyun's voice rang from my ears. Right, it is time to go. But I am so tired after teleporting continuously and I have to go back the same distance. I am going to die. As I sighed and tried to get up, a loud voice came from the sky. Egoistic. Surprised by the voice, I looked up in Stardust. Wait, why are you here? Chapter 14. I became a friendly villain. I loved Stardust. Stardust. She is the star of the comic. Why do I like Stardust? Of course, she was pretty. She was not that pretty in person, but she was drawn very beautifully in the comic. Anyway, isn't it the fate of a sad creature called a man that instinctively likes a pretty woman? Also, she maintained a good gap between being a hero and being a normal person. On a daily basis, she is just a normal, slightly blunt woman, but when she is a hero, it is fun to see her saying stuff like "you punk. What do you think you are doing?" in a unique, awkward tone. I am not sure whether it is to distinguish her daily image from her non-daily image or to hide her usual way of speaking. But honestly, in my opinion, she probably thinks she looks cool doing it well. My favorite of all was her unique sense of justice. Since her parents died in an incident caused by villains when she was a child, she has been cultivating revenge and hatred for villains. The girl who dreamt of becoming a hero, but she had no superpowers, no talents. She could only wish upon the stars, "Please let me awaken my powers, so let me avenge those villains myself." Did the stars respond to her request? Because she had miraculously gained ability, awakening her superpower, and peculiarly, her hair began to turn blonde like starlight. That was how she got her name, Dust of Stars, Stardust. But the association suggested that 5 syllables are too long for a hero's name, so they shortened it to Stardust. TN. Stardust in Korean is written as Sutadio Sutyu, which has 5 syllables. Anyway, a hero's life began with revenge, but through many events she came to realize. Hero is not a bully but a protector of the citizens. Just like that, she became a real protector. She became a hero. As a child, I had fallen for her story. In fact, many heroes with impressive storytelling and views about justice came out, but I think she became my favorite character because she was Korean. Because I could relate to her story. So why am I making such a fuss right now? Because my favorite character suddenly appeared in front of me. Egoistic, Stardust. Oh God, what is going on in this crowded place? After achieving my desired goal of eliminating Teleporter, I was about to head home. I was definitely going to kill him quietly, but I was in trouble as I overdragged an aggro. Ta-da! All of a sudden, Stardust appeared. How long have I been here for her to have the time to fly here? Unfortunately, she could not land since there were too many people, so I looked at her floating. She was covered in sweat. I guess she flew here in a hurry. Perhaps she started flying here the moment she heard that I was here. Even so, she still had time to change to her red latex suit. Egoistic, you punk. Yeah, I am listening. Hyung, what are you doing? Hurry up. Gosh, Seo-yoon. Just give me a minute. My favorite character actually flew all the way here to see me. I want to hear what she is going to say. And so many people are here. If I just go poof and disappear, she would be so humiliated and embarrassed. How can I let people laugh at my Shin Haru? You just now, what have you done? Looking at Teleporter lying down at my feet, Stardust then glared at me and said, the citizens were already in position to watch the situation as if they were excited that the two of us were going to fight. People, what are you going to do if you get hurt? Wow, they are even taking out their phones to film. Wait, wasn't that person filming from earlier? That is even more serious in front of these insensitive citizens who do not understand how dangerous the situation is. I decided to go along with Stardust for a little more. What am I doing? I just eliminated the parasites of this society. I just did what the heroes should have done, like what your people should have done. Well, you don't have to thank me. I didn't do it to get your gratitude. Haha. Tendons started growing on Stardust's forehead. Her face turned red and she was very angry. Oh, what's the matter? Did I say something bad? Her trembling body seemed about to give up her concept at any moment. Hey, calm down. I was only teasing you a little and you already got pissed off. Before she uttered a word of anger, I quickly spoke up. Of course, I did not borrow the public power, but I did impose a private sanction. I did, but I think it needs to be taken into account. Teleporter, wasn't this brutal guy graded as Class A because of the power of his ability and the danger of his escape skill? Isn't it possible for heroes to put a judgment right away at the scene if the villain is Class A? As I finished, she spoke up as if she had been waiting. Yes, it is possible. Then, are you a hero? She seemed to want to jump at me right away and give me a slap. But as she was about to do it, she feared that either I could escape or the citizens would get in her way. I don't think I would be of any help if I stayed longer. I should slowly find a way to escape. Well, I understand what you said, Miss Stardust. It means that the hero should be the only one to kill the trash that deserves to die, but it is meaningless if a villain like me kills them. As expected, Miss Stardust thought has a strong sense of justice. First of all, I roughly defended Stardust. My plan is to make Stardust a popular hero. So first, compliment her. Normally, when Cholsu said I'm good at studying, it somehow sounds unreliable. But if his rival, Younghee, said, I don't know about other things, but I acknowledge his studying, then people will start to think, oh, Cholsu is good at studying. Nothing is more effective than compliments from your opponent. TN, Cholsu Younghee is a story that appeared in Korean elementary textbooks to educate children. It was also adapted into a movie of the same name in 2005. But I guess the citizens had different opinions. What, only heroes can catch villains? Who does she think she is, so rude? All of a sudden, tiny voices were coming out from the crowd. Excuse me, I can hear you all. I realized this after I fell into this world. People here are crazy. Safety insensitivity is basic. A hero and a villain are confronting each other here, and they begin to defend the villain. Are they out of their minds? She just came here after everything was done. I cannot believe her. Honestly, what did Egostick do wrong? I almost lost my mind. Is the conversation I am listening to a real conversation? As the murmur surrounding us grew, Stardust's expression and mine gradually stiffened. They blamed it on Stardust, not me. The innocent Stardust began to be vilified. Why? Did people go crazy after seeing the blood? Anyway, this is not the situation I expected. I wanted a picture where I was criticized and Stardust was praised, and I never thought that it would turn out this way. Why do the citizens side with a villain? What is this? Stardust's face also began to stiffen when the public opinion turned strangely. I felt like I needed to hurry up and make up for it. Quickly, hastily, I spoke up. Me too. I didn't say a word that I did a good job. I was only asking you if it is like that. I will keep doing evil stuff. I hope Miss Stardust will try to stop me. Then I am going to take off now. I shot out my words like a gun, then turning my cape forward, I teleported. Something is wrong. I have to escape first. After teleporting, the view in front of me was spinning. I could not even stand properly because of my sickening stomach, and I ended up collapsing. Honestly, I have been pushing myself to catch that teleporter for a while, but my body could not hold out as I traveled a long distance again. Huff huff, as I collapsed, I was barely breathing. The door burst open and someone came in. Opa! It was Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon, who came running, grabbed me and started whining while trying to get me up. Oh, why are you so heavy? Opa, wake up, this is not working, Anai, help me, oh, I am coming. And after a little while, Subin jumped in. Well, I guessed it might be Subin. I cannot even open my eyes as it keeps falling down. Wow, I am certainly going to die at this rate. Now 1, 2, let's get him up. Then they began to groan while trying to get me up. Honestly, I felt like Subin was the only one holding me with only a little help from Seo-yoon, but she said nothing. And I was also in the state where I could barely say anything. Phew, please teleport right in front of the fatigue recovery capsule from now on. Seo-yoon, who eventually managed to put me in the recovery capsule, wheezed and whined to me. Yeah, I should do that next time. I could not think straight a while ago. Thank you, if you get it then take a rest. You look like you are dying, she grumbled and left. Subin was next to her. Get well soon, she cheered me up while holding her fist up. So adorable. I passed out just like that. I need a good night's sleep and take a rest, but my head didn't fall asleep easily because of anxiety. Because of those whispers about Stardust. Favor survey. If you like the manly mango stick more than K-Condi Stardust, press recommend TN. An expression refers to people who force their thoughts on others and believe that they are absolutely right. I will go first, ha 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 ha. Recommend 1380. Not recommend, 28 chapter 15. This is not what I wanted, writer anonymous title. Let's summarize the facts about a class villain Egostick reel. Eliminate the S-class villain and Zodiac. Eliminate the A-class villain Rhino. A special cruise ship's dilemma broadcast that throws tension at the boring Korean people. 0 casualties, he suppressed the terrorism by his followers and paid compensation to the hostages. Eliminate the A-class villain teleporter. For your information, the Hero Association approved that it would be hard to catch him. I don't think he is a villain, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 1, what villain? He is certainly a true hero. Anonymous 2, that's right, haha. Anonymous 4, honestly, Egostick is better than Stardust. Haha, Anonymous 5, really? Let's be honest. What have Stardust done until now? She caught 1 or 2 A-class villains, so what? Our King Ego already caught an S-class villain. Ha ha ha. Anonymous 6, this is a bit. No matter how much you guys flatter him, bringing down a hero is too much. You went too far, Anonymous 7, Stardust fan club arrested. Anonymous 15, arrested he spy. Anonymous 16, what is he spy? Anonymous 17, Hero Association spy. Anonymous 6. Anonymous 8, please eliminate the villain, please also do entertainment. Honestly, I like him, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 9, you like a terrorist. Bullshoot. Anonymous 8, oh, and was there any casualties? Ha 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 ha. Anonymous 10, so why are you guys swearing at Stardust? I really have no idea. Anonymous 11, isn't it because she is not as good as Egoistic so people attacked her? Anonymous 12, she is the least active among the 3 A-class heroes. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, Shadow Walker and Icicle saved hundreds of people by themselves, but Stardust has not done much so far. Anonymous 13, honestly, Stardust only has her face. Ha ha ha. Let's just lower her grade to Class B and put Egoistic as a class hero. Anonymous 14, the Hero Association should recruit our Mango Stick as a new hero right now. Tusky drooled while looking at the computer screen. Things are getting worse than I thought. Did the problem start when that teleporter ran away and I had to chase after him downtown? People must have seen me as a hero who killed villains. I am speechless. Gosh, I entered the NUX cafe with a hazy expression. A site called Egostick's official fan cave. Why are there so many members? The future of Korea is dark. I looked up to the air and let out a sigh. How can those people live in this nation? The people who support villains? Of course, it was a problem, but the bigger problem was Stardust. My fan club, which is strangely increasing in number, has begun to pour out criticism against Stardust. My de facto hero, Stardust, how should I say it? They seem to hate her very much. This isn't it. This is not what I expected. I never wanted it to be like this. What are they thinking about sucking up to me like this? Have they already forgotten about my cruise ships incident? Well, I got a headache after seeing someone answer an interview on YouTube. Actually, it was kind of fun. I think Korea in this world has gone crazy. I have been trying to raise the public's favor for Stardust, but I cannot believe I even lowered it. What a sinful fan I am. I made up my mind. I will show those foolish people how dreadful a villain is. And I will make them remember how pretty, righteous, sincere, adorable, and wonderful Stardust is. Seo-yoon, let's start the operation. I strode out into the living room. Seo-yoon and Subin were sitting on the sofa and watching TV. It hasn't been that long since you lied down. How are you already full of energy? Seo-yoon scolded me. I have been resting for a few days, so I am feeling better now. The fatigue recovery capsule's function is good. I flopped down next to Seo-yoon. Subin, who was also sitting next to Seo-yoon, was watching TV while peeling an apple. Doin, you are on TV again. Subin's eyes were sparkling as she pointed her hand at the TV. It has been about 2 weeks since we lived together, and now we are quite close. That's right, she finally realized it. What a harmless human being I am. Although she and I had a bad start, my constant gaslighting, not my constant friendliness. With my friendliness, she opened her heart to me, so it makes sense when she calls me by my name comfortably. We live in the same house, so it would be funny if she calls me Mr. Doin or Mr. Egoistic. Doin, that is my name. My name has nothing to do with Egoistic. Now, the only people I know in this world are Seo-yoon and Subin. Of course, I am now more popular as Egoistic more than my name Doin. After exchanging my name with Subin, she became very energetic. She is doing the cooking, washing, and the dishes. Seo-yoon and I are living comfortably without having to lift our fingers. We are not mean. Every time she says, let me at least do this with teary eyes, then we have no choice but to let her do it. I am telling you the truth. In conclusion, Subin is not scared of me anymore. That is good. Since now we are living under the same roof, it would be awkward if she is scared of me. Anyway, I looked at the TV that she pointed to. They did a topic discussion at the end of the news. The topic below that is Egoistic. Will he be the new icon of the Gen MZ? Oh God, I never expected to see the term Gen MZ in this world either. I smacked my forehead and drooled. The term Gen MZ refers to people in their 20s and 30s. So what they mean is I am the current icon of young people. Hey, Dylan, you have become popular. Seo-yoon laughed as if she was teasing me. Yeah, I have become popular, even in a good way. I watched TV while eating the apple that Subin peeled. Let's see what they are going to say. Subin also focused on the TV just like me. No, she is even more focused than I am. Why are you being like that? You made me feel embarrassed. I would rather she looked at the smartphone like Seo-yoon. It is a bit of a problem for Gen MZ to follow a villain like this. Now, even the main news on the portal, all the comments are defending Egoistic. This never happened before. Honestly, we all know the Gen MZ is not very fond of the existing heroes. I assumed it is because of the successful image they got from luckily awakening with abilities. People have been complaining a lot about how heroes do not do their job and they are slow at dealing with incidents. The middle-aged man, who appeared to be the panelist, swallowed his saliva after sharing a long speech. And after asking for an excuse, he started drinking some water. Subin started taking notes while listening next to me. Subin, what are you doing? On the TV, the panelist was opening his mouth again. But the so-called egoistic villain seemed to scratch the citizens' itchiness. Many people were unhappy that the hero did not shoot the villains and only overpowered them. They simply put those people in jail even if they were sentenced to death. A lot of people complained that the penalty was too weak. But this egoistic villain kills them right away. Somehow the citizens feel happy with it. But didn't he cause the cruise ship's terrorism? The panelist responded to the host's question. It already watered down from the moment he prevented the terrorism caused by his followers last time. And honestly, there were no casualties during the previous attack. That's right. I suddenly got up and shouted loudly. Sitting next to me, Seo-yoon and Subin were surprised. You scared me. What is wrong with you? I cannot leave things like this. We need to carry out new terrorism right away. Huh. Didn't we decide to get rid of at least one villain before a new terrorist attack? When Seo-yoon tilted her head and asked, I turned her head straight again. No, my image is getting better day by day. I cannot let it be like this. I wanted to be a villain against Stardust, not a hero all of a sudden anyway. We should show the Korean people what a real villain is. Right now. As I shouted with enthusiasm, Seo-yoon's expression turned bitter. Sure, I see. So what should we do this time? Should we do that Good Samaritan you said last time? No, I am going with something else. I need to do something more evil. All right. I guess I have to prepare a new one. Just tell me first. Well, the plan is Stardust, just wait. I will make you popular again. Breaking news, Egoistic turned on a broadcast. Ha 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 ha, turn on your TV now, ha 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 ha. Recommend 43, non-recommend 0, why? Really? Really? Something big coming, ha 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 ha. Let's go, 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 on a windy bridge. Standing there alone, I grinned at the camera. I guess many people are watching. I shouted out loud at them, long time no see, my fellow citizens. I am your likable villain, Egoistic. Now let the show begin again. Let's see if they can still like me after this. Chapter 16. Here comes the big one, Stardust. Shin Haru. Her parents gave her that name with the meaning of starting a new day. But these days, she can barely have a new day. Looking at her smartphone, she sighed and dropped it down. Let's be honest, what have Stardust done? Those words seemed to ring in her ears. The public opinions centered around the internet. They doubt the quality of the A-class hero, Stardust. Honestly, she was very upset. What has she done wrong? Her only crime is to save people from time to time while attending college. But the public opinions coldly stared her down. Ever since he appeared. Why should she be vilified when she did as usual and only ran out when she heard Egoistic had appeared in town? She even let him go and could not catch him properly since she was afraid the citizens would be in danger. She could not understand why people like how Egoistic eliminates other villains. The citizens accumulated dissatisfaction seeing heroes only caught and gave the diabolical villains soft punishments. The anger which used to direct at the judges had spread to the heroes before they knew it. You should have killed him on the spot. Why did they have to aim to capture them alive? Because you only captured them alive so they still live comfortably in prison like that. It was nonsense, but complaints have already spread quietly among the citizens. And then he came out like a comet that everyone was waiting for. A man who hunts villains has appeared. That is Egoistic. He was the person that every Korean person has been dreaming of. Of course, he caused the cruise ship's terrorism. No, to be exact, the case should be considered as an attempt terrorist incident. He did not cause any terrorism after all. No one pressed the button, the citizens were quickly convinced and easily backed off. And he defeated the terrorist hostage crisis at Daehyun Tower by himself. That incident was so big that it had to be buried. When other heroes were unable to do anything because of the hostages, he proudly entered the enemy camp by himself and succeeded in rescuing everyone without any death. He even gave them money. And Teleporter, who was graded as Class A because of the danger of his escape skill, was eliminated by him. The public showed their enthusiasm in many ways. It is not a coincidence that almost every community likes him and a fan cave for him has been opened. And those who confront him will naturally become evil. And it happened to be her. Hashin Haru took another sip of the mango frap in her hand. As she feels ashamed and painful, she wonders if this is why she became a hero. She was shocked to see even her close senior friend expressed that she likes egoistic lately. Sitting by the window in the cafe, she looked out. As spring came, cherry blossoms bloomed so beautifully on the street. She doesn't even have time to go see it because of both her college life and hero life. But even so, people are cursing at her. Even in the regular meeting of the Hero Association last time, she almost fainted as the general manager said with a smile, "I am getting more comfortable these days thanks to egoistic. It is not normal. Everyone except her is crazy. No, get a hold of yourself." She shook her head and decided to finish her assignment. She cannot be productive if she keeps digging into it like this. She has to do her homework. So she pulled herself together and tried to finish the assignment, until she got a call at this time. "Stardust, turn on the TV right now. Egoistic is back. He pointed you out again." Her face stiffened. Perhaps it is time for work again. Shinharu immediately kicked her seat and hurried out. No matter what people say, she is a hero. She is on her way to do her job. Long time no see, my fellow citizens. It is your likable villain, Egoistic, on a cliff with a panoramic view of the railroad. I greeted the camera. I am going to be broadcasted live on everyone's TV again. Actually, I think even with just a live stream on YouTube, the terrestrial TV will broadcast it on its own. This time I hijacked the waves again. Why? Because it can show my potential. Since the last hijacking incident, the broadcasting companies seem to have paid a lot of attention to the security, but it is nothing more than a useless decoration to me. Well, I actually did nothing. Seo-yoon did it all, but who would know that? Bowing my head, I looked at the hologram with my right eye hidden behind the mask. Using a high technology made by Seo-yoon, it has a function that allows me to see holograms in front of my eyes like the suit in Iron Man's world. But the important thing is that there was no software to put into this function. So I opened the chat window from the YouTube live broadcast. I opened it. The big one is coming. 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 Egoistic live on. Ha 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 ha. I was bored, but a fun event came. Ha 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 ha. What crazy stuff is he planning to do today? Ha 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 ha. Ego high meaning egoistic high. Let's go, mango stick. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. But I already regret it. Do they think this is a surprise event? I checked my reflection on the camera. As always, I am wearing my suit in black from head to toe. I am wearing a gray half mask on my face, which is my symbolic appearance. Honestly, I wanted to wear a black wizard hat here, but I could not because Seo-yoon refrained from that. Next time, I am going to use it secretly. Anyway, let's keep talking. I have been getting a lot of news lately. Yes, a lot of them are coming in. A lot of people like me. I saw my fan cave too. Gosh, it is very fascinating. Haha, I said with an awkward laugh. I scratched my head and laughed, but all of a sudden my face got serious. But I think you guys are misunderstanding something. I spoke with my low voice and walked to the edge of the cliff. The camera followed me and slowly approached me. I controlled all of it with my telekinesis. Phew, I am lucky to have this telekinetic power. Or I had to hire a personal cameraman. How awkward would it be to look at the cameraman on this cliff while bragging? Keeping my low voice, I continued while looking at the edge of the cliff. I am a criminal, guys. Do they use the word villain these days? Anyway, that's me. I think a lot of people forgot that I am a villain who eliminated other villains for my vulgar satisfaction, not for you guys. This brat, he is such a tsunderuwa, tn. Tsundere is a term for people who act rude, cold, and hostile towards the people they care about in order to conceal their warm and caring feelings. I almost fell off the cliff when I saw the chat window. Can't I turn this off in the middle? I should tell Seo-yoon to make an off function after this. I almost lost my mind, but I am a professional. I spoke up without changing my expression. In that sense, I have prepared another great project. I think you guys are not scared of me yet. Now, everyone, can you see the railroad far away? I fixed the camera to the track side of the train with my telekinesis. The tracks were straight all the way, but there was a forked road that extended to the other side in the middle. And the camera showed how people were tied up at the end of the track. Ha 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 ha, can you see this? The chat window turned upside down in an instant. Yes, this is it. This is it. Fear me more, I tied them up. People on the track. This place where the train runs straight? 5 innocent people are being tied up here. And the place where the train goes out, only one person is tied up at that crossroads. If this train keeps running straight, it will run over 5 people. But do you see the lever over there? If you pull that, the lever will change the track. So the train is going to hit only one person who is tied up there. I think I saw this somewhere. Isn't this the trolley dilemma? TN. Also known as the trolley problem. A series of thought experiments in ethics and psychology. Trolley dilemma for real? I could not help but look at the chat window. Oh, so people in this world also know about the trolley dilemma, unlike in The Dark Knight. Still, I guess no villains have done this yet. I swallowed a sigh of relief. Should we turn the lever? I am not going to switch it. FYI, stopping the train is not an option. I switched the screen shown by the camera. Now a view of the engine room in the running train is shown. The driver there was unconscious and collapsed. A masked woman was driving the train. Yes, that is Subin. Thank you, Subin. If you do something stupid, you might flip the train, so please keep that in mind. The only option is to turn the lever or not. Well, I will stop talking. Miss Stardust, please come. I will keep an eye on your moral judgment. Okay, the situation is all set. Now, Shinharu, you just need to come, Stardust again. At this point, this is true love. I completely ignored the chat window. Chapter 17. Time to choose terrorism. It sounds like a simple thing to do where you just need to throw a bomb. But in reality, it's complicated as it requires a lot of design and planning. Although I have caused only 2 large-scale terrorist attacks, I can assure you that it's true. Probably. People were tied to the tracks that the train passes. It sounds so easy, or does it? You might think that we can just kidnap a person and tie him up, but when you do it for real, it's not easy at all. Firstly, it was hard to find people that allowed me to tie them up. How uncomfortable would I feel if I tied up real citizens and killed them by mistake? Even though I have already gotten a lot of blood on my hands, I haven't been able to sleep at night after doing it. I was only an ordinary law-abiding citizen of South Korea not too long ago, so I picked out some rotten ones. Those who got off with a slap on the wrist even after committing a felony. It was somewhat easy to kidnap them because they were still living like trash. Even though I succeeded in kidnapping them, tying them to the tracks was also a big problem. Actually, it's somehow similar to the kidnapping part. There are too many CCTVs in Korea. They don't install them all over the place because of privacy violations, but sometimes they arrange them cautiously. Of course, I can avoid CCTV with my teleportation and the help of Seo-yoon's hacking skills, but tying people to the tracks in Korea, because there is that invincible hero, Shadow Walker, I will be in big trouble if I get caught doing something at night. It would be fine if various terrorist attacks happen at the same time since Shadow Walker cannot deal with all of them at once. But because all villains are cowards, it would be a big problem if they went out alone at night. Tusk. I mean, I teleported and tied people up in broad daylight. It's embarrassing and weird. Even if there was no CCTV, the day is bright, I am not sure how to feel about it and the train. Honestly, I know my sin is big. But since the previous cruise ship bombing and the building bombing of my followers, explosives inspections have been tightened everywhere, so I cannot install bombs on the train. So Subin had no choice but to get to work. She anesthetized the train driver and drove the train herself. Subin, I'm certain that she had no friends and only stayed at home since she was young, but she knows how to drive everything. From a helicopter to a train, an excavator, and even a plane. I asked her how she could do it, and I almost fainted as she said she learned it through a computer simulator. Rationally, it made no sense to me at all. But I decided to accept that fact as I found out that she started studying for the CSAT a week before and was still able to get into Seoul National University. That's right, geniuses surely are different from me. I thought she was similar to me since she was so timid, but I forgot that she was also a genius who could have a technical conversation with Seo-yoon. Am I the only normal one here? That's so sad anyway. We let Subin drive the train. It will be difficult for us if the driver suddenly stops or drifts the train to avoid hitting people. And if that happens, she will derail the train and die. It takes time, effort, and insurance to start terrorism. As I always say, I have a fragile body that can be killed instantly with just one punch from Stardust. I told her to pull the lever, but I can say farewell to this world when she pulls my spine. That's why I must have insurance. The first insurance is for Subin, who might have to derail the train. and the second insurance is for installing the bomb at the place where I tied those people in case Stardust attacks the train. Nothing is easy. Still, at least if I do it like this, I can show the citizens what a dangerous villain I am. I can raise Stardust favorability again. I, Dylan, can sacrifice myself for my favorite character. And just in time, she's coming here. With her blonde hair flying, Stardust is coming in her red latex suit that I have no idea how she had time to change. It's the same feeling every time I see her, how pretty she is. Will I ever be able to date a girl who is as beautiful as Stardust? I don't think so, probably. Of course, Subin's beauty is also pretty comparable to Stardust even so. Anyway, it's time to get back to the concept. Although I can feel my hands and legs getting shaky, I already chose this concept. Protecting her by being evil. Oh, the star of the day, Miss Stardust, you are finally here. I clapped my hands and greeted Stardust. She landed a little far from me. You punk, what the hell are you doing? Well, actually my concept is not the only weird thing. I didn't notice it when I read the comic, but after hearing it directly from Stardust, you and I, we both picked the wrong concept. Don't you think so? Hearing an ordinary female college student like Shin Haru speak in a historical drama tone in modern times is weird. Of course, I'm also not a pushover. Ha 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 ha, what am I doing? I just wanted to see if you could make a moral choice. You punk. Do you think that you will be fine if you slaughter citizens like that? Citizens, not killing, haven't done it. That Stardust, why is she trying to slander our Mango stick like that? Really? Do you really think that his name is Mango, me likey? You mean who? I mean I like Stardust. I'm being sarcastic, I don't like her. Didn't you say that you liked Egostick? I think you do mean that you like her. What the duck, why are there two meanings for like? Judge it based on the context. This dude, I guess it's your first time seeing slang in the community, you cannot get yourself together. WWWWTN, it is used to express laughter. Release Kim Sunwoo. 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 Stop leaving comments. I hate seeing Stardust face. I checked the chat window one more time, and even in this situation, they are even more abusive toward Stardust. No, I have to hurry up and turn the table. I spoke up in an exaggerated voice. Well, that's not the problem. Right now, the train is coming, and the problem is it's going to hit 5 people. Why don't you go over there and quickly decide whether to pull the lever or not? I could see veins growing on Stardust's forehead as I spoke in a sarcastic tone. Is there any reason why I should not just leave you here? What? Of course there is a reason. You know what this is, right? I quickly pulled the detonator out of my robe. Did I not explain this yet? Probably not yet. Now can you see this? If I press it, all 6 of them will be wiped out. And if I die, my men who are driving the train will not stay still, right? So you better calm down. Stardust did not seem to like it very much, but she seemed convinced. Phew, that was close. But I don't have time right now. I think the train is almost here. Now, breaking news, the train is getting close. As soon as I finished, I teleported to the lever under the cliff. Looking up at the cliff from below, Stardust was looking around to find me but then flew toward the lever a little later. Now, it's time to make a choice. What will you do? If you don't turn the lever, the 5 people who are tied up there will die. Nua, don't go there, you can just derail the train. Yes, lever. If you turn the lever, only 1 person will die. Please decide quickly whether to sacrifice 1 to save 5. Quickly finishing my words, I climbed back up the cliff. On the cliff, the camera filmed Stardust, who is thinking hard in front of the lever. And the sound of a train coming in right away can be heard. Now, the train to Pentakill is coming in. What choice will our Stardust make? TN. In the video game Valorant, the term is used when a single player eliminates 5 players and becomes an ace. She has to turn the lever. If she turns the lever, Stardust will be the one who kills that 1 person, right? If she stays still, she will be innocent, but if she turns the lever, she will kill someone with her own hands. It will be the right choice if she turns it, because she will save 4 people in a utilitarian way. Even in the chat window, people are having mixed opinions. Still, everyone seems to expect Stardust to turn the lever. Yeah, everyone certainly would think that way. But I know, the Stardust I know is not that kind of person. The train is just around the corner. Stardust, who was suffering in front of the lever, did not pull the lever in the end. She then clenched her fist and started running toward the train. Dylan, she is running towards me. What should I do? I heard Subin scream from my in-ear. She must be looking at Stardust running straight to her from the engine room. I hurriedly muted the camera I was filming and told her, "Don't worry, she is not coming to hurt you. Probably she is going to try blocking the train with her body. All right. If it's the Stardust I know, the most righteous Shinharu, I knew she would choose a path that no one would get hurt. Now I'm going to make her stand out that way." After taking the camera off mute, I screamed while tearing my hair out with my hands. "No way, what the hell is Stardust doing?" "Oh my god," I screamed like a pterodactyl and I could feel the pain in my throat right away. "Stardust, are you watching? I'm so screwed up for you." Chapter 18. Hero, the train is moving fast. What will happen if the train properly hits a person? Well, most people would have the same thought. That person is going to break into pieces. That is a common thought. In that sense, what do you think when you see someone running toward an oncoming train? You would not able to think much other than, these days, people try so many ways to suicide. The view that I'm looking at now is the same. A slender woman is running straight to the train, but I have faith in her. I believe that she will not be shattered. But this is not the time for me to say so. It's time to be exaggerated. I made a fuss at the sight. No, is that even possible? If you do that, you will be shattered. Did Stardust finally go out of her mind? I know Stardust is an A-class hero, but can she handle that? No, I don't think Stardust will be able to handle it. I saw the data posted by the Hero Association. The maximum amount of her physical strength is less than that train crash. What will happen? I said that she should have chosen either 1 or 5 deaths, but it seems like we will have 6 deaths. Wait. Miss Stardust, why are you trying to kill yourself? Stop! I'm screaming on the cliff loud enough for Stardust to hear me. I was only watching Stardust running into the train in vain, but the chat window is heating up. Koitsu. Why is he panicking over meeting a mad woman? WWWWWTN, this brat. It is actually a Japanese word, but Koreans use it as slang. He only recreated a dilemma, but someone is committing suicide. Ha 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 ha, why is mango stick frozen? He became an ice mango. WWWWWWW, I think they should upgrade him to an S-class villain. He can eliminate an A-class hero by doing nothing. Ha 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 ha, these crazy brats. If Stardust dies, we are doomed too. It's not time for you guys to laugh. Isn't Stardust in charge of Seoul? I don't live in Seoul, so it doesn't matter. Ha 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 ha, as long as it's not me, ha 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 ha. This is not my intention, I muttered bitterly. To be exact, I'm pretending to be bitter. Not my intention, my ass. Of course, this is my intention. With Stardust personality, there is no way that she would let anyone sacrifice. She would rather sacrifice herself. Stardust. Shinharu. Shinharu goes through many hardships in the original comic. All kinds of extraordinary villains do their best and try various ways to kill Stardust. In the process, Shinharu's body and mind become tattered. Even though she is more righteous than anyone else, she constantly suffers. On the first day that I realized that I had stepped into this strange world, I made a promise. Let's relieve Stardust, Shinharu's pain. But there is a tiny problem. Like any hero in the hero movies, Shinharu also gets stronger as she goes through hardships. The more exhausted your mind is, the stronger your ability will get, and the harder your body is, the stronger your ability will also get. A grass-like character who overcomes hardships. But the thing is, the odds are fading as I decide to remove villains instead of her. She has to suffer, but she doesn't suffer because of me. If she does not suffer, she cannot become stronger. And if she cannot get stronger, there will be a lot of trouble. As I said before, the world which was made up in the original comic will become power inflation. Obviously, Korea, where appropriate heroes and appropriate villains are gathered, becomes a story of villains becoming insanely stronger over time and Stardust also becoming insanely stronger. And the US in this worldview, the United States is always in a state where it seems to be able to turn into a mess in 5 minutes. Korea is the world's #1 in having no S-class hero, and also a country that has the most S-class villains. A country where all kinds of incidents and accidents happen every day. In the second half of the story, some kind of deity appears, and also the world has to face global destruction, which even the S-class people in the US cannot stop, but my Stardust prevents them all. I have been talking for too long, but the bottom line is that Stardust have to suffer and get stronger to prevent the end of the world. And now I'm the one who has to give her the hardships. Wouldn't it be better for Stardust to suffer from me, who is in charge of a systematic and well-organized hardship curriculum, rather than suffering from those unpredictable villains that only cause casualties to the citizens and property damages? Anyway, I'm better than them. And the first of my hardship gift set is blocking the train, which is coming right away. Yeah, it can be hard. It can be hard, but we will be able to withstand it for one day. Stardust, cheer up. At that moment, Stardust crashed into the train. Bump, a tremendous roar that can be heard all the way here. Aya, aya, aya. Also, Subin's scream, "I'm so sorry, Subin, please hang in there a little longer." I watched the sight with my mouth open. Through a cloud of dust, the train kept running. However, it's certainly slowing down, because someone is pushing it at the front. The squeaking train, which was slowing down, finally managed to stop just right in front of those 5 people. It works, it stopped. Phew, I secretly sighed, hold on. Stardust is okay, right? I looked there with my fist clenched. She made it, right? She definitely made it. There is no way my Stardust would collapse because of this. That's right, she definitely made it. I gulped down my saliva without myself knowing. An unprecedented situation. The dust began to clear out. I somehow started to feel anxious. What if she died? Oh, then that cannot happen. A horrifying moment. Before I knew it, all the dusty clouds were cleared up. What appeared in it was the image of Stardust standing firm. I opened my clenched fist and shouted without realizing it. Yes, I mean, oh, you made it. You made it, wow, you made it. Yeah, this is not what I planned, but well, all right. You solved this dilemma in your own way. All right. Did he just yell yes? Ha 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 ha, doesn't he look happier than anyone else since Stardust is okay? I knew it from the moment this mango stick killed the other villains and wrote Stardust's name. He is Stardust #1 fan all this time. www, what the duck? Yes, he said, ha 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 ha, ego stick is so cute. Wow, but Stardust made it. How did she do that? Wasn't the speed like 140? How can a person withstand that? Not a person, she is a hero. Stardust, 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 Stardust. Stardust, Stardust, Stardust. Mom, I'm going to become Stardust when I grow up. Mom, I'm going to become Stardust when I grow up. Mom, I'm going to become Stardust when I grow up. Seriously, ha 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 ha. I thought Stardust would be cursed whether she turns the lever or not, but she solved it like this. Ha 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 ha, those who curse it at Stardust, come out right now. Egostick still caused 0 casualties. Is this for real? Egostick is really a legend. I'm asking the association to appoint Egostick as an A-class hero. The reactions in the chat window are also very good. Yeah, this is it. Stardust deserves this. I'm relieved. Good, good. Even though there were also 0 casualties this time, there will be more people who will fall out of me, yes. I can take this much sacrifice for my Stardust. Right at the moment I was so moved by myself, I could see Stardust collapsing in the distance. Oh, I immediately went to Stardust. Stardust collapsed on the floor. Covering in dust, she could barely open her eyes and she was wheezing. She looked like she was about to pass out. You punk, Stardust called me in an exhausting voice. Looking at how she looked like she was about to faint, I felt a little sorry. I made her suffer because she had to, but I feel sorry for making it hard on her like this. Before she faints, I should at least say something. I sat on one knee beside her and spoke up. Yes, Stardust. Good job, in a way that I could have never imagined. I didn't expect you to save everyone in that way. It's your victory. I'm going to take off now, so get some rest. There will be other heroes coming soon. As I whispered, I reached out one hand and closed her eyes. She tried to resist for a while, but as soon as her eyes closed, she seemed to have completely lost her strength as she breathed heavily, but eventually she fell asleep. Yeah, it must have been hard for her. I stood up and turned around, then said goodbye to the camera. All right, that was my terrorism for today. Thank you for watching. Everything seems quiet now. I should pick up the fainted Subin in the engine room and head home. After my ending greeting, I turned off the camera. As soon as the broadcast was turned off, the chat ended. What was that between the two of them? That was the last comment. And that night, a love scandal between Egostick and Stardust broke out. Is this really Korea? Chapter 19. The end of the world. If you tie people to the rail and just leave the train running, it will hit 5 people. But if you turn the lever, only the one that was tied on the other track will be hit. So will you turn the lever? Egostick made a dilemma. In fact, it's a quite philosophically well-known dilemma. The so-called trolley dilemma. If the train keeps running, it hits 5 people. But if you turn the lever, it only hits 1 person. In a utilitarian way, it's right to turn the lever, since 4 people can be saved. But can you really turn it? It's a sad accident when the train hits 5 people. In this world, they might consider it as a sad terrorist attack. But if you turn the lever, it's not an accident anymore. It's an accident when 5 people die, but once the lever is turned, you will be the one who killed that one person. The one who didn't have to die will die because you turned the lever. Well, it's this kind of dilemma, and I embodied this dilemma in the real world. Stardust had made a brilliant breakthrough by taking action from a situation that cannot be solved in a verbal dilemma. She did not even think about where to turn the lever and head the train. She stepped up and stopped the train herself. Stardust has superpower. She is different from a man with double abilities like me. She is powerful and she can fly in the sky at the same time. They are called superhuman strength and flying ability to be exact. She also has double abilities, so her abilities are a little flawed like me. Of course, not as much as I am. For superhuman strength, the one that has this ability only can collapse buildings alone. The same thing for the one who has flying ability, only that person can fly at Mach speed in the sky. Of course, both are heroes in the US. Stardust isn't at the same level as them. She's powerful but not enough to make a building collapse in one punch, and she cannot fly at a supersonic speed. And of course, as the ones who have double abilities, we still have some flaws, but she's much better than I am still. It's true that she's a little lacking. Of course, people with double abilities are pretty rare, and the superhuman strength and flying ability are very compatible, so that's why she got graded as Class A, but there are at least 2 of disappointment. But she's the main character of this comic. The unique characteristic that differs from others is the improvement of her abilities, the ability that helps her go through hardships and adversity to become stronger. That's why I arranged an event for her to strengthen her muscles, make Stardust great again. Honestly, she wasn't able to stop the running train, but when the actual situation came, she was filled with the desire to save every person. And her favorability has also improved. Somehow her popularity, which dropped after confronting me, has risen again because of this chance. Her action of throwing herself like a clamp to block the train has impressed people who watched it on television across the country. It was good that people started to like Stardust again. But why did a love scandal break out? I'm watching TV in vain. After the rebellion, I teleported home and woke up after a good night's sleep on the fatigue recovery capsule. Seo-yoon grabbed my hand and dragged me to watch TV. She sat me on the sofa. The big title of today's show is shown on TV. Egoistic Stardust Love Scandal, what the hell is this? I shouted as soon as I saw what was on the TV. But no matter what I said, people on the TV already started saying what they wanted to say. Hello, this is the weekly entertainment show. These two are the hottest topics these days, right? Villain Egoistic, which is the most popular in Korea at the moment, and the rising hero Stardust. Their love scandal is sweeping the Korean entertainment industry these days. Reporter Park, how did it lead to this love scandal? An entertainment program on terrestrial TV. The female anchor asked the question to the male reporter who looked somewhat like a professional. Yes, we can see it from Egoistic's actions. Suddenly, the man brought out a panel from below and put it in front of him. There are stickers on the white panel, and impressive pink texts that are written in pink at the top, Egoistic Stardust. The first reason is Egoistic openly chasing for her love. He took the white sticker off the panel. I could see letters and pictures which were folded inside. 1. Egoistic's love letter. The man continued with a serious look on his face. Speaking with such an expression, he was wearing a suit and horn-rimmed glasses. He looked like a CEO reporting the performance at the general shareholders meeting. Of course, what came out of his mouth is nothing but a ridiculous rumor. Egoistic's first step was killing S-class villain and Zodiac and A-class villain Rhino. But that's not the main point. This is what matters. He pointed to the picture on the panel he was holding. In the picture, you can see the letters that were written in blood. The letters were written like this. Death to a worse man than me. Death to someone weaker than me. To you, Stardust. Today's phrase, which the reporter probably does not know, was the result of me, who chose a concept to go with and committed the crime for the first time in this world, rushing without knowing how far I should keep my concept. Perhaps because it was my first time, I was very motivated. And perhaps because it was my first murder, I was too drunk on my emotions as I did drug myself a bit before that. I have seen it somewhere before and I thought it was cool, so I wrote it down in my blood. But in that sober state, I couldn't realize how cheesy it would be. Now I'm still adjusting the cheesiness in my concept, but anyway, since I thought it was cool, I wrote it down and things turned out like that. Gosh, honestly, at first, I was proud of myself because of the perfect rhyme that I wrote. Of course, I realized how strange it was when Seo-yoon burst out laughing as soon as she saw it now. It has become my dark past. Every time someone mentions it, I blush so hard. I think I'm a little traumatized because Seo Yoon keeps teasing me like, death to someone weaker than me blah blah. Anyway, now that reporter has finally revealed the dark past that I wanted to erase so badly. Looking to my side, Seo Yoon is bursting into laughter again. I feel relieved that Subin is not next to me. The reporter analyzed my dark past with a very serious expression. Now, can you see these words here? It's a message left at the scene himself after Egostic committed his crime. The thing that we should notice is, again, the last line to you, Stardust. In fact, from the beginning, Egostic consistently was hitting on Stardust. He eliminated the villains and gave them to Stardust as gifts. He is actually openly chasing after her. I didn't give them to her as gifts, I was just trying to drag an aggro. What if I worked hard on doing bad things but they assigned some weird hero instead of Stardust? That is why I refer that note to Stardust to drag an aggro. Do they know how much Stardust hates vigilantes? The second reason is the terrorist attacks. Honest, we can barely call Egostic's terrorism as a proper terrorism, because the results show 0 casualties. It's worth nothing in both of his attacks, he only triggered Stardust, and she handled both of them excellently. The scene of my terrorist attacks came out on the screen. They were showing the footage where Stardust spoke to the people on the ships and blocked the train by herself. She looks cool, and what Egostic said afterward is also very significant. Let's listen to it. And now my voice is coming out. That is what I said to her while I was wondering after the ship terrorism was defeated. Check the previous episodes, it was because of you. Everyone suddenly became united after your speech. Okay, all right. I guess I underestimated you. It was something that no one else could do. You wouldn't just enlighten the public with a single word, right? Oh, I said that? Before my confusion went away, another voice came out. This time it was what I told her in the previous train attack. Yes, Miss Stardust. Good job. I did not expect you to save everyone in a way that I could never have imagined. It's your victory. The reporter, who was quietly listening to my voice, suddenly jumped out of his seat. Ignoring the surprised anchor, he began to shout loudly. Look at this. If this is not love, what is it then? When Mango Stick said that last sentence and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust fell asleep soundly. If they are not dating, then how do you describe dating? He started screaming, tearing his hair out. That crazy guy, am I really watching a terrestrial broadcast? What the hell is this? I screamed as I picked up the remote control and threw it at the TV. Seo Yoon, who was watching next to me, has been laughing for so long that she can hardly breathe. The camera suddenly turned to the surprised anchor looking at the reporter, then finally switched to commercials. The caption checking the broadcast was put on the screen, so I guess it was a broadcasting accident. Duck, yeah. Who would call me Mango Stick on a show? I could only hang my head low and feel frustrated. No matter how hard I think about it, the Republic of Korea is crazy. I found out later that the reporter was a member of my passionate fan club, commonly referred to as Mango Union. Although he faced a relegation due to the sudden accident, he received a bonus rather than disciplinary action as the show recorded a high rating. Seriously, the world is coming to an end. Chapter 20. Coincidence? Shin Haru threw the remote control toward the TV. Of course, if she put all her strength into throwing it, her new UHD TV could be smashed, so she kept that in mind and threw it as gently as possible. Of course, bump, it hit the wall, ha, she wheezed. After calming herself down, she sat on the sofa and took some time to think. How many years has she been a hero under the name of Stardust? The first time she got her abilities was probably around middle school or high school, so she has been a hero for a pretty long time. She was determined to be a hero who could throw villains into prisons to get revenge for her late parents. But even then, she had never imagined this before. Dating a villain? Shin Haru sighed and headed to the refrigerator. She needs something sweet because she is so frustrated. She naturally took out a cool juice box and drank it, and when she checked the name on the juice box, she frowned. Minute Maid Mango. Now Mango reminds her of that Egostic brat. Egostic's supporters call him Mango Stick, right? She felt like her mind was corrupted. Her favorite thing is mango. Honestly, she hates mango itself, but she likes mango-flavored things like mango juice, mango frap, and mango shaved ice. But now she can never see mango like how she saw it before. Every time she sees a mango now, she will think of that Mango Stick. My mind is corrupted. She was slightly depressed. Although a person's perception changes from time to time as life goes on, she has never imagined that it would change in this way. Hashi decided to get some fresh air out of the window. She opened the window and put her head out. A cool spring breeze blows by. The bright sunlight reflected on her blonde hair. She gave a dreamy performance as if it was twinkling. The men, who casually looked up from the street, dazed at her, but she did not notice. She had a lot on her mind. And the main idea in her thought is definitely that egoistic guy. Egoistic. She thought it was a funny name. Egoistic. Doesn't it remind you of a weak old man walking with a stick? Of course, she told that to her close older friend and received a pitiful gaze from her, so she decided to keep that idea for herself from now on. She was surprised at herself as she thought about how egoistic would be a better name than egoistic. Why the hell is she considering a villain's name for that guy? She shook her head off the idea. Still, she couldn't help but feel disturbed whenever she thought of egoistic, something that she cannot explain in words. Complex emotions fill her up. They become a mass of irrepressible thoughts, then rise and disappear in her mind. And she thought it was weird. Obviously, when you think of an evil villain, you have to think of hatred and disgust. But why do these complex emotions come to her mind? Among many emotions, there certainly were other things that weren't hatred or disgust. Egoistic. He is well known on the internet right now. No, not only is he well known on the internet, but also in real life. Even her close friend Kihyun said she joined the Mango Union last time. In the chat room where students from her department gather, people sometimes mention Mango Stick, but they were all talking good about him. She asked how everyone can be like that after watching the live stream of the train attack. At first, they covered up for Egoistic, saying that both attacks caused 0 casualties. Later, when they revealed that all the people who were tied to the rail were those who committed terrible crimes and got off with a slap on the wrist, people blindly began to praise Egoistic again. People joke around about how Stardust didn't have to stop the train. Honestly, Korean people's enthusiasm for Egoistic has already reached the level of fanaticism. For the people who have only eaten sweet potatoes so far, Egoistic, who has been making them feel so refreshing with his actions, is so popular that they even made a catchphrase for him: please, if you are Korean, let's support Egoistic. Tien, this phrase refers to frustrating people, and the love scandal she saw earlier. She could feel her face burning up. The blood letters, his terrorist attacks, and so on, every actions of him so far, they are all because he likes her. What nonsense, she shouted in spite of herself. Why on earth does he like her? Because of her face? Yeah, probably that's the reason. There is no other explanation other than that. As expected, Egoistic must also be one of those who are only into her face. But there is one thing for sure. She looked down at her hand and clenched her fist. She definitely strengthened her muscles. After stopping the train last time, she definitely has gotten stronger. It's good to be stronger, it's what she has always aimed for. I don't know as much as she didn't know why she was confused herself, she let out a sigh. But one good thing is that her haters disappeared after this incident. Honestly, she was more concerned than anyone else while pretending not to care about the reaction of the public, so she was quite relieved that the public began to like her again. Honestly, she dropped her favorability because of Egoistic, but also thanks to Egoistic, it went up again. It feels like Egoistic is shaking her life. In fact, it must not be wrong to say so, because she was assigned to deal with Egoistic from the superior office. As she was feeling upset, her phone rang. The caller is Kim Kihyun, a senior student who she is close with in university. Hello, oh Haru, do you want to hang out? The weather is nice. Hang out, hang out. Come to think of it, she doesn't hang out with her friends a lot, studying and working as a hero. There wasn't enough time to do both, but her friend asked her to hang out. Usually she would reject the offer. She had no time to relax since she had to study and work as a hero at the same time. At the beginning, she was so busy that she couldn't even sit in the association's office for too long, even though she likes it because it's sunny from where she sits. But she has been worried about Egoistic these days. The suggestion to hang out was quite tempting. Oh sure, when should we go? Today, what do you think? There is a festival. I have always wanted to go there. Oh, festival sounds good. Today I do have time, see you later then. But what festival is it? Ice cream festival, it sounds fun, right? Yeah, was there an ice cream festival in the world? She thought to herself. A Seoul where buildings crammed up, cars roamed around, and people busily moved around. Far away from it there was our underground base. Egoistic, a villain who terrorizes the whole Korea. Han Seo-yoon, a genius hacker who can destroy Korea's network system with just one finger. Lee Subin, an all-rounded assistant who is good at hacking, housework, and driving. This place where all three of us are gathered is called Ego Base. Although it's located deep underground, it's a cozy place with LED lights that can replace the sun. Sometimes I like resting at home. Didn't I live too busily these days? It's not easy for me, who was an ordinary citizen, to act as a villain. I was a little nervous because thousands of people were watching me on the last broadcast. Every word of mine will be on the news. They already wrote news about the last time when I accidentally cheered yes while watching Stardust stop the train. They mostly wrote about our love scandal, those trashy reporters. They are so quick-witted anyway, there's nothing good about dragging an aggro too often. These days, I'm resting at home idly. What I usually do is play with Seoyoon. She's a senior in middle school and she doesn't have any friends. How bored must she be? Subin joined us to play either board games or Switch. Even though she said this was something only kids would play, it was cute to see her having fun together in our living room. Yeah, kids should play like kids. Looking at the computers too much is not good for them. Anyway, it's just another day of us staying still and resting. While watching TV, I was eating the apple that Subin peeled, and Seoyoon, who was doing something in her room, rushed to me. Then she showed me something and asked me to go with her. Ice cream festival? Yeah, I told you last time. That's today, we have to go. Seoyoon was talking with her sparkling eyes. Subin, standing next to her, also seems to want to go. Yeah, come to think of it, I might have heard of it. The 13th International Ice Cream Festival, I have never heard of anything like this in the original comic. Seoyoon is explaining to me that it's their first time holding it in Korea and there are so many things to see. I felt a little strange because I had never heard of an ice cream festival in my life. Seoyoon likes to stay at home the most because she likes staying inside like me. But since she asked me to go with her first, I guess she really wanted to go. Do you really like ice cream that much? All right, let's go. Go and get changed, I shouted as I stood up. Well, nothing is going to happen, right? Chapter 21. At the festival, the weather is nice. At this place where the warm spring breeze blows by. The last time I came out to terrorize was already last week. I haven't been out since and I have been stuck in the house, so it has been a long time since I came out. On the way to the festival, Seoyoon and Subin were walking on the street after a while. Oh, it has not been a long time for Subin. She has always been back and forth for grocery shopping. Anyway, I felt better since I could see the sun after a long time. Seriously, people sometimes need to sunbathe like this. In the sun, what is that called again? I heard someone say that it contains vitamin D, so you cannot stay inside for too long. Oppa, are you wearing black again? Seoyoon is scolding me again. I have known this since we have lived together for quite a long time, but there is a standard for Seoyoon calling me between Hayoung and Oppa. She usually calls me Hayoung, but she only calls me Oppa when she wants to ask for a favor or when she feels good. Can't you just call me Oppa? Honestly, I think she will call me Oppa if I grab and scold her. But I certainly don't want to go that far, because it would make us feel awkward and distant. I will wait until the day she opens her heart. Someday she will constantly call me Oppa for good, right? I'm sure that day will come. Anyway, I'm happy to hear her calling me Oppa because she's in a good mood now. But why am I wearing black again? I checked my clothes. I'm wearing a black coat. Normally, I would wear it underneath. The coat is covered so no one will see it anyway. But as a result, I'm wearing all black like when I'm egoistic again. No, I look the best in black. I decided to tell Seoyoon the truth that she did not know. Seoyoon, black is for men. What do you mean? Seoyoon said it with a smile. She's not usually this bright. I'm quite surprised since I have been waiting for her to throw away that contemptuous face. I guess she is really in a good mood now as she hums along the way. Seoyoon, so you were really into ice cream. Or is she feeling good because it has been a while since she went out? Subin was also smiling happily while covering her mouth as she found how cute Seoyoon was. Perhaps because of Seoyoon's unique silver hair, people are glancing at her, and Subin is also a pretty girl, so even if she is just walking on the street, people begin to pay attention to her. What's wrong with them? FYI, the first time Subin was on broadcast, she put on a derecognition filter. Of course, the derecognition filter itself is a function that makes people who see them limited to their faces into facial recognition disorders, so it doesn't work for me who already knows how Subin looks. It's fascinating now that I think about it. I just have to wear a mask and a filter on all kinds of shows, and then I can confidently walk around with my bare face. Subin must have the filter on whenever she goes out. FYI, this derecognition filter is also the crystal of the latest technology. An American genius researcher invented it saying, until one do the heroes have to wear weird tight masks. When they put it on as a decoration, the derecognition filter works on their faces for a certain period of time. There's one in each office of the Hero Association. And somehow Seo Yoon looked at the design and recreated it. So there's another one in our underground base. Thank you, Seo Yoonaman. Tien. Seo Yoon Doraemon Seo Yoonaman. If I don't have this filter, I'm doomed. Subin could not go grocery shopping either. If Subin cannot go outside, she has no choice but to order delivery food for 3 meals. Even though that is what you call a homebody, oh, I can see it. Seo Yoon shouted in excitement. Yeah, I can see it too. The 13th International Ice Cream Festival at this place, where there's a big banner, it's the site of an ice cream festival that I had no idea about its existence. Every street is full of booths with refrigerators. I couldn't help but wonder how much the electricity bill used for this festival would be combined. Seo Yoon is already excited. She is looking around in all directions. And Subin is also looking around because she is amazed. Oh, it's rice ice cream. Seo Yoon is running towards somewhere. Hey, wait for me. Subin and I slowly followed. Seo Yoon already bought the ice cream and was holding it. White ice cream in a cone, it tastes good. Do you want to have a bite? Seo Yoon asked, her eyes sparkling. Rice ice cream. I have only heard of it, but I have never tried. All right, give me some. I took the cone that Seo Yoon gave me and took a bite. It's delicious. I thought it would taste like Heatbin, but it tasted similar to vanilla more than I thought. Tien, a Korean brand of instant rice. Oh, it's edible. Subin, have some too. What? Subin's face is turning red as she is flustered. What's wrong with her? It's delicious. Aren't you going to try it? Yeah, dig in. Subin's face gradually turned red as Seo Yoon repeated aggressively, and eventually she dropped her head. Okay, give me some please. She stuttered and reached out. Why did she turn into the timid Subin of the early days again? Is it because we are forcing her to eat it? Is the nightmare of the first we met coming to life? This is indirect. Am I the only one think it's weird? She muttered something, but I couldn't hear her because her voice was so tiny. Then, she closed her eyes and took a bite. Wait, why is she being so serious over eating ice cream? It's good. She took a bite saying it was delicious with her eyes shining. Right? It's more savory than I thought, so it was worth trying. After taking a bite, the remaining cone went back to Seo Yoon's hand, and she finished the rest neatly. She is eating well. So we went around the festival and tasted ice cream for a while. Eating so many of them somehow made me feel like I just spent money like water, but there was no problem because all I have is money. I could see all sorts of ice cream, perhaps because it was a world-class festival that was held around the world. Basic ice creams such as chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, and mint chocolate, to brand ice creams such as My Dad is an Alien and Shooting Star. And besides those, there are a lot of ice creams that you cannot see anywhere else. Wasabi flavor, cold noodle flavor, steak flavor, ramen flavor, terrible combination of ice cream flavors. But the steak tasted better than I expected. I guess it somehow tasted like eating grilled meat flavored ice cream. I have no idea what I'm talking about either. And there were also flavors that should not exist in this world, such as desk flavor, booger flavor, and earwax flavor. Why are you selling that for money? Of course, we played rock, paper, scissors and decided that the loser had to buy the booger flavor. Subin, who lost with scissors, suddenly changed her expression after her first bite, then she just threw the rest away. Don't eat it, just give it to the trash can. Right now, I'm eating mango-flavored ice cream. I don't know why I have to eat mango flavor here, don't you think so, Seo Yoon? When I asked reproachfully, she whispered confidently without being ashamed. What she said after tiptoeing and putting her words in my ears was, you are the leader of Mango Union, so you should eat mango-flavored ice cream. Seo Yoon, honestly, don't you think mango or anything is a bit of a headache now? It's not fun if you eat too much. No, it's fun every time I do it. And no matter how much you deny it, your fan club name is Mango Union. Seo Yoon burst into laughter. Now she finally lives for the fun of teasing me, all right, as long as you are happy. Looking at this and that, I came to the event corner. This place sells collaborative ice cream such as Frankenstein ice cream, Mickey Mouse flavored ice cream. There is an Egostic ice cream over there, huh? Wait, what flavor of ice cream? Now you can only eat it here, Egostic ice cream. There was a woman in the booth who started touting. What the hell? This is a violation of superpower rights. Opa, do you also have ice cream? Ha 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 ha, Seo Yoon bursted into laughter. Is it funny to you? Wait, Subin also turned her head and laughed too. The funniest thing is that people are standing in line only for that one. In front of us, there are a lot of people holding ice cream and taking pictures. Is it for their Instagrams? I feel dizzy at the strong request of Seo-yoon and Subin. I eventually lined up and bought my own flavor ice cream. I wonder what it tastes like. The ice cream itself is a common vanilla with a half mask, which is my trademark, made of chocolate. They even made my eyes and mouth with chocolate, which made me feel so strange. The difference is that there is mango inside. Fortunately, it was worth eating. Will the person selling it ever know? That egoistic came and ate her egoistic ice cream. A little further down, there was a game booth, throwing darts at the balloons. If you get a lot, you will get a prize. But perhaps since it's an ice cream festival, the prize is also ice cream. 10 layers of ice cream? What the? Seo-yoon, I will show you. I used to be a master of dart throwing. I will get you a 10-layer of ice cream or something. Do-in, are you trying to trick me with your telekinesis? Stunned by Seo-yoon's words, I decided to play the game normally. That is why I don't like quick-witted kids. The booth was designed for 2 people to play at the same time, and there was no one, so I could play it right away. Few this heavy but chilly feeling. I was talking nonsense to Seo-yoon with a dart, and someone came to play the game next to me. Without thinking, I glanced to the side to see who had come. My brain stopped working. The silky blonde hair, the beauty that is prettier than anyone in this world. It was Stardust, Shin Haru. She came to play the game. Oh, why are you here? Chapter 22, The Meeting. Haru here. In front of the ice cream festival venue. Shin Haru got off the bus and met her senior. Oh, Unnai, you already came. I just got here too. Let's go inside. Okay. The two of them decided to look around the festival together. Haru looked at her older friend who was chattering with a bright smile. Kihyun is 1 year older than her, but she is short and bright. She looks more like a younger sister. Kihyun, do you want to try this? It's rice-flavored ice cream. All right. Seeing her older friend eating ice cream deliciously makes her feel good. Honestly, she doesn't like ice cream that much, but hanging out with her close friend after a while makes her feel better. The truth is Shin Haru doesn't have many friends. Ever since she was young, she has been living while building a wall with others because she had to maintain her studying and her hero life. If Kihyun had not actively approached her, she would have no friends while attending college. Of course, she has friends as a hero. Shadow Walker and North Sea Ice Girl, who are also a class heroes, are representative. But they don't contact each other. Honestly, because Shadow Walker is only active at night, as he keeps a life pattern of sleeping during the day and waking up at night, it's hard to meet him. And the North Sea Ice Girl is always busy covering the bottom of the Korean peninsula alone. That's why the chat room where the 3 of them gather is always silent. Stardust herself is also busy with egoistic holding many thoughts. She walked down the street with her friend. They certainly caught a lot of attention as they walked by. Kim Kihyun has a cute appearance, but Shin Haru stood out more since she is tall for a woman and has blonde hair. She also looked cold and chic to others, but sometimes, the sight of her smiling while talking with her friend made a lot of men's hearts pound. Of course, some of those men were watching while walking with their girlfriends, so these girls unintentionally were the reason for various couples to break up. But they don't seem to know that. Shin Haru and Kim Kihyun, who had been walking around, slowly finished eating and walked to the venue. Wow, they even have egoistic ice cream over there. Her friend asked her to go there with a bright smile. Even though she came out here to forget about egoistic, Haru's face stiffened as she faced egoistic again. But her friend, who has already joined the Mango Union, does not seem to notice. The 2 of them stood in line to buy the ice cream. Haru let out a sigh and took a picture of her friend who was eating while smiling happily. And she felt bitter as she looked at her friend. Still, she thought that it was fortunate that her friend had not shown herself swearing at Stardust. Among the Mango Union who support the villain, some of them curse at Stardust. She searched for the comments herself, and eventually she was shocked as she read them. Time already flew so much as they took pictures and walked around the rest of the festival. It has been a while since she spent time with Kihyun, so it was a valuable time. Although she still feels disturbed as she thinks about egoistic, let's play that and call it a day before we go home. Kihyun pointed to the booth where they were throwing darts at the balloons. They said that if anyone got more than a certain number, then they would get a 10-layer ice cream as the prize. What the hell is 10-layer ice cream? Sure, they walked toward the place. The booth is designed to accommodate 2 guests at the same time. The other customer already occupied one side. At first, she thought that they were a family who was hanging out. Mom, dad, and their daughter. Both the mom and dad have black hair, but their daughter's hair is white. Did she dye her hair? She was curious about the silver-haired girl who she saw for the first time. Looking at them closely, the daughter must be in middle school, but her mom and dad look so young. So perhaps they are not a family. What is their relationship then? While she was thinking about it, she felt something suspicious. Since when did she become the type who is curious about people like that? Perhaps because she was amazed by the girl's silver hair, she was the type who only took a quick glance even if a man with green afro hair walked by. But strangely, this family seems interesting to her. Especially that black-haired guy. She can somehow feel a sense of frustration from him. Well, she probably was just thinking too much. After shaking her head off complicated thoughts, she decided to watch Ki-hyun throw darts. They were getting close to the booth before she knew it, then she called for the staff. Here, duck, here. Yes, Mom, give me 10 darts, please. All right, what's going on? Why does this happen to me when I'm just here to normally enjoy the festival? I can feel my hands and feet trembling. My back was already sweating. My eyes suddenly shake nonstop. Looking at the side, Seo-yoon and Subin also looked stiff. We all know Stardust's real face. In other words, the current situation is alarming. I swallowed my saliva. I have no idea why Stardust is here, but we have to run away immediately. Stardust abilities are superhuman strength and flying. But her superhuman strength is not just pure strength. To be exact, the power from her body is huge. Still, it's not like she can get stronger anytime she wants to, but she will go beyond a human's strength and become a superhuman later on. The development of 5 senses, such as looking further than others and listening better than others. In other words, the association, who has no idea about it yet, named this ability as superhuman strength. In fact, it's right to see Stardust as a superhuman. Not only 5 senses, but also her 6th sense will develop. Hence, her instinct can sense it when something is strange. It's actually a supernatural feeling. Of course, compared with the original work's timeline, it's still early. It hasn't been to the point where she can look at me and immediately say, that brat is egoistic. But of course, she can still sense something strange now. The bottom line is, I'm in big trouble. We have to run. But I already got the darts. Wouldn't it look more suspicious if I ran away without playing the darts? Yap, oh, you're good at this. Of course, I'm good at this. In the original comic, when she's in her daily life mode but not in a hero mood, I guess that's what she calls it. Anyway, that's her closest senior friend when she lives as an ordinary citizen. She was also a popular character for her bright and cute personality. Of course, the thing that happened to her in the latter part, throw the darts standing next to her, Ki-hyun was throwing the darts like crazy. I mean, I thought Shin Haru was throwing them for a second because she threw it so well. Aren't you going to throw them, sir? Looking at my blank expression, the employee asked cautiously. Oh, right. I should hurry up and throw them while Haru is still focusing on Ki-hyun's dart throwing. I have to throw them quickly. Oh, the person next to me was so good, so I stared at her without realizing. I am going to throw now. Speaking quietly and quickly to the employee, I picked up the darts and started throwing. Haha, Seo-yoon, look at my dart throwing skills. Yeah. Throw it fast, Seo-yoon answered me while trembling. Hey, act well. How can your voice be shaky like that, but I'm also trembling, so I guess we are the same. I began to throw the darts without thinking. Well, because I was just throwing without thinking, so I obviously didn't have any good shots. On the other hand, Shin Hara's side seems to be done. Even though she arrived after us, wow, I got everything. Oh, Ki-hyun, how did you do it? Give me the prize, the prize. Wait, did she get all 10 shots? The employee told her with a smile that she was the first one to get 10 shots today. He told her to wait for a second, and then brought out an ice cream cone from behind. After he brought it out, he scooped the ice cream out of a container in the refrigerator and started putting it on the cone. Is that the prize, a 10-layer ice cream? 1 scoop on the cone, 2 scoops on the cone, 3 scoops on the cone, 4 scoops on the cone, 5 scoops on the cone, 6 scoops on the cone, what the? How much will he serve? In the end, he scooped the 10th one and put it up. Since the ice cream went over the height of the employee, he had to stretch his hand and pile it up. Finally, the 10-layer ice cream cone. What the hell is this? Even when he holds the cone near his waist, the end of the ice cream still goes over his head. That seems to be at least 1 meter long. I had no choice but to peek at it while throwing the darts. God, what is that? It's so tall as if it's about to fall. The employee is also standing while sticking his hand out as if he was playing some kind of balance game. What is he doing? Oh my, this is harder than I thought, Mom. Please be careful when you eat it. Okay, Unnai, should I hold it for you? No, I want it myself, so I have to hold it. I can do it. Kim Ki-hyun claimed it like that but barely accepted the cone from the employee. The ice cream tower is already shaking dangerously above her. Well, I think something terrible will happen in a little while. I also finished throwing all the darts. It seems like I got 4 balloons. Of course, I couldn't get any prizes. Oh, what a shame. We will get going now. I was about to turn around and quickly escape. We have to run away. Suddenly, I can hear Kim Ki-hyun screaming next to me. No, no. When I turned to look, the 10-layer ice cream couldn't grab its center and tilted. Eventually, it fell to the side. I mean, to my side as I was going to the closer side while passing by her to get out of there. What the hell? Duck, why is this happening to me? Chapter 23. There was a fuss for a moment watching the ice cream falling down on me. I was lost in many thoughts. What the hell did I do wrong? Of course, I have made many mistakes. I did make mistakes. Isn't this almost how the world is thinking of me? What is the probability that you bump into someone who is bent on capturing you while you are going to a festival? And the odds of her friend getting involved with you? This is ridiculous. There must be some kind of maligning forces. In a very short time. In this short time, when this dangerous ice cream was about to fall on me, I have already painted my future perfectly. Those ice creams will be all over my body. Of course, that Ki-hyun girl with her personality will ask me for a phone number or bank account to compensate. Both of my main personal information gets leaked. As time goes by, the information will get to Stardust. Without being able to move, I will be checkmated, and it will be more troublesome if I run away without giving her any information. Isn't it suspicious? To run away without picking a fight after you are all covered with ice cream. Finally, the question is, has Stardust sensed anything about me yet? You may wonder how many people would have seen me in that short period of time, or would they suddenly doubt me? The story is different from the original work that I read. I don't know how much Shin Hara's sixth sense and super senses have developed at the moment. It must have improved to some extent. I'm sure because I have read the original comic 1,000 times. She would obviously look at me while tilting her head and, I'm sure, end of my thought. The ice cream tower is about to touch my body. The moment it falls on me, my life can be twisted in a terrible direction. Did you know that when people are on the verge of death, they will try the best to survive? That's exactly what happened to me now. I have to move. If I don't move, I will die. Oh my god, I rolled over. Egostick's deadly secret front roll. Rolling, dust gets on the coat and my face. But sometimes men should not be afraid to be broken. For my future, for the happiness of this world. I'm rolling. I'm not ashamed. I'm really not embarrassed. Oppa, Dylan, Seo-yoon and Subin got surprised and ran to me as I suddenly rolled on the ground. Oh, it's all right, it's all right. I stood up, dusting off my clothes. To be honest, there was no point in doing that since I was already covered in dust from head to toe. Still, I dusted it off as a formality. I want to run away now. Oh gosh, are you okay? I'm sorry. I am pretty clumsy, so Kim Ki-hyun approached me with tears in her eyes. The 10-layer ice cream was already on the ground thanks to my dodge. It looks like a big rainbow worm. The more I looked at it, the more I felt lucky that it did not fall on me. First of all, I didn't need anything, and I had to take the teary Kim Ki-hyun off me. Why did she suddenly cry and make a fuss? I'm the one who should be crying. From behind, Shin Haru was also coming as she was surprised. No, don't come near me, don't remember my face. Usually I would tell those crybabies that crying wouldn't solve anything in the world, but it's not good timing. I shouldn't stay here for too long. I'm not the crazy psycho egoistic now, but the sweet Dylan. It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. I made a big fuss. Haha, I could have just avoided it slightly. But still, it's all right. It's all right. The woman's tears rolled down her cheeks. Calm down, please. I'm the only one who is going to screw up if I keep taking time here. Shin Haru is already looking at me. Now, Seo-yoon, shall we go now? I rushed out from my spot. By the way, Seo-yoon was glaring at the crying Kim Ki-hyun. She doesn't seem to like the girl. Subin did not look very happy either. What's wrong with these kids? This is not the time. We are going to die. When I was about to ask them to go again, thump, there was a roar. Kyaa, people were screaming. Thump, thump, the sound of the ground shaking. Suddenly, the peaceful festival became a battlefield with people screaming. What is it? What is it? Ha 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 ha, a loud sound that can be heard in any idol concerts. A voice that shakes the brain inside the skull that can only be felt when the volume of the Bluetooth earphone is turned to maximum by mistake. Stardust. Stardust, come on out. Boom, another crackling sound. Everyone started to scream and run in all directions. I took care of Seo-yoon and Subin right away. Both of them are in shock. I have to take responsibility and protect them because they are weak. Come fight me? I grabbed their hands. I can teleport if I have to, so once I have physical contact with them, I feel somewhat relieved. Both Seo-yoon and Subin held my hand tightly. Seo-yoon especially is trembling. She must have been shocked because she has never been in this situation before, or it could be a trauma from her past. Either way is not good. At least Subin looked a little calmer. I'm sure she has had more experience since she even caused terrorism herself. She was looking everywhere with her stiff and calm expression. Looking at this side of her, I have a reason to suspect that she was pretending to be timid. I looked at Shin Haru. She was quickly dragging her senior friend Kim Ki-hyun and running T the opposite side of where the sound came from. She must be thinking of taking her friend to a safe place first. It's Stardust mindset to put people first. Oh, Opa, let's run away too. T that warp, hurry up. Okay, I will do it. But hold on, let me just see who it is first. Seo-yoon is holding my hand tightly. I'm so sorry, just wait a little bit. I have been binge-watching the original comic several times. I am sure that I even remember the detailed timeline. And obviously, there were no villains committing massive terrorism at this period. Usually, villains during this period are in Zodiac and Rhino, but I already eliminated them. I crept to the epicenter of the noise. I feel like a salmon swimming upstream while other people are trying to run away. Seo-yoon was shaking so hard that I had to hug and tell her to relax. Honestly, it would be better if I teleport to bring them home and come back, but then it would be difficult for me. I don't even know what to do now, but it's not the time for me to relax. I'm sorry, Seo-yoon. Just hang in there. After turning around the corner and sticking out only my head to see what happened, I saw a green monster who was breaking the booths. A monster who looked as big as a house. He looked like an enormous man, but his body was green and his face looked like a crocodile, and he was swinging his tail. I know the guy fully well. A class villain crocodile man, but it's not his time to appear yet. Why did he come out all of a sudden? Stardust, come out. The guy was still generating the noise shock wave that can make your eardrums burst. Seo-yoon and Subin have already covered their ears with their hands. I think my ears are going to bleed, but my hands are on their waist now, so I cannot cover my ears. Ugh. Anyway, I think I will have to deal with him. I started to spin my head aggressively. My blood type is A. And I saw somewhere that blood type as brain is fast in a crisis. Is it? Or not? What matters is the expected scenario. He is calling out Stardust. As much as he usually has a grudge against Stardust, it's not awkward for him to call her out. But the important thing is that I don't think that Stardust is in a good state to come out. It's not easy to work as a hero. Once their faces are revealed, even their in-laws and cousins can be targeted by villains, so certainly they have to wear the derecognition device on their faces. Especially in Stardust's case, if she just wears clothes and flies in the sky, her body will get hurt due to friction, so she has to wear a specially made latex suit. But the important thing is that Stardust is here with nothing. She will have to go back to the association and pack her equipment, but it's very far from here. And since that brat is making a mess out there, casualties will be increased. All right, if it's Shin Haru, the Stardust that I know. In this situation, she will just jump in and reveal her face. No, Dylan, I murmured without myself knowing. I should not leave things like that. How unhappy she ended up when she revealed her face because of a similar situation in the latter part of the comic. I have done many things so far to make Shin Haru happy, but now it will be screwed up like this. I will not let it happen even if my eyes are covered. Dylan, plop. I warped everyone to the basement. It's not that far, but it was hard to bring 2 more people with me. Huff, huff. Oh, we are here. Phew-ha. What are you doing, Dylan? What are you doing? As soon as we arrived, I took off my coat and put on my robe. And I packed my mask that covers half of my face, the symbol of Egoistic. Seo-yoon, I'm going to work. I even packed the black special ego bag that is full of weapons and prepared to warp for a middle-long distance again. Now that I rested well for a whole week, let's play another round. Breaking news, a strange riot happened in the middle of an ice cream festival. Stardust hasn't arrived yet. Where is she? A large-scale terrorist attack after a while. I'm scared. Wow, Duck, how can a person be that huge? Breaking news. Egoistic turned on the broadcast. Hey, Egoistic is streaming on YouTube. Mango Stick live on. Ha 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 ha, let's go. Wait, why is he streaming all of a sudden? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 24, Crocodile Hunting Stardust. If you don't come out, I will destroy everything. In the middle of the city, where the festival was taking place. But it was no longer a festival but turning into a funeral instead. People were screaming from all sides. Citizens who had already been attacked unexpectedly were lying everywhere. Boom, boom, the buildings, the booths, the streetlights. The monster was approaching and smashing everything. This guy with his whole body covered in green scales is Crocodile Man. He appeared in the middle issues of the original comic. I remembered this scientist guy was doing some experiments with an alligator, then an accident happened and turned him into this. The important thing is he is not supposed to appear here. It's not the right time for him to appear yet. I haven't put him into my priority list yet. Why did he pop out all of a sudden? Stardust. Why are you not coming out? Or are you busy sucking and kissing that ego stick? Is that the reason why he popped out? It's a sight to see him suddenly smashing around while talking. Sniff, sniff, people fell down and groaned softly. Most people already ran away, but many people were caught up in the accident, so I can hear a lot of groaning. This guy usually lives like every normal person, but he is a little more vicious as he turns into a crocodile monster whenever he wants. If it was not because of his transformation form, I would just teleport to attack him, then shoot a bullet and it would be done. I shouldn't slack off and beat him instead. Anyway, it already happened. He came out of nowhere and screaming, "Stardust, come out, Crocodile Man." He is probably the first one that actually looks like a villain that people have ever seen. He has been hiding all this time. The association later graded him as an A-class villain. Honestly, it seems like it would be normal even if they graded him as Class S, because it doesn't really matter to them. In the early stage, the association grades the villains very generously more than the heroes, so I don't understand why they graded him as Class A anyway. This guy. He was a tough deal in the original comic. Basically, his skin is covered with thick scales, so physical attack barely works. He's a monster whose body can withstand guns, bombs, and more. In fact, he's a tough enemy to deal with for Stardust, who only has superhuman strength as her ability. He can withstand no matter how hard Stardust hits him. Particularly, the big problem is that he is obsessed with Stardust. He's not the first person in the series to make a fool of himself, he's the one who calls out Stardust. Honestly, when I called out Stardust, I actually referred to this guy from the original comic. I mean, the righteous Stardust somehow ran to me when I called her out. Anyway, it's an emergency now. Somehow, this bulky green-haired tanning guy is trying to steal Stardust attention from me. No, do you think I'm going to lose my Stardust to a green brat? And timing-wise, he launched a terrorist attack in a situation where it was very difficult for Stardust to step up. It will be delayed if she stops by the association to get the derecognition device because she was here. Everyone will die before that. What will happen to those people who are falling down and bleeding? Yes, it's 100. A 100 chance that Stardust will step out without the derecognition device. That cannot happen. During the episode revealed from the last parts of the original comic, the world became hell to Shin Haru. All kinds of malicious comments, terrorist attacks, and sniping poured down on Shin Haru like a waterfall. The accusations happened continuously. That's right. I swore that I would make Stardust happy, so I cannot let her fail in front of my eyes like this. So I have no choice but to step up. What if they call me an antihero again? So that's why I have to make an excuse, an explanation. And how will I do that? I'm going to turn on the broadcast. Gosh, honestly, I don't know if I'm a villain or a YouTuber anymore. Stardust, are you still not coming out? Crocodile Man shouted while knocking everything down. The man clenched his fist angrily. His fist is almost as big as a human's head. Well then, there is no choice. I will kill all the people here. With his fists clenched, he strides to the place where people were gathered. They collapsed onto others. When the collapsed people saw that Crocodile Man was walking toward them, they turned their bodies around and tried to escape, but they were already in tatters and couldn't move. When the shadows of that Crocodile Man covered them, they were terrified. Don't kill me, don't blame me, blame Stardust." And he raised his fist in the air ready to punch. People shut their eyes tightly as they felt the hunch of death. In this quiet place, suddenly music was playing. Crocodile Man tilted his head. Suddenly, cheerful rock music was played even though it didn't suit the current atmosphere of the place at all. When the noisy electric guitar solo was heard somewhere, Crocodile Man turned his head to the direction. It was me standing on the rooftop of a nearby building. I stood on the railing of the rooftop, looking down at Crocodile Man. Then on my right, a Bluetooth speaker in maximum volume was spouting loud music. I'm standing on the rooftop, dancing to the beat of the music. Not too much, just slightly shaking along with the beat. Sometimes I also clap to the beat. The first appearance is supposed to be loud, you know. And on my left side, a camera, which I was holding with my telekinesis, was streaming me on YouTube. Shall I do the greetings now? Now let's get back to my concept. Hello everyone, we met again after the last time. The real villain of this era, Korea's public enemy, Egoistic. Nice to meet you. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. He's here, my porn. TN. It seems like this person means watching Egoistic video is addictive like watching pornography. God, is that mango stick? God, is that mango stick? God, is that mango stick? Duck, he calls himself the real villain, the public enemy. Ha 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 ha, Yako's enemy. Ha ha ha, TN, a Korean cartoon character. Did he just make a mistake? Shouldn't he call himself the real hero of this era? Wasn't he the public hero? I really don't know. Ha 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 ha, it's already funny from the beginning. Why is he dancing? Ha 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 ha, wait, so where is he now? Isn't this the place where that green monster is terrorizing? I think it is. I mean, why is he there again? Ha 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 ha, still, I was hanging a sack on my back that I brought with me from the underground base. I rummaged something from there and took out a wireless microphone. Let's see if I pair it with that speaker. Okay, done. Before I knew it, the song stopped and the mic was connected to the speaker. I tapped the mic. Tap, thump. I tapped the mic and then the heavy sound came out from the speaker. Yeah, it seems to be connected. Mic check, mic check. As I spoke to the microphone, the speaker next to me sounded very loud. Oh, duck, I'm going to be deaf. Perhaps because Seoyoon specially modified the speaker in the past, so despite its small size, the sound is as loud as a big speaker at the concert hall. Yeah, he can hear me well from under, right? I put the mic on my lips and talked to that crocodile guy down there. Should I speak formally like usual? Nah, let's just drop the honorifics. Listen up, you crocodile brat. You are surrounded. Surrender right now. Crocodile man, who was about to start slaughtering the citizens down there, turned to look up at me, and then he walked toward my direction. He asked me in a loud voice. How can he be that loud? He doesn't even use a speaker like me. Who are you? I'm Egoistic, the one you were slandering a few minutes ago, you punk. What did you say? Crocodile squeezed his eyes as he looked up at me. After staring at my face for a while and realizing who I was, the guy raged and started shouting. You, aren't you that Egoistic? Yes, I'm Egoistic, you punk, I will kill you. Then suddenly he started running to me. I was surprised by the sudden rush. What did I do? By the way, I'm on top of a building and he wants to come to me. Will he take the elevator? Before I could think of it, he hit his hand on the outer wall of the building and began to climb up. He is totally crazy. What are you doing? The guy screamed while climbing up the building. I just stood still and looked around. He does climb up faster than the elevator. The building doesn't have many floors, so he comes up quickly. The man crawled himself up. When he landed on the rooftop with a thud sound, the whole building was shaking. You punk! I'm going to kill you. Wait, let's talk first. As soon as he came up to the rooftop, I easily avoided him by teleportation while he rushed to me. I just have to teleport behind him. I don't even have to go far. The speakers were just on the ground, and I only moved with the microphone on my hand, and also the stuff on my back. The guy was confused as he could not hit me because I kept disappearing. He must have learned about my teleportation skill through the news, right? What is he doing? He turned his head and looked behind his back to look for me, so for a while, I kept teleporting to the spot where he couldn't see me. The guy was so shocked. Wait, was he always this stupid? Eventually, I couldn't hold it and slapped the back of his head. Yes, slapped with my hand. What are you doing, you punk? He seems to be a stupid guy. Chapter 25. A barbecue party slap. The crocodile groaned as I slapped the back of his head. Reaching the back, the guy tried to swing his hand at me. Of course, I have already teleported and gone far away. You punk. Don't run away like a mosquito. Fight me like a man. Hey, it would be unfair to fight a big guy like you with my bare body, right? It's even less manly, you. He didn't even listen to me in the first place. Is he being so hostile to me just because I got on the wrong side of him? Aren't villains supposed to have internal intimacy with each other? I know that we have never met before, but being the enemy of heroes is our common ground. We should be working together, that's what I wanted. Why is he rushing at me all of a sudden? Honestly, I planned to stab him as soon as he came on to me, so if he already realized that, then isn't he ignorant? However, seeing the guy running like a bull toward me again, I was sure that he was ignorant. I mean, he doesn't even have the ability to learn. I teleported out right before this guy attacked me again. Sigh, sigh. Honestly, I'm starting to reach my limit now. I teleported back and forth from here to our house, so it was exhausting. I'm already tired, and I'm getting more tired little by little as I move quickly here. I even have to keep a sack behind my back like Santa Claus and hold the microphone on the other hand. However, the best guy does not show his tiredness. I grinned as if nothing had happened. Are you going to be like this all day, my friend? You despicable thing? Ha 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 ha, he called him a despicable thing. Ha ha ha, that crocodile guy seems to be mad. Ha 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 ha. Of course, he would be mad. Egostick keep going back and forth like a mosquito. Ha 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 ha, is that mango stick a mosquito? 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 Mosqui stick ha 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 tn, mosquito mango stick. But he is seriously so strong. The cement floor is hollowed out when he rushes. He is strong, but still lacking www. The more I look at that crocodile guy, I find him cute. Pull yourself together. Those brats caused terrorism and people died. Covering up a villain is crossing the villain. Are these kids mad? They covered that brat and called him cute. They are so hostile, they are whitewashing Egostick. www. Gosh, Egostick caused 0 casualties. Ha 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 ha, Egostick is a villain. Mango Stick is the official A-class hero of the association. It's even recorded in the Subak-do, this brat. Not Subak-do, it has to be Mango-do. But seriously, why did Egostick go there? The chat window is still chaotic. One of them caught my eye. Why did Egostick come? Yeah, I have to explain this well. If I make a wrong statement, people will make a fuss and call me a hero again. I yelled at Crocodile Man, who was getting ready to run at me again. Wait, hear me out. I grabbed the microphone again and shouted out loud, then the crocodile guy stopped. He blew his nose out and shouted at me. All right, speak. Yeah, answer me first. Why did you attack me all of a sudden? He answered my question with a snivel. Isn't that obvious? I targeted Stardust. But you seem to be interested in Stardust, too. Then you are also my enemy. What is this weird logic? The reaction from the chat window was also enthusiastic. That brat. www. That stupid villain knows that Mango likes Stardust. www. Wait, how does he know that Egostick likes Stardust, but doesn't know about his teleportation ability? Ha 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 ha. 2 men fighting over a woman. Isn't Egostick actually running here on behalf of Stardust? He called for Stardust, but Egostick came. They called it marital harmony, though are they really? What is going on between the two of them? It seems like they are filming We Got Married Villains Edition. Ha 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 tn, an old reality show in Korea where they paired up celebrities to show what life would be like if they were married. Seriously, ha ha ha, not We Got Married, this is a real deal. Ha 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 ha, well, why did he come, you? I bawled back into the microphone. My voice from the speakers seems to ruin my ears, but perhaps it's just me, right? For such a ridiculous reason, you attacked me. No, in the first place. Weren't you the one to tell me to surrender first? Did I say so? I don't remember, just make an excuse first. When did I do that? The crocodile guy's eyes were shaking as I shouted out my denial. Suddenly, he spit out a stream of words. What did you say? You said to me, listen up, you crocodile, you are surrounded. Surrender now, didn't you say that? What is wrong with him? His brain works well at times like this. As I blabbed my mouth at his sudden attack, the chat window started to go wild again. Hey ha ha ha. The other guy hit the nail on the head, he can't find the words to say. Hey ha ha ha, that ducking crocodile. Why is he talking so well all of a sudden? Ha 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 ha, it was aired live. Why is he insisting? Ha 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 ha. The shameless Mango Stick is also cute. Owie. I shouldn't lose my face at times like this. I can only succeed if I have the nerve to be thick-faced. There was a saying in a self-improvement book which I read when I was young. Life is like an iron plate fried rice. The rice that was fried on an iron plate is delicious. Honestly, anything will be delicious when you cook it on the iron plate. The same goes for life. If you live with a thick face, everything will work well. Tien literally means an iron plate cooking pan, but Korean people also use it as the meaning of thick face. Recalling the proverb, I put on my thick face and spoke up. So what? I didn't ask. You obviously just asked me when you did that. Enough. Weren't you the one who was calling for Stardust and suddenly asked if she was sucking and kissing me when she didn't come out? Why are you whitewashing yourself? Apologize. Apologize since you insulted me. If you apologize, I will forgive you. The guy finally lost his mind at my words. You crazy brat. I'm a fool for listening to you. Go to hell. As he ended his sentence, he suddenly had something inside his mouth. Isn't that an attack? As soon as something started shooting out from his mouth, I teleported right to the other side. Crazy brat. Since I was moving in a hurry, I dropped the microphone by mistake after I teleported. I only used it to sing karaoke a few times at home. I guess it already got smashed. As I teleported by a close call, a stream of water was being shot in the direction where I was standing before. That's Crocodile Man's lethal move, extreme water spouting. Well, that's what he named it himself in the original comic, but in reality, it's nothing more than a water cannon. But if you get hit, you will die immediately. I don't understand what being a crocodile and shooting water have to do with each other, but in the original comic, Stardust was hit by that unexpectedly and almost died. Even though I know it, I can barely avoid it. You rat! I can't believe that you avoided it. The guy wiped the water off his mouth and made fun of me. Does he dare to use an instantaneous attack on me? It was really a surprise attack, so if I couldn't avoid it, I would have died. Anger is rising inside me as I think about it. Does he even know about safety? How dare he use this? I can't let him get away with this. I was only going to scare him and send him back, then eliminate him on another day. But let's just do it today. Today's dinner is crocodile meat. I untied the sack that I had been carrying for a while, and I started powering up my telekinesis. I have been charging my telekinesis for a while. It must be enough now. I raised my body with my telekinesis. And at the same time, things that I had put in my sack began to float in the air one by one. They are just a bunch of guns. Floating around me in the air, countless guns that I had packed began to rise. Hey, you crocodile. I started loading the guns with my telekinesis. Okay, they are ready. The crocodile's eyes began to shake as he saw countless guns floating in the air aiming at him. Right before firing a bunch of guns at the same time, I said something to him. See you in hell, you son of a beach. And I fired the guns. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, a bunch of guns began firing at the same time, and a tremendous roar began sweeping the rooftop. Arg! Crocodile Man, with his head down and arms crossed, covered himself and began to get shot. Perhaps because he was shot by too many guns, the place where he stood began to be filled with dust and it was hard to see him. Landed back on the ground, I casually said a word. Are you done? Oh, if you say that, he is done. 100, he's not dead yet. But how can he be alive after being shot that much? No way. No way, he wouldn't have survived. Breaking news, another one was caught. The dust has already cleared up. Where the dust has cleared up, there is only Crocodile Man standing firmly without a single wound. Ha 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 ha! Did you think that you could hurt me with such a poor physical attack? Laughing out loud, the guy looked forward again. An empty rooftop. Suddenly, a voice is heard from above. I told you that I would see you in hell, baby crocodile. Teleporting over his head, I crashed and threw a glass bottle straight to his head. Crash, the glass bottle broke into pieces when it hit his head. An unidentified green mist came out from the glass bottle. That man sniffed, wondering what it was, then he suddenly began to scream in pain. AAAAARGGGG. You resisted physical attack? Then I just need to make a special attack. Taste the poison gas, you brat. Chapter 26. Cavelin AAAARRGGGG. The crocodile guy fell down while screaming in pain. He drank poison gas and stumbled like a drunk man. Eventually, thump, he fell down. After that, he didn't move at all. Is he dead? It was a futile ending that was different from the opening. It was an excellent attack. Yes. Everyone, another person went to hell. Thank you, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Breaking news from villain these days. When other villains come and terrorize, he kills them. Hero Association, you need to make him an official hero right now. I have already said it 16 times. Ah ha ha ha. I can already see the headline from the 9 o'clock news. I think Guk Pipong TV will upload tons of videos on YouTube. The chat window is overflowing with compliments about me. I came out instead because I was afraid that Stardust would have to show herself and people would begin to take pictures because of the incident. But the viewers have no idea and keep praising me. Anyway, I killed him because he started a fight with me first. Everyone. I didn't kill this guy for the public good. I only handled it because he publicly insulted me. Would I step out for you guys? It was the same when my supporters gathered last time, and also this time they both crossed the line that I set, so I had enough. There are no other reasons. Do you understand? I lowered my voice and talked to them in a serious tone. Yeah, I'm sure you do. Ha ha ha, thank you for loving the villain Ego Stick. From now on, he will come out as Hero Mango Stick. Thank you. Soon, dear. www, of course, no matter what I say, the viewers will not understand. Yeah, just keep thinking like that, people. I was just laughing slyly at the chat window. You people, I wonder if you will still be able to say so next month. Well, I hope someone can come and clean up the gas. I don't know how to clean it up. Crocodile Man lay unconscious among the still blistering poisonous gas. Is he dead? Well, he's probably dead. I rummaged through the sack and found a gas mask for myself. This is why people should be well prepared. I'm weak, so I will die if I drink that poisonous gas. I put the guns back in the sack that I had roughly hung behind. Honestly, it looks cool to put them in with my telekinesis, but my body is at its limit now. I cannot use any more of my telekinetic power. How hard did I suffer today? After putting Seoyun and Subin home, I teleported right to this place. It's not easy at all. I'm about to run out of energy. I teleported again while fighting that crocodile. So I should have submitted an admission report with my body. A report saying that if I use your power one more time, I will collapse on the spot. If I use a little more of my telekinesis, I will open my eyes at the Superpower Detention Center of the East, also known as East Carcer, after collapsing. Actually, even if I go in there, I can just ask Seoyun to rescue me, but it's not time to go in there yet. So the bottom line is, just like the female gleaners, I'm holding guns in my hand and putting them in the sack one by one. Gosh, I'm tired. Ha 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 ha. He was flying around a moment ago, but why is he taking them down by hand one by one now? Seriously. Haha, I don't understand what he is doing. Be quiet, you brats. I have some deep problems that you guys don't know. By the time I put almost all the guns in the sack, I saw something flying from the sky far away. She flew over with her blonde hair. She's Stardust. She seemed to have flown in a hurry and was sweating like rain. Huff huff, as soon as she arrived, she turned her head and looked around. She saw Crocodile Man lying on the floor first, and then me wearing a gas mask. Does she realize that the situation is over only after flying here? Once again, she was shocked as she looked at the place where that crocodile guy had collapsed. Did you knock him down? Yes, that's right. I knocked him down. I didn't deny anything but answered it lightly. There is no reason for me to deny it. She frowned slightly as I nodded gently, as if she doesn't understand the situation yet. Why? Well, I was just resting, and all of a sudden they suddenly had a freak show on TV, so I thought our Stardust has become popular and was getting some popcorn. But he suddenly mentioned me. He said you and I were hanging out or something. It made me feel mad. What did I do? I continued with a shrug. And according to my dictionary, I need to educate people who play tricks on me. To set an example, I played with them. Listening to my answer, she relaxed her expression as if it was for that reason. A madman like me convinced her that I could do things like that. All right, enough. As I have done this far, I can go home now. I can go now. Well, I don't know if I should say it. I thought for a little bit, then I decided to say it. Yeah, let's tell her. This could happen one day when I cannot come forward. I muted the camera that was filming us for a moment. Now they cannot hear what I'm going to say, except her. And I'm saying this because we are on mute. From now on, don't even think about going out and revealing your face like today. The moment you do it, your life will be very difficult. Her expression was stained with embarrassment. She looked at me in surprise. Whatever, I unmuted the camera again. Okay, that is all for today's broadcast. I'm very tired because I came forward without any plans today. There will be a big thing coming next month, so please look forward to it. I will see you next time. Goodbye. I smiled at the camera and waved my hand. Aren't I a professional showman now or what? Wait, I ignored as she was saying something behind. I just teleported home. Of course, I ended the broadcast before that. Ebai means ego by ebai. You overdid it, oh bang al tn. One ol bang song alchetta. Today's show was meaningful. Today's show was meaningful. Wait, I think it's on mute. What's wrong? Gosh, there's secret communication. The broadcast has ended. Tap. I arrived somewhere deep underground in Seoul. What I did as soon as I teleported home. Cough, I was vomiting blood. I fell on my knees. Oh shoot, I'm dying. Cough, cough. With one hand on the floor and the other on the chest, I kept vomiting blood. Am I going to die like this? Did I overdo it? My head twirled, and the world began to get darker and darker and darker. Before I collapsed completely, I heard someone calling me Opa from afar. I lost my consciousness, just like that. Official, the Superpower Association of Korea confirmed the terrorist at the ice cream festival was Crocodile Man. His condition is fine in custody. Hundreds of people injured in this attack. The amount of property damage is also astronomical. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. Hero Association's poor response. No hero came to help. Lee Yibum's editorial, a society where villains are better than heroes. Can we call it a healthy society? Poisonous gas in the middle of the city. Association already taken care of it. It was not a strong poison. Kim Kyunjin's issue plus Egostic. Who is he? Trying to discover his identity. Villain Egostic teases, a big thing is coming next month, hinting another terrorist attack. The members of Egostic's fancave has risen sharply, the best ever. 15 TMI that you don't know about Egostic. The whole world was shocked by the K-villain Egostic. Why couldn't the head of the Hero Association of Japan keep his mouth shut when he saw the guy single-handedly killing an A-class villain? Currently, Japan's top real-time trend. Having a villain like Egostic, Korea is the world's strongest country, concentrating on analyzing the responses of Japanese netizens. Hello, everyone. This is 9 o'clock news. Today, an A-class villain appeared at the festival site in Seoul and caused a terrorist attack, and another villain appeared to prevent it. Reporter Choi Dahai will find out more about the situation. The Egostic craze that shook Korea again. The story that a villain suddenly stepped up and blocked a terrorist attack, which heroes failed to prevent immediately, was enough to become a hot topic of Korea. Now that so many people are talking about Egostic, Shinharu was also thinking about Egostic. And I'm saying this because we are on mute. From now on, don't even think about going out and revealing your face like today. The moment you do it, your life will be very difficult. She continued to reflect on what he said. How did he know that she had that idea in mind? Did he mean that it was a situation where I had no choice but to reveal my face? What was he thinking, giving me such advice? Shinharu's thoughts only deepened. Yeah, that day. Something was really strange on that day. Chapter 27. Her decision. Hey, should I hold it for you? No, I want it, so I have to hold it. I can do it. Shinharu looked nervously at her friend who was holding the dangerous 10-layer ice cream. It looks like it's going to fall down. And her prediction wasn't wrong. The ice cream certainly lost its balance and fell down. Oh no. Along with Kihyun's scream, the ice cream was about to fall onto the man next to her. She wondered if the man next to her would have ice cream all over him, but something unexpected happened. Hiya. As soon as the ice cream fell, the man rolled away. It was an exaggerated reflex. She doesn't understand why he had to roll away. Opa. Dylan, the two girls standing next to the man rushed up to him, so his name was Dylan. Even though he was covered in dust, he still dusted off his clothes with a calm expression and stood up as if nothing had happened. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Of course, only his expression was okay, but his clothes didn't look okay at all. His whole body was dusty. Oh gosh, are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm pretty clumsy. So Kihyun approached him with tears in her eyes. Since she's her friend, Shinharu was embarrassed, but she also approached him. As they approached, the man was overly chatty and just laughed. It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. I made a big fuss. Haha, I could have just avoided it slightly. But still, it's all right. It's all right. It looked even weirder as the man was trying to calm her as she began to cry. Shinharu also felt sorry for no reason. This wouldn't have happened if she had come forward and caught it. And she thought that they were lucky that he was a nice guy. Even if it was other normal person, that person would have spitted fire angrily, but that guy just let it off naturally. Well, he's the only one who seems to act natural. The two girls next to him looked very uncomfortable, and that's actually normal. That guy is unusual to let it slide like that. Now, Seo-yoon, shall we go now? The man tried to leave with his friends as if he didn't need any compensation. Somehow, he seemed to be in a hurry, but Kihyun is not the type to let it go easily like that. At the moment, she was about to reach out to tell him to take some compensation. Thump. There was a big roar. Thump, there was a roar. KYA, people were screaming everywhere. She's Shinharu, an ordinary college student, but at the same time, she's also Stardust, the hero. So her judgment of the situation was quick. It's a terrorist attack. With a high possibility, it's a villain's terrorist attack. Thump, thump, the sound of the ground shaking. Her first priority now is to keep Kihyun safe. Kihyun, follow me, huh? Okay, holding her friend's hand, who is currently half out of her mind because of the sudden attack, they ran to the opposite direction of the sound. At the moment, she has been warming up the power of Stardust, so unlike others, she was able to run away from the scene at a fast speed. Ki-hyun, who was dragged with her, is terrified. They joined in the midst of the people who all ran to the other side, and the sound that can be heard from afar. Even though it was quite a distance, the roar was tremendous that could be heard up to here. Stardust, Stardust, come on out. For a moment, her body slightly stiffened while she was running. Shin Hara's body was stiffened in such a short time that Kim Ki-hyun couldn't feel it at all as her eyes were half opened as her hand was grabbed. Of course, after a brief pause, she started running again immediately, but she was chaotic inside. Why does he call her out all of a sudden? But for now, she decided to put everything else aside and take Ki-hyun somewhere safe first. Huff huff, before they knew it, the two of them arrived far from the scene. Around them, people who ran away together like them gathered to catch their breath. It was quite far from the festival site, so this distance is safe enough. Oh my, what's going on? Kim Ki-hyun hardly kept her eyes open and drooled a little from her mouth. She stood still and spoke up after coming to her sense. Haru, you're really fast. Haru, however, Ki-hyun couldn't finish her sentence. Hara's face was shockingly stiff. She's staring at where they have been running away from with her mouth shut. Her mind was already bursting with confusion. Hiro had an unwritten rule: never go to the scene without the derecognition device. The current situation is the same as in the past when they didn't have the derecognition technology. Never take off your mask. Before heroes can go out with their bare faces like now, the heroes in the past. Well, all of the protectors always had their masks on. The moment the identity is revealed, the terrible life begins. One principle commonly adapted by all of the hero associations around the world. No matter what terrible terrorism happens, don't step up if your face is exposed. Heroes are very rare, especially the powerful heroes. The ability suddenly developed by a few people decades ago. It's called power. In other words, superpower. There have been numerous debates about why these capabilities suddenly appeared in mankind, but nothing has been properly revealed yet. There is a hypothesis is that it was already in the genes, but only in certain special people. There is also a hypothesis that it was caused by space magnetic fields, or it was given by God. People who are born with or awakened with abilities as they grow up are largely divided into three categories. First, the type lives a normal life. Honestly, this is the case for the majority of people, because there are many people who prefer to be normal citizens, and in the first place, the powers of the majority of those who have abilities are pretty useless. For example, the ability to reverse plant growth. There's nothing you can do other than to put tree planting out of business. Sturdy camouflage. You can blend in anything, so what? Even people with this ability prefer eating chicken over stones. In other words, the majority of them just blend in and live normally in society. For them, superpowers are useless except to show them at some events where people gather and say, hey, you have this ability. And honestly, even people with strong abilities choose to live a normal life. Do you think that they have to be a hero just because they are strong and have great powers? The country doesn't enforce this in particular. Even if they have superpowers, they may want to become an artist, photographers, office workers, or designers. They just live a normal life. But those who are more powerful and have a sense of justice choose to become a hero. They can go to the Hero Association, take a competency test, and sign up. But there aren't many heroes. Those who have big dreams don't accept the fact they are graded as Class B or Class C after taking the test. Even if they quibble over how a villain with the same ability as them is Class A, but they are Class B, the only theoretical answer is that the hero rating system is stricter than how they grade the villains. The standard itself is designed to be received only by those with the rarest dual abilities or those with the most powerful abilities. Class S should be at the level that is similar to stopping time. Even if they're a strong but in an uncertain way, they will be graded as Class B at best. On top of that, most of them give up in the middle because of the harsh work when being a hero, as they practically fight every time like soldiers, no matter how much money they can earn. On top of that, the public is very strict about the moral integrity of heroes, and if there are any flaws, the ratio of heroes in other countries who get malicious comments is much lower than in Korea. Although there are only a few heroes, there are countless villains. The reason is simple, because those who have strong abilities usually choose the villain path. Honestly, the number of villains who cause terrorism against the public is rare. That's why egoistic became the hot topic. Many villains quietly hide in the shadows and take their own advantage. And they are not normally known to the public because they live in secret behind everyone's back. But if the hero's personal information is exposed, they will immediately get rid of that hero. As a hero is their potential threat, they want to get it done quickly. So heroes should never expose their faces. That's common sense. That's common sense, but does that mean she has to leave these suffering citizens by themselves now? Stardust? Thump, thump, the sound of a building collapsing. People were screaming. Does she have to ignore the situation behind her? It takes too much time to get to the Hero Association and get the derecognition device. Perhaps by the time she returns, there will be a high chance that the situation would already be over. Did she choose to be a hero herself to run away from this situation? Haru? She stomped her feet with a firm expression. Okay, there's no other choice. Rather than for their own safety, it's for the citizens. As soon as she was about to kick her seat, the man looking at the smartphone next to her shouted, "It's Egoistic. Egoistic is here." For a moment, she almost slipped. Why is he here all of a sudden? Chapter 28. Seeds of doubt sow while Egoistic is dragging his feet. Go get ready, okay? After the phone call with the president of the association, she was flying away. She's going to get the derecognition device and come back as fast as possible, although she's not sure whether it will be delayed or not. If Egoistic wasn't here, it would have been a normal incident where there would be hundreds of casualties. She flew tens and hundreds of kilometers across the sky. She was wondering if it was too late and if everything was already over, but she kept flying. Her in-ear earphones, which are connected to the association staff, couldn't be heard as she was flying so fast. But she couldn't slow down. She wasn't sure how many more people would be harmed in that brief moment of her procrastination. When she gets to the place where the villains are on the rampage, the villain already collapsed. And nearby, a man calmly picked up his guns lying on the ground and put them in the sack. It was Egoistic, the one that has been on her mind the most these days. Huff, she turned her head and tried to grasp the situation. A huge guy with a crocodile-like face collapsed on the floor. Green smoke was floating around the crocodile monster. Egoistic was wearing a gas mask, so it seems like some biochemical weapon were used. Where the hell did he get that? How did he come up with that? Swallowing her rising doubts, she only wanted to confirm the truth with him again. Did you knock him down? Yes, that's right. I knocked him down. Her brows naturally frowned at his nonchalant response. She doesn't understand. Why did he suddenly appear and kill that crocodile monster? What does it mean to him? Putting all the question together, she could only ask, why? Egoistic opened his mouth and started speaking as if he already prepared the answer. Well, I was just resting, and all of a sudden, they suddenly had a freak show on TV. So I thought our Stardust has become popular, and was getting some popcorn, but he suddenly mentioned me. He said you and I were sucking and kissing or something. It made me feel mad. What did I do? That monster called out Egoistic. Maybe she couldn't hear it because she immediately took Kihyun away from the scene. As Shin Haru was thinking, Egoistic continued. He said you and I were sucking and kissing or something. It made me feel mad. What did I do? Her face frowned at his words. What? Egoistic and her sucking each other? That's a ridiculous slander. They were enemies from the beginning. But when Egoistic said it made him mad, she also felt a little upset. Somehow, she's uncomfortable. And according to my dictionary, I need to educate people who play tricks on me. To set an example, I played with them. As expected, that was the main point. Her expression relaxed before she knew it. Yeah, that crazy guy would do that. He's been showing himself as an impulsive and destructive person. When a weaker man than Egoistic himself mentioned his name, he seemed to have killed him because he was mad. As she cleared all the questions that she had in mind. Suddenly, he manipulated the camera that was filming him with his telekinesis and stood against her. He talked to her in a small voice. And I'm saying this because we are on mute. From now on, don't even think about going out and revealing your face like today. The moment you do it, your life will be very difficult. What? She was surprised. How does he know that she had that thought? While she had a brain freeze, Egoistic was already waving at the camera. Okay, that is all for today's broadcast. I'm very tired because I came forward without any plans today. There will be a big thing coming next month, so please look forward to it. I will see you next time. Goodbye. Wait, the big one next month? But first, how did he know what she was thinking before? Wait. Before she could ask him hastily, he had already disappeared. Except for the crocodile monster who was lying down next to her, the rooftop became empty. What the hell? and a few days have passed. The incident was quickly forgotten by the people. The case was also closed within the association, with disciplinary action being taken against B-class heroes who could have been dispatched to the scene at the time. I would have been in big trouble if this egoistic guy didn't come. This guy, he's a crazy dog. If a crazy dog bites us, it's a big deal, but if he runs at the enemy, there's nothing more reliable than that. Leaving behind the easygoing president's grin, she stepped out of the office. She left the building after completing all the reports. She sighed as she looked up the sky. It's a good thing. It's a good thing, but why is her mind so complicated? Walking down the street, she entered the school community on her phone. She searched by typing each word in the search box in the community. Egoistic, not a lot of posts. She wondered, but then searched differently after thinking for a while. Mango stick, then the posts poured in. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. I also crave for a mango stick today. Baby Mangboon joined the Mango Union. Is it possible to be hot? I think mango stick is better than the heroes these days. Mango stick is from our university. I have proof. You guys praised egoistic and defended the villain, then you've stopped for a month. Why aren't you doing it now? Duck forecast mango sticks next month. Terrorism real fact. Many of the posts were praising egoistic. As she continued to looking through the posts with mixed emotions, a post caught her eyes. You guys have been blabbing about mango stick and sucking up the villains. Korea at this rate, that's right. There are people here who have identified the problem with the current social phenomenon like themselves. She clicked on the post in anticipation. The post popped up. Writer anonymous title: You guys have been blabbing about mango stick and sucking up the villains. Korea at this rate. Writer, the picture of the Cayman writer reaching out his hand. Anonymous one, I hope you succeed in predicting. Anonymous too good. If you don't like Google, this place is good. Damn it. She decided to press back. Eventually, she turned off her phone after finding nothing and looked out of the running window, resting her chin on her hand. Except her, everyone loves egoistic. Where in the world did it go wrong? Didn't he cause no casualty, not even one? And because that egoistic guy has been hunting villains these days, the crime rate has decreased. Let's leave him alone for now. It's hard to catch him because he can report anyway. Well, what if he causes another terrorist attack? Then you can stop him. I only trust you. Our association trusts you. The words of the president of the association kept echoing in her head. The head of the Superpower Association of Korea said so. Maybe egoistic is really harmless. But it's an incarnation of unpredictable thinking just by looking at what he has shown so far. Honestly, if she hadn't stopped them, all the people on the ships and those who were tied on the tracks would have died. If someone had been killed by egoistic, would people still praise him like they do now? Yeah, it couldn't have been. She leaned her face against the window and closed her eyes. Egoistic, how did this guy know she was going to step out with her bare face? Did he read her mind? Like a mind reader? No way, he doesn't have that ability. So how the hell did he know? Was he there at the festival? How did he know? Does that mean he knows my personal information? That I am Shin Haru? Yeah, that's not the point. The important thing is that egoistic is definitely a villain. She will catch him, just like other villains. She renewed her commitment. But before she knew it, a seed was planted in her heart. Maybe other people are right, maybe they are wrong, that seed of doubt. Subin, is he still not awake yet? Yeah, but his vitals are much better now. I think he will wake up soon. What was this idiot thinking, throwing himself in like this? Egoistic, Doin was leaning on the bed, and Han Seo-yoon looked at him. What was he thinking, rushing out there without any plans like that? Stardust, probably because of her. Han Seo-yoon somehow felt uncomfortable when she thought of Stardust. Doin has never said it himself, but she has instinctively deduced it. This time, also the previous time. For Stardust, Doin would jump in fire and water. Which part of Stardust does he like? More than that. Cough, cough, Opa. Before she could continue her thought, Doin woke up. It has been 3 days since he collapsed. Chapter 29. Stepping stone, I woke up after being in a coma for 3 days. As soon as I woke up, Seo-yoon welcomed me with tears. You're really crazy. Seo-yoon hit me. Gosh, Seo-yoon, it really hurts. Stop it. As I just sat up and tried to calm her down, I could feel that she was really surprised. I guess she was worried because I suddenly passed out like a dead body for 3 days. Still, I was a little touched by Seo-yoon's tears as I woke up from the coma. The time we lived together wasn't wasted. She shed tears for me. I finally see the effects from playing games and hanging out with her. I smiled at Seo-yoon, who shed tears and told me to take care of myself in the future and to vow to be careful in the future. Well, there's no guarantee that I won't do it again. I woke up to soothe Seo Yoon and said thank you to Subin for taking care of me. Then I went through the public's opinion right away. What did people say about me? What did they say about Stardust? Well, and the result of the analysis is my popularity is at its peak. Many articles said that people seemed to think of me, a villain, as a hero. Whom, as expected, it turned out like this. I just killed him because I was put to shame, but it became a favorable factor. I guess I feel great. And the shocking part was that this crocodile man was alive. He didn't die after being hit by the poisonous gas. Well, of course, I used a weak one just in case, but I didn't know that he would survive. Well, he faced the same situation in the original comic and he had a hard time because of it. He is said to have returned to his normal human form from the crocodile state and has been placed in Superpower Detention Center of the East after the treatment. Well, it went the way it was written in the original. Superpower Detention Center of the East. It's called East Carcer. Precisely, it's a place where they gather and imprison villains with superpowers. Like the Hero Association, each country has a place called Carcer. Carcer, Latin for prison. Immediately after the first Superpower Detention Center, America's Carcer was established in the U.S. All superpower detention centers built in other countries since then are written as Carcer. It's the highest security-grade facility in each country. And it's also a place where all kinds of tools are installed to limit the ability of each prisoner according to their characteristics. It's built on an uninhabited island in the East Sea, and it's protected with such strict security that there is a saying that no one can come out once entered. Of course, in the original comic, Seo Yoon hacked and broke it off. Anyway, he's trapped there alive, so he may die there someday. He's a little dumb, so I think he will die easily. But I am not sure if he's like that only when he's in crocodile mode or even in human mode. Anyway, I played and rested for a few days after that. I am a normal citizen in the first place. After working so hard, I have to take a break since I was worn out. I think Seo Yoon has been staying by my side and hanging out with me more than before. What's wrong with her? Of course, I don't just lie down and play every day. Sometimes I tell Seo Yoon and Subin about the Hero Society of Korea. They both stayed in their rooms and studied computer technology, so they didn't know much about current events. Now, today, let's learn about the reality of heroes in Korea. Subin, do you know how the public thinks about heroes? They must like them, right? Because they're the ones who save people. No, they don't. Korea is a bit different, so let me give you guys an example. The family was attacked by a villain, so they called out a hero. But before the hero came, the villain had already killed them all and ran away. Then do you know who people blame? Aren't they obviously going to blame the villain? Oh, of course, they will blame the villain. They resent the villain, but they will blame the hero as much as the villain. My family died because you came late. They would said, but it's not the hero's fault, is it? They didn't come late because they wanted to. That's right. But the citizens don't care about that. They could have just come quickly, but they were rambling, so the family died. That's how people resent them. Well, that's not all, but anyway, these similar things got together and became distrustful of heroes. In conclusion, the Korean people don't trust the heroes very much. My throat hurts because I spoke for too long. I took a sip of the pat bottle that was ripped off on the side. Don't touch your lips while drinking it. I listened to Seo Yoon's complaint and did it. Gosh, Seo Yoon, I thought that you were looking at your phone, but when did you start to have interest in me? As Seo Yoon looked at it, she eventually opened her mouth and drank it. You should have got your own water instead. As my throat moistened, I continued to explain again. Honestly, heroes are crazy and jumpy. No, it's sad to work with their life on the line, but they even get cursed at. In fact, there are only a few heroes in Korea, so it's difficult for someone to go to the site in case of an emergency. So there's inevitable delays, but they get cursed at. Aha, Subin nodded as she understood now. Seo Yoon, who was looking at her smartphone, is also listening to me. So, does that mean that I am good at explaining? In fact, my dream was to be a teacher before I fell into this world. Of course, there are so many other things to do now, and I can't do anything because I don't have an ID in the first place. Later, when everything is done, I will try to wash my identity and become a teacher. This isn't the point anyway. I continued. So it's a chain reaction like a domino. Heroes who are tired of the heroes' distrust quit being heroes. The number of heroes decreases. Fewer heroes make it slower to cope with crime scenes. That will add to the distrust of the heroes. It's a vicious cycle. In fact, there's a reason why there are fewer B-class and C-class heroes. The country's security depends on 3 A-class people. It would have been nice if the police could have helped them, but the law prohibits police from being dispatched in the event of a crime using superpowers. In fact, a villain alone can wipe out all the cops who have guns, so they won't be a big help. So this is the conclusion, a complete mess. Heroes are despised and villains are growing in number. There are too many villains compared to the number of heroes. It's a part where you can see why Stardust is rolling alone. That's why Yurei getting rid of the villains, Yurei like a dark hero. Seo-yoon, who was listening quietly, was sarcastic. Seo-yoon, you have been nice to me for the past few days and now Yurei back on track. I am not a dark hero. I am just interested in the fate of Korea. Yurei not just doing that woman's job because you like Stardust, right? Hey, Seo-yoon, what do you mean by that woman? You have to speak nicely, but that's true. How did she figure that out? But in this situation, it's a waste to admit it right away. I changed the topic nonchalantly. It's not that, it's just that I feel uncomfortable. I also think that Yurei very interested in Stardust. Subin cut me off and offered me a counterargument. Subin cut me off. Our nice Subin. When I say something, Subin, who is always scared and teared up, only goes away. I raised a tiger cub. The girls suddenly gazed at me. As her gaze looked like she was interrogating me, I was taken abashed. Now I am interested in her? Yeah, it's true that I am interested in her. But that doesn't matter, because there are no other heroes than Stardust. And a villain needs a hero to be a villain, right? So I mean, yeah, contrast structure. I've set Stardust up as my arch energy for now. I found myself making excuses before I knew it. Wait, why am I making excuses for this? Still, Seo-yoon was looking at me with a suspicious look. Seo-yoon, what's wrong with you? It's unfair. Anyway, that's not the point. Let's start planning another terrorist attack. Seo-yoon's interest was shifted to another place besides Stardust. Terrorist attack? Again? Yeah. Well, my affinity has gone up too high. It's not exactly lickability, but the expectation. Anyway, the only way to lower it again is massive terrorism. When are you going to prepare that? Don't worry. I'm going to take a break for a while after this terrorist attack, I said with a smile at Seo-yoon's grumbling. You're going to take a break? Really? Then shall we go on a trip? A trip? When I saw Seo-yoon's sparkling eyes, I unknowingly affirmed. Sure, a trip. That sounds great. Let's go after this. Yay, you promised. Then suddenly, Seo-yoon ran somewhere. Wait, I told you to prepare a terrorist attack with me. She's not going to prepare for the trip, is she? Subin just smiled quietly at us. Chapter 30. The Terror Live. There are so many houses in Seoul. If you look on the street, all you can see are apartments, of course. We cannot leave out detached houses. One of those houses that filled the ground. There is an ordinary-looking detached house. This house seems to have no problem on the surface. If you can see who comes out of the door in front of the house, you will usually see a girl come and go, and sometimes a boy and a girl come out. So it seems to be a normal house of a family, and if you go inside, you can feel something strange. Why is the door inside locked with a password? And even when you open that door and go inside, you will feel something strange. Because it's empty inside the house. Although there is some furniture, it is gently dusty as if it had never been used, like no one has ever lived there before. But then, who are those men and girls that were coming in and out? When you have been thinking that far, you feel something behind you that makes you feel goosebumps. It's a haunted house. You might run away screaming. But honestly, ghosts don't live here. The house is just located underground. In that deep underground. If you go down hundreds of meters from the ground, an enormous space will appear. Dozens of rooms, armed with all sorts of high-tech gadgets and amenities. At the moment, the most influential villains in Korea. The most attractive person to teenagers. Top one on this man is amazing list of Forbes. It's a secret underground area where Korea's unprecedented villain egoistic lives, the one that has thousands of fans. It's called Ego Base. And I, the head of this place. I was working on a plan at the moment. Now, if you have any good ideas, tell me. One of the numerous rooms in the house. On the big blackboard on the wall there. Third large-scale terrorism conference, it said. I wrote it. What's the purpose of this terrorism? You're already popular, so are you going to raise the pressure? That's right. A lot of people seem to think that I am a hero right now, and I want to fix their mind. So they can think of me as an impulsive and twisted madman. Actually, to a certain extent, I think everyone already has that thought, but all right. But can't we just grab anyone and slaughter them? Seo-yoon. I was surprised and looked at Seo-yoon. I raised the child the wrong way. She said such a horrible thing like it was nothing. If you think about it, Seo Yoon was originally a villain. Her personality has softened since she started living with me. In the original comic, all she can think about is to destroy Korea. Anyway, I need to educate her about this kind of thing. I cleared my throat and spoke up. What kind of disgusting and terrible idea is that? What guilt that the citizens have committed? You cannot just try to kill someone. Why are your conditions so strict? It's funnier to call yourself a villain when you kill no one. Nuh-uh, I killed some of the other villains. I eliminated Subin's friends with my own hands. When I said that, I could see Subin fumbling for a moment. I am sorry, Subin. Don't shake your hands while holding a mug. Okay, I got it for now. Then why don't you slaughter criminals in prison? They're not even citizens. I don't have anything to say. No, I have one. Seo Yoon, if you look at people's reactions these days, we can get even more popular. It will be dope. Really? And it's not just a random terrorist attack. You think that there's a way out if you do well? You can't get out of it and everyone dies. There needs to be a situation like that. Look at what I have done so far. A prisoner's dilemma, the trolley dilemma. Of course, it's not a dilemma, but we should use our head to create a terrorist attack. It's difficult. Right? It's hard, right? This is not easy. What kind of terrorism do we plan? I was just an ordinary little citizen. In other words, I have never thought about what kind of terrorism I would cause while staying at home by myself. Seo Yoon was thinking hard about the next terrorist attack. Subin, who was next to her, also seemed to be thinking quietly. Originally, I planned the previous two terrorism from the beginning to the end, so the two of them just needed to carry them out. Not that I have run out of ideas, I have to use the power of collective intelligence. So help me. Oh, but I didn't tell them yet. Oh, and it has to be a desperate situation where a hero should appear and save them. Right before everyone dies, the hero suddenly comes out and saves them. Seo Yoon couldn't hold back her anger and became irritated, and Subin, who was listening quietly, said a word for the first time. And the hero is Stardust again? What? Well, yeah. She heard that far and took a sip of water from the mug she was holding. Slurp Stardust, Stardust. Why don't you start living with Stardust instead of us? People might think that you guys are already married. With a sulky face, Seo Yoon was being sarcastic with her chin on her hand. I have seen this in a book on childcare. The body that I dreamed of becoming a teacher. I think I have seen something similar in Emile, a must-read for aspiring teachers. TN, Emile or On Education by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, did it say that kids get jealous when their parents show more interest in others than them? Anyway, I think I was told to say this in this situation. Gosh, Seo Yoon, I only call myself up in my opposite position. Why would I do things for her? Of course, my family and Seo Yoon come first. HMPH. Seo Yoon turned her head as if she was upset, but I can see the corner of her mouth going up. It's not easy to raise a child. If your child is a senior in middle school, she's not a kid, right? But actually, Seo Yoon is all for Stardust. I hid the bloody truth deep down, and we continued our meeting. While coming up with one idea and another, Subin came up with an idea. All the terrorist attacks that you have done so far. Ship, train, only two, right? Then it's simple. Let's terrorize the plane next. Plane, well, ships, trains, and airplanes. Is it a transportation trilogy? It's not bad, it's not bad. But how do I drop the plane? I know it's easy to drop it. Before that, you have to show a little bit of a dilemma or a brilliant show, then drop it. And we have to give hope that everyone can live. Oh, how about this? Subin continued with her explanation. After hearing it, Subin, are you a genius? Haha, that's how our next terrorist attack was decided. I have warned Stardust about the terrorist attack next month. Before that, let's prepare it perfectly. A plane bound for Jeju Island from Incheon. It was a small plane because it was a domestic flight, but it was still a plane bound for Jeju Island due to its own circumstances. During the short flight time, people were doing various things, like taking a nap, reading a book, or watching a movie on the screen in front of their seats. They were spending time in their own way. Yeah, they were. Until all the lights on the plane suddenly went out. In fact, people didn't mind much about it. But suddenly, all the screens in front of their seats were turned on, and the same video was sent to everyone. At that time, everyone was surprised. The ego show, now live, what's this? In the sudden situation, the people complained that the movie they were watching was cut off. People who were quietly doing their job began to look at what was going on when the screens in front of them were suddenly turned on. And all of a sudden, from the speaker that was originally used to announce, not the captain, but someone else's voice began to come out. Hello, everyone. The biggest quiz show on Earth at the height of 25,000 feet. No. The biggest quiz show in the sky. Welcome to the ego show. A man's voice suddenly can be heard from the speaker. At the end of his words, applause began to come out of the speakers like a gag program. Wow, clap, 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 clap. The bright sound from the speakers contrasted with the cold sound of the plane. What are they doing now? Flight attendants, where are they? But there were no attendants. When the passengers finally felt something was wrong, in the announcement, voices continued to flow. Now, well, for the sake of the show's dramatic tension, the plane has bombs on it. If you do something stupid, boom. Oh my. It's better to be careful, right? People were screaming everywhere even before he ended his sentence. Anyone who has ever heard of Egostic knows that he's not talking nonsense. In the midst of numerous screams, he only smiled and continued to speak on the speaker. Let's start the game. Stardust, are you watching Egostix live? He's terrorizing again. Yes, I am watching it now. What the hell is he doing? Chapter 31, quiz show. I kinda like that. Drinking iced tea, I continued. It's sweet. The unbalance that is slightly given by the contrast of the atmosphere and the situation. For example, this kind of thing. Like in a fairy tale. The prince and the princess are living while laughing happily. They decided to gather the animal friends in the forest and have a party. It's a beautiful picture, isn't it? But this is where the variations are given. A handsome prince, a beautiful princess, a brave lion, a cute rabbit, and a laid-back turtle gathered. Together to sit and smoke cigarettes together. Wait, Dylan, why does it sound so weird? Seo-yoon looked at me with a disgusted expression. No, there's nothing to freak out about. I think I know what you're talking about. Subin? When Seo-yoon looked at Subin with a startled look as if she had been betrayed, Subin startled and shook her hand as if she was trying to say no, that's not what I mean. No, I know what Dylan is talking about. Kind of like a cruel fairy tale, you're talking about that feeling, right? Well, that's right, something similar. I nodded. Actually, more than that, it's more like a drama based on a Squid Game. Squid Game, playing marbles and picking dalgona. Something that is very familiar to us and that makes us feel like children. That sense of separation when those things are used for survival and death, not for fun games. If you pick the right dalgona, you're not going to receive another dalgona as a gift. If you don't pick the right dalgona, you will die horribly. Such rules. Games with such rules are so cruel but funny and familiar at the same time. It gives a huge sense of separation. As I told them both, they both told me to stop talking gibberish but to speak it out. Seo-yoon said it directly, while Subin with her gaze. And honestly, it's hard to understand that there's no drama in this world based on the Squid Game. Reducing one of Gukpong element, as a patriot I must say that it's so sad. So that's what this terrorist attack is about? That's right. Whatever it is, the concept of terrorism has to be clear. I've written the dilemma twice, so this time I'm going to go with the concept of a cruel fairy tale. The Ego Show, now live, a height of 25, 0 feet, all communication with the outside world, such as telephone and the internet, has been cut off. An enclosed space in the sky, there are about 80 people in this space. It was so quiet that the only thing that can be heard is breath. No, to be exact, it's just people's voices are gone. People were just listening to the voices coming out of the speakers quietly without saying a word. Welcome to the Ego Show, the biggest quiz show in the sky. Let's start the game. They didn't know. The voice they heard over dinner on the news. The voice that they heard while giggling on YouTube. How terrifying it sounds. It was definitely a voice that could be heard on the TV at least once. It's a bit frivolous and cheerful at the same time, but it also makes people concentrate. But why is this voice now coming out of the speaker giving a primitive fear to everyone? They were only now able to reflect on what Egostick has done so far. 2 large-scale attacks. More than 10 people were killed by his own hands. Chosen by the association, extremely brutal and highly to escape A-class villain. Everyone laughed and cheered Mango Stick, but it wasn't until they were slapped by the reality that they knew. Why the Egostick is called a villain. His words from the speaker sound like an innocent child playing a fun game. The content was brutal. The rules are simple. 1. Don't make a sound. As soon as anyone makes a sound, one of the 3 wires attached to the bomb will be cut. If it gets cut off, you know, right? 2. Don't communicate. Cheating is a crime. If you get caught communicating with each other in any way, I will blow it up immediately. I can do a quiz show anytime next time. People's faces turned pale at his comments. Some swallowed, some shed tears, and some prayed to God with their eyes closed. Whether or not, the voice continued to come out from the speakers. Now I will explain the key point, number 3. At the same time, the screens in front of the seats changed. In the 1980s, American cartoon-style black-and-white animations began to play, and letters began to appear in English. Ego funny nonsense quiz, nonsense quiz. As questions popped inside people's heads, Egostic's voice continued to come out from the speakers. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. If you get even one person right quietly and safely, I will let you go. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode. It sounded so simple. Answer 10 nonsense quiz questions. It's like a game that elementary school students can play when they have nothing to play. It's too childish for adults to play. But if their lives are at stake, the story is different. Nonsense quiz, I will read the question myself starting from the first one. I will read it for you, and you can also read it on the screen in front of you. Where should you send the answer? You can look at the Messages app on your phone. There's a text message from an unknown number, right? As he ended his sentence, people took out their cell phones, and there was actually a text message. The Ego Show. Answer here, a text from an unknown number. They don't know how he could text them on a plane that didn't even have any radio wave, but somehow a message came. The announcement came out from the speakers. After the question is given, you guys can send the answer to us via text message within 3 minutes. Wow, 3 minutes. It's enough time to cook a cup of noodles. It's enough, isn't it? Why? If you pour water into the cup of ramen and wait for 3 minutes, it feels like you have to wait for a long time until you can eat it. I gave you more than enough. Haha, what's more than enough, you crazy punk? People could only keep the thought to themselves, they couldn't say it out loud. Because Egostic warned them that he would activate the bombs as soon as he heard any sound. If you get just one wrong answer, you're out. There's no chance to try again. If you're wrong in the first question, it's meaningless to know the answer to the remaining 9 questions, right? But I'm sure there's someone who can get all the right answers out of all the people. I trust you guys. An unreasonable rule when you hear them. However, they did not have a veto. Before people could come to their senses, cheerful music began to play on the speakers. Egoistic shouted out loud as he listened to the cheerful BGM. Now, let's hurry up and start the first Ego Show. The first question, how many people can ride on the lifeboat in Titanic? At the same time, the question just popped up on the screens in front of the passengers' seats. First question, how many people can ride on the lifeboat in the Titanic? And below that, the numbers that started counting down in bold red letters. 3 o'clock, 2:59, 2:58 people rushed to type answers on their phones. The time's up, Egostic's voice began to come out again with cheerful music. Yes, the time for the first question has ended. The answer is 9 people can stay on the lifeboat. Almost everyone answered it right because it was easy. As expected, our Korea is all about humor. You guys are so cool. TN, lifeboat in Korean is written as Gumyong Bodu, and Gumyong also means 9 people. Those who texted 9 people received correct. Some breathed a sigh of relief, but some had turned pale. Whether or not the broadcast of Egostic continued. Okay, let's move on to the second question. What is the hottest fruit in the world? Hell's quiz show, wow, if I were there, I would have peed myself. Egostic is really a villain. Who said he was a hero? They're all going to die. Fact, as long as it's not me, wow, how did he install the bombs on the plane? Basically, don't people check for the bombs thoroughly? I don't know either. What is the captain doing? Can't they just make an emergency landing? If they do that, I think it's going to crash. President, when he's up there, what can we do? There's nothing we can do. The president of the association continued, watching the broadcast with a mournful look. Go get some popcorn, Stardust. Stardust took the popcorn next to her and threw it at the president's face. Chapter 32, Rising Airplane. Now, the time for the second question has ended. The hottest fruit in the world is nectarine. It's called 10 degrees nectarine, so it's probably the hottest. Ha 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 ha. Tien, nectarine in Korean is chindo baksunga, and chindo also means 10 degree. Let's move on to the third question. What would the servant say in 3 letters when he parts from the king? The answer was Viking. By king, ha 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 ha. Tien, in Korean, V doesn't exist, so Korean people usually pronounce English words that start with V as B. In this situation, Viking will be pronounced as biking, which sounds similar to by king. Fourth question, what would it be to call a country that has no beef in 5 letters? The answer was beef radish soup, no beef country. Ha 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 ha, Tien. Sagogi muguk is a Korean dish. Muguk means radish soup, but is also written as in Hanja with the meaning of the country without. As the questions continued, the expression of passengers gradually darkened. Those who were quite good at first started to get it wrong one by one as the questions continued. In this game, if you make one mistake, you're out. In other words, by the end of the second half, there were only a few people left. Honestly, this is considered a lot. Honestly, Egoistic himself thought that there would be no one left by the 8th quiz. Surprisingly, there were 3 left. A little boy who got everything right, he must have read a lot of humor books since he was young. Chewing bubble gum, a high school girl who doesn't seem nervous at all. A guy who seems like he would have made a lot of dad jokes to his subordinates at a get-together. The eyes of passengers were focused on these 3 who were still holding smartphones, because their last hope was these 3. They were looking at them with more earnestness than anyone else. In the tense situation, desperate eyes that suffocate people come from all over the place. The man, who was a little bald, was sweating while looking around. Of course, the child, who still knows nothing about this world, was waiting for the next question without caring about the situation. Maybe he thinks this is an actual game. Only his mother, who was next to him, was looking at him with an anxious look. And a high school girl who is chewing bubble gum in a red baseball jumper. I don't know why she was flying alone in her school uniform at this time of day, but she was watching the video from the front, casually, with her chin on her hand. And at the same hour, there was someone on the ground looking up over them. "Stardust, are you there yet?" "Yes, I arrived, for now." The Jeju branch of the Hero Association. In the basement deep in the building, Stardust responded to the call. Barf, barf. Tien puke SFX Kim Ya-hyun, are you okay? Do I look okay to you? Barf. The person who is vomiting is Kim Ya-hyun. His hero's name is Shadow Walker. He is one of the 3 A-class heroes in Korea along with the Stardust, and is also the strongest person in certain circumstances. Yeah, he's the strongest only in certain circumstances. Shadow Walker. A hero who is purely strong at night. Only working at night, he can be melted into the shadow and moved anywhere without difficulty. He's different from Egoistic, who will probably die from a heart attack after traveling more than 100 kilometers, or the teleporter, who traveled only 100 meters and was killed in one shot. As long as it's dark enough where he is, and as long as it's dark enough where he's going to move. In theory, he can move to the other side of the Earth. Of course, it's daytime on the other side of the world, so it's impossible. And the most important thing, at night, he's invincible because half of his body is actually a shadow. In other words, he doesn't die. Whether it's a physical attack or a biochemical attack, he's practically invincible. In addition, he can suck his opponents into his own shadow and move them anywhere. He's the Lord of the Night. This is why criminals in Korea don't commit anything at night, and villains never commit terrorism at night. People gave him the nickname Shadow Kidnapper. As soon as he gets a report, he moves there and instantly moves the criminal to prison. In other words, even if he can only work at night, he can still be considered at the top level among most heroes in the world. In fact, he was the only person in Korea who almost has every qualities to be an S-class hero. But because of that weakness, he was forced to be an A-class. It's just that he's so weak during the day. Whether it's teleporting or Buddhist judgment, if there's light, he's useless. His body, which was clearly athletic at night, strangely weakens rapidly during the day. Well, he always sleeps during the day because it's hard to stay awake beyond getting weak. Of course, he's not that useless in the daytime. Whether it's teleportation or Buddhist judgment, he can work it out during the day to some extent as long as there is enough darkness. Of course, there will be severe side effects. So the Hero Association of Korea has created a basement under the association's branches in Seoul, Busan, and Jeju. They create a very dark environment artificially so that he can move other heroes in shadow movement. For that reason, Shadow Walker, Kim Ya-hyun, who was sleeping well, woke up in the middle of the day, not in the middle of the night, used his shadow and took Stardust from Seoul to Jeju Island. Although he didn't seem to like it so much. Barf ha hey, did you have to do this? I feel like I'm going to die. Yes, it was necessary, but I'm sorry, rest well. Ha, I feel like dying. The Stardust ran as soon as they arrived. The lone Shadow Walker took his breath as he waited for the staff to come down to help him. Ha, please, you villains, please only commit crimes at night. His monologue only sank deep in the basement where darkness had fallen. The characteristic of villains these days is that they are always active during the day. The answer to the 9th question was Deoksugung Palace. Oh, duck. Oh, did someone make a sound? Now, I'm going to cut one wire. Oh man. There are only 2 left? the line of the bomb was cut off as the high school girl confirmed her answer. One of the three was cut off, so there are two left. All the passengers around glared at her, but she didn't mind but murmured quietly, "I shouldn't have trusted that kid." Fortunately, she was only muttering something to herself, so no one noticed, not even passengers or Egoistic. Of course, passengers were not in a fortunate situation at all. The high school girl and the kid both got it wrong. His mother quietly hugged the tearful and regretful child. So there's only one left. There was only one man sitting in the middle, sweating like a waterfall with his head peeled off. The egotistic laughter came out from the speakers. "Oh my, there's only one person left. Shall I call you the famous last one? Let's see Kim Deokbi." Yes, Kim Deokbi is the only one who got all 9 questions right. A man was surprised when his name is mentioned. He's the only person who can challenge the 10th question. It must be a burden to think that the lives of all 80 people on this plane now depend on Kim Deokbi's fingers. Kim Deokbi, how do you feel? Say something. As Egoistic asked him to speak, as someone who was about to die of nervousness, the sad middle-aged man Kim Deokbi looked like he was about to faint. Kim Deokbi stuttered in a red face while having the eyes of everyone around on him. I will take responsibility, and how dare you? Didn't I say earlier that I would cut a wire if anyone made a sound? Why did you open your mouth? Let me cut another wire." Then, the line attached somewhere on the plane was cut off. People who saw it on the screen in front of the seat in real time. They were about to vent their anger at the moment when they were dumbfounded. Now that there was really only one wire left, they had no choice but to express their anger with their expression without speaking up. Wow, he's a real devil. Isn't it similar to the situation where someone says, "If you move this, I will shoot you. Put your hands up. Why are you moving your hands?" And then shoot. This is Egoistic. Where's the mango stick that I knew so far? Have you came to your sense yet? When the chat window, which was usually favorable to Egoistic, sticks out their tongue at his viciousness. Only Egoistic, as if for granted, only raised his voice. "Why did you speak up? You can use body language, sign language. Gosh, you're not witty." People angered a bit but immediately calmed down at Egoistic's words. The man must have noticed how everyone burst into anger. There's no point in having one line left to stop the bomb explosion. If they get the last quiz wrong in the first place, the bomb will explode. This place is full of breathtaking coldness. Only the speaker's voice answered the last question brightly. "This is the 10th and the last question. If you get this right, you will get off the plane safely, and if you get it wrong, you know, right? Here's the question. What is the kid's favorite oil? Countdown, here we go." 3 o'clock, 2:59, 2:58, he gave out the last question. Everyone's attention was focused on the sweating middle-aged man. The people who can't guess any answers at all, people who know the answer to a certain extent, even those who are sure of the answer cannot say anything. Just the middle-aged man, eagerly. He just looked at it more eagerly than ever. The man with such a red face contemplated for a long time. 003, 002, 001, at the last minute he wrote the answer. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Let's guess the answer. Let's see, he wrote IU. Now let's see. Yes, the answer is a breathtaking strain the passengers on the plane. People who are watching from the ground. Everyone swallowed saliva and waited, and then the answer was announced. The oil that kids like the most, it was May oil, May 5th. IU was the wrong answer. That's too bad. Well then, Tusk Tien, May 5th, Owal Oil, is Children's Day in Korea. Oil 5th also sounds very similar to the English word oil. Egoistic thought once and then went on. The end, bye, boom, AAAH with the sound of something exploding. The plane began to crash. Chapter 33. Hero AAAH. The plane began to crash. The passengers screamed and grabbed the seat armrest. "I can't believe you're making sounds. I'm going to cut the last line too." Boom, the popping sound can be heard again. The plane began to crash faster and faster. And all of this was being broadcast live to everyone. Crazy punk, of course. There were people who were watching it in real time. "President, what do we do now?" "What do you mean? Give up. I'm busy writing a statement of condemnation. Phew, I will have to go around while lowering my head again. You come and get ready to write me an apology for throwing popcorn at me. Oh, damn it, some reporters are already here. I'm hanging up now." The association's president hung up the phone. Stardust remained by herself. She could only look up into the sky with a mixed mind. The plane is slowly falling. It's falling so slowly that you might think it's landing normally. The smoke on both wings showed that there was something serious going on. Stardust thought, isn't this the biggest terrorist attack ever? Egoistic, he's finally committing a real crime. The most frustrating thing was she couldn't do anything and could only watch. The speed of an airplane is at least 10 kilometers. Considering the speed of the train that he barely blocked is about 100 km, it's about 10 times faster. Trying to stop that, it's simply like banging rock with an egg. It's like an ant trying to stop a car. In other words, there is nothing she can do. Just helplessly, she has no other choice but to write a report. When she looks up with such a complicated mind, suddenly she could hear the phone rang from her in-ear earphones. She frowned at the unexpected phone call and tried to hang up by turning off her earphones. Wait, but these earphones surely are only connected to the association. She picked it up by tapping her earphones one more time. It was a man's voice. And Stardust pricked her lips at the familiar voice. Hello, Stardust. It's Egoistic, you garbage. She almost threw her earphones out on the floor because she couldn't control her anger. But as he continued, she shut her mouth for a moment. I'm just curious. Why aren't you saving them? What? I mean, don't you have to fly up and save the plane? What are you doing? Stardust got burned up for a moment when he spit out those words so nonchalantly. However, she thought that if she got angry here, she would be involved in his scheme, so she tried to calm down her anger and spoke calmly. So now, you want me to stop the plane from crashing? The one you dropped? Yes, of course. Shinharu seriously wanted to give this guy a punch in the face by talking so shamelessly. A punch that is strong enough to kill him on the spot. Holding down her anger, she spoke up. How can I stop that? That thing that's falling at 10 kilometers per hour? You want me to die? Oh, I guess so, you crazy punk. She's losing her temper and her concept is starting to unravel. But before she could scream, Egoistic interrupted her. No, you can do it. For a moment, his voice on the phone sounded more serious and sincere than anyone else. She was speechless for a moment. You can do it. Stop the plane from falling. As if he was stating a completely undeniable truth. As if he was telling the obvious that the sun rises when the moon goes down. His voice is too assured. After being speechless for a moment, she caught her senses and quietly spoke up. Does that make sense to you? You think I don't know you're just going to take this opportunity to eliminate me? Why would I want to kill you? And then he continued with his calm voice. Without you, what would life mean to me? Without you, I'm just a common villain. You complete me, so step up. Clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it. Because that's you. And at the end, the phone was cut off. Left alone, she was possessed by the sudden development of the situation, and blanked out for a moment. She shook her head as she had come to her senses. That crazy guy is just saying his usual crap. That's what the guy said when he blew up the plane in the first place. She knows her ability, how can she stop that? Isn't he just trying to kill her this time? However, what he said echoed through her mind. No, you can do it. You complete me. Clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because that's you. As those are unbelievable words that only her fans would say. But this is what her enemy, that egoistic guy, said. Isn't there more reliability and objectivity? Her brain was now in a state of confusion. She was feeling helpless and hopeless at the same time, saying that she would only be able to watch everyone in that plane die in real time. When the villain who dropped the plane called her and told her to go and save them, she ended up losing her mind. Yeah, I blocked the train, so why can't I stop a plane? In fact, looking at airplanes, isn't it a kind of flying train? What's an airplane? Isn't it short for an air train? I mean, wouldn't I be able to stop the plane? TN. Airplane in Korean is bahingi and train is jicha. So in this part, Stardust is convincing herself that airplane is shortened for bahinjicha, which literally can be translated to air train. She began to think using some seriously flawed logic. Finally, her mind came to a conclusion. The 247th Shin-Haru Brain Regular Decision Council, result of the subject. Let's go get the plane. Yeah, if I watch they die anyway, I will be crushed by guilt for the rest of my life. Rather than do it without regrets. And immediately, she flew in the sky. Inside the plane, it was filled with people's screams. Although the fall itself was somehow going smoothly despite the explosion, that didn't mean the fear was gone. Out of the window, it seemed to be getting closer to the ground. At first, only clouds could be seen clearly, but now the sea can also be seen. People were screaming and praying to God. Some people fainted, some just gave up as they closed their eyes quietly. So gradually the plane is getting closer to the sea, and now people start to lose hope as they think, so there are only a few minutes left before I die. Thump. They began to hear a sound from the front. Thump, thump, thump. The sound continued. A thud sound can be heard as if something keeps hitting the front of an airplane. And the sound of the wave. Thump. Ha! Suddenly, a huge shock can be felt at the front. The passengers recalled themselves as if they were bouncing forward in unison. The shock would have made people bounce off if everyone hadn't been wearing their seat belts. The shock came and went as if something had hit the front of the plane like a car hit a tree on the street. The speed of the plane that was running to break into pieces toward the sea. Slowly, slowly, it started to slow down. Ha! So the passengers were shocked at something hitting the front that they even thought, now I am dead. But they noticed something was off. They are definitely getting close to the ground. The plane gradually slows down as if it were landing. Ha ha! The plane was getting slower and slower. Soon it landed in the sea with a roar, thump. Of course, in the process, there was a slight impact, so the plane suddenly split. As a result, all the passengers survived. What happened? The passengers were stunned by the sudden situation. They didn't know what was going on, they didn't realize they were alive, and they couldn't even feel happy. Some of them woke up and went inside to find the crew. The crew members were knocked out. People woke them up and they opened the door of the plane and set up a slide for people to get to the lifeboat out of the gate and ride it. People saw something when they got on the lifeboat and rode to the front of the plane with their absent mind. A blonde woman in red tights was sweating and catching her breath in the front of a heavily dented plane, holding the plane by herself so tightly that it was dented. It was Stardust. People instinctively realized that she saved them. One of them unknowingly muttered, "Hero, the protector, the hero, the savior." Everyone there felt that as they watched her catch her breath in a shabby way on a huge plane. That person just saved everyone, that's our hero. Yes. Stardust has succeeded in landing. The plane, all passengers are safe, they are getting off. Everyone, Korea is safe. Yes, and as you can see, wow, she did it. Viewers, the Korean A-class hero Stardust just stopped the plane from crashing in midair. Unbelievable that it happened in Korea. Who is the hero Stardust? The one that made the US surprised, Japan shocked, and got praised by China and feared by France. Japan now has to admit that we completely lost to Korea when it comes to heroes. Even if we combine the Japanese heroes, we won't be able to beat Korea. Japan's interior minister's shock revealed. Chapter 34. Reasonable doubts. Hello, everyone. It's the 9 o'clock news. This afternoon, there was a plane attack by a villain. Our nation's hero caught this falling plane and saved everyone. Reporter Jeon Yi-seung will tell you more about the news. 1 p.m. today, the screens of the 3 terrestrial channels suddenly changed. The TV screen that used to show entertainment becomes black, and suddenly an image of the inside of an airplane began to be shown on the screen. People were in fear, and Egostic's voice could also be heard. Welcome to the Ego Show, the biggest quiz show in the sky. On TV, Egostic appeared on the screen, which was previously showing a show. Somehow he was smiling wickedly. This is Egostic's 3rd terrorist attack. After the previous 2 attacks, he chose the air this time. And Egostic's voice came out again. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. If you get even one person right quietly and safely, I will let you go. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode? Confused passengers were taking the quiz in fear. The passengers calmly solved the questions even in panic when he said he would save them if they got the nonsense quizzes right, or he would explode the bomb on the plane. However, the humorous voice of Egostic was the wrong answer. That's too bad. Well then, Tusk, the end. Goodbye. At the same time, bang, with a loud sound, everything inside the plane was shaking. People screamed and the plane began to fall gradually. The camera changed. The news showed a video of a camera filming the sea far from the ground. You may not notice at first glance, but if you look closely, you can clearly see the plane going down at an angle. Just like that, as the plane was going down, a little dot started flying toward the plane. And that dot hit the plane. Bump. The vibrating was so hard that you can feel it on the camera. The anchor continued. Then a figure flies toward the falling plane. She is the A-class hero, Stardust. Waiting near the plane's expected landing site, she flew alone to stop it when the plane was about to crash. Many experts predicted that she would not be able to stop it, but the plane stood and slowed down as if it was laughing at the prediction. In the video, it can be noticed that the plane was falling slowly. The the plane eventually stopped, and all the passengers were rescued safely. Stardust later collapsed and was taken to a hospital, but the Hero Association announced that she fainted due to fatigue and that her life was not significantly affected. This has been reporter Jian Yi-seung. After the reporter's report, the screen changed to the standing female anchor from the news again. She spoke up. Yes, hero, what is a hero? Justice, salvation, sacrifice, faith. This time Stardust. What she showed us was simply a hero's thing. On behalf of our broadcasting company, I would like to express my gratitude to Stardust for protecting the citizens of Korea. So the anchor bowed her head. Yeah, you can take a day off. Come down and go sightseeing at the sea. Just relax. Let's go for a run together after a while. Okay, I will go this time. Really? Promise, promise? Yeah. They hung up. Sitting in a chair in front of her desk with her phone, she sighed deeply. It's already been a few days since she blocked the plane by herself. She wondered how she stopped it herself and how she was still alive. Anyway, the important thing was that she saved people by blocking the plane and she's still alive. She clenched her right hand, then relaxed it. Her strength got stronger again this time. It's a lot different than before. Seeing her unusual growth, the association has probably judged that they have underestimated her power so far. She already had that much power and accepted that no one knew it. In fact, that wasn't the only improvement in her ability. When she flew to the plane, she clenched her teeth and flew with desperation. She has crossed another wall. Somehow, her speed when she flies is much faster than before. The association explained that she seems to have underestimated her power so far. She knows her own power very well. Her power wasn't this strong, but it has clearly improved. She wouldn't doubt it. Indeed, her ability has become stronger. How? She met a situation that she couldn't handle with her own ability, so her ability grew on its own to solve it. Does that make sense? How convenient it is. However, she cannot deny that her ability had become stronger because it had already happened. But actually, she doesn't seem to care about how her power has grown, but what she's still thinking about right now is him, Ego Stick. Many people who indiscriminately followed Ego Stick as anti-heroes have disappeared due to the plane attack. Through this incident, people have come to their sense again that he was a villain that the association has approved. Although there was no civilian damage this time, there were many opinions criticizing him because this time, many people would have died if Stardust hadn't stopped him. But only Stardust, as the person involved in the case, was thinking differently from the public. A sudden contact when she stood still helplessly, and he said, "Look at yourself, stop that crashing plane. You have to fly up and save the plane." As she asked him how she could stop it, in a confident voice, he said, "You can do it. Stop the plane from falling." When she asked if he was trying to kill her, he said, "Without you, what would life mean to me? Without you, I'm just a common villain. You complete me." When she was slightly stumped by a sudden remark, he then spoke in a heartfelt voice, appealing, "So step up. Clench your fists, tighten your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it. 'Cause that's you." His words that she has never heard in her hero career before, as if he believes in herself more than she does. Has anyone ever believed her this way, even once? When she first worked as an A-class hero, she was too young. She only heard bad criticism, such as not being able to solve the case quickly. In the eyes of the public who don't really trust the hero in the first place, she just stayed quietly. She has only been working so quietly to protect her own justice. But the first time she heard it, it was from her villain nemesis, as if he trusted her completely. How ironic. And it actually worked out as he said. She doesn't understand how he could believe in her and said that, but she succeeded as he said. Hitting a rock with an egg, an act of suicide, whatever you say, something that could be raised has actually been done, as he foretold. Egoistic staying alone inside her house, she murmured his name quietly. He said he believed in her. He told her to pick up the plane. But the point to note here is not the part where he told her to believe in herself. He told her to lift the plane. Why is that? He dropped the plane and he told her to save it? Then why did he drop it in the first place? There was something doubtful about him, more than simply being a psycho who killed people with his own ability. An airplane that would have fallen if she had stayed still. But because he told her to save it, she was able to save it. So why did he ask her to save it? He wants to plan a crazy death game where a plane crashes if people get the nonsense quiz wrong, but he doesn't want to see people die. All right, there is a possibility. There is, but somehow her gut was screaming that it couldn't be. Without you, I'm just a normal villain. You complete me. What he said kept ringing in her ears. Without her, he was just a common villain, so he said he needed her. How come without her existence make him a common villain? It's not a big deal if other hero comes as his opponent, right? Is it because she's the only A-list hero near him? She doesn't think so. Her gut kept shouting like that. There seems to be some other reason. Groundless, logical leap, absurd speculation, almost a kind of delusion, to be frank. She decided this time to believe what her senses were telling her. I'm gonna have to look into his tracks so far. What has he done so far? How did that end up? If she put all the events he has caused together, wouldn't something come out? She got up from her seat and began to go outside. Egoistic. She doubts that he's planning something, intent on something, and doing all this. Not a reasonable doubt, though. She decided to make a guess. So Shinharu dressed up and went out. Egoistic, whatever you're hiding, whatever you're planning, I will find out. Why do my ears tickle? Oppa, isn't it because you don't pick your ears? No, I don't think so. What the hell? Is someone cursing me? Chapter 35. Behind the scenes starting a few weeks ago, on the day where Stardust saved a falling plane on the sky. In the underground, I declared with determination. Well, let's give it a try. Airplane terrorism. The two of them nodded at my words. That's how we got to plan a plane attack. Oppa, where should we attack the plane? We have to choose a domestic flight. We can just go to Jeju Island. Why not an international flight? There is a high possibility that foreign heroes will come if we attack planes going abroad. I don't know what will happen if they're on the plane. That's why we have to attack a Korean Airlines plane that only Koreans ride within Korea. Aha, you're nitpicking again. You can't even fly at night, right? Of course not. Then the Shadow Walker would teleport to the plane and end it all. Okay, let's see. I think we can attack the plane at this time. Let me see. Yeah, that period of time would be perfect. Well then, we need to prepare it in advance. What do we need? You said you were going to do some death nonsense quiz. Go think of some nonsense quizzes. You want me to search for some nonsense quizzes? Seo-yoon, I already know tons of them. Do you know how to say a monk goes down in 6 letters? I don't know. What does it mean? Illegal download, downroad, ha 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 ha. Tien, there is no L in Korean alphabet, so Korean often pronounce words starting with L as R. In this situation, download would be pronounced as downroad. Oppa, please look for something else when I still ask you nicely. Seo-yoon gave me a cold reaction. Illegal downloading is fun. Why when I was about to make such a different old man joke, Subin next to me talked to me. Dylan, shall I just look for some bombs? Do I just need to search for the route that we bought during the train attack last time? Oh, Subin. We don't really need a bomb this time. In my words, both Seo-yoon and Subin looked suspicious. Hey, I heard you're going to detonate a bomb on the plane. Oh, I didn't explain this. Well, yeah, I will explain it in detail from the beginning. Ego Show Implementation Plan. A nonsense quiz contest will be held on the plane. If no one gets all 10 questions right, it is said to detonate a bomb. The point here is, I'm going to crash the plane no matter what. But if you use a bomb, the plane will be shattered from above, right? So we won't use bombs, we will just crash it down. What? What does that mean? Seo-yoon sounded like she didn't understand. Well, there are a lot of weird points. You're going to crash the plane, but what if someone gets all 10 questions right? You are still going to drop it? I won't let that happen. I will act like I wonder if there's anyone who can get all the questions right still. I already set things up ready just in case. Set what up? I'm going to give them 2 answers for the last quiz. So even if they get it right, I can just tell them the other one is the correct answer and drop the plane. If it doesn't work, just force it. Wow, I didn't know until now, but you look a little devilish now. Seo-yoon looks at me like she's bewildered. What, kiddo? This is the way the world is. The world is all about trick or be tricked. Dylan, what does it mean to crash without using a bomb? Oh, that one. If you use a bomb, the plane can break down into pieces at unexpected directions, so we're just going to pretend that the bomb went off, and we're actually going to just point the plane down at an angle. But if you don't catch a landing point in the air, that's a crash. As I shrugged my shoulders and said so, Seo-yoon asked once again, Oh, so if we crash a plane, it's our goal to get Stardust to hold it, right? Exactly. Increase my sense of power, increase my Stardust popularity. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Well, Dylan, can you stop the plane? Subin, who was searching for something on the computer and calculating it, asked me. Let me look that way. She continued to speak. It's my plan to crash the plane, but the biggest achievement Miss Stardust has ever done is to stop the running train she last time. It's great to block the train, but there's a huge difference between the train and the plane. I think Miss Stardust really squeezed her way to the limit and stopped it, but the plane. It's not just 10 times faster, it's hundreds of times harder considering gravity, weight, and energy. Subin's reasonable doubt. In fact, it is a suspicion that anyone would has. It's like a kid who learned to add and subtract yesterday saying that she will challenge 30 calculus tests today, speaking orthodoxly. How can Stardust, who barely blocked the train, block a plane? So I only answered them like this. Stardust can do it. That's what the main character of this cartoon is like. In the second half of this world, enemies who can stop time, dominate space, and cause natural disasters alone are going to pour out. It becomes a crazy worldview where divine beings pop out and try to destroy the Earth later on. And Stardust will be the hero who protected Korea and the Earth alone in that world. She's the main character. In fact, this world is rotating for her, and there's only one thing that makes this possible, that there is no limit to her ability to grow. The main character doesn't die. In reverse, the pain that cannot kill her will make her stronger. I mean, as long as she's desperate and has will, there's nothing she can't stop. Stardust can do it, so we can trust her and crash the plane. When I said so with a serious face, Seo-yoon asked with a slightly sulky face. It's funny. Why do you believe in her? I just laughed at the question and passed. The preparations went smoothly. We took fake bombs and we secretly put smoke generators on our wings to pretend the explosion. Before the takeoff, I teleported into the plane, set up this and that, set up the captains to fall asleep in the middle, set up the panel in advance my plans that I could squeeze out by reading so many hero cartoons and movies, and the result of the two geniuses' assistants combined. Honestly, with this kind of terrorist attack, I must say that I already reached the level of arts. As long as the project took place, the terror itself was fast. It was my first time doing a non-face-to-face terrorist attack, so I felt a little strange, but I will have to live with it. I can't get on a plane that is going to crash. Safety is good. Good. Hello, everyone, the biggest quiz show on Earth at the height of 25,000 feet. No, welcome to the Ego Show Live, the biggest quiz show in the sky. But when I was looking at the camera in an open space, it came out smoothly. I started to feel a little embarrassed when I spoke to the microphone in a narrow room deep underground. Seo-yoon and Subin keep looking at me. Please stop looking at me. It bothers me a lot. My energy isn't coming out. The rules are simple. There will be 10 questions for the nonsense quiz, so you just have to answer them correctly. But what if everyone is wrong? The bomb will explode. I spoke diligently into the microphone. On the screen in the base, people on the plane were being broadcast live in real time. FYI, the video is also being shown nationwide as we hacked into 3 terrestrial broadcast stations. It looks like all the technicians are clinging together and doing everything they can to prevent the hijacking. Yes, I spent like water for Seo-yoon and Subin. Adios, amigo, but actually, I don't think it's necessary to do this. And just upload a live video on YouTube. People will send it as an emergency program. I don't know, it's a tradition now. Okay, let's move on to the second question. What is the hottest fruit in the world? I realized this while doing nonsense quiz. Why are they so good at answering? Honestly, I thought I'd be out of the 7th and 8th rounds. The man endured with evil to the end and came to the 10th. The last man to survive was a bald man. Let's see. The name is Kim Deokbi. How do you keep getting it right? Now. Finally, the 10th and last question. What is kids' favorite oil? That's how I asked my last question. The answer IU was sent to me. Actually, it doesn't matter whether I sent IU or May 5th. The important thing is that whatever he sends it, it's definitely wrong. But he got it right to the end. If I didn't get revenge, I would have been in big trouble. Let's guess the answer. Let's see, he wrote IU. The answer is May oil, May 5th. It's a shame. Well then, goodbye. I pressed the button. Bang, the silencer that I set up in advance works. The plane began to fall down with smoke. Actually, it's just going down. Phew, it's finally over. I turned off the microphone and lay down on the chair. It's so hard to keep up the tension because I just sit still and open my mouth. When I was lying down like that, Seo-yoon, who finished the operation, talked to me. Oppa, what are you doing now? What do you mean, wait until the Stardust come? Will she come? Of course she will come, she's Stardust. So I waited. It will be here soon. I've been waiting. You must have left now, right? I kept waiting. She's on her way, isn't she? After waiting for so long. Erg, why isn't she coming? I just screamed. Why aren't SGE coming? If she doesn't come by now, the plane will break into pieces. Oh, why are you screaming? Seo-yoon, hurry up and check what she's doing. I will hack into a nearby CCTV. Okay, all right. Oh, I found it. Stardust is just watching the plane from the beach. What did you say? Why the hell is she doing that? This is not the Stardust I know. I think she knows it too. She knows that they will die, so she just stays still. I jumped at Seo Yoon's words. What? No, Stardust can do anything she wants. If she is put in front of the plane, she will be able to wake it up and stop it. Damn it, what should we do? If we keep going like this, yeah, earphones. In-ear earphones? I came up with something. Shinharu always wore small in-ear earphones inside her ears. If only we could communicate there. Seo Yoon, can you contact Shinharu from the earphones in her ears? Hurry up. Wait a minute, oh, this is a security network connected by an extension, so it's a little hard to get through Subin. Please help me. Okay. While the two of them stick together and keep trying on the computer. Tap, tap, tap. I shook my legs like crazy. I'm so nervous. After that ridiculous time. Doin. I succeeded in getting into it. Finally, I ran in a hurry. What's on the computer is a complicated frequency graph. Doin, but the important thing is that if she doesn't answer your call, you're out. It's okay, then I can keep calling until she picks up. I answered that and sat down. Take a deep breath, ring, an outgoing call and pick up. She picked up. I spoke up calmly, quietly. Hello, Stardust, it's Egostic. You garbage, she cursed at me as soon as we connected. However, it wasn't important that I was criticized now. I'm just curious. Why aren't you saving them? Why aren't you saving them? Why are you standing still? After a few more mild curses at my question, she eventually spoke up. How can I stop that? That thing that's falling at 10 kilometers per hour. You want me to die? As I heard her words more than I thought, I was shocked much more than I thought. I suppose that's what she was thinking. Exactly at moment like this, that's what she thinks. Just when I thought Stardust I knew wasn't like this. Come to think of it, I realized Stardust at this time could be like this. In second half of the story, Stardust never gives up even if she meets an enemy she cannot win. At the beginning of the original comic, she only fought against enemies who seemed to be able to compete with her. She was feeling frustrating because I twisted it. However, the situation I have suggested is a situation that cannot be solved by her current power alone. The first sudden disaster left her frustrated. It shouldn't be like this. The Stardust I know are not like this. Even if you encounter a situation that seems insurmountable, you clench your teeth, raise your head, step forward and break through the situation. A person who believes in her ability, trusts her will, and goes forward with an indomitable will toward the enemy. That's Stardust, Shinharu. But why isn't she stepping up this time? Ah, did I give her a wall that is too high from the beginning? Little by little, she had to cross the wall and give herself confidence that she could break the next wall. Did she break her will against the overwhelming wall? What should I do? What should I do now? What? I have to give back her will. Let her know that she can. She has to make them believe in themselves. Now, what did she say? How am I going to stop that? You want me to die? Yeah, that's what she said. After organizing my thoughts, I opened my mouth again in a calm voice. No, you can. You can do it. Because you are the hero of this world. Because you're the person who can win anything if you have the will. You can do it. Stop the plane from falling. Her quiet voice came as I delivered it with a heavy heart. Does that make sense to you? You think I don't know you're just going to take this opportunity to eliminate me? Me, you, I was dumbfounded. You mean who's getting rid of who? I lost my mind for a moment and told her with all my heart. Why would I want to kill you? Why would I kill you? Without you, what would life mean to me? After I realized that I had fallen into this damn world of comics, I wandered and agonized and vowed to live the rest of my life for you. Without you, I'm just a common villain. It cannot simply be referred to as a villain. Without you, I'm just a stranger in this world. An unnecessary accessories living in this world without all my family, friends, assets, social status, honor, friendship, love, everything. I am not myself. What's the point of me not living for you in this world? You, only you. You complete me. So step up. Clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because that's you. I just cut off contact like that. Looking to the side, I could feel Seo Yoon and Subin looking at me with a surprised face. Oh, come to think of it, I recited my feelings for Stardust in front of those two. Well, I'm embarrassed. I only smiled lightly and said to them, now let's see what happens. I did everything I could, now it just depends on how she decides. Yes, Stardust has succeeded in landing, the plane, all passengers are safe. They are getting off, everyone, Korea is safe. Wow, Doin, just like you said, she stopped that. How did she do that? Doin. When Seo Yoon called me, I was sliding straight from my seat. Seo Yoon, what's wrong with you? Let's go traveling. It's really tiring after every terrorist attack. I need to rest. Really need to rest. If I do terrorism one more time, I will get sick since we did 3 consecutive terrorist attacks. Let's take some time off now. This villain needs a break. Chapter 36, let's go on a trip, let's go. Riding the SUV we bought before we left the house. The destination is Busan. Seo Yoon said she had never seen the sea, so she decided to take this opportunity to see it. Doin, can't we just take the KTX? Tien, Korean Express train. Seo Yoon in the backseat grumbled. Seo Yoon, can you see the bag in the trunk? That's all guns and stuff. How can we get on a train with that? How long are we going to be there? Why did you pack that much for 3 days and 2 nights? Seo Yoon turned her head and was looking at the things on the bag behind her. I am driving and she's doing something dangerous. Doin, what is this mask? It's my first time seeing it. Seo Yoon took the mask out of the bag. It's not a mask that covers only half of my face, but a mask that covers the entire face. You don't know what's going to happen there. Just in case, I will take something to cover my face. Subin, who was in the passenger seat next to me, asked curiously, Didn't you come wearing derecognition device? Oh, I didn't. Seo Yoon and I haven't been exposed to the public yet. Oh, Subin said softly as the end of her sentence. Wait, now that I think about it, Subin is the only one who came here to travel with a derecognition device. And I was the one who hit Subin's face live. Let's stop talking about this. I'm sorry. In the back, only Seo Yoon was playing, looking at her phone without thinking. I hope she doesn't have any thoughts, so we went to Busan. It's exhausting to drive for 5 hours. It's the sea. We came to Hyundai. I am glad that Seo Yoon likes it. The child ran and played, and I laid out a mat and sat under the parasol. It's hard to even stand. I need to sit down. Subin, who sat next to me, bought 2 drinks and gave me one. It's nice that the sun is bright and there aren't many people on the beach. This is why you have to travel on weekdays. Subin, sitting next to me, took a sip of the drink with a straw and told me, sweeping her hair behind her ears. It's also been a while since I last saw the beach since I was young. It's been a while since I saw it too. It's the first time I've seen it since I fell into this world. Of course, it's the sea. It's just the sea, but still, there's something bothering me inside. In this world, I eliminated 4 villains. I committed 3 terrorist acts. I have been so busy. Being packed is good, but it's also necessary to take a good rest like this sometimes. I am always grateful to you, Doin. I was looking at the sea. What should I call it? Sea blanking? Water blanking? Subin spoke quietly from the side. Grateful for what? It's just everything. Thank you for saving me without killing me in the beginning. I'm thankful that you treat me well. Ha ha, what are you talking about? There are more things that I'm thankful for. You always take care of the house and even support Seo Yoon. Thank you for saying that. Subin smiled quietly. What's up with this atmosphere? Is this some kind of flag this? In the comic, the person who said this always dies or betrays in the next episode. I am scared. Before I could ask why, Seo Yoon came back from running alone to look at the sea. You're back already? Did you see it all? Yeah, it's not that different from the sea I saw in the game. It just feels familiar. Oh my God, she's feeling familiar because of the sea that she saw from the game. Is it the net function or bad influence of the game? I don't know, but I think I should adjust her frequency of playing games once we go back. But stepping barefoot on the beach was refreshing. About 3 out of 5 stars? I have never seen a kid who scores stars at a beach, but it's even salty. She should give it 4 points. Shall we grab something to eat then? Let's do that. We came to a gukbap restaurant. Tien. Hot soup with rice. Busan is famous for gukbap. Opa, it says to pour the radish kimchi water into the gukbap. Is that true? Well, if you want to eat like that, then eat it like that. I don't like it. Seo Yoon poured radish kimchi water into the gukbap. Why would people do that? It tastes fine. Surprisingly, Seo Yoon responded that it tasted fine. Is that so? Is it because of the difference in taste? Well, it's nice to see her eat well. Rather than always eating home-cooked meals at home, you should sometimes go eat out while blowing out the hot earthen pot like this. There's a lot of meat in gukbap here, too. Good. News was coming out on the TV on the wall of the gukbap restaurant. The association issued a statement condemning a class villain ego stick, saying, "We are doing our best to catch him." However, the investigation is disrupted by the fact that the criminal can teleport and is good at manipulating the network. Netizens say Ego Stick is scary. Did you see Stardust versus Ego Stick fight? It's a legend and many more kinds of reactions. It happened to be talking about me. But the news seems a bit strange. When I was watching my face on the screen while munching on radish kimchi, Seo Yoon, who was eating in front of me, asked me, "Why did you name yourself Ego Stick?" For a moment, the radish kimchi almost came out of my nose. Why is she talking in loud voice in such crowded place about that? I looked at the people around me in a hurry. Luckily, everyone seemed not to be very interested in this. When I looked at Seo Yoon with a very embarrassed face, she looked at what I was looking at, then said, "Ah," and took something out of her pocket. "Don't worry, last time when you were grumbling too much, so I made a noise-canceling device and brought it with me." And then on the desk, it was something that looked like a small walkie. "What is this?" I asked carefully. Seo Yoon shrugged her shoulders and said, "It makes what we say among ourselves will be silent to others." "Oh, when did you make this again?" "Last time you told me not to talk about identity in a crowded place, so I looked through the design at home and it came out. Hanyun Group has everything. It's fascinating." "So, Dylan, why did you name yourself Egoistic?" Seo Yoon asked me with a mischievous smile. "Didn't she ask this before?" "It's derived from egoistic, which means selfish. Doesn't it remind you of that?" "No, I can only think of a stick, but why did you take out in the middle?" "Why did I take it out? I just took it out." Stardust reduced her name to Stardust. So what's the point of not reducing the egoistic to the egostic? Stardust again, honestly, I don't know why Stardust took out the back. Why didn't you just go with egois without the tick? This is much better. I think I could have made it better if I were with you when you were deciding your name. I feel sorry for you. Subin, who was quietly eating next to us, also spoke up. "If you keep doing this, I will change my name to Mango Stick. Welcome to Mango Stick's mango show in front of the camera during the next terrorist attack. I am going to be like this." I think that's cute. I agree. My heart was broken when Seo Yoon said with a bright smile, I'm just kidding. The news on TV ended my story and was reporting on the following. Breaking news. A class hero shadow walker currently passed out. The association said, the cause is the use of too much ability during the day for special activities, and said they would complete the treatment as soon as possible. Netizens responded by saying, I'm afraid of the association's incompetence. Isn't it a mischievous disease? And the president of the association should take responsibility for the security vacuum and resign. No, why did he suddenly pass out? I watched TV in a hurry. Don't tell me that's what made Stardust go back and forth to Jeju Island. I feel so sorry for him if it's because of that. Stardust Fan Cafe, Stardust team membership is increasing rapidly. The cafe, which was founded after the last airplane incident, quickly surpassed 100 members in just a few days. It's very unusual for a Heroes fan cafe to be opened in Korea. Oh, I focused on TV instead of eating. Yeah, I believed you. As expected, my rolling like a dog works. You like it more than when you open the fan cafe. Oh my, people might think you're Stardust, Dad. Seo Yoon, who was eating in front of me, grumbled at me. Well, did I like it too much? Breaking news. Experts are causing a stir by announcing the results of Egostic's last plane crash that it doesn't look like a bomb exploded. Experts say the aircraft is currently sunk in the sea and cannot be accurately identified, but based on the last photograph taken, no trace of the explosion can be identified. We're lifting the sunken plane, and as soon as the results come out, how did you know that? The world is killing me. Opa, just give up now. I heard that one on the real-time trend is Mango Stick. Seo Yoon showed me the terrible truth on her phone. No, this can't be real. No, wait. Whether it's a bomb or not, I did crash it, but there are people left covering me. These people say that you must have drawn a big picture. In the end, they claim that there was no civilian damage this time. Mangadan's support is amazing. No, does that make sense? I did something? It's weird for me too. Did they all take medicine? That's abnormal support. Look at this. What is it? I got a phone from Seo Yoon. Mango Stick, if you believed in me, it's super recommended. Ha 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 ha, I will go first. LOL. Recommendation 1355. Not recommended 32. Really? There's no one who didn't believe it, right? Why didn't he use the bomb? He did it to save everyone. Ha ha ha, I agree with the big picture. Ha ha ha, Seoan, where the hell did you get these comments? Doin, look at this, it was posted on my school community. What's that? Writer anonymous. Title, the interview for the passengers on the plane is up. How was it? Passenger 1, it was scary. I was scared, but when I thought about it after getting off, it was still a meaningful experience. It reminded me of the importance of life. It feels like I'm on a scary roller coaster. Passenger 2, I think it was kind of fun. I was dizzy when I fell at the end. But I arrived in Jeju Island normally, so I had fun and came back home. Roller ha 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 ha. Coaster ha 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 ha. Anonymous 1, all the passengers are brave. Anonymous 2, Korea, the land of manly men. Anonymous 3, you can't get scared on the roller coaster ha ha ha. Anonymous 4, roller coaster. Duck ha 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 ha. My emotion was plain. The world is going crazy. It's the end of the world. After we finished eating, we went around looking around. I went to the international market and visited other famous restaurants, after having fun at night. Seo Yoon, did you reserve our hotel? Of course, I have a reservation for a 5-star hotel. Oh, what's the name? I think it's called Signature Hotel, really. I think I've heard of it. It's the biggest, most famous, and most expensive hotel in Busan. It was hard to make a reservation. Yes, you did a good job. Let's hurry up and get some rest. I'm so tired. Gosh. I'm going to go get some rest and sleep. But it's nice to take a good rest after a long time after going around terrorizing all the time. Everything's gonna be okay for a while, right? A dark space, heavy armed men lined up in unison. Standing in front of him, a man who appeared to be a colonel spoke. Tonight, we're going to air raids, do you understand? Yes. Where did I say our unit were attacking? You said Busan's Signature Hotel. The shouts of the soldiers filled the place. Well, everything will be fine, right? I somehow feel worried. Doin, stop muttering to yourself, hurry up and come. Okay, yeah, whatever happens, at least it's not today. Chapter 37. The night before the storm, it's been a while since we had dinner. After walking around excitedly in Busan for a day, we came into the hotel to take a rest. The most expensive 5-star hotel in Busan, the Signature Hotel. Personally, I don't like the fact that Busan's iconic hotel name is English. Let's say it in Korean. There's a good Korean word for sign instead of signature, though. Come to think of it, the autograph doesn't seem to be Korean either. No, isn't that what the signature means? I don't know, let's just go in. The lobby inside was very big and antique. It's like a space where hundreds of people can fit in. Subin told me that she would keep our luggage for now, and Seo Yoon and I headed to the front desk to check in. Seo Yoon made a reservation, so Seo Yoon went with me. Welcome. What's the name of the person who made the reservation? Oh, it should be Han Seo Yoon. Yes, it's confirmed. I will give you the key to 27-8. Is there only one room? Yes, you reserved only one room. Oh, yes, I trudged out of the lobby with a card key and asked Seo Yoon next to me. Seoeon, why did you choose one room? In my questionable gaze, Seo Yoon said while avoiding my eyes. Well, it's good to save money. Why do we have to save money? When you and I put it together, it's money that overflows. The bed is super king, so just come and sleep. Seo Yoon, and there's only one bed. When I looked at Seo Yoon in a hurry, Subin, who was next to me, came and hugged Seo Yoon and said, It'd be nice if the three of us slept together after a long time. Woohoo, I'm looking forward to it. Well, we have never slept together before. They didn't listen to me and went to the elevator. My authority as the head of the family, wow, the room is so big. Seo Yoon, who came into the hotel room, ran around and admired. It's nice to see her eyes twinkle like this after her time sitting in front of the computer all day. As expected, a student should go out and play a little bit. Wow, there's a warm bath. Subin, who entered the bathroom, also opened her eyes wide and said, Is it because it's a 5-star hotel? It was the biggest and widest hotel I have ever been to in my life. Every piece of furniture is made of wood that looks like it's worth tens of millions of won if you accidentally burn it. I don't think we should ever play with fire in this hotel. Oh, we just can't play with fire, right? The night view is wonderful. I removed the curtains. Perhaps because it's a high floor, the view overlooks the night view of downtown Busan. I can also see the waves of the night sea far away. Wow, the TV is really big. I was amazed by the TV in the bedroom. The TV in our base is not this size either, should we change one. But in the meantime, there was really only one bed. Of course, the size is so big that it looks like 4 beds are stuck together. Did she really have to reserve a single bed? I said first to those who were clueless with the luggage. Let's pack up first, wash up, have some fun, and go to bed. I'm tired because I have been walking around all day. So everyone washed up and lay down on the bed. Seo Yoon lies in the middle and Subin and I lie next to each other. We decided to lie down and watch TV and rest. When I was changing the channel to see if there was anything fun, Seo Yoon, who was looking at her phone next to me, opened her mouth. Dylan, bring me some water. Huh, what? Did I hear you wrong? Water. But Seo Yoon said one more time casually. No, Seo Yoon, do you have hands or feet? Seo-yoon, I can't believe you're trying to push me like that now. I raised you wrong. I should have raised you a little more strictly. Oh my. When I made a mischievous wail, Seo-yoon waved her hand in embarrassment and said, "No, it's not like that, you have telekinesis. Can you just take it out with that? Don't you just have to lift your hands?" Oh, was it like that? I thought that Seo-yoon was a spoiled kid. Well, unfortunately, Seo-yoon. Just get up and bring it. All right. No, it's because I have to save my energy. Power, what does it mean? Well, did I not explain this? Let's see, when you play RPG games, you know things like MP, right? Should I call it mana? The number that wizards have to fill in when they use magic. Oh, that one? The blue stick under the HP? Yes, that one. That's what my telekinesis is like. If I use it often, it's not as powerful as a claw machine. Why can I just not use it and just stay still? How can I say, concentrating? If I do it, I get stronger. That's why I need to save my energy for a crisis. Actually, the last time I wrote it was a few months ago when I was dealing with a crocodile, but now I feel pretty strong. Bearing is victory? Oh, now I know. I thought you were just using whatever you want. I will be back. In that way, Seo-yoon trudged toward the hotel's mini refrigerator. I'm just going to watch the channel. Variety show news, I just turned on the news. Honestly, news is more fun in this world than entertainment shows. On the news, a B-class villain. There's no way it's not fun when you do this. When I turned on the news, there was a picture of a woman with blonde hair and a woman with long sky blue hair. On the left is Stardust. The one on the right is her. North Sea Ice Girl. The voice of the anchor came out of the news. After Shadow Walker's report of coma, A-class hero Stardust and Icicle of the Association explained themselves as concerns about the security of the people continued. The two say they will be in a 24-hour emergency system. And as usual, Stardust will be in charge of Seoul and the metropolitan area, and Icicle will be in charge of Gyeongsangbuk-do, Gyeongnam, and Busan. Well, Stardust were originally in charge of Seoul, and the North Sea Ice Girl was in charge of Busan. So that means that the two actually work 24 hours a day. I feel sorry for them. The North Sea Ice Girl appears on the news with the official hero's name, Icicle, without anyone saying it yet. Well, it's only natural that North Korean ice woman got tinnitus after freezing North Korea in the second half. While I briefly recalled the original work, the anchor continued. When the public expressed concern, saying, "How big is Korea? How big can it be covered with too?" The association said, "Make sure to have a baseball bat next to your bed in case of danger." Still, the association is like that. Well, the association has always been like that, so there's nothing awkward about it. In my memory, the president of the association went around a little bit, but the security must be a bit unstable. Should I prepare something? Dylan, are you watching the news again? You look like a real old man at times like this. Seo-yoon suddenly came back to her bed with a lot of negotiations. No, it's unfair. This may be your daily life, but I feel like I'm watching a movie. Oh, but that's not water, it's Coke. Where did you get that? Coke, I opened the mini bar and found it. For a moment, I almost screamed. Seo-yoon, you can't drink that. Do you know how expensive the drinks and snacks are in the hotel minibar? The can you're drinking is probably 501. When I said in surprise, Seo-yoon shrugged her shoulders as if she was wondering why. It doesn't matter if it's 501 or 5001 for a drink, we have a lot of money. I was at a loss for words from Seo-yoon. Right, we have a lot of money, right? Including the money I earned from the original knowledge since I fell into the world and the money Seo-yoon made in the first place. It's a lot. Maybe it's because I've been living like a small citizen for too long, but I forget about it. How much is this hotel in the first place? This is probably the most expensive of all the buildings in Busan. It's the only 5-star hotel here. Well, yes, drink a lot, drink and brush your teeth. Oh my, am I a kid? Seo-yoon complains to me with her cheeks swollen. Aw, you look like a kid right now. Subin just smiled quietly at us. Oh my god, I'm sleepy now. Let's all go to bed. How to get up early tomorrow and go to bed early to play. So everyone brushed their teeth, turned off the lights, and lied down on their seats. We all lied down together, but the bed was so big that it was not particularly uncomfortable. But it's kind of weird to sleep under the same blanket. It hasn't been long since I lied down, but I heard Subin whispering quietly on the other side. Are you asleep already? I fall asleep as soon as I lie down. When I was lying with my eyes closed to sleep, Seo-yoon, who was lying next to me, murmured quietly to see if she was still awake. Today was fun, Yeah, what was the most fun? It was nice to see the sea, and it was fun to see the market. I think it would be good to hang out like this sometimes. Okay, let's come out sometime. If I could come out to play. First, I've completed all the terrorist plans and Stardust growth projects in my head. Let's go to sleep if we want to have fun tomorrow. Yes, Seo-yoon yawned once and lay down with her face buried in her belly. I'm going to go to bed soon. The hotel is so quiet, I think I will fall asleep soon. And just like that, I fell into a deep sleep a few minutes later. When I wake up tomorrow, the sun will be up, right? But late at night, when the moon is still shining on the dark city, the hotel. Thump! Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps heard from all sides thump the sound of something popping somewhere. Ah, someone's scream, something breaking. Bang knocking on our room, noise between floors. FBI open up, and the shouting in front of the door. Duckett I woke up and murmured, "Why are you doing this to me?" Chapter 38. FBI open up late at night in the best hotel in Busan. Screams could be heard everywhere. Oh, what the? Who are you people? Shut up and come out if you don't want to die. Hurry, hurry, move. The mysterious terrorists burst in at night. They took the elevator to each floor, breaking the doors of sleeping guests and taking them as hostages. People were surprised to see guns pointed at their faces when they woke up. The terrorists forced them to wake up and gathered them to the first floor. Is this the last floor? Yes, let's get it done quickly or boss will get angry. The corridor was already chaotic. Across the chaotic corridor where the assailants pointed their guns and yelled at the screaming hostages, two terrorists went to their jobs, taking hostages from the remaining rooms. A terrorist was trying to break the door. Another terrorist next to him said and grabbed his hand to stop him. Wait, there's something I want to try. I have always wanted to shout this out whenever I break someone else's door. What? Just listen, the terrorist listened to him and laughed as he was speechless. I cannot believe it. Well, that's good. It can also be a man's dream. I'll do it with you. Thank you. Let's start on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. So they kicked the door at the same time and shouted together. FBI open up? As they went through the broken door, the half-asleep man in bed shook his hand once. Suddenly they were hit by their own gunstock and fell down. It was a vain end. Who the hell are these bastards? I woke up from my sleep and murmured, rubbing my half-asleep eyes. Gosh, suddenly there were noises everywhere, and 2 masked men were pointing guns at me when I woke up. I was so surprised, so I manipulated their guns with my telekinesis and hit their heads. They passed out under my bed after the surprise attack. Who are they? What's going on? Subin and Seo-yoon, who were sleeping next to each other, finally woke up. Gosh, what the hell were we doing during this chaos? When I woke up, the sound that I could hear was no different from hell. The sound of people screaming, crying, shouting, the sound of breaking, smashing, shooting. I had no choice but to say this. I think there's been a terrorist attack, seriously. I'm a guy who doesn't swear, but Duckett, isn't this too much? What the hell did I do wrong? I've only been on 2 trips so far, but why did accidents happen both times? There are so many hotels in Busan. Why? Is this happening to my hotel? No matter how much I think about it, the world seems to hate me. It's unfair. I'm certain that I've lived nicely well, not really, but I'm proud that I've lived a sincere life. How come God created me, Kimdain, but also created those vicious villains? God, let me be a righteous villain again today. Yawn, what the hell is going on here? Seo-yoon, who woke up from her sleep, looked around with tired eyes. She had a bothered look as if there's something else going on in vain. I guess she doesn't even get scared anymore. Are you used to terrorism now? Wait, let me check the parking lot. So I teleported quickly to my car in the parking lot. Move it, carry the supplies, get your weapons. The underground parking lot was already a mess. There were dozens of military trucks full of masked men. Newbie, stop, this place is hell. I was going to take Seo-yoon and Subin here if the place was safe, but it seems impossible. Vieri, rummage. First, I packed the necessary things from the basket I brought. A yellow mask that can cover my entire face. Check. Wireless earphones and connections. If I want to contact Seo-yoon in case we're apart, I have to bring this. Check. The guns, if I went with my original plan, the machine gun would be too much, so I only took the small handguns with me. For the time being, having things packed quickly, I looked outside the hotel for a while and then moved back to my room. I moved so hurriedly that the action only happened in less than a minute. Coming back quickly, I handed over the items to Seo-yoon, who looked anxious, and Subin, who quietly looked into the market. Now, take your handguns first, Subin. You probably already know how to use it. Seo-yoon, I taught you last time, right? The outside is still a mess and full of people screaming. We will get caught if we stay here for too long, so let's explain to them quickly. It seems like there's a terrorist attack outside, armed cars are just going around the road, helicopters are flying, and it's not fine. So I want you guys to stick with me from now on. First, let's pretend we're hostages." They nodded at my words. "I don't know who the hell it is, but which bastard dared to wake me up? I cannot forgive you. He'll be on the first floor." I wanted to live a normal life. I grasped my gun. Oh, this cool, heavy sense. It's been 2 months. It's time to go back to being the villain egoistic. "Durin, why are you posing in this situation?" Seo Yoon's absurd gaze made me feel awkward, so I put the gun deep in my pocket. Fortunately, I only wore black sweatpants when I went to bed, so there was no problem putting them in my pocket. Imagine how embarrassing I would be if I wore fur pajamas with sky blue clouds on it. I packed my guns, put the earphones on, and put my mask deep inside my pants. Yeah, the preparations are done. Well, let's go now. As I turned my head to them, they followed me with a nod. As we got out of our room, everything was a mess. The pottery is broken and the sprinklers are working. It's crazy. "What are you doing? Move faster, faster." The assailants were holding guns and yelling at people. "Oh, yes, yes. I'm going, I'm going." I walked aside, pretending to laugh slightly. "If you don't hurry, The gun held by the person who kept talking was manipulated with my telekinesis and hit his nose with the gun stock. The man collapsed. "You were too talkative." Fortunately, no one noticed it since it was chaotic. The hostages seemed to be out of their minds. Of course they would be. Who would have thought that they would be dragged out in their pansy while sleeping at a hotel? Various people, including men, women, family members, and bald men, were being dragged away. Isn't this what a red bean cracker is like at night? I arrived in front of the elevator as I was moving around the corridor, blending in with other hostages. "Now go down the stairs, quick, quick." These guys were pushing people down the narrow stairs. "This is the 27th floor, and they are asking us to take the stairs seriously." I clenched my teeth at the cruelty of the cold-blooded bastards. It's not enough to wake a sleeping person up, now they're making people go rock climbing. "I'm going to kill you all. We cannot go down there." I whispered to both of them on my side. "Hold tight," and teleported casually and gently. It may be a little tiring, but I have no choice. How can I go down the stairs step by step? I don't think anyone saw us disappear. If someone saw it, they would think that they saw it wrong. At the lobby of the hotel. This place, where a few hours ago calm classical music was played and people talked in an antique way, suddenly became the atmosphere of Jagalchi Market. TN. Korea's largest seafood market, which is always crowded and noisy. In this place that is as huge as a cathedral, people sat tightly like bean sprouts. Meanwhile, masked terrorists patrolled with guns. At this late night, people should have ended their day peacefully in this hotel, but instead, it has turned into a horrible and chaotic end. And they piled up a bunch of chairs, which were scattered all over the lobby like a tower at the front door. The chairs were turned back to the door to prevent anyone from getting inside as a barricade. And in the middle of the piled-up chairs, only one luxurious chair was placed. And the man sitting with his legs crossed in the middle of the chair tower. A class villain, Monkey Spanner. The man was sitting with a cigar in his mouth, fiddling his twisted beard on both sides as if he were a pirate king. "Did you gather all the hostages?" He chewed on the cigar and asked the staff at the bottom of the chair tower. The staff shouted in a voice full of spirit. "Yes, all the people from 30 floors, we've secured them down here." "Okay, all right." The man sat fiddling his beard for a long time, but soon got up from his seat. His huge muscles wriggled as soon as he got up. As he began to stand up, the masked cameraman hurriedly set up the set. In this huge and crowded place. In this crowded lobby, people were holding their breath, and the only thing that could be heard was the sound of that man getting up from his seat. Soon, he raised up his heavy body and shouted at the front, to the camera, "I am informing the association and the government." Speaking heavily, he immediately took a breath and shouted loudly, "Right here. We're holding thousands of hostages. If you don't deposit the money into the account that I am about to tell you now, I'm going to kill everyone. My account number is 1002. While he was shouting out loud like that's all. Suddenly, amidst those hushed hostages, some clapping began to be heard. Clap, 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 in this quiet space except for his scream. It was so weird to hear someone clapping hands. Even Monkey Spanner, who was broadcasting live, paused while talking. The place suddenly became quiet, only the clapping sound could be heard. The nearby citizens turned their heads with astonishment and horror to search for the madman who was clapping. I rose quietly from my seat, receiving those glances. I continued clapping. An aggro needs to be done like this. Chapter 39. Clown, a place where countless people gather in fear. So many people are gathered here, and it's surprising how quiet the place can be. Shaking hostages, terrorists with guns, and even the one standing majestically on the chair tower. At this moment, everyone was quiet. A man who rose from the crowd was clapping. Clap, 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 clap. It's different from those sloppy imitating claps. I even studied with all my heart to see how I can make a loud clapping sound. It sounded so loud for one person to make it. It was so loud that it caught everyone's attention. Just like that, everyone looked at the man clapping in a quiet place. The leader of this terrorist attack and also the A-list villain, Monkey Spanner. He spoke up. "What's with that crazy guy?" Just like his words. With the terrorists with guns opening their eyes wide as if they would shoot at anything. Suddenly standing up and making an aggro, only a crazy guy would do that. Moreover, with that strange look from his face, they would definitely have that thought about him. The man who appears in a mask covering his entire face. Bright yellow, or is it a little orange? Anyway, an unbalanced yellow mask. Even the mask had a little smile on its eyes, and the star under its eyes made him look like a clown. In his grotesque appearance, the terrorists, and even the veteran villain Monkey Spanner, who had gone through all sorts of hardships, had no choice but to stop what they were doing. First, he gave him a signal asking him to turn off his camera with his eyes. There's nothing good about broadcasting live an outbreak situation. Who is Monkey Spanner? His ability is actually insignificant. Weak power. Well, his powers can be easily deduced by his explosive muscles, which can be hidden behind his clothes. However, Monkey Spanner, unlike other villains with similar abilities, has been designated as a class villain by the association, although he is weak. It's quite unusual, no matter how high the association gives the villain rank over the hero. The reason why he received such a high rank is because of his outstanding organizational skills. No one knows how he could gather hundreds of underlings working under him like Slash along with the so-called Jumping Monkey Club. They spent time underground in Korea, robbing banks and selling drugs. One day, the boss Monkey Spanner suddenly led his men to Mexico to enjoy bigger stuff. Those who left curiously to invade the Mexican drug cartel were beaten by the cartel. There are now more than 100 subordinates who used to command hundreds of people. The money he earned from the terrorist attacks was also wasted. The one who trudged back to his hometown. Feeling that it would be ruined if he did it like this, he did a trick. After pulling money from a large-scale terrorist attack in Korea, he will go to Mexico one more time. He stowed away at Busan port and looked for an opportunity. As soon as he returned, he was going to do it without thinking, but the plan was ruined because of some legostic or something who did terrorist attacks in Seoul before him. Terrorism is all about aggro, and the government would pay less attention to his terrorism when someone is dragging it first. Less attention will also reduce the amount of money that he can get. And he's been waiting for the opportunity, and they always say victory comes with patience. The best opportunity has come. Shadow Walker, the ruler of darkness, is down. For the first time in history, it means that terrorism can be carried out at night. And the veteran Monkey Spanner were faster than anyone and began a terrorist attack. To sum up, although he was crushed in Mexico, Monkey Spanner was basically a quick-witted villain with hundreds of underlings. And his intuition, which developed over the years, concluded that the guy in that mask is unusual now. "What the hell are you doing?" He bought some time as he said. If no one in this world had superpowers, he would have just finished him with a shot. But he had no idea what superpower that guy had, so he had to be cautious. Damn it, where did this brat come from? The number of people with superpowers is rarer than winning the first prize in the lottery. The winner of the lottery comes out every week. It's rare to pop out of this many people. However, who is Monkey Spanner? He has been persistent in maintaining his power even among numerous heroes with superpowers. He believed that this ideal could be easily overcome by his own power. Yet, "What the hell are you doing?" The guy standing on the chair tower yelled at me. If someone asks who you are, it's human nature to let them know. Standing nonchalantly, I shrugged my shoulders and spoke up. "My name is..." I suddenly paused. Wait, I shouldn't tell him that I am egoistic, right? It's a little awkward to say this myself, but I'm quite a celebrity in Korea. I am the man whose face has been on the news 5 or 6 times already. Of course, even without the news, I did do the live videos about my terrorism from the beginning. Anyway, there's nothing good about revealing my name here. As soon as I say my name, I'll realize I can use psychokinesis and teleport, so I had to make a U-turn to say my name. My name is none of your business. Let's just say I'm a passerby. I said it with a sly smile. His face crumpled up when he heard me. Judging from my relaxed attitude and calm way of speaking, I guess he thinks that I'm an unexpected powerhouse. Well, if it was me, I would be confused if someone with a mask like a clown appeared and satirized me. And this is my trick. Make the other person overestimate me. The strong catch the opponent, lower his guard, and then catch him off guard, but the way the weakling fights is a little different. The weak should inflate themselves and make themselves look more confident than they can. Only then can the opponent be wary and take as much time as he is wary. That's why I made an aggro with a round of applause a while ago. To be honest, I don't know who that monkey spanner or something is. I mean, I only know Stardust and the nemesis I fought in Seoul. I don't know what happens in Busan down here. The North Sea Ice Girl must probably take care of everything. I mean, I barely found out because I secretly searched for his ability earlier. He's a weak guy. His power is a bit confusing. He can run to me and fold my spine in half. I can dodge by teleporting, but the problem is my attack. The power itself means strengthening her body that most guns and bombs don't scratch. As I don't have a special striker team, it's hard to deal with. I don't know if the poison gas will work because my intestines are strong. If the poison gas is exploded here, I'll be exterminated. So let's do what can be done first. Step, step. I moved the crowd and kept going forward, to his chair tower. No one was holding me back. Other masked petty men pointed guns at me because Monkey Spanner, who is sitting on the chair tower, blocked them with his hand. No one would know what would happen if they shoot me. Eventually, I came under his chair tower, looked up at him and spoke up while mocking him. Oh, I heard something funny happened here, so I led my heavy body all the way here. I guess it was nothing but a joke from someone. All you can do is stick your butt there, you bald head. At my sudden verbal abuse and provocation, he was genuinely angry. Hey, this isn't safe. I'll make you regret it. After watching the situation until the end, he got down from the top of the tower and jumped at me. Besides being angry, he must realize that it would not be very good to look down on so many people and his underlings like that. But the moment he jumped on me and stepped on where I wasn't there already. He probably didn't know about my teleportation ability. Just before he noticed, I was already sitting cross-legged on top of the chair tower which he was sitting on. It's really sloppy. I yawned up there, looking down at him and flicking my fingers quietly as if I were bored. At the same time, the gun carried by his underlings came out of their hands and floated into the air. The guns were pointed to the other side at the same time. I took their guns out in a flash and turned them towards their owners who were holding them a moment ago. The bullet fired. AAAAAHHH, blood splashing. Dozens of terrorists in a moment. In such a short time, even before anyone could notice. All at once, died instantly. Phew, there's no one filming this with a camera, right? I think the association will promote me to Class S right away if they see this. Apart from that, I've used up all the spark power I've been stockpiling for months with just one. Oh, why is my ability so poor? Chapter 40. Deception and bluffing. They say that when a person experiences something too shocking, his or her head would be paralyzed in an instant. Now, that's exactly what the class villain Monkey Spanner was like. As much as he has lived, he has fought numerous awakenings. He has never met an S-class hero, but he still fought with a class a few times, and he could easily escape from them. No matter how powerful the opponent was, since Monkey Spanner always moved with the majority, it was not easy to kill him, even for the heroes. Particularly, except for some exceptions, they were only overpowering the villains without shooting them, so it was rather easy to get out. In other words, Monkey Spanner may have been defeated, but he has never been through anything like this. He has never. His underlings, they are practically colleagues who spent time with him in the same difficulty. When he asked them to go to Mexico, everyone followed him. Of course, he lost quite a lot of people there, but that's why the remaining are the best ones. They are, right now, in just a moment. Monkey Spanner looked around him. The hostages certainly were sitting, and his underlings were standing and pointing guns at them. There was no one standing. What happened? He jumped down to crush that masked man. The moment he jumped down, he wasn't there anymore. And before he knew it, the guy was sitting on the chair where he sat in the first place. He flicked his fingers like he was bored. Instantly, the gun his men were holding flew up before anyone comes to their senses. At the same time, bang, 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 dozens of guns fired at once. The hostages scream. Blood splattered all over the place. No one from his underlings stood there anymore. The hostages were panicked by the sudden shooting and the terrorists who collapsed in their direction. Monkey Spanner, who saw it happening at the moment, also got panicked. There were so many of them, all of them. They're all dead in vain like this. This is real? Only when he heard the screaming hostages did he realize that it was reality. With his fleeting eyes, he blankly stood there and stared at his underlings' bodies as if he was trying to deny the reality. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. On a mountain of chairs, there the guy sat. Even though he cannot see the guy's expression after the mask, he can feel his energy somehow. The guy had killed his men, who had been with him for many years, and that man was picking his ears with his hands, as if he was just removing some bothersome fly. Effortlessly, he was just showing an annoyed attitude. Monkey Spanner finally realized, oh, that man wasn't a hero. He killed people like killing insects. That guy, he was a villain just like himself. And even when his head stiffened in shock, he came up with something. That ability that the man used to move behind his back in an instant was teleportation. And the ability to manipulate and exterminate his men's guns was telekinesis. Only one villain in Korea has both teleportation and telekinesis. The villain of the week who caused 3 major terrorist attacks. Egoistic? Yeah, the guy with that name. Frankly, Monkey Spanner didn't care much about Egoistic. But he didn't like the fact that some guy with a funny name kept causing something at the time of his terrorist activities and stealing the attention of the public. He was a little interested when he found out that the guy was a double-powered rarity. But he cut off his attention as the association said that his telekinesis and teleportation skills looked pretty weak. He has heard rumors that the guy had killed 3 villains, but it's none of his business, right? There's no way he would be killed by such a weakling, and all that matters now. He felt his body tremble slightly. That damn association, which he wouldn't feel good enough even if he burnt them alive. How is that supposed to be a weak telekinesis? He's weak, but he can control things of that many people at once. And why is this guy in Busan? Then for a moment, a thought crossed his mind. So far, that guy has been killing other villains. He hunted them down, for no reason. What if he became the target this time? What if the guy was after him from the beginning? What if the guy knew he was going to cause terrorism today? He became horrified. That guy is hiding his powers. He doesn't know why the guy is wearing that funny yellow mask, not the usual one. He's in danger. He doesn't know what else the guy is hiding. Monkey Spanner sensed something by his instinct. Perhaps this is the biggest crisis of his life. He can get new underlings as many as he wants as long as he's alive. Firstly, he has to crush that guy and survive. So when he's trying to put his brain to work, above his sparkling head came the disappointed voice of that egoistic guy. Is this all you got? He sounded so arrogant as if it was boring to him. As Monkey Spanner heard him, he felt a drop of sweat running behind his neck. Egoistic, what the hell is he thinking behind that mask? I looked at the horrors I caused. The armed robbers who stood in between the hostages were lying in blood, and the hostages were screaming. Haha, what a mess. Watching the panicked hostages screaming and shivering at the sudden situation, I smiled helplessly behind the mask. In the distance, I can also see shiny silver hair. Is it Seo-yoon? I squinted my eyes and tried to look. She seemed to be watching me while standing next to Subin without getting scared. Okay, that's a relief too. Taking advantage of the telekinesis that I've been using so far, I've killed all those miscellaneous soldiers at once. Holding up their guns and bang. It was easy for someone as weak as me to shoot. Even if the guns are heavy, they aren't that heavy to me. Well, but they were pretty heavy, and I even manipulated dozens of them at once. I think it was almost 100. How did I do that? Even though I did it, I was also surprised at myself. Maybe I have a hidden power that I didn't even know. Turns out I'm also improving like Stardust Am I the main character too? Is the Egoistic comic going to be released? Well, that's what I wanted, but I don't think it's going to happen, because I cannot move at all right now. It was good until I sat down on a chair, crossed my legs, and flicked my fingers. It's like I'm a transcendent. Was this how Thanos felt when he gathered all the stones? But the important thing was after that. Everything went well as I flew up their guns and shot them perfectly. But unlike other powerful men, my telekinesis is rubbish. I used up all my energy by doing that one thing. So right now, I cannot even lift a finger. Gosh, this is a big deal. Honestly, I think I can move again after a few more minutes, but now I'm on the battlefield. Every second is a battle that determines the outcome of a fight. What if my body suddenly stiffens for a few minutes? I mean, I know that my powers were crap, but I didn't know they were this bad. Seriously, it was good to kill those common soldiers with just a flick of finger, but the problem is afterward. How do I kill that monkey dance king or whatever he is? Honestly, it's true that the things that I've done until now were half because of my impulsiveness. I mean, they woke up people and put guns to their heads. And I have to stay still. I have to teach them a lesson when I can, right? I need to set an example so that they stop being ridiculous. But now I'm all worn out. What should I do? But the good thing is that he seems to be very nervous. Yeah, I think I'd also be a little scared if my men were killed with a flick in front of my eyes. It's funny how a bald old man who has a mustache grew out of his nose got scared of me. Wait, maybe I can get out of this situation. I'm the only one who knows that I'm losing my strength. So there is a possibility that this situation can be overcome with bravado and deception. Yeah, I had a plan. First of all, I will take care of those common soldiers who seem likely to cause unexpected behavior. Then I will continue enduring while fighting with that monkey spanner. Until when? Until another hero comes. Honestly, I didn't want to be in this situation. Monkey Spanner, he's never been involved with Stardust. But it doesn't matter. I don't care as long as he doesn't stand in the way of Stardust. But since I pulled the trigger first, I only scared him a bit. I am the type who wouldn't let it slide easily. If I get hit once, you have to hit back 10 times. In that sense, I can say that killing his subordinates at once showed him a spicy taste. Then now, let's hang in there until I recover and a hero comes. Since it's Busan, North Sea Ice Girl is probably going to come soon. Although I am a bit sad that Shadow Walker cannot come. Is this all you got? I randomly spoke up. Let's go without honorifics. The important thing is bluffing, dominating, and triggering the opponent to make them feel anxious and think that I am better than them. Yeah, that monkey spanner is trembling, I knew it. Now let's open up a hell of a trap. Did you say you're a monkey spanner? I'm going to ask you a question. If you answer this question, I'll tediously let it slide. You when I start to let out some words. Thump, suddenly I heard something exploding from the door of that hotel. What is this all of a sudden? Hiya! Then a woman with sky blue hair came in with a tremendous shout. Oh, she's North Sea Ice Girl. She came really fast though, but suddenly at the same time it's dark inside the lobby. Suddenly the whole town was covered in shadow and something rose from the floor. That dark black hair. That's Shadow Walker. Wait, isn't he in a coma? Why is he here? Then someone flew from somewhere. Wait, an all-star battle all of a sudden? What the? The person with blonde hair flew from the exploded wall. Stardust? No, why are you here too, monkey spanner? Tell your men to put their guns down and surrender. You're surrounded? She suddenly appeared shouting loudly somewhere. And what she could see was Monkey Spanner's men were already drowning in blood. Monkey Spanner was standing in an awkward position. And I was looking down at everyone with my legs crossed with a mask on my face on top of the chair tower. Gosh, duck it. This has become a mess. Chapter 41, Crisis Management, all right. Let's put together the situation. First of all, my plan was like this. I will scold that monkey tap dance because he made me angry. To do that, I will create an aggro while he films a live, threatening video. If he gets panicked and stops filming, I will try to provoke him and piss him off. Finally, I will squeeze out the last bit of my telekinesis and kill his men with one shot. Then he'll think I'm super strong and be wary. Eliminating them with a flick of the fingers. I am scared of what's going to happen if I flick my fingers twice. Usually, I would teleport right after that. I was going to grab Seoyun and Subin after saying some meant like, oh, it's boring, there's nothing to see here. And stuff, it's nice to act like you don't want to fight with a common criminal. Honestly, I was going to get my car, leave the chaotic Busan behind, and go back to Seoul. However, there was a setback in the plan. No, I think it's a little too much for this telekinesis or whatever it is. I thought that I could do it, but I couldn't do this much. I've had a feeling since I flicked my fingers and manipulated using my telekinesis. What kind of feeling? A feeling that I would be doomed. And at this moment I cannot move. Ta-da, so I changed my plan. It's the plan B of Egoistic, getting out of the Hell's Trap. Pretending to be a black screen, scaring the opponent with my words as if I could kill them with just a hand gesture. I am hanging in there. Until when? Until the hero comes. The North Sea Ice Girl will probably come, and it will take some time for her to come. Until then, the key is to keep Monkey Spanner's feet tied. It was like that. Oh my, ta-da! The North Sea Ice Girl is finally here. with Shadow Walker and Stardust. Duck, what the hell is this? Monkey Spanner, tell your men to put their guns down and surrender. You're surrounded. Stardust's loud voice echoed in the spacious hotel lobby. It was a pleasant experience for a fan to actually hear her voice, which I could only see in the comic books. I feel like I'm watching a live-action movie. Yeah, but it'd be better if it weren't for now, right? I will say it one more time. Put the gun down, in Stardust's voice that was so loud. Gradually, it decreased, because no matter how much she looks around, there were no armed robbers with guns. She cannot hide her expression of wonder at the unexpected situation. The North Sea Ice Girl who came in with her also looked confused. Of course, they would. I suppressed the armed robbers and they're now lying on the ground. Monkey Spanner is on the verge of escape. Ika! In a situation that is getting even messier, he tried to escape first but was suppressed by Shadow Walker. No matter how weak I am right now, I can still catch you, you know. Shadow Walker climbed on top of Monkey Spanner before he knew it, suppressed him with the shadow. Thanks to that, Monkey Spanner was rolling on the ground like he was doing nothing. His hands, feet, and mouth are all shadowed. He was curiously terrorizing with his men, but in just a few minutes, he lost all his men and even himself was arrested. No matter how much Monkey Spanner flies and crawls freely, he cannot win over Shadow Walker once the night comes, that's for sure. But of course, Shadow Walker's condition seems to be a little bad right now. He's stumbling. Of course, that's not the point. Even though it looks weird, he easily overpowered Monkey Spanner. Seeing Monkey Spanner was crushed by a weakened Shadow Walker and had his head stuck on the ground, poor thing. I feel sorry for him. If I do something wrong, I would be like that. To the eyes of Shadow Walker, who suppressed the Monkey Spanner, turned to me. Gosh, of course, he has no choice but to look at me. A stranger sitting cross-legged on top of a chair tower. North Sea Ice Girl and Stardust did the same. North Sea Ice Girl is puzzled by me. Stardust looks a little nervous. Well, come to think of it, they haven't found out that I am egoistic yet, right? The situation is over and they raided the scene, so they don't even know what happened. I turned off the live broadcast even before that Mongo Spanner could appear. Crucially, the mask is different. I usually used to wear the half-gray mask. Now it's a yellow mask that covers my entire face. Shadow Walker, who succeeded in suppressing the Monkey Spanner, looked up at me with a quizzical look on his face as if he was questioning, what's wrong with that guy? Looking up at me, a tired-looking Shadow Walker opened his mouth. Who are you? We came to take Monkey Spanner. Speaking so far, he looked around. Dozens of armed terrorists who are somehow lying bloodied. And Monkey Spanner was standing in an awkward position. I was there looking down at him with my legs crossed. A person would have noticed right here with his common sense. The fact that I'm the one who finished them all. Then they're questioning in their heads now. Who is that guy? It's too much to be called a hero, because I killed everyone. Looking at the arrogant cross-legged, tucked chin up and sitting there wearing a mask. I look just like a villain. But what if they see me as a villain? I stopped the terrorist attack. I was confronted by Monkey Spanner. I am a hero just by looking at my actions. Probably because they have never seen a hero wearing a mask like that. North Sea Ice Girl and Stardust's suspicious gaze. And the eyes of the Shadow Walker, who seems to be trying to see through me, and I'm having a hard time flicking a finger right now. What the? Why are all the class heroes in Korea gathered here? Is Monkey Spanner the kind of person they all need to deal with? He's not. And why do all three of us suddenly come together when I'm the most helpless right now? Guys, stop looking at me. I'm going to lose your face. A desperate crisis. My head started to turn faster than ever. I could see Seo-yoon and Subin looking at me from afar with anxious eyes. I cannot see it because it's too far, but wouldn't they have that expression? Don't worry, trust me, this difficulty can be dealt with. Firstly, my physical strength. First of all, my goal, teleport and take those two to the car. We will take off fast. I only need to teleport with that distance. It's not far. If I were fine now, I would have taken off right away. But the problem is that I am not okay. A few minutes. Just give me a few more minutes, and I think I can get away. I don't know how my body will be ruined after it flicks, but just a few more minutes anyway. And I am a great villain to create those minutes in this crisis. How many hero movies have I seen so far? I can do it. Those three who are still looking at me. What was the question? Oh, they asked who I was. I have to answer well here. Saying I'm egoistic is suicide. The three of them will just jump in and beat me up. And then my body and mind will be very painful, so it will absolutely not work. My purpose is to stall time. To stall, I shouldn't let them attack me on the way. To do that, I have to fake my identity. They don't know me, so I should take advantage of that. The way they see me like they have never seen a man wearing a yellow mango mask who killed so many terrorists in a mysterious way. I have to threaten them here. I have to send a fake camera. Sitting high above, arrogantly looking down at everyone, I slowly open my mouth. Don't show any nervousness. Leisurely, as if I was telling the truth, did you ask? I'm an S-class hero. Yeah, the best joke here is to lie about heroes. I should go with a hero concept that they don't know, not roughly working in Korea. Yeah, but what should my hero's name be? I never thought about it. Yeah. Anything that looks cool, abstract, metaphorical, first of all. In the end, I was in a hurry, so I said what came to my mind without filtering. I'm an S-class hero, apple mango. Oh, duck. I spit out with an arrogant and serious voice the word apple mango. The atmosphere around me suddenly became chilly at that word. 3 of them looked at me strangely as they heard the word apple mango. Gosh, this is all because of those commuters. The comments are saying mango stick, mango Dan, and my brain is contaminated, you crazy people. I even thought it was mango colored when I saw the mask earlier, so I think that's why I spit out such crazy words. I'm finally going crazy. But what if I'm the S-class hero of the next country who speaks Korean well? I can make that face with a person's name, you know? Stardust frowned at my attitude as if I had just answered the question of name, apple mango. We've never heard of an S-class hero with that name. Sharp point. No, it's not really sharp either. Of course, she hasn't heard of it. I just made that up, but these 3 heroes don't let it slide. As a top-notch villain, I have the cheek to go out in this situation, in a serious and heavy voice as much as possible. In an arrogant voice, I spoke up. Of course, because I'm doing this secretly. Koreans may not know. The secrets of ego. What do you guys know? Do you have proof? Anyway, I'm a hero. I put a sheet of iron on my face and decided to go out shamelessly. I said in a heavy, serious voice again to sound loud and far. You guys, I've heard of it. Shadow Walker, North Icicle, and Stardust. But aren't you all class heroes? The difference between a senior and a junior is like heaven and earth, so use honorifics when everyone talks to me. I'm a villain who cannot even move right now, with 3 heroes who can crush me with their fingers. That's what I said brazenly. I'm a Class S, speak formally. The 3 of them look at me with their faces as if they were dumbfounded by my sudden sentence. Whether or not I was just going out brazenly. Use honorifics, please. Isn't this the country of courteous people in the East? North Sea Ice woman who asks me back absurdly. What did you say? You just talked to me informally, speak formally. I don't know anymore, duck, let's try and stop them. So that night in the lobby of a hotel in Busan, a crazy party was about to take place. Let's go to the 3rd verse together. Chapter 42, escape there is an old saying. Even if you go into a tiger's den, you live if you come to your senses. If you fall down in the tiger's den and cry, you'll just be a tiger's lunch set. This means that there is a chance that you can escape successfully if you come up with an escape route. It's still like that now. What if I cry as I am surrounded by 3 A-class heroes? They'll just be beaten up and dragged away. However, if you come to your senses here, you can go back alive. A relationship between subordinates and superiors resulting from the difference in information each other has I decided to take advantage of it. I know them, but they don't know me. This is very important. It's the main point that can help me stay alive. Looking at the current situation, all the terrorists were killed and the leader was easily overpowered by Shadow Walker. Hai's hands, feet, and lips are stuck on the ground like a mummy. Everything is fine, but the problem is me, a madman who seems to have killed everyone except for Monkey Spanner. One interesting thing about this is they cannot touch me carelessly. They don't know who I am yet. They don't know my power yet. Looking at the terrorists who have collapsed, they can only guess that I am very strong. But they don't know how strong I am, and this unknown guy can cause fear. What if I am much stronger than they think? What if I could get rid of all these seats by flicking my fingers? There are also hostages here. If I get twisted and suddenly try to kill the hostages, it's a big deal. They don't even know if I am a hero or a villain or just a nutcase. The conclusion is they cannot touch me yet. They don't know exactly what I'm capable of, and I have hostages. That's why I can do this. That's what I'm saying. People these days are so rude. In my days, when heroes ranked higher than myself passed by, I had to bend my waist at 90 degrees to greet them. That's all about social life and manners. But then these little ones looked up at me with their eyes wide open. Oh, God. Although I'm working overseas right now, if I say I'm an S-class hero, you have to use honorifics right away. Why are you talking informally to me? Excuse me. As I was talking nonsense, Stardust, who was listening, interrupted me and spoke up. I just got a call from the association and they don't have an S-class hero named Apple Mango overseas. Who are you? When did she contact the association? Right, they all have earphones directly connected to the president of the association. A first-class villain doesn't get panicked by this kind of stuff. Can I move my hands now? Oh, I can now that my hands are moving. I just need to hold out a little longer, then I will teleport. Clenching my fist, I banged it on the armrest and spoke up. A first-class villain must shake the spirit of his listeners. Once again, I took the risk. I've never seen such a rude fellow. Of course, they don't know because they're hiding my identity. Do you think my personal information will be leaked? You have so many doubts and your association president, you know. I ate, drank, and even went to the sauna with the president. The expressions of the three of them were strange when they heard it. Well, did I go overboard? Come to think of it, I don't think I'd go to the sauna with the president of the association, right? The president of the association will deny it in the first place. Even if I was just throwing out words, they don't make any sense. I added hastily to sort things out. Oh, and do you know, the president's name is Park Jun-ho, right? That's his new name. His previous name was Park Mak-shun. Our Mak-shun has been whining all the time because he doesn't like his name, so he changed it secretly. So cute, so cute. Stardust, who was listening to me, heard something from her earphones and flinched. Yeah, they didn't expect that I would know this, did they? It's an useless TMI in the original comic, but I didn't expect it to be useful in this situation. Anyway, I changed the topic and bought a little more time by revealing the president's name before he changed it. Good. But only after a while, North Sea Ice Girl immediately spoke up. I mean, how do we trust you? How can we believe that you're an S-class hero without any proof? Sir, because you look like a villain to me, she doubted me. Gosh, she listened to me? What a nice girl. Stardust and Shadow Walker didn't even listen to me. They're like, let's see how far this guy can go. They're looking at me like some old man watching his grandkids' talent show. I know that my brain is not working, so you guys don't have to look at me like that. And you were right. Duck, when you cannot think straight, you have to move first. First move makes victory. It means you will win if you get serious first. Villain me, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha, I suddenly laughed like a madman in this quiet space. Just a moment ago, I was planning to say something serious, so I am expecting to give off a creepy feeling. And then, right here, I suddenly stopped laughing. I was laughing while looking up, and suddenly I lowered my head. Raise my head again, lower my voice. I said quietly as if I were telling the obvious. If I were a villain, you all would be dead here. My words go down like a proclamation with my hands on my face. Duck, it was a little cheesy, but I held it in. The hostages were nervous about the sudden threat. Stardust and North Sea Ice Girl also changed their pose, so that they can fight to protect the hostages. And Shadow Walker, he's just spacing out. He doesn't seem to have any thoughts. Well, he won't die at night, so I guess he has nothing to worry about. As if the atmosphere up until just now seemed like a lie, this place became a flashpoint. When everyone swallows their saliva and tenses up their bodies, preparing for a battle that could happen at any time. I burst into a laugh and flicked my hand. Ha ha, it's a joke. I was kidding. I wouldn't threaten my juniors. Just relax. The two of them haven't come to their senses yet because I changed the atmosphere all of a sudden. Usually, when you want to make someone's brain stop working, you have to spin them around and make them confused. At that time, Shadow Walker, who was staring at me blankly, whispered quietly into his earphones. Why don't we just attack? I don't think the three of us will lose anyway. Let's knock him down and think later. If he's a real hero, we can apologize then. Hey, you brat, I can hear every word of yours. Hearing what Shadow Walker said through earphones, North Sea Ice Girl nodded excitedly and Stardust shook her head. Maybe she's worried that the hostages might get involved. Gosh, you're my only one, Stardust. I frantically pretended not to hear. No, I'll be in big trouble if I act like I heard him. If I don't do anything after hearing that, my arrogant S-class hero concept will collapse. But what if I get angry and start to fight? No, it's not going to be a fight either. If I fight them in rage, I'll be assaulted and dragged in 5 seconds. I cannot let that happen. But honestly, I'm already gaining power again. It took quite a while. All right, now I have to quickly escape. Let's take off. But before I go, since I've decided on the hero concept, shall I say what I want to say before going? Ahem. I quickly coughed and said what to say while the attention was focused on me. Anyway, it was nice to see our junior heroes. You guys were a bit rude, But if I may give you advice as a senior, don't run away when you encounter threats and just fight back. Don't back down no matter how big, challenging hardships where it seems like you guys cannot win, don't back down. You guys are heroes. If heroes don't run away, definitely, we will win. Catastrophe, disaster, it's all meaningless. If there's a will, if you guys have the will, it'll be very easy to get over it. As I turned my head saying the last word, I looked at Stardust. When our eyes met, she startled, shivered, Is she still doubting whether I am a hero or not while listening to my advice? It's rather good, or she might just think of me as a moron, Tusk. And what's better is that I've got my strength back. Well, it's time to say goodbye. In other words, it's time to escape. Well, I've done my job, I'm going to leave now. Goodbye, adios. I waved at them and teleported. When I disappeared, they looked confused. I don't think they're confused. It's probably just my thought, right? Either way, I was already standing behind Seoyoon and Subin. And then I grabbed them and teleported back to the car. We moved so fast that no one would have seen it, probably. Thump, I finally teleported to the car. But at the end, the three of us came rolling in the car. I'm sorry, I'm all out of energy. Dylan, are you okay? No, I feel like dying. I'm actually going to die. I'm about to lose consciousness. I am about to pass out for at least a week now. I am ducked. Before I collapsed, I left my last last message. Seoyoon, erase all the hotel records right now. CCTV and the entry list. If we get caught, we'll be doomed. Okay. Lying down in the back seat, I handed over the laptop I had moved earlier to Seoyoon. And Subin, please drive up to Seoul quickly. It's a mess right now because of the terrorist attack, so we can sneak out. Hurry, the association's soldiers cannot have thoroughly defended their surroundings. It would be a mess. I cursed at them while reading the original comic, but they can be a big help in this kind of situation. Thank you. Why, yes. Subin grabbed the steering wheel in a hurry. Yeah, I've done my job. Now I'm losing consciousness. There are no fatigue recovery capsules or anything now. In a word, I'm ducked. I'm going to sleep. Then my consciousness, which was pushed to the limit after saying that, was eventually cut off. The last thing I thought about while falling asleep was still the concept of the S-Class hero, Apple Mango, passed without being caught. I didn't expect this unexpected effect could buy us some time. Yeah, now I can sleep without any worries. Exclusive. Apple Mango, the self-proclaimed S-Class hero, is suspected of being a villain egoistic. The association is cautious about the possibility, but it's checking the facts for now. Netizens are already half sure. Chapter 43, the talk of the town, today's entertainment show. Yes, what are we going to look at this time? Yes, today's topic is the self-proclaimed S-Class hero, Apple Mango. Oh, the hero's name is Apple Mango. It's very affectionate. That's right. He's a person who's been heating up the internet lately. Let's take a look. 2 women disappeared from TV and another video soon was shown. Someone must have secretly filmed it with a smartphone. There, someone sitting on a tower of chairs was talking. The voice from that guy in a yellow mask. Did you ask who I am? I'm an S-Class hero, Apple Mango. His words echoed in a haughty voice. The video was cut off there and the 2 women came out again. Yes, aha, did he refer to himself as Apple Mango? Yes, that's right. During the last Busan signature hotel terrorist attack, he oppressed the terrorists faster than any other heroes. After that, when 3 other heroes came, this was what he said. Yes, but I heard he said something weird afterwards. Oh, let's also listen to it. The screen changes again. It's the same as before. It continued, the yellow-masked man's words. But aren't you all A-class heroes? The difference between a senior and a junior is like heaven and earth, so use honorifics when everyone talks to me. Yes, it's very impressive. What does he mean, use honorifics? That's right. As many people see, you can see that the heroes are a little lost in his sudden remarks. After that, he continued his strange behaviors. I ate, drank, and went to a sauna with your president. Is this true? It's likely not true. Since then, he has left suddenly, giving a variety of strange remarks and unexpected advice to his junior heroes. Yes, it's such an odd thing. Is that why he's now the center of attention? Of course it's not just this. There are many reasons. Let's take a look. Bigger numbers on the screen. There was a big text in the caption. Self-proclaimed S-Class hero, Apple Mango. Actually, he's the villain egoistic. Oh, what is this about? Literally, the netizens found a lot of evidence that he, the one self-proclaimed as a hero, was actually egoistic. Let's take a look. The video comes out as the screen changes again. The resolution is much worse than before. In a sneaking video, the terrorists were seen falling down by a sudden burst of gunshots. The first evidence is his telekinesis. Apple Mango showed guns floating in the air, which is perfectly similar to Egostick's ability. That's not all. Another video. There was an image of Apple Mango, who disappeared from his seat in an instant after speaking. As you can see, he also used teleportation. This also perfectly matches with Egostick. Among them, the ability itself is extremely rare, and you can see that the ability of the two overlaps completely. Wow, that's what we call it these days. You cannot deny the fact, right? That's not the end. When we did the video analysis, Egostick and Apple Mango are almost identical in body shape as well. Let's listen to his voice. Yes, the first terrorist attack of Egostick. This is the voice of the ship terrorist attack. After listening to your speech, everyone suddenly became united. Ha 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 ha. And this is the voice of Apple Mango. Villain me. Ha 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 ha. What do you think? They're exactly the same. Yes. Many people pointed out the similarity in their voices. They've been arguing that they were exactly the same. At this point, we can be sure that Apple Mango is Egostick, right? Yes, the association hasn't given us an official statement yet, but it's now established that Apple Mango is Egostick. Mangotten, Egostick's fan club, is excited that Egostick recognized their nickname, Mango. Mango Union Apple Mango. Isn't this enough to reveal who he really is? That's right. So some people finally expressed their position as a strong welcome, as Egostick abandoned villain cosplay and tried to transfer to a hero. The association even filed a petition to officially recognize the S-Class hero Apple Mango. I see, but it's hard to explain this popularity with just that. The second reason why Apple Mango is so hot, let's find out together. Once again on the screen, the big number 2. The caption below is Egostick and his relationship with the association. What is it? The relationship between Egostick and association, what does this mean? Literally. Apple Mango mentioned the name of the association president before he changed his name, so let's listen together. Do you know this? The president's name is Park Jun-ho, right? That's a new name. His original name is Park Mak-shun. Mak-shun, you've been whining all the time because you don't like your name, but you changed it secretly. This is very new. There is an argument that the name of the president of the association has been changed. He changed his name from Park Mak-shun to Park Jun-ho. The association denied it for now. He said that the name of the president of the association is a groundless rumor. Netizens don't believe it. It is true that the association is not commenting on just that position, and given the reactions of the heroes. It's fascinating. If that story is true, how does Apple Mango or Egostick know that? That's a hot topic among netizens right now. In the first place, it is argued that the name of the president does not remain in the computerized information, so it is not a fact that can be known except for family and old friends in general. So how the hell does he know that? An old acquaintance of the real president of the association? Or? So there are some conspiracy theories about this. In fact, Egostick was really an S-Class hero in the past, but it means that he has been at odds with the association since then and became a villain. It's a rumor that hasn't been confirmed at all, but it's a pretty interesting story. In fact, this conspiracy theory explains that 3A-class heroes missed Apple Mango, right? In fact, it can be interpreted that they let go because he's a senior. That's right. We'll find out about this later. Yes, I see. So what's the third story about the last Apple Mango? Yes, this is the third story. The accompanying subtitles 3. What is the ability of an Egostick? It's about the ability of Egostick. What is this? It's about what you showed me this time. So far, the association and experts have speculated that Egostick's telekinesis and teleportation are quite weak. It's also commonly known that dual-powered people are much weaker than single-powered people. But you mean he's not? That's right. The act of holding guns with his telekinesis that you showed me this time, this is a very difficult technique. Until now, it seemed like no one could do it with the ability that Egostick showed, but he did it this time. The same goes for teleportation. Oh, how did he stay in Busan when he was always active in Seoul? That's right. At the moment of the terror attack, it suddenly appeared. Based on this, there is a story that he can actually teleport from Seoul to Busan. It's very interesting. Does that mean that Egostick has been hiding his power so far? Maybe he is. Nothing has been confirmed yet, but Egostick. It doesn't seem to change that he will be the center of the conversation in Korea for a while. Egostick, This is why attention is focused more on his future steps. She just turned off the TV she was watching. Press it hard. The TV turned off when she pressed the remote control. The empty black screen showed Shin Haru's face. She looked very complicated on the TV screen. Egoistic, that egoistic. She lay tired on the sofa, pressing her eyes in acupressure. A few days after the incident at the hotel was already known throughout the countrywide, and about egoistic. In fact, she was already convinced that apple mango or something was egoistic. No, she's sure she noticed it before anyone else at all, right? She's one of the few people that already saw egoistic in person. As much as she was, her feelings were complicated. As she continued the investigation into the recent events of egoistic, she didn't expect to see him again because of this incident. Suspicions that have been around since last time and until this time. She had no choice but to admit it. Recently, something has begun to spring up in her mind. Egoistic. Is this guy really a villain? So, can he be defined as a villain? Chapter 44, Deepening Doubts Honestly, Even from Before. Shin Haru was suspicious of egoistic. Yeah, after the plane attack, to be exact. His phone call to her was the decisive trigger. He believes in her. He said she could stop the plane. What villain would say that to a hero? Can she call him a villain? It has been since then. Stardust personally investigated on egoistic. He caused 3 attacks in total. A ship, a train, an airplane. 0 casualties in all. Perhaps this was also a coincidence. As the so-called Stardust Union, which supports Stardust herself, claimed that egoistic was intended to kill, but Stardust blocked it all. That's why there were no casualties, they said. But what others don't know, she knows. Egoistic caused the plane terrorist attack last time. No one was killed or injured. In fact, when the plane crashed and broke down, he contacted her to save it. In other words, this made her wonder. Even the previous terrorist attacks, maybe egoistic had something set up. In fact, isn't all terrorism designed to prevent deaths? Then the question that comes up here is this. Let's assume. If it wasn't for the purpose of causing casualties or demanding money and valuables, why did he do that? Why did he plan the attack? The most common answer is because he's an attention seeker. Because he's crazy. He's out of his mind, yeah, that's the most common answer. But she wondered, is that the only reason? Of course, she doesn't really deny that he's a little crazy, but her intuition is whispering to her, there is more to it. She doesn't think that's simply the whole reason, so she looked into it. Things that have changed since the attacks. She read newspapers, the National Statistical Office, and articles. That's how she figured it out. Explosive inspections have been checked in the vehicles. Cybersecurity of various companies, including the government and broadcasting companies, has been improved. And the crime rate of villains has decreased. From the beginning, egoistic himself dealt with 3 villains. Because villains won't be active when other villains are active, the rate of terrorism has decreased during egoistic period. But these are too far-fetched to say, did egoistic intend them? As it is comfortable, they cannot escape criticism that it is fitting in favor of egoistic. In fact, Mangaden, egoistic's fan club, justified his terror with a similar logic as above. In fact, there is one thing she feels the most out of all the changes caused by the egoistic. She's gained much more power. She's gotten a lot stronger. Press. She clenched her fist, blocking the train and stopping the plane. Through these 2 things, her power grew unrecognizably stronger. The association has already considered promotion to S-class. Of course, the promotion is very tricky. It is judged by the International Hero Association, not the Hero Association of Korea, so it's not easy getting promoted. And there's no one ever gone from Class A to Class S before, so it's a great thing to talk about. Her strength, she grew stronger than ever before, more than anyone else. And who should she attribute this to? That egoistic guy. Gosh, what am I even saying? That's not true. Just luckily, things worked out so well that it happened. Is egoistic the one who knew that Stardust was becoming more capable in a crisis and started terrorizing her to build up her strength? Man, what kind of delusion is that? She just laughed it off as she thought it was a ridiculous thought. Yes, Miss Stardust, you've done a good job, in a way I never imagined. I didn't expect to save everyone in that way. It's your victory, so come forward, clench your fists, strain your legs, and fly into the sky to save people. You can do it, because it's you. It's ridiculous. Even though she doesn't know what he knows and believes that she can grow her ability. When she thinks back to what he said before, she feels uneasy. I'm sure it was some villains saying it's even his own terrorism. How come what he said cannot get out of her head? She flung her head over her thoughts. It's just delusions of grandeur. And egoistic, this guy wasn't just a terrorist in the first place. He shot 3 villains dead, including his followers who caused the attacks. He killed quite a few, removing villains without hesitation. Private sanctions? They see him as an anti-hero because he's good at talking. Killing people without proper laws is just murder. But she turned her eyes away from the screen and looked at the laptop. What she was looking at? The data she had obtained security clearance from the president of the association. Although it is said to be confidential that only the top security personnel and only the president of the association can see it, it is a file that has been ripped from the president of the association. Secrets that have barely been approved, insisting on the right to know, emphasizing that they are a class heroes. When she asked why he didn't tell the heroes and shared it only within the association, she only received a ridiculous answer that he couldn't help it because of security. Tusky thought of us as hounds or something. Anyway, this material succeeded in exploiting. This is a summary of the villains of Class S to be materials that say Class 1 classified on the site. She searched there for villains that Egoistic has dealt with so far. His real name is Jian Yihyuk, an S-class villain, sorcerer. After killing 8 people, he was caught trying to conjure them up as a sacrifice. The danger is that his limits of magic are unknown. Class 2 confidential information, the earthquake on 23/24 was caused by him, but it was declared a natural disaster after devastating records. As long as there is enough sacrifice, it can cause any disaster, so it is designated as S-class. Heroes from the International Hero Association are also being searched. Don't say anything to domestic heroes except /immediate shootings/command. Processed by a class villain Egoistic. In addition, she learned one thing from other villains that Egoistic shot, including Rhino and Teleporter. The villains he actively killed had something in common that even those who have not caused any problems so far had the ability to cause large-scale disasters someday. FYI, she planned to look at how Egoistic was recorded in that data. But she couldn't because there was Class O classified information that no one could see except for the president of the association or the council of the International Association. The only answer to the president of the association is that he doesn't know because it is designated by the League of Nations above him. Something was off, but she fell for it. The important thing is the Egoistic, from the way he behaves. It's hard to call him a villain. They are villains when it comes to committing massive terrorism. But there was a lot of ambiguity in his moves. There were many strange things, such as killing followers and stopping Crocodile Man, not to mention suspicious terrorism that never resulted in casualties. And that's what this Apple Mango thing is all about, adding confidence to her suspicions. Apple Mango, as a matter of fact, she noticed that he was Egoistic as soon as she saw him. How can she not recognize when his voice, height, and behavior are the same? Of course, she's the only one who's seen Egoistic in person, so the other 2 don't seem to have noticed it. He even called himself Apple Mango in the first place. He didn't seem to be trying to hide his identity. But the important thing was, why was he there? The previous incident was intended in the first place. The plan was to deliberately leak information to the media that Shadow Walker has collapsed after they heard information that there would be a massive airstrike in Busan. It was planned to suppress terrorism safely with Shadow Walker, who is good at interpersonal warfare as there are probably many hostages. Apple Mango is already well. Egoistic took care of the common soldiers, so there was no particular opportunity to step up. Egoistic had left his seat talking nonsense to the end. Should she have attacked and caught him on the spot? Okay, she had no choice but to admit it. Her suspicions about Egoistic became a kind of certainty. Why did a villain save people from the spot? He's a madman himself, but if she follows everything he's done so far as netizens say, he is also seen as a hero pretending to be a villain. Then he should be a hero or an anti-hero. Why did he cause terrorism? Is he painting a big picture that everyone including her doesn't really know? In fact, he's just doing what he's up to, and maybe she's doing an enlarged interpretation. But highly developed intuition in itself is a rational inference. She's been suspicious. With this Apple Mango incident, the suspicion is almost certain. Egoistic is not just a villain, never a hero, but nevertheless. It's ambiguous to say that he's an enemy and he's not an ally, but he's helping them as a result. She suspects this guy is making a big deal out of something. Stardust had no choice but to. She didn't sleep well that day. What the hell is this Egoistic guy up to? Is he actually on our side? No, that's definitely not the case. What if he's the real hero wearing a villain costume? What are you saying, Haru? You're finally crazy. She couldn't sleep with such complicated thoughts. In the next terrorist attack he's going to cause, he's determined to identify himself. But why did he call himself Apple Mango? Is there a hidden meaning behind this? I am ducked. Why did you say Apple Mango? Tell me, Doin. You pretended to hate mango so much, but did you actually like the nickname? Please be quiet, please. I'm feeling so embarrassed that I want to bury myself. Chapter 45, Big Picture in an Underground Basement in Seoul, in one out of many rooms at this place. In the conference room, I sat with my arms folded and a serious look on my face. Turning my back against the blackboard that read the 6th Egostic Regular Meeting, I spoke up. We need to clearly set our action steps for the future. Not all of us, probably only you. You made up that Apple Mango all of sudden, Seo-yoon. If you bring it up one more time, I won't talk for a week. I'll be in the room alone and have the door closed. And I'm going to cry. You make a grown man cry with your words. Isn't it such a horrible and terrible thing to do? All right, I cannot even joke around. Of course, I know my Seo-yoon is just worried about me. I was touched to see your tears when I woke up after a week. I cannot hear you. Hurry up and continue your meeting or something. Before starting, I stopped Seo-yoon from teasing me first. She's been teasing me about the apple mango thingy since I woke up. She has to be restrained. Well, anyway, we must set our action steps clearly. I sighed deeply. Like last time, I tried to stop that monkey spanner or something, but that accident happened. I think I've forgotten my identity for a moment. I'm not a hero, I'm a villain. Well, I'm sorry, Doin. I think most people these days see you as a hero. Your fancave already has 20 reasons why Egostic is a hero. Oh, I gulped. Yeah, I've been neglecting these days. My identity as a villain is becoming increasingly blurred. Then, there's only one answer to it. What is it? I'm going to hide under the rock? Seo-yoon and Subin looked stunned as they heard me talking about hiding. They gave me a stare as if they were wondering how I came to such conclusion. I explained to them one by one. Human beings are like pots. Even if you're interested in something, it'll cool down if you don't mention it for a while. And everyone forgets. I mean, you're going to make people forget you? Yeah, for a while. Seo-yoon looked uncomfortable at my words. Well, even though Seo-yoon always said she was tired whenever we planned an attack, she was the most excited. Subin asked about my declaration. Then in the meantime, what should we do? That's right. If the purpose is to keep out of the public, does that mean we aren't going to catch any villains either? I nodded to affirm. That's right. Although that's what I told Seo-yoon and Subin, there is a real reason. I've already done so much. Most of the villains in the beginning of the original comic were killed, and all of the people who were awake in the second half of the current work were killed in advance. Just eliminating in Zodiac and Teleporter alone is considered a lot of work. Also, the terrorist attacks at some point, Stardust already gained more power compared to the beginning of the comic. I think it's around the middle part of the comic. The plane crash was supposed to happen in the middle part. On top of that, Stardust popularity also rose, which was one of the minor purposes of my terrorism. Stardust Union is a fan club that didn't exist in the original. I don't know who made it, but isn't it such a good name? Then, what are you going to do while you're resting? Are you going to keep running your Stardust fan cave? Seo-yoon asks me with a cold expression. What are you talking about? Aren't you the manager of that Stardust Union's fan cave or something? Looking at Seo-yoon staring at me, I suddenly felt a cold sweat flowing. Him not? Doin, I can even hack into government agencies. Do you think I cannot get information from a portal site? Haha, I mean even so, I didn't think that you would do something like that. Well, I coughed up the situation. That's not the point. Actually, we've been running nonstop all this time, right? So you also need to take a break for a while. Think of it as a vacation. So really, you're not going to work for a while and you're resting for real? Except sometimes when I have to have some chit-chat. Well, all right. Only then did Seo-yoon get convinced. Gosh, I'm only taking a break, but why do I feel like I just got permission from her? Anyway, that's how we went into hiding. People, please forget me. Just because I don't do any activities, that doesn't mean I just enjoy playing. Since it's a difficult time, we need to plan our future schedule in advance. In my room, deep under the basement, looking at the blackboard on the wall there, I was thinking, I'm relieved for now. In the beginning, all the annoying villains were subdued. Now the rest of them are the ones who will collapse with Stardust Fist, so it's not something I should worry about. I can just watch it while eating popcorn on TV, so I have nothing to worry about. Stardust ability has also been greatly improved, so I can say that shall be reliable for a while. There is no need for me to step up. For the main event, we don't really have any. There won't be a big accident for a while. Of course, there will be a real big incident in a few months, but it will be prevented then. It means we're going to be fine for half a year. What should I do in the meantime? First, I remembered my goal. The goal is to make Stardust walk only on flower roads. And finally, to survive to the end. It's very peaceful now. Of course, there's one major terrorist attack every month, but it's still very peaceful. After a few more years, the damage of the power balance spills out all sorts of crazy villains. Despite the fact that there will be full of villains, the only real heroes left will be Stardust and North Sea Ice Girl, so of course they won't be able to cover it. All things become a mess. If the world becomes so hideous, I, a vulnerable villain, will be decapitated while walking down the street. That's terrible. I cannot let that happen. What can I do to stop that? Apparently villains will pour out later, which means there are people who are not villains yet but potential villains. Yes, Seo Yoon is the representative one. In the original work, she breaks down the administrative system, paralyzes the government, and even robs the association. She's no longer a villain because I collected her before she could become bad. So the conclusion is, before those who are not villains yet become villains, I have to stop them. And I'll put them to use. Everyone's got great talent. Just look at Seo Yoon right now. Without her, I couldn't do anything, even the terrorist attacks. There's a reason why I collected Seo Yoon first in this world. I looked at the date. Yeah, now we're no different from any siblings. I roughly made a plan. There's only one thing I dream of. Embracing all the villains of the future, creating a huge union of villains. I think we can name it Ego Squad. Sounds good. Having made a roughly satisfactory conclusion, I erased everything written on the blackboard and sat down. If I want to survive this damn comic where the power balance is collapsing, I have to at least do this, right? Phew, I was going to take a break, but I cannot rest properly. I just turned on the laptop in my seat. I used my brain too much. I need to heal. I naturally entered the Stardust fan cave that I bookmarked. The photo of the main page of the cafe popped up as soon as I got in. I can see Stardust face behind the written words Stardust Union. Yeah, what's the point of hiding? I made this cafe, I mean. Who can stop me from fanboying over my favorite character from my favorite comic? I was forced to leave the real world where I was living well and kidnapped here, so I think I deserve some small happiness. Well, who am I even talking to? I pressed on one of the categories. Stardust Best Cut. It is a collection of pictures of Stardust. Yeah, this is it. When Stardust saves the citizens, what should the citizens do? Run away. Of course they have to run away, but it's still okay to take a few pictures on the way. They even filmed some videos. As expected, she's pretty. If they ever make a live-action movie from this comic, it would still be hard to find the right one even when they casted more than 10 million actresses. So I scrolled through Stardust pictures for a while to heal my exhausted mind. Yeah, this is enough for me, FYI. We also held a competition in the cafe with our own money. The prettiest Stardust photo contest. Stardust doesn't only deal with class villains like me every day. She deals with a lot of poor brats such as Class B and C, so at times like that, people can take a picture of her. After saving all the photos from numerous posts that came up for the competition, I closed my laptop. I took enough rest. What should I do now? Oh, let's write a diary. I took out my notebook from the depths of the bookcase. This is my diary. I even put a lock on it in case Seo Yoon or Subin sees it. This diary is a record of what happened from the first day I came into this world. These diaries are essential when dealing with villains later, so I am writing them down in advance. It's a bit embarrassing to write a diary at this age. Well, even if it's a diary, I'm only writing down the events and feelings I've been through, so that I can remember it again later. Maybe no one else will read this diary except me. Right? After I finished writing my diary, I lay down on my back. Now I should have some fun again, right? I started to have some fun again. It's nice to have a break from doing the terrorist attacks. I wonder if Stardust feels relieved since I haven't caused any incidents these days. Shin Haru, she had a plan. Her plan is to reveal what he's hiding the next time she sees Egoistic. But why is he so quiet these days? Since the last hotel incident, Egoistic has never appeared. It's been 3 months, it's not like him. Shin Haru was feeling a little nervous without herself knowing. Where's the Egoistic? Chapter 46, Madness title. I am holding my breath until Mango Stick comes. Breathe in. Comments? Oh, you're only writing it out, right, sir? Looking at the coffin? This user is dead. Please take it down. The user who posted this is already dead. Title: My life has definitely changed ever since Mango Stick went into hiding. When I turned on the broadcast, even if I'm in a bad mood, I'll get better while watching Apple Mango. I laughed while watching the Mango Stick. Mad life is just depressing after Mango Stick disappeared. No matter how happy things happen, how many days has it been since I haven't turned on Mango Stick's broadcast alone in the shower? It's been 93 days since Mango Stick has had a live broadcast. I am so sad that I feel like crying. I think this is why people say that mango completes a person. Comment: Sir, you're seriously addicted to Mango Stick. It's sad that there's no Mango Stick's Mad movie on my YouTube main feed. I miss the time when the radio wave was stolen and Egostick turned on his live broadcast. Title: Where's Mango Stick? Come back, 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 come back. Come back, 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 come back. Come back, grinding, 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 grinding. Comment: Stuck. That's so damn scary. What are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Another one that was broken by Mango Stick. What do you mean by grinding? I guess the user is biting nails. So crazy. Title: All right, Mango Stick, you keep on hiding. Ha 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 ha. If I suicide, he will have to stop. Ha 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 ha. Comments: You're finally going crazy. Seeing this again? Yeah, try to kill yourself. It's been a long time since dozens of people killed themselves. I think he'll hide even harder after seeing this. Okay, kill yourself, it's okay if he goes hiding. Duck. Title: It's been a while since Mango Stick came back. Photo of the user holding an ice mango stick. I'm eating it deliciously, hee hee. Comments: You eat mango stick? This is a bit erotic. You brat, you punk, Egostick belongs to Stardust. Arrest this bad guy. Arrested to the basement of Egostick. How did you find out? Mango Stick manager, please block him. What? I am innocent? Sigh. Shinharu just let out a sigh while looking at Egostick's fan cave. Recently, she joined the cafe because she thought she might find out where the quiet Egostick is, but all the popular articles are meaningless. 3 months? The time is neither long nor short. But it's a mystery that Egostick, who had caused incidents every few weeks and months, disappeared for 3 months. Of course, thanks to that, it's more peaceful than before. Of course, other villains have often terrorized, but a few punches solve the problem. They're ridiculous compared to Egostick, who sank ships and crashed planes. Honestly, these days are pretty peaceful and calm. But it's ominous, that's right. Like the silence before a typhoon, she feels anxious that something terrible will happen after this silence. It's a horrible feeling as she doesn't know what he can prepare during these 3 months. Even when she takes college classes. Even when she studies at a cafe with my senior. Even when she rests at home. Even when she is choking other villains. The dreary feeling that something lingers deep in her heart. The next time they meet, it's easy for her to know that she should prepare beforehand to deal with what he plans, what he aims for, but there's nothing she can do if he doesn't show up. She shared this uneasy feeling with her friend, Icicle. Gosh, Haru, you're worried too much. He might just want to take a break. Does he only have his meals and cause terrorism every day? Don't worry, that was the only answer she could receive. Yeah, I don't really have to care about him for now. It's better if he doesn't show up. It'd be great if he never shows up forever. As she was having that thought, her intuition whispered to herself, really? Okay, let's admit it. Even if he disappears, she still hopes she can still find out what he has in mind before disappearing for good. Why did you kill the other villains? Why did you tell me to save people? If so, why did you cause the terrorist attacks? Are you a hero cosplaying a villain or a villain cosplaying? Then the office where she was sitting burst open. Stardust? Yes. When the door suddenly opened while she was quietly lost in thought, she startled and chewed her tongue. Only then did Shinharu realize that she was not in the cafe now. After the college exam, the rest of her day is sitting in her office at the Hero Association. Then the reason that staff ran to her is there another case? Yes, some villains are causing terrorism in Mapogu right now. Really? Who's the villain? She asked with slight anticipation, but the answer was disappointing. It's his first time and he calls himself Rock Bottom. Oh, okay. Without knowing why she felt disappointed, she stood up to change into her suit. I'll be right there. But even at that moment of dispatch, she had no choice but to question. Egoistic, what the hell is he doing now? At the ego base deep underground in Seoul. In that place, I was super busy. Oh, it's Stardust. I rushed to the TV, grabbing some microwaved popcorn. Phew, it hasn't started yet. Yes, we're in Mapogu, Seoul. The smoke that you can see behind me now is the scene of the terrorist attack caused by villain Rock Bottom. Right at this moment, Stardust is here. On the screen, a guy in a rock figure was breaking the building, and then Stardust flew down from the air. A battle, it's a battle! I watched with excitement, pouring popcorn into my mouth. Rock Bottom. An ignorant villain whose body is made of rock. He doesn't cause any casualties. Stardust can KO him at once, so I didn't really need to step up. Ooh, oh! What they're showing on the news is the fierce battle between Stardust and Rock Bottom. I'm sure I am just watching the emergency news on terrestrial channels, but it feels like I am watching a hero movie from the past. The CG is so realistic. Oh, yes, she broke it. Stardust broke Rock Bottom's arm. It's shattered. Rock Bottom, what are you going to do now? The reporter who explains the battle in an interesting way as if he were a sports reporter. On the screen, the camera was trying hard to follow the thrilling battle. I drank a sip of the Coke next to me and focused on it. It's a thrilling match more than a fierce battle. I think Stardust is beating that Rock Bottom one-sided. In the comic, it seemed like a fierce battle. Did I go too hard on improving Stardust power? She's winning overwhelmingly. It's like she is beating a rock, so the sound from the TV is no different from the ASMR of the construction site. As I ate a piece of popcorn and drank a sip of cola while watching TV, I could feel the buzz behind me. I looked back and saw Seo-yoon with a slightly sulky expression on her face. Seo-yoon, Yurei here. Do you want some popcorn? I mumbled the popcorn in my mouth and handed her the bucket. Seo-yoon paused a little bit and soon took a handful of popcorn while letting out a sigh. Dylan, are you watching Stardust again? No, more than that, I watch their fights. Watching fights is the most fun thing to do. You've never watched Icicle suppressing terrorism live like this. Well, her fights are boring. Seo-yoon sat next to me with a smirk. Soon the fight was over. Rock Bottom became a rag while Stardust standing majestically on him. That's so cool. 20 out of 10, everyone. Our hero, Stardust, has knocked out the wicked villain. A commanding piece of music came up with the excited voice from the reporter. Isn't this the music that comes out when you win a gold medal at the Olympics? It was a great battle anyway, I applauded. As expected, it's fun no matter how many times I watch her. It's thrilling. It seemed like Seo-yoon next to me was looking at me with cold eyes, but I probably just thought too much. I accessed a Stardust fancave that I bookmarked on my phone. Kaya. She slays ha 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 ha. Stardust, is she a god? 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 Does highlight of the day. GIF, link to the fancam of today's fight. It's not a big deal for our dust to clean up a villain. Members of our Stardust Union were also enjoying this pleasure. Is there no YouTube video yet? I'm also thinking of making a video. While I was thinking of a title that began with Japan jumped up and down, the United States admired, Seo-yoon next to me asked. Dylan, it's already been 3 months since you took a break. Don't you have to start doing something? She suddenly asked. When I turned my head and looked at her, Seo-yoon was fiddling with her hair. I mean, we seem to have had fun for a long time already, so I thought we should get to work again. Seo-yoon, were you a workaholic? As she asked, shyly looking down, I thought of a schedule. It's already close to the date, and those guys in the original comic will soon appear after finishing the calculation roughly, I told Seo-yoon. Yeah, we can work on something now. Let's go active again. Really? Suddenly, I smiled awkwardly as I saw Seo-yoon's face glowing up. Okay, Seo-yoon, although we're going to work again, I don't think it's something that you're expecting. Chapter 47. The Perfect Plan Healer. It refers to a person who has the ability to heal wounds that can often be seen in games. There was also a woman with healing powers in this comic, Stardust, which I fell into, healing, even though it sounds like a hero's skill. Unfortunately, she was a villain. I cannot say it's reliable to have a healer on our side, but when she's on the other side, it's crazy and makes people jump up. She beat them to the point where they couldn't move for months at least, but somehow they crawled and ran away, recovered in a day, and came back with another terrorist attack. Our Stardust wondered how the hell they would get back so soon, and as it turned out later, this was all because of a female villain called X-Saint who healed the villains. The main culprit in the second half of the original comic raises the difficulty of catching tough villains. I just need to deal with her, and then those in the second half will be handled easily. So, I have to take her in. So, there's a girl who's going to be a villain who treats villains later on. Yeah, wouldn't it be so reliable to have one? You're not really going to tell me how you know about her. Is she just a delusion, or do you just look into the future? Seo-yoon, you're still a kid, so you'll know when you become an adult. Well, phew, anyway, I got it. So where is she now and what is she doing? What is she doing? I heard that she's pickpocketing in some alley. What? Seo-yoon suddenly looked at me as if she had heard something absurd. How should I explain this? I heard that she's a high school student. Seo-yoon looked even more shocked at my words. How do I explain this? Lee Ha-yeol. She has lived as an orphan since she was very young. Her little brother and her were being bullied when they were in the orphanage and scratched a living. The director of the orphanage learned about her ability. Her top-level healing ability is able to save almost dying people to live. Normally, it's right to report it to the association right away, but the evil head of the orphanage hid her, and they tried to sell Lee Ha-yeol to the rich people. She planned on a real human trafficking. However, Lee Ha-yeol, who noticed it, escaped from the orphanage, stabbing the mad head director who knows her secret. So she wanders in the alley with her brother. They're living a subsistence life of stealing or pickpocketing. Then one day, her brother was beaten to death by terrorists in front of her eyes. Because of the shock, she eventually turns evil. It's all because of this world that she became like this. It's because of the association that didn't recognize and help them, and because of the government. After living a tough life, she eventually joined the Villain Alliance and helped the villains to participate in the project of taking South Korea down. She's very similar to Seo-yoon. She resents the world and eventually tries to destroy it. Anyway, the bottom line is, I'm going to pick her up and make her my team. She's the right choice as the first member of the egoistic Villain Alliance. If I put them together one by one, wouldn't I be able to have almost all the villains under my hands in the future? Well, I don't really think so. I don't really need all of them, but taking her in is urgent. Of course, the problem is that the kid basically distrusts humans because of what she went through in the orphanage, so she won't accept me easily. If I just come to her and say, I'll give you money, give me your loyalty, then I would be eating some knives. But wouldn't it be possible to do something like the suspension bridge effect? Actually, I'll do everything so you have nothing to worry about. I'm even more worried when you say that. Seo-yoon gave me a disapproving look. There's nothing to worry about. I am already confident that this method will work. Seo-yoon, because I used this method to get close to you. Anyway, that's how I ended up standing here now. In the evening, somewhere in the alley where there's no CCTVs. As I remember, she would be active at this hour. When I was wandering from place to place in the alley, I got a call from Seo-yoon with the earphones that I plugged in. Dylan, there's a girl watching you hiding in the alley at 2 o'clock. I think it's her. Bingo, my current outfit is black and I don't even have a mask on. I'm walking in a slightly silly but rich style. I'm dressed up like a pushover. While I'm walking slowly, the girl is finally running from over there. She ran towards me and she smacked me as if it was a mistake. I was hit on the shoulder by a teenage girl. Who knew that the prideful egoistic would be living like this? What a pity, so the girl just snapped and disappeared into the darkness. Finally, when the girl was out of sight, I put my hand in my pocket. It was empty. My wallet is gone. As expected. Good, it's going according to the plan. Behind the dark back alley, I smirked. What are you doing there? Come home now. All right. Since I threw the bait, you just have to bite it now. Huff, huff, Lee Ha-yeol, she kept running. A successful pickpocket after a long time. After running and running until the guy couldn't find her, she soon came a long way to the place and caught her breath. After reaching a safe place, she took out the wallet she stole from the man with trembling hands. A wallet embroidered with an E. S on the outside. She opened it carefully and there's something in there. 100? It was $100 bill. This is a lot of money. People carry cards these days, so they don't really have cash with them. With this money, I think I can buy Cha-yoon something other than ramen. Mumbling quietly to herself, she soon walked home with a slight smile. Of course, she was a little sorry for the person who lost money because of her, but I have no other choice. They have no money, ability, or identity, so they have no choice but to live like this, and they try to comfort themselves. Of course, she couldn't help but feel guilty. Ha-yeol, you're home. Entering the shabby shantytown, her brother welcomed her. Heading inside with a bitter smile, she said to her brother, I made some money today, let's buy something delicious. Really? Wow, he's still an elementary school student, so he's pretty clumsy at expressing his emotions. She smiled unconsciously at him. Yes, even if she cannot eat, I have to feed him well. Patting her brother on the head, she sighed. She can endure this today and tomorrow, but what should she do next? Like the Dark Knight, her heart was blackened. Title: When is Mango Stick coming back? I'm cold comments, found the user frozen to death. This comment has been deleted. Oh, what was it? I couldn't see it because it was deleted. To be exact, sorry, I'm busy these days, so just wait for a few more weeks. Why does it say it doesn't exist when I click on the comment account? That's ducking scary. Is that comment from Mango Stick? No way. Ha 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 ha, I've been playing like this because I'm bored these days. I go into my fan cave to where people hang out and leave some comments. Of course, I erase it right after, but it's more fun than I thought if Seo Yoon finds out why I've been playing like this. I think she'll look at me as a pathetic person whom I stopped playing and thought about my future plans. It's called Wet Clothes in the Rain. This time, I let her took my wallet away. Next time, I will change clothes and let her take my wallet again. But it'll also be the wallet with ES initials on it. After stealing a few more times like that, she'll realize that she's been stealing the same person's wallets. That's how she'll realize the weird thing. Why do I stay still and let her bump into me even when I've been robbed of my wallet so many times? And at the same time, why does the money increase from 100 at first to 200, 300 the next times? That's how I'm going to appear in front of her house when she's in doubt. In fact, I knew I had been pickpocketed last time, and I tracked you down to catch you. However, when I saw you living with your brother despite the difficult situation, I was greatly impressed. I'll be your guardian if you don't mind. But even if I say so, she might not listen to me because of her deep-rooted distrust of humanity. She'll tell me to get out of there, and I'll walk away quietly and lonely. Then even though she threw me away, somehow I kept coming to her mind. She would think that I was after her own power, but I wasn't, and as she saw that I hadn't come back since I was chased away. Honestly, was he really a good guy? She would think that to herself, and I guess that's when the accident will happen. The gang murder her brother. What if I step up and save him right before he dies? And if I ask to be their guardian one more time, wouldn't they trust me completely and come under my wings then? While perfect, deep in the basement, I let out an evil laugh. Yeah, my plan is perfect. There's no way it would go wrong. One day, I was planning the next plan in my room while putting 200 in the wallet. Seo Yoon suddenly opened my door, rushed in, and shouted, "Dylan, the gang or something just appeared. What should we do? How the hell are they already showing up?" Chapter 48, Rescue. Yeah, I have to admit it, I'm not a superhuman. Stardust was my favorite comic, and I read it dozens of times to memorize all the lines, but that's all. I cannot say I know everything about this world. Ha shoot, I hurriedly packed the mask and the cape. Oh yeah, guns too, I have no choice now. Nothing's going to stop me now, I hurried out. And where did it go wrong? The biggest problem must be the lack of calculation about the time. I somehow know the year and season when X-Saint's brother died, but I didn't know the exact date. So I just made a plan by guessing, wouldn't it have happened around this time? I think I made a mistake in the calculation. In this event where the terrorists kill Lee Ha-yeol and her brother, she turns bad. I thought this was going to happen roughly in a month from now, but why is it happening today? But it's too late to whine. If I don't beat them now, there will be no answers. I hurriedly changed my outfit and headed for where the incident was taking place. I hope it's not too late. Lee Ha-yeol, she was having the worst time at the moment. Oh, what should we do with these little kids? HMPH. HMPH, in her little shack. Although it's small and shabby, it's her and her brother's only home. Their precious home was filled with unwanted, uninvited guests. Hey, Makni, what do you want me to do? TN. The youngest person in the group, the man who talks down to the others, was standing at the front. In the family of the two siblings, the men were standing there filling their house. Those who stormed into the house without taking off their shoes tied Lee Ha-yeol and her brother up so tight that there's no space for them to resist. They even put on tape to cover their mouths. The two of them are completely trapped by them. A muscular man with his head shaved and scars on his face. He spoke up. "Brother, is this little brat that tried to steal your wallet?" "Yeah, that's right." The man that they called brother. A typical bully with blonde hair and wax and sunglasses. Their captain soon squatted down and looked at her and said, "This cute little kid, you were trying to steal my wallet without feeling scared?" HMPH. HMPH? Her arms and legs are tied and her mouth is covered with tape. Although she was unable to do anything, she desperately covered her younger brother with her body. Even in the worst situation, she insists on protecting her brother. And her will, even the terrorists could feel it. Ah, that beach, she cherishes the little boy behind, right? Hey, hey. Get rid of her, get the kid at the back here. Yes, sir. HMPHHHH, HMPHHH. The strangers left behind her desperate resistance and brought out the boy behind her. What they picked up was a little boy shivering with tears. Sob, sob, likewise, the boy was tied with a rope and taped on his mouth. He seems to be in elementary school. The terrorists smiled evilly at the trembling child. Among them, the person who was called the brother spoke up again. Hey, take the tape off his mouth. Yes. A bald man called the youngest, another mysterious man next to him, ripped the tape. Like this. A boy whose tape was ripped off and who could speak. He groped his lips in a tearful voice. Please don't kill me, as he begged in a teary voice. The terrorists around him laughed. Ha 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 ha. Look at this little thing. Should I save you, should I not? Brother, let's just get rid of them both. Another wretch pretended to slit his throat with his hands. The boy's face turned pale when he saw it, and Lee Ha-yeol below went crazy. HMPHHHH, HMPHHH, HMMMMM, hey, grab her. Yes, yes, the other two men next to her grabbed her, who was going crazy. The man, who was called brother, spoke up with a fishy smile. Hey, you beach, I guess he means a lot to you. As he said so, he took out a knife and put it on the child's neck. If you're a guilty, you have to pay it back, right? Huh. Let's see, he looks like the younger one. HMPHH, HMPHHHH. Oh, I guess I'm right because you're making a fuss. Please don't kill me. Yeah, well, should I spare your life? The brother smirked. At the same time, he raised his knife high. I'll spare your sister's life. You should die because of your sister's sin. Hey, he's dying because of you. Do you understand? HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. HMPH, sob, goodbye. The man's knife is ready to strike the child. At that moment, thump, thump, thump. AHHH, duck, what the hell? The door of the house was smashed and a great roar was heard. The man, who was about to strike the kid with the knife, put Lee Ha-yeol's brother to the side and stood up. Who the duck did this when we're having fun? Brother, I'll go check. So, the Maknae of the gang took her brother and went to the door. Which brat did this? The Maknae shouted out loud. As if there was nothing so frightening in the world, he strode. Bang, he was hit in the head by a sudden bullet. He collapsed right on the spot. Shoot! Everyone, get your guns out. The youngest was shot? Suddenly, in a small room, they rushed out their guns from their pockets. Soon as they were ready to fight and holding their guns towards the door. Blink, blink, suddenly, the light that was shining in the room began to turn on and off, on and off. What the hell, what is it? The flashing lights eventually went out. Inside the house, it was covered in darkness. They suddenly became blind. Gulping, they headed their guns toward the door, in the silent house that makes them feel horrified. All they could hear was her brother whimpering in the back. They're bracing themselves for a battle that could happen at any time. From the door, the sound of footsteps began to be heard. Everyone, shoot! Suddenly, the leader of the gang screamed hysterically. At the moment they heard his command, everyone started to shoot, no matter if they were standing or in any positions. Bang, 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 the room was filled with gunfire in an instant. The shooting was loud enough to match the roar from before. The door was almost smashed and covered with dusty smoke. Is it over? One of the minions murmured. As he said, the light that was out of the room briefly turned on again. Blink. At that moment, they saw black clothes and capes covering the whole body, a black magician's hat, and there was a man standing with a grin, wearing a mask covering half his face. They identified the man with a fleeting glance. That's definitely the villain who always appears in the news. The light that was on in a moment went out in an instant. They saw a strange-looking man standing still after all that shooting. The captain who saw it shouted hysterically. Shoot! In such a dark room, the shots rang out again, in a dark place where you cannot see not only your front but also your side. Ugh! One of the men who used the gun shouted out a death throw and collapsed. Junchul. Damn it! The leader gritted his teeth and striked his gun even further forward. However, as he continued to shoot, his men collapsed one by one with a scream. Soon the last of his men fell down. The sound of shooting the silent place was only coming from the gun he was holding. Ahifuwak! He gritted his teeth and shot desperately. Click, click, no matter how many bullets his gun had fired out. Eventually, the gun ran out of bullets. F-duck, then he grabbed the knife that he held a moment ago. He stumbled to the back. F duck, duck off, you bastard, I said duck of. He looked forward like a madman and whimpered, blink. And the lights turned on completely again. The room is now full of blood. All the men who had been standing still and wondering if they should kill the siblings until just now were dead and lying around in the room. And in the middle of the misery, a man was standing quietly. He patted the blood on his black clothes with one hand and held only a pistol in his other hand. F duck, don't come near me, you brat. The leader, who screamed like crazy while striking the knife, stepped back to the opposite side of the man in black and soon found something. As soon as he found it, the leader picked it up faster than anyone else. D, don't move. If you move, I'll kill him. He picked up Lee Hyul's younger brother, who was on the floor tied up. The leader threatened the kid with the knife in his neck, and whether the threat was valid, the guy who was coming forward paused. Yeah, stay still, put the gun on the floor now. As he screamed like that, Egostick quietly put the gun on the floor. When Egostick put his gun down completely on the floor and stood up again, the leader's face brightened up for a moment. Duck, yeah, and then duck before he's done talking. At the back of the Egostick, a gun popped up out of nowhere. Before the leader noticed it, he fired in an instant. Off, a hole was put in his brow as he was talking so confidently. He collapsed on the spot, with the boy in his arms. All the terrorists who invaded Lee Hyul's house died. Lee Hyul on the side was being tied up with her mouth taped, her brother was sitting on the floor, and a black man was standing quietly. Behind him, the house was covered with blood. There's a horrible silence. No man, no girl, no child, no one said a thing. The girl was lying on the floor, she was about to do something. In this quiet house, her brother on the floor suddenly spoke up. Mango stick? His words totally didn't go with the atmosphere. Huh! I doubted my ears for a moment. In the house that I suddenly broke in and created a bloody scene. Lee Hyul, who is lying down on the side, is looking at me like I am a serial killer. This is not what I expected. At this moment, when I was thinking about how to get rid of this awkward situation, Lee Hyul's younger brother, who I had never imagined would open his mouth first, spoke up. You have to mention Mango Stick all of a sudden here? I stared at her younger brother. His eyes were sparkling when he looked at me, even though the surroundings are pretty bloodied that I am sure the elderly and pregnant women would be banned from watching. Huh, what should I do? Chapter 49. No matter what, I rushed to Lee Hyul's house after I heard about the gang's attack. Damn it, why are they already making a fuss? I finally arrived at Lee Hyul's house after running, writing different things, and even teleporting. Some noises could be heard from a shabby house standing alone in the darkness. Huff huff, after taking a breath, I eavesdropped from the door. They didn't set up any watchmen? Well, yeah, who would come to this shabby house at night? Even the thieves might just walk away after seeing this crumbling scene. Anyway, I heard something from inside. P, please save me, spare my life. Well, I guess I came on time. I'm glad he's not dead yet. If he died, it would be a mess. All I have to do now is find the right time to come in. So I went and wait in front of the door. After waiting for a while, the men finally were about to beat up Lee Hyul's brother. Yeah, now's the time. I took out the bomb that I had prepared. Ego-styled bomb level 4, threatening bomb, THUUMMMPPP. The door exploded with a loud roar. Of course, if I use a regular bomb on this shabby house, the door wouldn't be the only thing that blew up, so I had to choose a bomb with moderate force. What the duck? I could hear them cursing from inside. How dare those brats curse at me in our first meeting? Well, these kids need to be educated. Brother, I'll go and take a look. I can hear some guy shouting from the inside. The first scapegoat. Adios, man. Who the hell are you? It's a pity that it's his last will. I shot him in the head in silence. A bullet in the head is good for your health. Probably. Duck, take out your guns. The youngest member got shot? Well, are we going into the full-fledged fight now? Let's start then. I manipulated and cut off the house fluorescent lamp with my telekinesis first. The atmosphere is important. And because this is my first fight during nighttime, I wanted to do it in a darkened atmosphere. I've never been out at night because of Shadow Walker. The atmosphere doesn't have any vibe during the day, but only the night can give off that intimidating feeling. I cut off the electricity. I could feel them nervous inside. No, I can actually see them getting nervous. The mask I wear has a built-in night vision. It feels like my mask is becoming a high-tech crystal, but it's probably just me. I am the only one who thinks so. Anyway, I went inside to help them. A hysterical voice spoke up as soon as he heard footsteps. Shoot! And the bullets started flying madly towards me. Oh my, so scary, however. I haven't used my telekinesis for 3 months, you know. Well, I'm not saying that it got improved or anything like that, but I can easily flick their bullets away. I quietly flicked all the bullets. As I flicked them all, the bullets hit the wall of the shabby house and dust began to fall off. I stayed still, holding my breath. One of them, who could not see an inch ahead in the dark and dust, muttered quietly, "Did you do it? Would you have done it?" I let go of the fluorescent light that I had fixed with my telekinesis for a while. What they saw after the light was on again, peekaboo, me. "Shoot," they shouted. But instead, I shot and swept them away. At the last minute, a man who appears to be the leader took Lee Hyol's brother as a hostage. I just simply took care of him with my telekinesis. Gosh, has he never seen me on the news? He didn't know that my power is telekinesis? I can't believe that I am still not that famous yet. I need to work harder. Anyway, I was able to prevent the death of Lee Hyol's younger brother in the nick of time. And now, the house is covered with blood. It looks almost like a gore horror movie. If they film this and sell it as a movie, kids under 19 will be banned from watching it no matter what. And they were both underage kids. Ah. Lee Hyol looked at me in fear while her hands, feet, and mouth were tied tightly. Well, it seems like I gave her the worst first impression. She probably saw me as the killer who killed 5 people. I was just trying to help you. It wouldn't be strange if her elementary schooler lookalike younger brother fainted. Well, he didn't faint, but he's also looking at me with trembling eyes. I think he's afraid of me too. Oh, shoot, first impressions are the most important thing. What should I do now? Should I just go with the horror mode? The moment when I was hesitating. From the front, Lee Hyol's younger brother spoke up. Mango stick. To be honest, I had a slight brain freeze when I heard it. I was expecting save me to come out of them, but all of a sudden, looking at the child again, his eyes glistened at me. All right, here I realize. Maybe it was worth it. Back to the present. I released Lee Hyol and her brother. Lee Hyol seemed to be trying to resist something, but her brother was faster than her. Mango stick. I am a big fan. He looked at me with sparkling eyes. Stop it. It makes me feel bad looking at a child's innocent eyes. It's like a pool of blood behind me. How can he still be so bright? Hyol, how did you raise him? His sister, Lee Hyol, was already on alert, hugging her brother. Hey, I think your brother is already into me. Are you here to save me? The kid spoke with his eyes sparkling. Yes, that's right. That's right, but if I say so here, it'll be a bit confusing. No. Actually, I'm here to catch you because your sister picked my wallet. Lee Hyol's face turned pale in an instant. I quickly continued. But when I came here, there were some bullies running around. I don't like guys like that. You know what I mean? The kid nodded crazily at my words. Do you really understand? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Anyway, that's how it turned out. I looked around and sighed. Then I shrugged my shoulders and continued. Kids, you should just follow me first. It's nighttime and the gunshots rang, so we'll be in trouble if anyone comes and sees this tragedy. Lee Hyol opened her mouth for the first time. How can we trust and follow you? Apparently, she's wary of me. Yeah, I understand why Lee Hyol is acting like that. She can't trust humans easily now because of that director from the orphanage. Well, it's weird to follow the killer who killed 5 people that you just met, right? Anyway, since she said so, I have nothing else to say. I can't just threaten them to follow me. Of course, it's not going to be very appealing if I threaten them. I mean, it will be a negative element for long-term relationship development. This is why I was going to build up with my wallet all this time. It would have been a very difficult case. Well, there was one variable, a highly positive variable. Hyol, what are you talking about? Egoistic is such an amazing person. Her brother makes a sudden leap saying so. He immediately began to address his sister about how great I was. I think 80% of the content is mixed with exaggeration and fabrication. I decided to stay still since it's going well. Instead, there was a problem that I was somehow embarrassed to hear compliments about myself right in front of me. After his fuss ended, Lee Hyol became very troubled. Chaeyoung still, how can we believe and follow someone we've never seen before? It's not my first time seeing him. Mango stick. I mean, Egoistic is a hero. That's not it. I'm not a hero. Anyway, no matter how much I think about it, I think Lee Hyol's younger brother is a member of Mango Union. And this is a big chance. Lee Hyol especially. She's so weak towards her younger brother. Look at her now. A while ago, her expression was strongly filled with resistance, asking how they can trust and follow me, but she became really troubled by her younger brother's words. What a dramatic change. This is my best chance when her brother is rebelling and she has to go with it. Follow me, kids. Shadow Walker or the cops will come and see these bodies in 5 minutes. Yes, Hayul. Let's hurry up and follow Egostic. She looked confused as I mentioned the police, and even her brother supported me next to her. Then eventually, she said in a slightly quivering voice, "If you do anything to us, I won't stay still," I answered as soon as she said so. "What can I possibly do to you guys? I'm not going to do anything, so just follow me. Hold my hands." When I reached out my hand, her brother grabbed first. Her brother stepped forward first, and she had to grab me with a trembling hand. Good. So we teleported to my underground basement all together, all right. Now everything can go as planned. Chapter 50, Lies Few. So I teleported to the underground basement in one go. Oh shoot, I think I'm going to faint because I brought 2 people with me. While I stumbled holding onto my dizzy head, Lee Hayul and her brother looked everywhere. What they're looking at is white walls, glowing with LEDs. I don't have much of an impression because I see those things every day, but I guess it's different for them. Of course, her brother was his name Lee Chayun. Chayun is looking back with sparkling eyes, and Lee Hayul is looking around taking precaution while hugging her younger brother. Once I grabbed my dizzy head, I said to them, "Oh, I feel like dying. Kids, stop looking around and follow me. Ugh." As I staggered forward, the kids followed me behind. She's still being cautious while coming with me, but I guess she decided to follow me first. While we were walking along the white hallway, Seo-yoon and So-bin popped out. "Darin!" Oh, Seo-yoon was coming towards me as she suddenly saw the kids behind me. She paused a little. She seemed a little nervous when the siblings suddenly appeared behind me. "Oh yeah, they're in trouble, so I brought them here. But put aside everything, we should let them take a shower first. Take them to the bathroom. Bring them some extra clothes." Seo-yoon seems a little confused by my sudden words. But fortunately, Subin, who was behind her, stepped up. "I'll show you around. Kids, can you come with me?" Subin stepped forward with a friendly smile. Yes, Subin looks the nicest among us. It turns out that she also looks the prettiest among us. Subin gently asked them to follow her. The siblings timidly followed her. Well, it's obvious that the moment they came here, they had no choice but to listen to us. Still, Lee Hayel looked more comfortable with Subin than me. Well, from her point of view, I'd look like a crazy man wearing all black with a gun, and since Subin is also a girl. But I guess the younger brother is not like that. The kid glances back at me as he goes. Why does he like me so much? Do elementary school students like me that much these days? Anyway, after taking care of the kids, I walked towards the fatigue recovery capsule. It was quite easy when I used my telekinesis, but the last teleportation was a little too much. Teleporting 3 people was a bit too much. Opa, that hat. You're finally wearing it? As I was staggering, Seo-yoon came toward me from behind and talked as we walked together. "Oh yeah, this?" I touched the black magician hat on my head. "What do you think? Don't you think I have some vibe? I'm going to keep wearing this." "Aha, well, as long as you like it." What does that sign mean? Anyway, I managed to walk to the fatigue recovery capsule. I somehow started to feel better as the machine ran. As I was lying down and recovering, Seo-yoon sat down in the chair next to me. "So those siblings, what are you going to do with them?" Them. The original plan was that we built up constantly, then recruited them. Things got a little complicated, but her brother really likes me. So I think it'll work out somehow. Really? That's amazing. Is he in your Mango Union or something? I guess so. Gosh, I didn't know what I've been building up to now would come back like this. Haha, I guess you're the president of elementary schoolers. That's possible. Right? Did you finish installing the teleportation device? I finished it the day before yesterday. Are you sure you want to move? Yeah, we've been stuck here for 3 months, and I've come to realize that this is not the place. People need to live under the sunlight. Sob, I like it here though. Now that we have a teleportation device here, it's practically going to be close to the basement. Don't worry. Waiting with such a little flirtation, the door of this room opened after a while. Subin came in first. The siblings hesitated for a bit and then came in. They seemed to have taken a shower and changed to clean clothes. Oh, they suddenly looked different after washing up. They looked very dirty, covered in dust a while ago, but after washing up and changing to new clothes, they became different. Particularly, Lee Hayel was also as beautiful as she was drawn in the original work. Do they also use the filters for villains' appearance in this world? Anyway, 2 of them came in. I winked, then told Seo-yoon and Subin to leave. The 2 of them read my eyes and quietly left the room. In the large room, only me and the siblings were left. "Kids, just get the chair over there to sit." As I still lied down for the fatigue recovery period, the two slowly sat down in their chairs. Well, where do I start? While I was thinking of what to say, Lee Hayul opened her mouth first. Why did you help us? She suddenly spoke up. I looked at her eyes and they were full of distrust. As it was mentioned in the original comic, she seems to have no one but her younger brother. Looking at her for a moment, I spoke up. I used to have a younger brother around your age. She frowned at the sudden, unexpected story. I continued. I used to have a brother, but he was killed by the terrorists. This time, I was tracking down who stole my wallet and I saw you. When I saw the terrorists attacking you, I thought of my brother who died in the same situation, so I jumped in. As I said so, I was holding my breath. By the way, it's all a lie. I don't have any brothers. However, in order to get rid of her guard, I have to make up a lie. Lee Hayul, Lee Chayan, I searched for your information while you were washing up. Lee Hayul, you killed the head of the orphanage and ran away, right? She surprised me at my words. Yeah, I know she would be like that. Well, I don't mean to reproach you. The head of the orphanage was also a pretty crazy woman. I don't know why she was so mean to you guys. I need to spill the bait here, pretending I don't know you have the best healing ability. If she knows I helped her because of that, she won't stay still with her personality. As I said so far, I set the tone again and looked at them. I can help you. With my ability, I can fabricate it like you guys ran away. You didn't kill the director of the orphanage. You guys just ran away when opportunity came up. I have enough ability to do that. And I can give you a place to live and money. Do you go to school? I'll send you to school too. You guys just live while playing around. I'll back you up. I suddenly offered her my generosity. Already, her brother was already hoarding to his mango stick, but he's not the problem. Lee Hayul's idea is more important. As expected, she looks at me suspiciously at my sudden words. Why would you do that much for us? It's our first time seeing each other today. It doesn't make sense. She shoots back at me, still doubting. But different from her firm voice, her body was trembling slightly. Yeah, it's not easy for her to speak like that in front of me while knowing that I can kill someone with just one flick. I smiled bitterly at him. I told you earlier. I thought of my brother when I saw you guys. Just think of it like you just won a lottery that you picked up from the street. She couldn't stop doubting even when I said so. But she went away once I told them to go to bed. Subin came to take the two of them to an empty room and spread out the sheets for them. Subin takes care of the kid better than I thought. She is good at cooking, cleaning, and taking good care of the kids. No matter how much I look at her, she's like a professional housewife. Anyway, as I managed to put them to sleep, it was already the next day. This is where you're going to live. The next day, the siblings followed me from the morning and widened their mouths. In the morning, we all had an awkward breakfast together, and I told them to follow me. We went up to the basement and got out of the ordinary house. This place was moved by the suspiciously high-tech teleportation device. It is a 3-story mansion that is as large as a palace, lying in a deep valley that no one can reach. I mean, this is a bit with overwhelming majesty. Lee Hayul, who had been doubting me even just a while ago, widened her eyes as she looked at me. Of course, you're not going to live here by yourself. We're all going to live here too. I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll give you 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, so just stay there. I smiled and they still had their mouths open. Didn't I tell you I have a lot of money? I am showing off my fortune. Anyway, we went inside. I introduced the room to them, 2 rooms with 2 refrigerators and beds. It looks fully equipped because it is prepared in advance. As I pushed the kids who were looking stressed to go in, they also seemed to have adapted quickly as their nature. I told them that since I've taken care of everything, they can go to school starting next week, so the 2 of them were dumbfounded. We've only been together for a while, but we've gotten closer. Lee Hayul is definitely less nervous about me than before. Her younger brother and I got close quickly because I answered his questions. He really likes me. I didn't know he was really in Mango Union. As things keep going like this, I will be able to recruit Lee Hayul, right? She hasn't revealed her ability to me yet, but still. What if I fall and come to the situation where I am on the verge of death? Won't she save me with her healing ability? Phew. Well, when the terrorists suddenly broke in, I thought it was ruined, but it seemed to go well now. Thank God. Gosh, I'm exhausted. But I think I forgot something. What is it? Title Egostic is not dead, right? I mean, it really doesn't make sense. It's been almost 4 months. Where did he go? Come back, come back, come back, come back. Comment, it's been 4 months since Egostic disappeared. I've been spending the coldest 4 months in the world. He hasn't been out for 120 days. It really doesn't make sense. Ha 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 ha, duck, egoistic didn't go retired, right? Oh my god, Futch, no way. But isn't it good if the villain retires? Why are you sad that a villain doesn't terrorize you? Checking. You're a Stardust, aren't you? You Stardust bastard. Haru, why do you keep tapping the cup? You look nervous these days. Oh, I'm sorry. Inside the cafe, Stardust Shin Haru stopped touching the glass that she was tapping at without knowing. It's been almost 4 months since that egoistic got off the ground. Stardust were slowly getting nervous as she had been burning with the will to find out his secrets, tricks, and plans. No, this guy needs to be active so she can find out. Usually it's already time for him to show up, though even today, she was just spending a meaningless day waiting for him. Chapter 51, Big House Lee Hyul. It's been a week since she's already lived in this mansion. Are you awake? Oh, yeah, her younger brother, Chayun, yawned after getting out of his room next door. After rubbing her hair, she was ready to get up. She washed up and changed. After passing the long hallway to the living room, a woman with long, black, straight hair was preparing the meal in the kitchen. Maybe she heard someone approaching. She stopped while cooking and raised her head. When their eyes met, she smiled widely and greeted her. Hyul, you're up. Did you sleep well? Yes, Subin, did you sleep well too? Yes. She smiled while preparing the meal again. Hyul helped her with the cooking. At first, Subin stopped her, telling her that it was okay. But when Hale strongly insisted that she wanted to help her, she reluctantly allowed her to join. For breakfast, she just simply made fried rice with various side dishes. Soon after time passed, two people appeared as footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Seo-yoon, walk with your eyes open, you're going to fall. HMMMMM, please grab me. Oh my, a girl with silver bob hair and a man came up with her. The girl's name is Han Seo-yoon, who is 2 years younger than her, and Do-in, the owner of this house. Did you all sleep well? Yawn. Good morning. So the two trailed along and sat on the sofa with their eyes closed. They just lived together, but they always look liveless in the morning. The food was almost finished. Subin went to wake up the two dozing off on the sofa, and she went to wake up her brother in his room. Chayun, you're already studying? Yes. When she opened Chayun's door, she found her younger brother sitting at a desk and studying even before breakfast. Now that they decided to go to school starting next Monday, it was her younger brother who said that he would prepare in advance. She's so proud that he's studying on his own, but Chayun, why are you studying so hard? I'm going to study and become a big person, then it'll help Do-in. She could not help but laugh bitterly at the sight of her brother proclaiming so confidently, the food is ready, so let's go out and eat. Okay. Chayun did his homework until the end and then headed to the living room. Seeing her brother like that, she felt a little bit bitter. He wants to study so bad, but she hasn't been able to feed him properly, let alone study. They went outside again, all of them sat at the table. She and her brother sat down, and only then did everyone pick up the spoon. Thank you for the food. Thank you for the food. That's how they had their meals. The fried rice was delicious. Si-hyun, open your eyes and eat. Oh, they're opened. Chayun, you're not picky on the side dishes. You're eating well. Subin smiled, and Chayun replied bravely while eating. Yes. I need to eat well to grow up like Do-in? Yes, ha 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 ha, you have to eat a lot to be a great person like this big brother. Ugh, I hate your self-consciousness. Tusk, looking at Do-in and Seo-yoon, who were chatting and arguing, Lee Hyul smiled slightly without realizing it. It's been a week since they've lived in this house with them. It's neither long nor short. Living together for a week, it's considered a long time for Lee Hyul. The man sitting in front of her arguing with the girl next to her is Do-in. He's now the most famous villain in Korea, egoistic. 3 terrorist attacks so far, dozens of other villains were killed. She didn't know because she was usually run over by work, but he was very popular. Even Chayun likes him. He was always watching some kind of videos with breaking sounds, so she was wondering what he was watching, and it turned out that he was watching egoistic living together. Egoistic was unlike how the world sees him. He is a good person, she thinks. When he first asked them to live with him and offered to support them, she doubted that he was trying to get something from them. She doesn't think so anymore. Even when she doubted his money because he gave them so generously, the thought just disappeared the moment she saw this large mansion. Oh, he really has a lot of money. Egoistic Do-in. He actually kept his word and didn't do anything specific to them. And what she felt while living with him is, he doesn't seem like someone that would do so. He plays with Chayun and takes care of her. And Subin, who lives with them. She takes care of her and Chayun as if they were her younger siblings. She goes out and picks clothes, she teaches her how to cook. She goes through the administrative procedures of the school. Lee Ha-yeol feels grateful and sorry to them. It's been a week. She still feels like she's dreaming. It seems like yesterday that she remembered the abuse of the head of the orphanage from her childhood, and until recently, she was living in a shabby house. How can she suddenly live in such an old-fashioned big house like a noble lady while eating 3 meals a day now? In fact, rather than her own satisfaction, it was so good that her younger brother Cha-yeon could grow up without suffering the severe pain. Her younger brother, whom she always took care of, was often bullied by the head of an orphanage because he was weak since he was young. Just looking at him smiling brightly while eating, she feels full. At the same time, she glanced at Do-in again. She was able to enjoy this luxury because of this man in front of her, Do-in. No, in fact, her brother and she could have died there in the first place if he hadn't helped. But how did he know and come to see them? He saved her and his brother. In fact, the reason why she believes in Do-in is also mostly because of Subin. Since living in this house, she has searched everything about Egostic, and in the meantime, she has also learned about Subin. Subin is similar to her. Do-in took her in when she was the one causing the terror. Among netizens, there was a heated debate about what Egostic did to her. She knows now. Subin is doing well. In fact, Subin is nice like an angel, but she is also a kind of terrorist who caused terrorism. Egostic is the A-class villain that the association pays attention to in the first place. That silver-haired girl, she looks just cute and small on the outside, but turns out to be a genius hacker. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is they welcomed her and her brother like a family. In fact, she's not proud of herself either. She's been making a living by picking pockets at the beginning. As time went by, she felt very grateful to Do-in. Now, it can be said that she's no longer doubting him and there's only gratitude. Although he didn't seem to know about her ability, which is healing human wounds. If he comes back with an injury later, she will surely repay him then. She quietly resolved to do so by herself. Uncle, let's go to the basement. Seo-yoon, we finally moved, so go get some sunshine. Oh, come on. Okay, all right, I got it. Seo-yoon whines so much that I eventually headed to the basement. If I don't, I think she'll keep calling me uncle. How can she call me uncle now after calling me Hyung? The way to get there is simple. I just need to get on the teleportation device. A teleportation device made by Seo-yoon for 3 months. It's like TARDIS in Doctor Who. We can go straight to the old basement as we open the door. There's a limit to moving only between the teleportation devices, but well, the goal was to connect the house to the basement. I felt this after being stuck in this underground for 3 months. This is not a place for people to live. Before that, I couldn't feel it because I was busy working, but when we took a break, I felt frustrated. I mean, a person should live under the sunlight. So I decided to buy a large mansion deep in that mountain valley. Even if I still have a lot of money left, it was still a lot of spending. When I see this magnificent majesty, which is like a mansion in the 80s, my heart becomes magnificent. There is only one reason why I bought such a big house. This is because it will continue to be headquartered for my villain union, or Ego Squad, by enticing many talented people. Although there are now 5 people living together, there is no doubt that it will be full in the future. Right? Ha, as expected, home is the best. Seo-yoon, our house is a palace-like mansion up there. I'm comfortable here. Gosh, my monitors, you were lonely, right? Of course, there were people who opposed moving, like Seo-yoon, who was hugging her monitors. At least Subin likes it. I was happy to see them taking care of the other 2. She likes kids more than I thought. Come to think of it, they got close with Seo-yoon quickly. Those siblings. Somehow I think I succeeded in getting close with them. Yeah, well, I pay for the kids who were living like beggars. I give them a house. I almost saved them, but that's weird if they don't like it, right? Is it Lee Cha-yeon? It was very helpful that he was my follower. I saw him brainwashing his sister about Egostic. It's reassuring. Anyway, it's good to have Lee Ha-yeol in. It's almost like having several spare lives. Even if I am on the verge of death, she'll save me if I run to her. Maybe? Anyway, Lee Ha-yeol was included, so I think I've somehow done my work. 3 months? No, it's almost 4 months now. Anyway, I think I had a fruitful day. It's almost winter now. Oppa, what are you thinking about again? As I was thinking about something else for a while, Seo-yoon inflated her cheeks and stared at me. She's been sticking to me since the siblings moved in. Nothing, that's right, Seo-yoon, now let's do it. What? Do what? Seo-yoon tilted her head and asked, so I smiled at her. What do you think? A new terrorist attack. I rested for too long. At this rate, the public will forget me. I have to give some tension on the loose peninsula, drag some aggro to Stardust, and prevent future crises. If Mango Stick doesn't come back next week, I'll poop on my pants, I warned you. Comment, we support you, I'm going to poop in front of Gwangwamun, don't stop me. Captured so we can see each other at Gwangwamun next week, right? M captured it, an ill block if you don't poop. Manager appeared, ha 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 ha, the writer ordered another pair of pants. Are you still waiting? You guys are harsh, ha 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 ha. To stop our Mango Union from trying to poop in their pants, I need to do new terrorism. Seo-yoon's face brightens when I said terrorism. Did I raise the wrong kid? She became a middle school girl who loves terrorism. Is she a high school girl now? Wow, are you finally doing it? Yeah, the concept of this terrorist attack is... Let's go with the collapse of Mapo Bridge. Mapo Bridge is going to collapse, you brats. I'm going to break it down. Chapter 52. Return the new terrorist attack that I'm planning. It's not just terrorism. Two birds with one stone, preventing the main event of the original comic. Han-yoon Group. One of the biggest corporations in South Korea, but also the breeding ground of those crazy bastards who took the orphans to do their illegal experiments to create superhumans. Our Seo-yoon is the victim of these guys' biological experiments. As a result, she gained high intelligence, but she suffered terrible pain in the process. Anyway, I'm going to show the real face of that crazy company who pretends to be normal in front of the public. The main event in which people die in droves, first appearing in the original. They've been out of their minds and doing weird things in the dark ever since the last biological experiment went down. Well, it's okay up to there, but the game is broken by a newly participating lunatic. His purpose is dehumanization. I don't know what the hell it is, but this guy is thinking of making monsters anyway. And ta-da. You really succeeded in making a monster. But he can't control it. A grotesque experiment consisting of black, sticky mucus that is almost as if lying horizontally on a building. It looks like a huge black wave when it moves. Terrible brat who eats up everything it touches. The problem is this guy, these guys. Anyway, this black worm escaped their blind, so they just go straight without any thoughts. But why did this group of crazy people do this in an underground laboratory in Seoul? Yes, they devastated Seoul. After jumping out of the basement, he went up and up across Seoul vertically. Things like black waves were heading further up, devastating Seoul in a straight line. Yes, to North Korea. Suddenly, North Korea, where they lived well, was swept away by a black monster from the south and burned to the ground. Rather, in South Korea, the place below Seoul was safe because it began in Seoul, but North Korea was just violated as a whole. Because of this, a war almost broke out, saying, will the wicked South Korean cubs finally destroy North Korea? Even if they are going to go straight, they will go all the way to China and sit in North Korea, and the North Korean government is going crazy. When it crosses the North Korean border, he gets stronger and flies around. It's a long story, although the North Sea Ice Girl will go and deal with it later. It was fortunate that their weakness was water. Water is common, it's easy to get. That's why the North Sea Ice Girl was able to handle it easily. Anyway, this is the first impoverished case to appear in the original, signaling that the comic will be very gloomy unlike other Killing Time hero cartoons. The atmosphere of the work was bright at first, but then it started to get depressing. I mean, I have to prevent it. The world I live in suddenly becomes like Gotham City in the 80s, and I can't let anyone suffer while my eyes still open. So I've been thinking a lot since a long time ago. How can I stop this? In fact, the best way is to prevent the experiment itself, but it's not a good way in the long run. This incident has exposed the ugly atrocities that the Han-yoon group has been doing so far, and eventually became a decisive opportunity for all the leaders to disappear. In addition, it is difficult to ruin the group if we don't go with such a solution. Their influence on the Korean political community and the media is so great that it is hard to make a dent with something. So the bottom line is that we need to trigger that black worm but also reduce the damage. How? I've been thinking about it for a long time, then I suddenly realized. References from the original work. Oh, he's going to pass a bridge while going past Han River. If it's not because of that, okay. The reason why that brat who exploded in Gangnam was able to advance to North Korea even though the water was weak. It just happened that there was a bridge where it advanced. If it wasn't because of the bridge, it would have died in the river. How nice. Settle the case? Even when it was just born, it was weak and would have died in a river. Later, it flies around and crosses the river in a funny way. If it weren't for the Han River Bridge, that's right. If it wasn't because of the bridge, then why don't I just explode that bridge? Then lightning struck my head. Eureka. Let's explode the bridge. This case is so specific from the original main event to the period, so I can just blow it up right before. Ever since I decided to smash the bridge, I've had no hesitation in my hands. I have Seoyun to make a bomb and I saw the angle to break it down. Then lightning came to my head again. No, explosion. Isn't this terrorism? Then don't we need to detonate the bridge during the terror attack? That's how the terror plan was set. We're going to blow up the bridge. The 9th regular meeting of Ego Squad, I declared so, turning my back on the blackboard that it was already the 9th meeting. All right, what do I have to do to get ready? Seoyun asks with her eyes sparkling. When is it? Subin is curious about the specific date. Well, why are you terrorizing in the first place? Our healer Lee Hayul, who looks like she doesn't know why she's here. To all the members who gathered roughly, I talked about my plans for the future. Hayul, you probably don't know, but terrorism is all about the best. We need to put tension on the loose peninsula. The timing will be implemented in just a few weeks. Preparations should be planned from now on. Dylan, you still haven't thought about it? Yeah, first of all, I'm going to blow up the bridge for a reason, so let's think about how to do it with terror. All right, bridge. Which bridge are you talking about? There's a big bridge over the Han River, That's it. Oh, that's why you asked me to make the bomb with incredible force? Yeah, I thought I'd have to use a stronger one to knock it down. Well, you're going to have to create that dilemma again, aren't you? And we're gonna have to get involved with that brat Stardust? Seoyun, what do you mean that brat? But well, that's true. Hey, why am I here? When we were having a heated debate, a quiet question suddenly came from the sidelines. When everyone turned their heads to where the voice spoke, Lee Hayul, who slightly shrank in the sudden snow, was there. Oh, Hayul, you're like our family now. Since we're a family, we should help the family plan, right? I called for a brainstorm together. Collective intelligence, okay? She murmured family and nodded. Her gaze became a little more motivated. Indeed, we do need collective intelligence, but I also called her since I want her to blend in with us. I have to be an accomplice to create intimacy and deepen our bond. If she keeps getting close to each of us, won't there be a day when she will reveal her healing ability to us? Anyway, we started to use our brains together. Many ideas came out and disappeared again. Seoyun said, clapping her hands as if she had remembered something. Ah, Dylan, you know the one I didn't use last time, you called it a good Samaritan or something. That's right, there was such a thing. I passed it since we decided to do another terrorism. But I think it can be used for this bridge attack. No, Dylan, let's modify that. In the meantime, Seoyun expressed her thoughts. Oh, this is good at that time, Hale, who was listening quietly, also spoke next to her. Wouldn't it be better to do this here? You said there were no casualties, so… Oh, that's not bad either, so we spent days and days shaping the plan. After a few days, yeah, this would be enough. The preparations are completed. Shinharu, she has developed a new habit recently. I tried to make an egoistic toy hammer. Mango Stick's Legend 1 has to be the quiz show. All about Mango Stick, the best one was the train terrorism. Everything in here starts with Mang. Is it because this is a Mang cave? TN, Mango Stick Fang Cave. Day 118 eating mango, wishing for the return of the ego stick. The reason why Mango Stick can only come back within this week real fact, spam, 5 reasons why the ego stick won't come back. Reading posts on Ego Stick's fan cafe. She wondered if there was any new information about ego stick, but it became a kind of habit as she saw it every day. Most of the comments are meaningless, but she was scanning them with her eyes to kill some time. One post, a new one. Hey, a new video from Ego Stick is out. At the same time, posts that started pouring out of the cafe, he appeared. Oh, duck it, this is the real sex, ha 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 ha. Thank you. Thank you, hey, he's here, ha 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 ha. I was watching TV, ha 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 ha. Entering, ha 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 ha. He returned, ha 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 ha. Mango stick, mango stick, mango stick, mango stick. Mango stick, a new porn after 118 days, ha 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 ha. Oh, duck, he finally appeared, ha 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 ha. What the, duck ha 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 ha. There's a community being happy because an attack just broke out. HMPH, turn on your TV or YouTube right now, damn it, I trusted you. Hey, where is that? Hurry up and analyze it. Ha ha ha. Shinharu turned on YouTube quickly after checking the situation. The video comes up on the main screen. Hello, this is Egostick. At the same time, she got a call from the association. Yes, I saw it. I'm going now. She got up in a hurry and started running. He's back. Chapter 53, on air thump. Thump, thump. A man standing in the air against the backdrop of an exciting drum beat heard from somewhere. Wearing a black cape, a black robe, and a black magician's hat that doesn't rise in broad daylight. Smiling behind a mask covering half his face, he soon shouted loudly at the camera. Hello, everyone, I Egoistic the Know. One most influential villain chosen by the Hero Association of Korea and the best villain chosen by Forbes is here to see you. Nice to meet you. The man floated in the air against a large bridge, taking off his hat and greeting the camera like a medieval European style. People's reactions were crazy when he was on live nationwide through 3 broadcasters and YouTube. The chat window of YouTube is officially transmitted by Egoistic, which comes up so fast that you can't see it with your eyes. Mango stick. Mango stick, 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 mango stick. Is Egoistic a god? 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 Mom, I'm going to be a terrorist when I grow up. Mom, I'm going to be a terrorist when I grow up. Mom, I'm going to be a terrorist when I grow up. Release Kim Sunwoo, 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 release Kim Sunwoo. Let's go, 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 let's go. Lol, is this that famous EGOSTIC? Wonder if there is Eng sub duck, the chat window is going crazy. Ha 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 ha. It's nice to see him after 4 months. Ha 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 ha, what is he going to do this time? Mango punch, mango punch, mango punch, mango punch, mango punch. Mango punch, mango punch, mango punch. What is that hat he's wearing? Ha 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 ha. www. The Hero Association is crying while preparing for the company dinner. Ha 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 ha. Duck, even the foreigners are watching now. Ha 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 ha, look at the comments, so where is that? Nice to meet you all. Everyone. Yes, I'm at Mapo Bridge. Wow, it's nice to be at the Han River after a long time. The first time I made my debut was here at Han River. It feels like yesterday that I caused the terror attack, but it's already been almost a year. Time really flies. Was it already a year ago? He did one in spring, but it's already winter now. A year with mango stick. Ha 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 ha. There's a brat who went hiding for 4 months in a year. He caused 3 large-scale terrorist attacks within a year. Duck. Ha 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 ha. I guess he's doing something today, but if we include this, it's going to be the 4th one. You, villain, you bad guy, how dare you show your face? You brat, the elder also knows how to type on YouTube. Anyway, ta-da, to tell you about the situation, there's a bomb on the Mapo Bridge below me. Heroes and the association, if you do something nonsense, you know, right? Egoistic shook the detonator in his hand toward the camera. Entering the 516,731,461st season of detonation. He's always carrying a bomb around. I heard that the civil servants tested explosives every morning, lunch, and dinner after the last ship bombing. Why would civil servants do that? They'll hire part-timers to do it. Mango stick create jobs. Am I the only one who can see Mango's beautiful features? Doesn't he look too sexy? Mango opa, I'm going to die TTT, I'm going to die. Duck, I'm at Mapo Bridge, duck, aren't the brat above in danger, ha 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 ha. Ahem, heroes, if you don't want to see a broken bridge, you'd better stay still. Actually, Stardust is the only hero who can stop me, right? He coughed a little and then continued. Yes, I recommend you to stay away. I'm a little impatient, so I don't know what I will do if I see you. He once again fiddled the detonator as a warning. Stardust retirement announcement, though his body paused a little when he saw something. His mouth opens naturally as if nothing had happened again. Everyone, oh, before that, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Bang! A loud roar from both sides of the bridge as he speaks. At the same time, something collapsed, blocking both ends of the bridge. At the same time, he took out a large loudspeaker from somewhere and shouted loudly at the cars passing the bridge below. To all of you who are on Mapo Bridge, please just stop there. If you do something weird, I'll shoot you right away. Cars slowly stopped pedaling at full speed as Egoistic warned them. He didn't attack them right after he appeared, but as he gave them some time, there weren't many cars. Only 2 cars that didn't hear the radio or had a bad timing are standing together. Having said what he had to say, Egoistic blew the loudspeaker back somewhere and grinned at the camera. I'm sorry. Isn't terrorism more enjoyable when there are audiences? I stopped talking for a while because I was casting a guest on the spot. He grabbed the people who were running well and invited them as guests. Duck ha ha ha. Crazy brat, crazy brat, crazy brat, crazy brat. What did the people in those 2 cars do wrong? Ha ha ha, there's no one died in his attacks before, so it doesn't matter, isn't it a reward? It's a thrilling, exciting terror experience. I should have gone. I don't know if the world is weird or if I'm weird whenever I look at the comments. You're weird. Yes, yes, now that we're all set. I'm going to talk to you for a second. At the same time, they turned off the exciting music that was played. A suspense background music that seemed to appear on a white tower began to come out. At the same time, I'd like to know a little bitty ghostic that spoke up in an anchor tone. Everyone, do you know my name? Yes, it's Egoistic. By the way, everyone, do you happen to know where my name came from? Egoistic, which is similar to egoistic, which means selfish in English. The reason why I named it like this is because I became a villain because I wanted to prove how selfish humans are. He read the selfish gene so deeply www, who named the selfish gene as a must-read for teenagers. It's Richard Dawkins' fault. Well, anyway, I'm here to live up to my name. How selfish humans are, let's do an experiment. If humans are selfish, I win. If humans are not as selfish as I thought, it's my loss. All the viewers were surprised to hear Egoistic say so far-reaching words. He wants to experiment with selfishness? How? Whether people are wondering or not, Egoistic is starting to sound nonsense. This bridge, Mapo Bridge, it's really big and beautiful. How much did it cost to build this? Would it have cost tens, hundreds of billions? He's asking the price of Mapo Bridge out of course. But with so much money, isn't it conveniently used by citizens? Without this bridge, the road would have been so blocked. Then his eyes once again turned to the camera with an evil smile. He spoke up. Well, let me explain this attack. It's simple. If you send me the address, link, or text me your account number, I will give you 100. I've already hacked all the computer networks, so I don't have to worry about getting caught. If you're just 19 years old or older in Korea, send me your account and I'll send you 100 without asking or arguing. It's free money. However, by 7 p.m. tonight, if there are more than 5 million people who have gotten 101 from me, I'm going to blow it up along with the people on this bridge. Everyone, make a choice. Is it 100 for free? Or I am going to blow up this bridge. Is it so altruistic that humans can easily give up about 100 for others? Or am I a selfish person who takes money with me? Well, it'll be revealed today. So, let me introduce myself. A new concept, a terrorist attack where the whole nation participate. Are you going to choose the bridge or 100 for a stimulus check? The nation's choice 1v10. We shall begin now. At the same time, loud applause can be heard in the background of the video. The video ended with Egoistic that smiled and greeted the screen against the background of the bridge. After that, the blank screen only shows every method for them to send account numbers to all Egoistic, such as sites, phone numbers, Kakyatok, blogs, and Twitter. And at the top of the screen, the time remaining was set until 7 p.m. 8H 56 million 45s, 8H 56 million 44s, 8H 56 million 43s. In front of such a quiet video, a comment was posted on the chat window that made everyone's hearts. This is crazy. Just like that, on a normal day in South Korea, the big money era has been opened. On the riverside, you can see at a glance Stardust clenched her teeth as she watched the place surrounded by police, blocking everyone's entry and being placed in a confrontation. Egoistic, she knew that one day he would terrorize again, but she didn't expect this kind of terror. Staring at the bridge, she feels very bad. Of course, he's doing such a thing and terrorizing the public. This is not the first time that he didn't call her out during his terrorism. Of course, it's not. But it doesn't matter whether he calls her out or not. She doesn't care about that. She's certainly not concerned about that. She repeated herself. But until now he's always called her out. Why did he suddenly tell her not to come this time? I can't believe it, so she muttered to herself. Words that no one will ever hear alone. Even so. Last time he called her to save the plane. Is he going to do that this time too? She doesn't think he's going to rule herself out at all. She just kept thinking about it. She doesn't even know why she does it. That useless thought. Dalim, are you going to mention Stardust in this terrorist attack? I'm not going to do it. If we blow up the bridge, she'll just have to fly in and get a car. This time, it's not for the Stardust trials, so you don't have to call her out. Stardust will like it better if he doesn't bother her. Chapter 54, Money Copy titled Duck. Isn't Egoistic crazy? Like he said, if 5 million people really get paid, wouldn't it be more than 50 billion won? This is crazy. What kind of small corporation is that? Ha 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 ha. Comment, anonymous one really. Ha ha ha. I don't know what he's doing anonymous too when you say, if you have that much money, give me 100, there's someone who really gives it. Anonymous 3, is this a villain? This is a hero. Anonymous 4, hey, it's not 500. 0, it's 500 million, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 5, writer? Anonymous 6, wow, duck, it's real. It's 500 million if it's 100x 5 million. Anonymous 7, he's a walking conglomerate, ha 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 ha. Anonymous 8, isn't this the national monthly budget? Anonymous 9, a walking nation. Anonymous 10, Mango Nation. Anonymous 5, how can he have that much money? It's not like you send an account, you won't get paid, but you'll be robbed the other way around, right? Anonymous 2, no, I sent my account and got money. 77 million. 1, Anonymous 5, I can't help it. I'm going to get it. 2, Anonymous 11, don't take it, you crazy brat. Aren't those who send out their accounts crazy? Are you in your right mind or not? If you say, I'm only one, it's going to be ruined, people on the top will die if he blows up that bridge, you really have no conscience. Recommended 23. Not recommended, 172 comment, yes, I already got it, a plate of facts. He can't get more than 5 million people in 8 hours, 2 plates of fact. If you don't live in Seoul, I don't care if he blows up the bridge or not. 3 plates of facts, if a person dies, it's because of the hero couldn't get there. Why is it because of us? Ha 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 ha. Really, ha ha ha. Stardust will come and save them. So, is there any casualties in the terrorist attacks caused by Egoistic? As long as it's not me, I read this and told my mom, dad, sister, and brother-in-law to send my bank account you too. Since it's anonymous, let's confess honestly. As soon as I saw the video, I got 100/people come first. I won't take it to live my conscience. I don't recommend it. Recommended 2476, not recommended. 51 comment, duck. Look at the proportion between the likes and dislikes. Didn't everyone send their parents' accounts? Today's dinner is ribeye. Ha 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 ha. Money can be copied. Ha 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 ha. Egoistic's attack, the whole nation's participation. If the previous terrorism was to sit down and passively watch terror helplessly, the terrorist attacks by Egoistic have been completely changed the idea for everyone. Terrorism in which the perpetrator becomes, in effect, a people rather than a terrorist. In this terrorist attack, people become active perpetrators. Everyone who receives 100 from Egoistic is the perpetrator and the main culprit of this terrorist attack. Terrorism to see how selfish humans are, as he reveals. In fact, if everyone stays still, this terrorism naturally becomes a failure. Terrorism may not even happen, but the Korean people did not betray their expectations either. Real-time search keyword, how to send the account 100, the fear of getting 31-0. Egoistic address Egoistic 100, even though he warned them that taking money would cause the bridge to collapse. People started to send their accounts randomly to receive money. The 3 terrestrial broadcasters are continuing to broadcast how to receive 100 free of charge, by Egoistic is sending out 100 for free. It is no exaggeration to say that all awake people in Korea are talking about this. Yes, Mr. Kim, what are you doing right now? Oh, sir, look at this. What's this? If you send an account here, they just give you 100. You should try it too. What? Really? Wait. I heard that if more than 5 million people receive money, the Mapo Bridge will explode. Mr. Kim, isn't this a moral issue? Mr. Manager, 5 million is not possible. Do you think he will reach 5 million by 7 p.m.? It wouldn't be obvious, so each of us should take it. Really? Well, 5 million is too many. Like you said, we should. Yeah, I'll take it too. Did you get it already? That's a good idea, sir. Yes, our employees have already received it. Really? Then when I get paid, we're having a company dinner tonight. Ha 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 ha. Oh, hello, Cholsu. Why did you call me? Oh, Mom, send me your and Dad's bank account to me, also Grandma's and Grandpa's. Huh, why? You're going to do something weird again? No, we can get 100 per person right now. Hurry up and tell me. Didn't you get scammed? It's not. Hurry up and tell me. Seriously, okay. So she sent her kid the family accounts, including her own. Soon after, a notification to her. Kim Joo-hee 100 has been deposited. Oh, that's true. Did he send you some pocket money? Surprised, let's check with the bank app. It only said that 100 sent by Ego Squad Co., Limited, has been deposited. What's Ego Squad? So not just her, but everyone who applied for the money got the name Ego Squad in their heads. How come only Koreans can participate in this kind of event? It's not fair. I want the foreigners to participate too. It's the first time I'm jealous of Korea. The villains there didn't take people's money, they gave it to them. Our country's villains need to be emulated. Did he say his name is egoistic? Unlike his name, he's not selfish. My Korean friends are already bragging that they got paid. With the occurrence of rare events, foreign media and foreign communities around the world have begun to focus on the special terrorist attack in Korea. As YouTubers checked the reactions from the foreign communities, they were rushing to produce Gukpong TV. Egoistic, who was in charge of all these divisions, was sitting on a bridge. Shivering in cold Achu. Sitting in the tower above Mapo Bridge, I sneezed. The weather has gotten chilly these days, and it's a little cold because I am sitting in a high place. I thought about bringing a hot pack, but I think it'd be ugly if the paparazzi filmed me playing with the hot pack. So I just breathed out my breath in the cold. I mean, is it winter right now? Why is my breath coming out? Looking down from the bridge, I can see downtown Seoul at a glance. Especially noticeable are the police cars surrounding both sides of the bridge. It appears to block anyone from accessing it this way. At the same time, seeing that no one walks the bridge, I can say that the threat I put on was valid. Where's Stardust? I think she's watching from the other side of the bridge. Come and get these 2 cars if you have time. When I look around Seoul, I feel something different. It's almost the same as Seoul before I was possessed or Seoul in this world, but it's still a little different. For example, over there. There was originally a large building over there, but you can't see it from here. This bridge too, I remember there was a suicide prevention phrase on Mapo Bridge. Instead of that, it's decorated like some suspension bridge. Why? Did they aim for the dramatic effect of his bridge being torn apart by a monster? Anyway, thanks to them, I have a place to sit, so I'm thankful. I was shivering in the cold again, staring into the air while blanking out. I might look like I am spacing out in other people's eyes, but I'm actually looking at the chat room through the mask. Got 600 from all the family accounts. Oh, each person can take it once only. I thought I could get more than one account, so I applied for it and got rejected, ha. Of course, you can't. Ha. Breaking news. The government tried to block the site to send the account to Egosick, but failed. They can't stop him. He's the one who even hacked into broadcasting stations. How dare you sell your conscience away, you crazy brats? Please tell me that you got 100 in your bank account. I was wasting time looking at the chat room. It's already been 4 hours. Well, let's get back to It's About Time. I turned on the camera again. The video that showed only the remaining time and the site to send the account turned around again and suddenly appeared. As a result, the chat window, which they had been talking quietly among themselves, became active again. Oh, what is it? It's on again, ha. Phew, at this point I have to say something. Yes, nice to meet you everyone. Egoistic is greeting you again. You're not taking about 100 lightly for your conscience, right? PFFT ha. Of course ha. We don't need 1,000 ha, really need it. I won't even take it if you give me already picked up. If you're going to write down your feelings in parenthesis, why are you saying stuff? Ha. Almost half the time has passed, and for those of you who are still conscientious, we're going to have a special event. At the same time, I jumped from the tower and landed on the floor. Thump. The cape flew with the impact from the jump. Between the cape, I grinned and said to the camera, "This time, I'm going to interview people who are stuck in cars. These people who don't care what you do to get 100. They're also precious heads of families, friends, sons, and daughters to someone. For those of you who have no qualms about taking money from me, but have no qualms about it, I've specially prepared it. Please choose whether to save them or fill your wallet with 100 right away." I started approaching the nearest car. By the way, I don't even manipulate the people in the car, so I have no idea who's in it. I approached the car, hoping that a broadcasting accident wouldn't happen. Still, there might be some weirdos in the cars, right? Chapter 55. Interviews whether the bridge collapses or people die. The public is still ignorant and wants to receive 100. A special event to alert them and stimulate their guilt. I will interview people who will die if they receive 100. I walked towards the first target, the car. The camera, that I am holding using my telekinesis to follow me around, was filming the whole scene. All right, the preparation is perfect. Probably. Knock, knock, can you open the window? I knocked on the window and it slid down. Looking through the missing window, it was a healthy-looking man in his 20s. Phew, luckily he wasn't any weird guy. If it's suddenly North Sea Ice Girl or someone like that riding this car, it's going to be a problem. Such a relief. Oh, hello, you're hanging in there really well. Can you introduce yourself? I'm naturally hosting like a recreation host. If you threaten and scare them in these places, the atmosphere will become cold for no reason. It's a point where you naturally go over the wall. Fortunately, the man answered my words. Yes, hello, my name is Choi Young-jin. The man answered me with a strong tone. Oh my, but somehow he sounds very confident. He is caught up in the middle of terrorism, but doesn't seem to feel afraid about dying. Even with a terrorist in front of him who could kill him, I don't see his body trembling. I can feel that he wasn't scared at all from what I saw. I mean, rather than that, why do his eyes look sparkling? I took the opportunity and asked him. It's fascinating somehow. Yes, Choi Young-jin, nice to meet you. By the way, Young-jin, I don't think you're scared at all. Don't you feel anxious? Haha, anxious? A man laughed as if I said something weird to him. Then he looked into my eyes and said clearly with sparkling eyes, there's nothing to worry about. Unless 5 million people get paid, this bridge and I will be all safe, right? I believe them. The people of Korea. My beloved country is bound by the strong affection of the Korean people, who do not give up humanity for a little capital. I'm not going to die, so why should I be scared? His eyes looked so bright as he answered. His eyes. Innocent, so innocent. It's like there's a halo in his eyes, stop it. Is this a belief for humanity or something? I blinked my eyes. I don't know about the past life, but I don't think these Koreans are in that kind of mood at all. As both the organizer of this terrorist attack and a citizen of South Korea, my conscience has been stabbed. I can't believe there's such a pure person in the world. And as I looked at the chat window, I felt that I was not the only one who felt the pain from my conscience. Oh haha. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the why is my heart in pain? This keeps poking the conscience in my heart right now. Did I get cancer? No, that's the pain from your conscience. That means you're becoming a human. 100, I already got it. I was thinking about whether to take it or not, but I decided not to. I won't take it. It can't be compared to a person's life. Why aren't you guys taking up? You're making me who took it the bad guy. Fact, those who got it are bad guys. Sorry, well, the atmosphere isn't bad though. I actually wanted to see people trembling in fear of death. So I was looking forward to a picture of the people who would feel guilty by watching it. Well, anyway, the conclusion is that they won't get paid, so would it matter? To be honest, I think the more people don't get paid, the better. Why? Because I'm just going to lie and explode the bridge no matter if it's over 5 million people or not. Well, it can't be helped. Life is a gamble. I can't just be like, oh, only 4 million people took it. Then I will step down if it doesn't hit 5 million people. I can't be like that. If I don't blow up this bridge, the world, I mean, this Korean society will enter into a mess together. I have to break things down first. And even if there are over 5 million people who can tell me to prove it, are you going to ask me to open the account list of the people who got the money? Then the millions who received the money will protect me. I am trying to protect myself. And honestly, it's a waste of money. Of course, I do have a lot of money that you can't even imagine. It's about a year's budget for a nation. After falling into this world, I wandered around, and until I met Seo-yoon, I made money with knowledge of the original comic all day long. I stole money from a corrupt U.S. company, found hidden money that a villain in another country can't spend, and spent it. Of course, there was some help from Seo-yoon, but anyway, I have a lot of money, but burning more than 500 million at a time is a little burdensome. Capital becomes quite important in the future. But it seems like I'm burning a little too much. Even the money that I worked hard to get out with the macro is now decreasing billions of dollars per minute. I think I went too far. It still rings in my ears that Seo-yoon nagged me about how I spend money like water. Hyul passed out while counting thousands of trillion with her fingers. Anyway, the bottom line is that people are entitled to moderate amounts of money. Honestly, I thought it would be less than 1 million in total. I mean, I gave them a short period, but it's a relief that it's over 1 million people. But the people of this world easily exceeded my expectations as always. More than 3 million people have already received money. What? I remembered the call from Seo-yoon earlier. Gosh, people. You really threw your conscience to the bottom of Han River? Why are you working so hard on this kind of thing? Anyway, this is why I was heartbroken by Choi Young-jin's pure words. I'm sorry. The people of Korea that you believe in already betrayed you and gone for the money. I couldn't tell him now, his eyes shining with faith and trust in front of me. I can't do this, I see. Thank you, Mr. Choi Young-jin, who believes in Korea. Do you have any last words? He looked at the camera and spoke with a faithful attitude. People of South Korea, I believe in you. You'll help me get home safe, won't you? I will always love you. Way to go, Korea. Now look at the camera and strike a fighting pose. Well, I'm dizzy. Let's run away. Yes, thank you. Shall we move on to the next person? Just when I was about to pull out in such a hurry. He shouted in the car. Wait, what? The one that suddenly calls me. What is it? What's wrong? Mr. Villain, did you say go stick? Yes, and I've been starving for 4 hours now. Apparently, I'm going to starve for another 4 hours. Do you have anything to eat? Now he's asking me for food with a confident look. I've never seen this kind of character in my life, but you know what's funnier. Come to think of it, I did bring some food to give out to them. I forgot. Oh, wait a minute. I teleported to get the bag I put somewhere on the road. Yeah, here it is. Guns, tear gas, microphone, and everything I need in the ego bag. I teleported back to the front of the car with it. Wait a minute, oh, here it is, have some cream bread. Oh, thank you. The man took the bread with a grin. That's very nice. What's this? Ha 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 ha, he asked the terrorist who caused terrorism for food, and the terrorist gave him the bread that he prepared. Ha ha ha. Is this for real? Feeling dizzy. Duck. Ha 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 ha. Is he really a villain? Ha 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 ha. Mango Stick is a hero who does villain stuff as a hobby. There's a deep meaning behind when he tries to break down the bridge. The villain next door who buys food. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I am done with this car for now. I trudged along to the next car. We didn't talk much, but I am already exhausted. Okay, I'm going to meet the next hostage. I'm also looking forward to seeing who will welcome me this time. I walked to the next car while talking to the camera. I hope it will be normal this time. Some, scared people. Don't people feel nervous and scared when they're being held hostage by a terrorist? With such hope, I walked to the car. Unlike the car that the previous man was riding alone, this car is a big SUV. Oh, there's a little more hope. Isn't that a family that was riding somewhere? Parents were in fear themselves and tried to protect their children. It's perfect to stir up people's guilt. Please let me save some money. But as I approached the SUV, I could only realize that my hopes were increasingly futile. The closer I get to the car, the faint sound of music. It was also some exciting rock music. Somehow I feel anxious. But I was a professional, so first I knocked on the car door. Knock, knock, hello, can you lower the window? As soon as I knocked, the window slid down. At the same time, the loud metal sound hit my ears. Ah, Mango Stick, oh my, this is real, this is crazy. I'm your fan, Mango Stick. Mango, 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 the female college students shouted at each other. I am going out of my mind, seriously. Chapter 56. Fans now, let's think about it. The villain started a terrorist attack. But what are the chances that the villain's hostages are his fans? I don't know how many there will be, but I think I know it now. Mango Stick. I'm your fan, college girls screamed loudly with their windows down. Why the hell is this happening to me? All I wanted was a normal family shaking in fear. Oh, they're shaking too. But I think they are shaking because of the excitement. Haha, I didn't expect this situation, I said with a big smile. Metal music is still playing in the car. At the same time, the eyes of those who are excited are drawn to me. They are hostages, so funny, ha 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 ha. About the case where the hostages were my fans, how did they run into Mango Stick? Ha 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 ha, so brave. Really, isn't it his first time hearing the word Mango Stick? I think he already knows about it since he did name himself Apple Mango last time. They're so brave. Villain's fan is coming out in front of the whole country. They're even showing their faces while wearing the college's jackets and looking at him confidently. That's crazy. The chat window itself is a mess. No, the more I meet this kind of situation, the more I need to get my act together. This is something that was within the expected range. If I stay focused and move on smoothly, there will be no problem. I managed my facial expression again and smiled at them. Yes, yes, hello, I am Egostic. Everyone is very you guys seem to be having fun. Can you introduce yourself? Yes, the women answered with energy. Yeah. It's good to be energetic. The kid sitting by the window where I was standing was the first to speak. Hello, we are members of Veritas, a club about heroes and villains at Yonhi University, she answered with full of energy and a bright voice. No, I didn't ask for the names of the universities and clubs. That's TMI. I thought they were some idols greeting for the first time at the year-end festival. This is definitely an interview with the hostages who were unlucky to be caught on the bridge, right? I am not hosting Music Bank, right? TN, a Korean music show on KBS. My name is Kim Yeonhwa, the club's manager. And the girls behind them revealed their names one after another. One person behind them suddenly spoke loudly. Kim Yeonhwa is your Fancave manager, Opa? Who the hell is your Opa? But apart from that, what she said was quite interesting. The manager of my fan cave? I looked at the girl sitting in front of me again. She's slightly blushing. Twisting one of her fingers in her brown bob, she spoke up again. Yes, do you know anything about Mango Union? Mango, I mean, they're the fans who like you, egoistic. By the way, everyone here, including me, is in Mango Union. She spoke with full pride. Ah, please stop. My hands and feet are cringing. Who's doing this in front of the person? But I'm a professional, the professional in the villain industry. The professional me replied with a fresh smile. I see. It's such an honor to have people who like me, but I'm really curious. Do you know that I'm a villain? I caught her off guard here. I mean, I'm thankful that they're my supporters. Are they really forgetting that I'm a villain? I thought these Mango Union were just conceptual ones that only went around on the internet, but I've just changed my mind. Even though he was held hostage at the scene of the terrorist attack, his eyes glistening at the terrorist is not a concept. This is just madness. Why would someone who looks normal and popular do this kind of thing? She was startled at my pure question, so she asked me back with a quizzical voice. What? Aren't you the S-rated hero Apple Mango? I almost lost my mind when I heard it. No, I can't listen to them anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Please stop. Yes, thank you. That's a very interesting story. Can you say a word to wrap this up? I threw the ending meant in a hurry. Obviously, my purpose was to instill guilt in the public who are ignorant that only wanted to receive 100, but I'm talking a few thousand light years away from it. It's right to just finish it quickly. As I made a gesture to end it like that, they whined, "Why are you ending it already?" Well, I think this is the most painful time since I fell into this world. I'm going crazy. Of course, I don't express that feeling outwardly, but just smile. That's a relief. The mask covers half of my face. My lips are shaking under the mask. Aside from the rest of the kids who were only saying weird things behind me, she listened to me, thought for a while, and glinted as if she had realized something. Oh, then she rummages through the bag in front of her. After seeing it, the other women in the back looked through the bag together as if they had realized it. What is it? What they took out of their bags like that? A notebook. Give me your autograph? They give me notebooks with their eyes shining. I ended up failing my poker face, snapping my forehead and sighing. Please, please stop, ha 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 ha. Can you see that he's seriously bewildered? Ha ha ha, aren't they just crazy brats? Ha 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 ha. It's dizzy, right? So this is a conversation between a terrorist and a hostage, right? Why are you giving them an autograph? Ha 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 ha. Mango sighed but still did everything they asked. Ha 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 ha. Is this really a villain? Ha 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 ha. In the end, I gave them my autograph. I just scribbled it in English. I just roughly signed, but they seemed to like it. Lastly, I ended the interview by giving them some strawberry cream bread left over, and they screamed as they closed the window. Oh, and I received 100, thank you. Tusk, this terrorist attack is just a disaster. Anyway, after many twists and turns, the promised time was over. I turned on the camera that was off after the interview. Standing on the Mapo Bridge, I turned on the microphone and announced, "Behind me is a large electronic display, not a blue sky. How did Seoyun make it float with computer synthesis technology? Is this the famous metaverse? Yes, everyone. It's already 7 o'clock in the evening. The public participatory terrorism that I presented. Do you choose 100 or the life of the bridge and other people? I will reveal the results of this terrorist attack, which I prepared to find out how selfish humans are." Bump. Bump. I don't think there are more than 5 million people. There's no way 5 million people saw this not in such a short time without any notice. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We can't disappoint Mr. Youngjin. Let's show them the power of Korea. I don't think that Yeonhwa girl will be disappointed. Duck. If the bridge collapses, I can't go to work. I'm a civil servant. I'm praying that it won't be blown up with my hands together. If it explodes, it'll go crazy. Please show us the results. The result is... The number of electronic boards behind me began to rise. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, a steep rise in the number on the electronic board. The result is... I was almost screaming. The number is going up like crazy, and even the videos of the people watching me started glitching screen, and I am also blinking. The numbers are flashing. The result is... I can barely see the screen now. The screen that was shining on me suddenly turned into a white screen that said egoistic. Bang. Fireworks shot everywhere and shone on me again. The number on the big billboard behind me is 7,523,660, 7,050,000, and 20,000 people received 100. I shouted out slowly. Wow, and the cheers from somewhere, of course. It's just BGM. Clap, I clapped my hands. Amazing, people of Korea. I honestly thought it would be only over 5 million, but 7 million. It's beyond my imagination. I smiled broadly. I opened my arms as if I was about to say hooray. This explosion is for you, selfish people. Congratulations, everyone. Behind me, while I was standing with my arms open, the electronic display disappeared. The bridge that looks like a background thump, it began to collapse after a massive explosion. Explosions are art. Thank you for participating in the terrorist attack of Egostic. See you next time. Until then, bye. I smiled and waved at the camera. After waving, I turned off the camera. Phew, today's shooting is over. After the real-time live stream, I wiped my sweat in the air. Wow, I've been here for 10 hours. It was some marathon-like terrorism. It was hard floating in the air. I looked down. The bridge crumbled with loud noise, and from far away, a woman was flying over at great speed. Our Stardust. It's been a long time. She was gorgeous in her red hero suit, flying with her blonde hair. The last time I saw her was at a festival, right? That's a long time ago. It's been a really long time since we've seen each other. I don't know when I'll see you again if I see you today, so let's just take a look. I didn't run away so quickly, but I relaxed and watched while staying in the air using my telekinesis. I feel sorry that she has to make up for what I've been up to, but because it's a good thing, right? She's flying really fast, holding up an SUV that was about to fall off the other side of the collapsing bridge with one hand. Wow, she blocked trains and planes, and now she's holding a car with one hand? She seems to have grown faster than the original comic. Well, it's still a good thing. So with the SUV in one hand, she flew back to the car on my side. But the problem is probably because she was holding in sub with her hand, so the speed was a bit slower. And what? That car looks like it's going to dive into the Han River. How did Choi Youngjin fall down together on the collapsing bridge? His car was about to fall between the collapsed asphalt of the bridge, even before Stardust came. She's almost there, but that car has finally slipped through the bridge. Come on! And at that very moment, I reached out before I knew it. I pulled the falling car with my telekinesis and held it slightly in the air. I held it in a very short time, around 1 or 2 seconds. But that was enough time for the Stardust to save him. Eventually, she was able to grab all the cars that had fallen in time. Duck huff, huff, gosh, I feel like dying. As I quickly used the telekinesis, it drained the energy of my whole body. Haru, Shin Haru, why were you late? He almost died. It would have been very funny if anyone saw the villain saving the hostage that he was trying to kill. Even so, I can't ruin Stardust's reputation for rescuing all civilians, right? I couldn't help it. I had no choice, and Stardust, with 2 cars, turned to look in my direction for a moment. Our eyes suddenly met. Duck, I didn't get caught, did I? As soon as I made eye contact with her, I swung my cape and turned behind my back. Then I teleported right away and left the scene. I did nothing. I don't know anything. Stardust. With the car in her hand against the backdrop of a collapsing bridge, she fell into thought. Egostic. The car fell from where he was. It seemed to fall off without a moment for her to catch him. Just now, definitely, it looked like it was falling but got hung for a moment. Chapter 57. From doubt to confidence. Last Wednesday, the disposal of Mapo Bridge, which was blown up by villain Egostic, is almost complete. The entire Mapo Bridge was completely destroyed from the pillar, and no casualties were reported by the A-list hero Stardust. Experts have suggested that it will take years to rebuild the bridge. Meanwhile, Seoul citizens are complaining about the inconvenience, saying they are experiencing traffic jams due to the collapse of the bridge. Shin Haru. If anyone asks Shin Haru who her arch-rival is, she will answer Egostic without hesitation. In fact, the reason why Egostic became her arch-energy is really simple. Just because Egostic always called out Stardust. Egostic. Frankly speaking, almost everyone would choose Egostic if they were asked to pick the most famous and influential villain in Korea. It's only been less than a year since he was active in earnest. Yes, he proudly topped the list in a year, beating other villains with decades of history. If you don't know Egostic, you're a spy. In fact, it is a matter of course. He's been broadcasting all the terrorist activities he's caused to 3 terrestrial broadcasters every time. Of course, that's the only reason for his popularity, and there's a lot of reasons why he's popular. After all, the important thing is that he is famous and well-known. And because of that, the popularity of his enemy, Stardust, has also begun to rise. Honestly, B-class heroes who are neither popular nor popular all hope to fight against Egostic. Well, in a way, it's normal. If they become his opponent and confront him, they can be seen live throughout the country, so it is a great opportunity to let everyone know about them in one shot. When you become a rival to anything famous, you can share your popularity to some extent. Sadly, however, such an opportunity did not exist for them, because Egoistic called out Stardust as the person who stopped him in every terrorist attack. Egoistic's unusual behavior of calling out Stardust is actually quite a popular fact. He called out Stardust in both of his first murders, the murders of two villains. The message, which was left at the scene of the crime as to Stardust, seems to imply that it was a gift from the villain. And the terror attacks he committed afterwards. On ships and trains, he called out Stardust as his opponent. In both cases, Stardust stopped his attacks with speeches and force, respectively, and her popularity also increased greatly. These events have led to a huge number of people clamoring for the relationship between Egoistic and Stardust. There were even rumors that they're in a romantic relationship. The video of Egoistic closing the eyes of Stardust, who collapsed while barely blocking the train, is still listed in the popular videos section. And this is what the public knows. And Stardust herself knows more than that. He was more likely to know her. Well, her identity, which is not Stardust but Shin Haru, the terrorist attack at the festival that she went to. It was too late to stop by the association, and she was suffering from not having a derecognition device, so she was ready to expose her face. He came out of nowhere to stop the attack. Just because that villain offended him for a ridiculous reason. Yeah, so far, it's a coincidence. But what others don't know, Shin Haru only knows. The word he whispered that no one could hear it: don't try to expose your face from now on. Life will be tough. The question she had upon hearing it. How did he know that she was trying to expose her face? He knew that she was there. Was that why he came out, to buy her some time? It's a speculation, she thought then. But what he has done after? When she was watching the crash because he caused the plane attack. He called her, telling her to save the falling plane. On top of that, his usual track record: casualty-free terrorism, assassination of other dangerous villains, and suppression of terrorism in other positions. That's how these things came together, and she became suspicious. Egoistic, is he simply a villain? In the midst of this and that, she finally made up her mind. If the Egoistic guy causes the next attack, she'll find out what he's after. But the problem is that he disappeared without causing terrorism for 4 months. And as long as she waited, her doubts grew. It's like when you're out of the house and you're not sure if you've turned off the gas before you leave. That's how she got to think about Egoistic for longer and ended up going into the Egoistic's fan cave, wondering when he'd appear. Here he is at last. The 4th terrorist attack. As soon as she heard the news, she wore the suit and flew straight from the association. He called her out in the last 3 attacks, so she was sure he would call her out in the next one. But her prediction was wrong. Egoistic conducted a kind of social experiment with the public, warning that he would blow up the bridge as soon as the heroes approached. What does he mean by giving away 100? Shin Haru was reminded of his first terrorist attack. Humans are selfish, blah blah, yeah, but at the time of the first terrorist attack, she told herself to give a speech. Wouldn't it be like that this time too, she speculated. There was no such thing. He just flirted and played with his fan on the bridge, and Stardust seemed to think nothing of it. The bad guy. She spent her days waiting for him, but he didn't seem to care about her at all. The way she put herself in this swamp of suspicion, and he doesn't even know. Then he eventually exploded the bridge. Well, that's what she expected. This Egoistic is a guy who does whatever he wants. Waiting near Mappo Bridge at 7 p.m., which she had predicted in advance, she was immediately dispatched from the front as soon as the bridge exploded. As she's a hero, the most important thing is to save people. Egoistic was watching her in the air. He didn't even pretend to know until now, but he just basically stared at her. She didn't like it very much because she seemed to be taking care of something he had done, but she did what she had to do anyway. The moment she was flying to save the first car and the second car, she realized. She couldn't get all of them. She was successful in getting right before things ended. The moment she reached out my hand, she felt it intuitively. She was 1 step late, the despair upon her, but at that moment. The car that was falling from her fingertips stopped slightly. She managed to save the falling car that seemed out of reach. For a moment she thought she had seen it wrong. Indeed, it seemed that the car stopped falling in front of her for a moment. And there's only one person here who can do that, holding cars in her arms. She looked up. And so what she saw was Egoistic with her arms down, looking this way. When he made eye contact with her, he turned his head as if nothing had happened and disappeared, covering himself with the cape and teleported. Doesn't he realize that it's even weirder to make eye contact and rush away so suddenly at that time? So she was almost certain this time. He's not just a villain, right? Of course, such hasty speculation was extremely dangerous. First of all, Egoistic is a villain who caused only 4 major terrorist attacks that promote destruction and group threats to people, although there were no casualties by accident. Of course, now she's confused whether it's a coincidence or if it's all intended by Egoistic. Anyway, what's important is that it's very dangerous for her to think about it alone. If she does something wrong, she may underestimate the villain and lead to a big problem later on. So she needed someone to consult her. A friend who knows her secrets and can discuss about Egoistic with her. And she had only one friend like that. Lee Seala, the same A-class hero and a friend who grew up like a sister with her since childhood. She's in charge of Busan. Late at night, they were sitting in a deserted cafe. When she said she had something to consult, Lee Seala, who teleported from Busan to Seoul on a teleport with the help of Shadow Walker. The two reserved the whole cafe. They sat on the second floor where the night view was slightly visible through the window. Seala quietly sipped the green tea and listened to Shin Haru. Haru talked about the speculation to her. Terrorism with no casualties of Egoistic. According to the records of the association, all of the villains that Egoistic killed were very dangerous men. And 2 other terrorist suppression she did. On top of that, the phone call she got from the plane attack, which he had not told anyone yet, and the car that was falling this time stopped for her to catch. She told everything. Seala, who listened quietly to Shin Haru's story while drinking tea. When she finished telling the whole story, Seala finally raised her head and put the tea cup down. Empty hands covering one's mouth, Seala said to her. "Oh my God, Haru, did you believe the story of Apple Mango, the S-list hero of darkness?" Looking at her friend, looking at her as if she could not believe her eyes, Shin Haru has already begun to regret it. I shouldn't have said that I needed a consultation. Chapter 58, Consultation. I can't believe you believed in the Apple Mango conspiracy theory. What the heck? Her friend, Lee Seala, who says so with her mouth covered. When Shin Haru glared at her with an uneven look, she finally smiled and lowered her hand. Hee hee, I'm kidding, don't get angry. I'm serious. Oh my, are you upset, Haru? What should I do? Seala, who kept making fun of her with a smile, returned to her usual expression and spoke up after coughing. Yeah, well, it certainly sounds weird. He did terrorism, but also a villain who doesn't want people to die. Seala, who was lost in thought for a moment, twisted her sky blue hair slightly with her hands and continued. It's just possible, isn't it? It's kind of like an entertainer. The kind of person who enjoys getting people's attention? I guess so. Yeah, how can I say that? After choosing a horse for a moment, she clapped her hands and said, "You can say he's a villain who wants to terrorize but doesn't want to kill civilians. From the fact that he contacted me to save the people who were killed in the terrorist attacks he committed." Seala, who said so, crossed her arms and nodded as if it was a solution to her worries. Then she drinks green tea again to relieve her thirst. Shin Haru, who had only listened to it quietly, immediately opened his mouth and asked, "So you think he's harmless?" Huh. To say that he's harmless, first of all, he destroyed buildings and airplanes. He's a villain. Just a villain who doesn't like civilians dying. Can I say he's harmless? Better than the villains trying to kill all civilians. And when I see the hacking skills and the money you're throwing at me this time, I'm sure there's something going on, but I'm relieved to hear you. It would have been more terrible if you had that much ability and tried to kill people. Seala took a sip of tea again. Looking at Haru, who was still looking worried, she said with a smile again. "Did you ask for this Unni's advice because you were worried about that? You were wondering if he was a villain or not?" "Who's Unni?" "No, well, there's something I've been thinking. There's nothing to think about. There are villains like this and that in the world. There are villains who try to kill 5 people and juggle them, but there might be villains who don't like to kill. You don't have to worry about it. In the future, the terror he causes will only cause civilian damage to the extent that you can prevent it. Killing villains, well, it's a private sanction, but it's not about killing civilians." Seeing Seala talking as if she was worried about something, it would be better if she didn't kill someone with terror. Haru has a strange feeling. Yes, if she thinks about it in common sense, Seala is right. A villain who wants to cause terrorism without civilian casualties. Egoistic. It's a matter of ending if you define him like that. The reason for terrorism is to be seen as simply for pleasure like any other villain. Maybe that's the normal interpretation of the egoistic. But she still had some doubts. She can't explain it in words, but intuition felt strongly in her. The idea that it is not just his own pursuit of pleasure that causes terrorism, but that there may be other reasons. Looking at the way he was terrorizing, there was something he was aiming for rather than simply enjoying terrorism. The idea that with some other intention, something is intended and is likely to be causing terrorism. What is that? All her thoughts are still dismissed as delusions because she doesn't know them. Looking at Haru's face in agony again, Siala laughed. No, it's a day. I thought it would be a big problem if you called me here. Was it about a villain? What if he's such a workaholic? She shakes her head in such a way. Haru. We're people too. When I'm not working, I'll empty my head and rest. Right? If you're a college student, you can go to events. So, can you make friends? I have a friend. Oh, the senior you mentioned, that's not a friend. She's an older sister. Anyway, let's rest when we rest. So, would you ever date a guy? You've never dated a man either. Siala's face turned slightly red at Shin Hara's words, who hit her bone while listening quietly. No, I control my privacy at the group level. Me too, if it wasn't for surveillance. Yes, all right. Siala, who was grinning at Shin Hara's words, who soon smiled at her too. As the story of Egostic moved on, they began to talk about how they were doing. What Lee Siala brought up is her recent worries. Sai, it's very stressful that every move I make goes to the press. Lee Siala. Her friend, she has ice power, and a class hero in charge of Busan. At the same time, she is also the daughter of the chairman of Useong Enterprise, one of the largest Korean companies. She is often said to be a third-generation chaebol. No, hero work is fun for me, and it's good to have a positive impact on the company, but why is everyone so interested in what I'm wearing? She sighed, reaching for the table. Haru could only say it must be hard. To her, unlike Stardust, who thoroughly hides her identity by actions such as being impaired, Icicle did not hide her identity. Even before she was called Icicle for awakening her ability in the first place, she was already a well-known figure by the name of Lee Siala, the third generation. So she did not hide her identity from her, just like the name of Lee Siala, and even when she was a hero, she went barefaced without doing anything such as interfering with her perception. Well, I haven't interfered as hard as I did since I started this, so that's good. Honestly, it's because I think I have a positive influence on our company's image. You're living a hard life, too. Yeah, I'm glad Busan has fewer terror attacks than the metropolitan area. If there were a lot like you, wow. Lee Siala, who said so far, took out her cell phone with her tongue sticking out. She read an article, she crumpled her face. One day, wondering about this, asked her, "What's wrong?" "No, we're rivals. There's a crazy guy named Kim Sunwoo who is one of the technical advisors and he's been released. He did some illegal experiments and got caught. How'd he get out of here? He must been doing things in the lobby again. Kim Sunwoo, phew, nothing's going well these days." Siala put her cell phone back on the desk with a chuckle, and so they kept talking. Time flew by and it became a deep night. Rain on the outside, shall we go now? Yes. That's how the two decided to break up here. Outside the cafe, bodyguards in sunglasses and suits stood in front of the cafe. "Miss, get in." "Oh, Haru, do you want a ride?" "It's raining." "No, I'm going to take a walk, you go first." "Really? Okay, do you have an umbrella?" "Mister, give me an umbrella." Haru received an umbrella from the people in the suit in front of her and thanked them. "Haru, I'm leaving. If you have another concern, call me right away, okay?" "Yes, go home safely." So she saw her friend off in a black limousine. Soon the car was out of sight and she began to move toward the house. Raindrops were hitting the umbrella she went on, relying on an umbrella, on the night streets where only raindrops could be heard. It was nice to meet a friend after a long time. Siala was the only friend with whom she could talk openly. Walking slowly, she looked up at the sky. The dark sky as it's almost dawn. Looking at the sky where only the moon was floating alone, she was lost in thought again. In the end, Siala also advised her not to pay particular attention to that egoistic guy. It's just a villain who doesn't want to hurt people, nothing more, but Haru still cared. Siala feels like she's missing something, her gut feeling he's been doing something big. And I don't think he's as bad as I thought, unfounded and ridiculous, and yet the thoughts that keep ringing in her head. So Stardust was trying to penetrate quite a bit of the essence of ego stick with her supersense without herself realizing. Of course, as she doesn't know his true self, now she just feels uncomfortable, so she wants to stay alert and him. Looking at the dark night sky, she just sighed. She just feels upset about Egostick. She's sure Egostick is lying down while having his stomach full. Cough, cough. Ah, what's wrong with you? Don't you need to see a doctor? Let's go to the hospital. Seo-yoon, how can I go to the hospital? I'll be all right in a little while, cough. You're spilling a bucket of blood, what's all right? Doin, you can't die, sob. In a large mansion deep in the mountains, I was now vomiting a bucket of blood while lying down. The sight of people swarming in the mansion, surrounding me and worrying. At that door I can see Ha-yeol looking at me with a pale face. Damn it, did I work too much on that bridge? Cough. My blood is coming out again, it's so unfair. How much did I use to do this? I am such a sucker. I blew up the bridge and fainted as soon as I got home and woke up 3 days later. As soon as I woke up, I vomit a bucket of blood. I feel like dying. Will one day Stardust find out that I'm working hard for her and fly over here? No, she won't come maybe. Oh my cough. Ahaha and Seo-yoon, stop screaming. Chapter 59, Cure all right, I have to admit. I've always complained about my poor ability, but honestly, it's pretty good. Well, I mean telekinesis is pretty versatile, and I can say that teleportation is a perfect ability for me to avoid the heroes. Of course, I said a load of garbage about how terrible my power is, but its strength is that you can gather much power if you don't think about the aftermath. If you release the telekinesis at once after stacking it for a while, it is quite strong. And theoretically, I can travel a long distance. The problem is afterwards, though. Anyway, it's not that bad. But indeed, it's still trash. What kind of person with superpowers would have to pass out for a few days after using power like me? And not just passing out, I even cough out blood now. Cough. After the last bridge attack, floating all day using telekinesis, stopping the car also using telekinesis at the last minute, and teleporting long distances. I, who overworked myself again, fainted for 3 days. I'm not even a sunfish, it feels like passing out is now a daily routine for me. Compared to the time at the hotel in Busan, which I fainted for 1 week, it's rather short this time. But I didn't vomit blood like this back then. Wait, Do-in, don't we have to have a check at the hospital? Seo-yoon, what should I tell them at the hospital? Should I say I think my organs are ruined while using telekinesis? I will be reported as an illegal superpower holder and go to jail. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to keep vomiting like that? Cough. It'll get better over time. Hey, I'll take care of it, so go to bed now, it's late. Seo-yoon is still looking at me with a worried expression. I shoot her out, while wiping the blood around your mouth with a tissue. Subin also looked at me worriedly and told me that she would find a solution if I am still in this state tomorrow. On top of that, Lee Hyeol's younger brother, Cha-yoon, who is my fan. He told me not to die with tears in my eyes. Are elementary school students normally that sensitive these days? And Lee Hyeol, when everyone was surrounding me, she alone was staring at me far away from the door with a fluttering complexion. She has a guilty look on her face. Maybe she's blaming himself for not being able to come forward even though she can help me. Lee Hyeol developed the ability to heal people when she was young. She didn't reveal her ability to anyone because of the trauma of being sold when the orphanage's director found out. Even her brother doesn't know about it because the director strictly controlled her. That's why she hid her ability when she first met me. Well, I did look very suspicious. But now that time has passed like this, I can say she's quite open to me. When I first met her, she used to spit out every word informally, but now she speaks formally to me. Come to think of it, everyone in my family is using honorifics to me, right? I feel like I've become head of the household. Anyway, the bottom line is that she seems guilty because of me. I gave her a place, provided food and money, but she can't repay me with anything. Even now that she has a chance to pay back, she's still not doing it, so I think she's blaming herself. Well, I understand. It's kind of weird to suddenly say, I actually have healing skills, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. No matter how much you like us, it's a human's instinct to distrust each other. Tusk, there's nothing I can do. But I'll just let her stack up more guilt for now. There will be a day when she will reveal her abilities, and so I coughed out the blood more loudly. Cough. Hey, I can't leave you like this, Do-in. Let's go to the hospital? That's right, Do-in, we should try to do something first. You can't But somehow the others made a fuss about it and gave up. A person can vomit blood. Why are you making such a fuss? Still, Hyeol's face looks darker, so it seems to be effective. Oh, but I feel guilty. Anyway, after the commotion was over, I sent everyone back to the room because it was late at night. Now that I'm feeling better and not bleeding anymore, I'll get some rest and take care of myself. Everyone is looking at me with anxious eyes, but I am really okay. A part of me exaggerated to stimulate Hyeol a little more. I need a healer. After everyone stepped down like that's it. I was lying alone in bed in my room. Well, should I inject some fluids at least? The fatigue recovery capsule is excellent for recovering from injury, but there is a limit to the treatment of diseases. In fact, it can make you ill as the side effects of excessive use of capabilities. Huh. No, but why am I vomiting blood? I usually pass out for a week, but this time is it because I woke up after 3 days? Or are my abilities getting degraded? I felt uneasy. No, it can't be, right? But stopping a falling car for a second isn't something hard to do. The energy itself wouldn't be that big in the first place. Or is it? Is it big? I'm not sure. Anyway, the more I do terrorism recently, the more I feel that my body was getting tired. I'm tired now. That's true. It's even more strange if you don't feel tired after doing 4 terrorist attacks within a year. None of the main villains in the original comic did terrorism that often. That's right. It's hard for me to try to replace almost all the main villains that Stardust went through on my own. It would still be impossible even if I had 10 bodies. No matter how hard I think about it, the Ego Squad, I mean we need to create a villain union. I'll give out the orders and get some rest myself. I'll just be in charge. Why don't we just put a few restrictions and make them do the terrorist attacks? The people I've recruited so far are mainly supporters rather than armed forces. Yeah, there's a force in the original work, and let's see if there's someone I can control until dawn. I laid in bed with the lights off, didn't sleep and just kept planning. I passed out for 3 days and just woke up. How can I fall asleep lying in bed again? When I was thinking about the big picture, suddenly, squeak. I could hear my door open quietly. What the? I was going to get up, but I decided to just lie down pretending to be asleep. I don't think she would have come in at this early hour assuming I'd be awake. I can hear someone approaching my bed secretly. Who the hell is that? Unable to overcome my curiosity, I opened my eyes slightly. A small figure appeared in a dark room. I can only see the silhouette, but a person with this height in the house is only Hayal. She came close enough for me to see her face, so I hurriedly closed my eyes again. Soon, the sound of breathing came right under my nose, so she stood in front of my bed for a moment, then whispered in a very small voice. Dylan, are you sleeping? Nope, I'm not sleeping, but I can't answer that. I just closed my mouth and lied down pretending I didn't hear anything and kept sleeping. She waited for my answer for a while, and then breathed a sigh of relief when I didn't move. Then suddenly she put my hands side by side with my body. What the? She continued to start whispering in a lower voice than before. Dylan, I'm sorry. For hiding the fact that I have superpower, I'm really grateful to you who helped my brother and I really like you. Still, I couldn't say it yet. I'm sorry for being so selfish and not trusting people. I'm sorry I couldn't do this after getting help from you. She started confessing to me in a trembling voice. Wait, hey, what's wrong? Is she being immersed in the early morning sentiments? Get a grip of yourself, kiddo. I wanted to tell her not to do this, but I'm now officially known to be sleeping. I couldn't have spoken up. I guess the blood vomiting earlier worked pretty well. Did I look like I was almost dying? The sudden storm of emotion also made me go out of my mind. Why is she suddenly torturing and blaming everything on herself? Now I can even hear a sniffing sound from the side. Hey, are you crying? Don't cry, I'm sorry. This makes me feel like a bad adult for no reason. I feel like I've become trash that makes high school girls cry. She sniffed for a moment, then knelt down in front of my bed and whispered again. Still, I can't confess my ability, but I'll help you from behind. I will. She spoke quietly with such a slightly determined will. Then suddenly, a small light flashed from her hand, which was grabbing my body. Then, the warm energy came into the body everywhere she touched. Something fluffy and warm-hearted surrounded my body. I couldn't remember how time passed by. When the warm energy was hovering all over my body, she groaned and took her hands off me. The hands, which were grabbing me for a long time now, have left my body. She, who was panting a little, rose again and seemed to rub her face as if she was wiping off the sweat. I'm sorry I can only do this for you, but I'm always thankful, Dylan. She finally went out of the room. I heard a slight good night sound at the door and she closed it. Soon after the footsteps in the hallway had completely disappeared, I opened my eyes. Oh my, I got up and swung my arm. Obviously, my body, which felt like I was dying before, is full of energy as if I have suddenly regained vitality. The twisted pain just went away, and I became lively again. Hayal, yeah. No matter how much I think about it, I think it was the best choice to recruit Hayal. I'm all of a sudden in the best condition of the year from the worst of the worst. Thank you. I can roll my body now. Seeing her today makes me feel that she's a good kid, except she's a little over-emotional. Chapter 60, Public Opinion the next morning. Are you sure you're okay now? Yeah. Told you my condition got better again? That's weird. It's impossible for you to get better in a day. Aren't you pretending to be better because you don't want to go to the hospital? In the living room, I told them that I felt better after I woke up. However, no one believed me even if I told them, so I had to show them by going around the whole room teleporting. Why am I doing this in the morning? Would I guess you've really gotten better? Huff, huff. I told you so. Have you been fooled all of your life? That's weird. How did you get better in a day? Everyone seemed to be wondering when I suddenly became lively, while I was still vomiting blood until yesterday, but it was an atmosphere where they fell for my words. It's just a lucky thing. Only Hayal, who was stroking her younger brother's head, saying, "It's a relief anyway," was smiling quietly. She must be feeling better today. To be honest, she seemed a little scary yesterday when she became a monster obsessed with early morning emotions. I felt a little sorry that she blamed herself while feeling so guilty. Well, even though she looks like a grown-up, she's only in his second year of high school. A new class year is coming next month, so I think she'll be a senior in high school. Come to think of it, Seo Yoon is in her third year of middle school, so she will be a high school student next month. She still seems like a middle school student. Tusk. Anyway, everything is better now, so I decided to get a report on the results of the last terrorist attack. Subin organized all the data. She seemed very busy taking care of 3 kids these days. When did she do all of this? In conclusion, the consequences of my terrorist attacks are as follows. The complete collapse of the Mapo bridge, all the columns exploded, so it disappeared neatly as if there was no bridge there. They say they don't know how many years it will take to clean up all the debris and build a new bridge. Good. Perfect. Now that incident where the crazy black tentacle monster turns Seoul into a mess won't happen like in the comic. I was excitedly advancing forward without knowing that I was scared of the world, and I was already happy to think of the guy who would be stuck in the Han River. Oh, I'm going to take out the popcorn and watch it live. The beginning of exhaustion? There's no such thing. In the future, I will remove the elements that will make my life a waste in advance. For Stardust and for myself. Anyway, for Mapo Bridge, they said it will be difficult to rebuild the bridge after the collapse even for about 3 years, so I can say that all preparations are perfect. I remember that incident happens in March next year, so about 4 months later. Like when Hayal was recruited, I was worried that I remembered the wrong time or the incident could happen ahead of time, so I set aside enough and destroyed it. There's nothing to be afraid of now. That's how I completed my goal of breaking the bridge perfectly. I also heard unexpected news. What? More people curse at me? Yup, Dylan. Now most of the public are swearing at you. Well, I mean, let's say I could get cursed at because my goal was to be a terrible villain in the first place. But all of a sudden, I tried to explode the ships, tied people to the train rail, and even dropped the plane. Now, when I tried to exterminate 50 people at my disposal, they stayed still, but this time it was even a public participation vote. Why? What happened was the story that Seo Yoon told me was absurd. When I was doing the terrorist attack, everyone was like, hee hee, 100, jackpot, and people were shocked when I concluded that I had given 100 to 7 million people. Everyone thought that I couldn't even reach 5 million in such a short time. All those people who doubted that it wouldn't get over 1 million shut their mouth and played dumb. But here, the problem has become a little strange. The fact that foreign countries started reporting this incident on their country's news. Dealing with the incident in South Korea, a country on the small eastern peninsula, they reported that 7 million Koreans were actively involved in causing terrorism for their own benefit, giving news of the nuance that it was a tragic missing of humanism. So in a word, Korea has become a bit of a disgrace. As a result, foreign netizens teared up to see the selfish scene. Then there comes those channels of the cognitive dissonance nation lovers. They have to produce a video about how great Korea is by getting sources from the foreign communities, but they were shocked because people were cursing at Korea there. In response to the anger over Egostic who caused all this, those Gukpong TVS began to post videos of people bashing Egostic altogether, not being able to live up to their names. The general conclusion is that all of these reactions by foreigners are due to the sinful and immoral Egostic, and the Korean people are scapegoats who played with his tricks. These unfounded and illogical videos quickly spread around the elderly who were heartbroken by foreign news. In conclusion, reporters brought this back and mass-produced articles. And in conclusion, they were damaged by egoistic who played with the human mind like garbage. Honestly, they completely turned the table into egoistic's fault rather than criticize that they shouldn't receive money. As a result, the likable egoistic suddenly became a traitor. I was a little shocked to hear that. Yes, it is true that I have been shocked by the public opinion about how they like me since I became a villain. So I thought I wanted to get cursed at to be a true villain. It's kind of funny that it turned out the way I wanted. Well, I mean, it happened because of the attack I planned and induced, so I guess it's really because of me. Why is it because of you? It doesn't make sense to blame you now that 7 million people participated. All you did was lead them. That's right, it's not your fault. Hyul's younger brother Cha Yoon, who was coming out after drinking water, also defended me as he passed by. Haha tusk, then there'll be no Mango Union. Did the people who used to be in Mango Union turn around too? Oh, the Mango Union? No, they are rather even more united. They're united? What the hell? Do you think people only curse it at you? Of course, they even curse it at your supporters. That's why they became even more united. Look. Yeah. I turned on my cell phone and went into the official egoistic fan cafe. When I went into the popular article and looked at the list, the titles of the posts were burning. Why did they take the money and curse at our Mango? Look at them cursing after receiving 100 from Mango. They should have admitted that they're selfish. Why are they cursing at our Mango? I taught those who curse it at our Mango a lesson. I have proof. If you're sick of people who use egoistic, I ducking recommend ha 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 ha. Real time at our school, what is that brat doing? I looked at the list of popular posts and I fell into deep thoughts just by looking at the top ones. I can already tell that it's a mess. Of course, I don't mean that you did a good job, but it's ridiculous to drive you to it as if it was only you at fault. Seo Yoon, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at the phone behind me, soon fell down. Devin. The reason why you exploded the bridge this time is that a monster would come out during an experiment of the Han Yoon group in front of the bridge, right? If there's a monster, it's going to cross that bridge. Oh, that's right. I wonder what will happen if it really works out as you said. Seo Yoon said with an evil smile. So if we really stop the monster because of you, how will people react then? What, yeah. I forgot all the swear words that I just saw for a moment, but if a monster as big as a building hits the Han River, the whole country will see it. There's no way it can be hidden. Well, people's reactions will be funny then. No, would they turn into my strong supporters then? I think they'll claim that it was a coincidence, or else they're the only ones who will look stupid. Well, that's a story we'll find out then. I just hung around while watching the news. For the time being, I have to spend free time at home and have a plan before the Black Monster incident. While I was watching the internet news, an article stood out to me. Kim Sunwoo, the technical advisor of Han Yoon Group, is released after being sentenced to parole. Oh, I shouted out loud. Finally, he came out of jail like in the original. He's the starting point for all this. The first person in charge of the collapse of the Han Yoon Group. And the reason why I exploded the bridge, the guy who worked on the Black Monster project. Now that he's out, it's only a matter of time. The big one is coming. Seoul. Under the Han River, inside the deep underground laboratory, researchers in white gowns bowed their heads in unison. Dr. Kim Sunwoo, welcome back. Oh, that's enough, assist me. Yes, the one who made everyone bow was a man in a study suit, wearing glasses. He has a hollow face with thin hair. He is the technical advisor to the Han Yoon Group. The final supervisor and director of the secret project, Dehuman, Kim Sunwoo. First of all, the others report later, and how long has it been completed? It's almost done. It seems that he is slowly gaining intelligence. Good, let's see. Other researchers guided him, while he was tapping on his tablet. In time, they continued going through the dark corridor and passed through dozens of iron gates. What comes out is a huge auditorium that you can't believe is underground. There was a huge tank that could not enter the naked eye, and numerous researchers were busy moving around. On one wall of the vacant lot is glass, not a wall. Except for where the researchers were, this large area was all one big tank. A tank filled with something light green chemical instead of water. Dr. Kim Sunwoo quietly walked forward and touched the glass wall of the tank, which was several tens of times his height. Behemoth Beta's condition is very stable right now. Okay, all right, that's what I'm saying, looking into the tank with sentimental eyes. Inside the green trough, a black tentacle mass the size of a large house rolled around. Soon I will complete you, Behemoth. The doctor looked into the tank with burning eyes. His eyes were burning with pure madness. Yeah, bet Chimo's Han River is going to disappear in no time, right? 5 years of research will be useless and the company will be ruined, right? Dylan, where on earth did you learn to speak in such a strange way? That's a term for internet broadcasting. I was mumbling excitedly after reading the article about Kim Sunwoo's release from prison, but I was scolded by Seo Yoon telling me to write normal Korean. A middle school student scolds an adult to say something serious instead of using newly coined words that look light. Is this right? I've seen an adult scolding a middle school student to say something properly. The other way around, no, Seo Yoon, it's a good thing for you too. Of course, my defense was ignored. You are mean. Chapter 61, Black Disaster, It's Snowing. Time flew by. Since the last bridge attack, there is still a lot of time left before Behemoth diving into the Han River. It'll happen around March, so I just hung around until then. Well, having fun is a good thing. I love having fun. Actually, I thought about causing another terrorist attack before the Han River. The more I thought about it, the more I thought I didn't have to. Stardust was already strong in the first place, about the 3rd year of the original, and the most important thing is it's winter, so it is cold. Mapo Bridge in December was cold, but it must be freezing now. Terrorism is better for both villains and heroes when it's warm. That's how I got stuck in the house. I should catch up on the game. Even if I stayed at home, there was no time to be bored because there were so many people in the house in the first place. Me, Seo Yoon, Subin, Hayul and her brother are in a mansion in the mountains, since there are 5 people in total. As soon as Hayul and her brother went to school, they came back for winter vacation. How I don't know why I created a fuss with Seo Yoon and made her manipulate the admission records to send them to school quickly. I'm sorry, Seo Yoon. Anyway, Cha Yoon, who is also going to school now, I mean Hayul's younger brother, is studying even harder. Why is a freshman in middle school studying so hard? Wasn't everyone supposed to play when you were in middle school? As a result of Cha Yoon studying hard, even Hayul, who was watching it from the side, began to study. No, you don't have to study because you have healing power anyway. Hayul is a senior in high school. I guess it makes sense for her to study. Looking at Hayul, who is studying for the college entrance exam after opening a book belatedly, Korean test takers must be destined to study, whether in their previous lives or here. Oh my, for Hayul, who had almost forgotten all her studies as she wandered around the street since high school, Subin did a one-on-one tutoring section and taught her. Yeah, I forgot Subin is from Seoul National University. She is the best at studying for the college entrance exam among all of us. Come to think of it, isn't she too busy these days? She takes turns doing housework, but in addition to that, she's also Seo Yoon's assistant and teaching 2 children. I mean, Hayul is raising her brother and sister alone. People will think she's Hayul and her brother's mom. When everyone is busy like that, I've been working hard so far, right? So I can have fun. Of course, it's not just about playing. I'm planning on recruiting villains, writing a diary, of course, Seo Yoon, and I spent an overwhelming amount of time lying down and playing games together. We played dozens of games together on the living room sofa. You can't beat some difficult games if you don't play them together. Dylan, hurry up, Perry, use Perry and save me. Okay, I saved you. Phew. I just need to catch him and it's clear, right? That's how I spent my time idly. Not only did I play at home, but on snowy days I played with snow outside. At that time, Hayul, her brother, and Subin were all dragged outside. You can't stay indoors too much, you should go out and play. Ah, Dylan, come here. No, I don't want to. Ebeb, tien, the sound when you make fun of someone. Wait, teleporting is cheating? Ha 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 woo. Subin, don't stand there and let's play together, come on. Dainure dead, I found out that Subin was scary when she was mad. Today's lesson. Let's not throw a snowball on Subin's face. Hayul and her brother were making a snowman by rolling the snow. It's snowing a lot because this is a mountainous area. The snowy mountain valley was also my dream. I'm glad I moved. I think it's 100 times better here than underground. In the first place, it's deep in the mountain and has a device around it, so people can't come close, so we can stay outside as much as we want. Of course, there is a problem that you have to use a teleportation device every time to go to the city center, but it is worth the trouble. Christmas finally came, so I left a Christmas tree twice the height of a person at home to refresh the place. As January and February passed, time passed leisurely. Time flies so fast since I'm playing Time Pass like that. As it is embedded deep in the valley, I think I have forgotten the world a little. It feels good. Sometimes it was a rare event for me to watch Stardust fight with miscellaneous villains while eating popcorn. Unlike Seo-yoon, Ha-yeol and her brother like fighting, so they watched it together. They seemed like they were watching an action movie rather than Stardust, but well, or do they just like eating popcorn? When I was having a calm time like this, my mango union seemed to be having a hard time. All over the place, I'm out of action. I'm sorry, guys, but you will find hope soon, so wait a little bit. Doing one thing or another, it's finally March. Cha-yoon went to middle school, and Ha-yeol went to her original high school as a senior. I was a little worried if the children would adapt well, but it was fortunate that everyone seemed to be making good friends. Both were assigned to an all-girls high school and an engineering middle school near the house where we have the underground base, so they were doing well. Come to think of it, Seo-yoon is also a high school student. Do you have any thoughts of going to school? When I asked her, she replied, "Why would I go there? I don't even have time to fiddle with the computer network." Well, I didn't expect it in the first place. Honestly, it's kind of hard for Seo-yoon to go to school. Without Seo-yoon, all my plans are flawed. After spending 3 months together, we became very close to each other. Ha-yeol and Seo-yoon, who were a bit awkward, became close to each other. Time is the best medicine. Anyway, March went by slowly like that. Okay, now it's time to wake up. Alpha and Omega of the Han-yoon Group's ambitious global conquest project. The day will come when a giant worm with the size of a 63 building will pop out. In the original, it's the brat who destroyed all the cities above Seoul and smashed North Korea, and the reason why I had to explode and drown the bridge into the water. The event that I'll probably twist the original the most. The day when the fate of the Republic of Korea will change. I spent days waiting for that day, and then, one day, finally it appeared. Seoul, daytime. The city center overlooks the Han River. This place, where various people gathered and did their own work, looked as normal as ever. Yeah, so far. In a quiet city, a sudden tremor. People were confused by the tremors that gradually hit the ground as if it were an earthquake. The vibration that struck the ground for a few decades, and then, it suddenly stopped, and suddenly, under the ground of the Han-yoon Group's building, which is facing the Han River, it smashed the building. Something black jumped out. It looks like a black tower. The black disaster, which had so many tentacles. Thump, the black thing shooted up from the ground, just like that, and thump, it landed on the ground. It's like a building expanding in size, which looks like it can crash down the entire city. People were shaking, screaming at the sudden appearance of the disaster. They suddenly started screaming horrifyingly. Kriya act like the sound of clawing the blackboard, like a howling voice of hundreds of babies. A chilling burst of underlying malice. It's so large that you can hear it everywhere in Seoul. And it's so large that it destroys all the glass nearby with just that noise that it's impossible for life to produce. Looking like the end of the world, it seemed like a disaster that humans could not stop, coming to judge humans. The end of the Republic of Korea has suddenly come. After a brief lull, it finally began to move. Forward, forward. Like a runaway locomotive, wiggling its countless tentacles. Like it doesn't know how to go sideways or backwards. As it turned the road, it began to march forward. It looks like a black tidal wave from afar. Visible with the naked eye from a few kilometers away, it went straight as if it was about to smash everything in front of it. The place that it, who only wanted to go straight forward, was aiming for was none other than the Han River. There is a bridge right at the end of his path. No, there's none now. But not long ago, a terrorist smashed it, so it was just running over the river in the empty air. So the monster, who seemed to be terrifying to destroy Korea, and which seemed like no heroes could stop, rushed directly into the Han River. It fell into the water. K. Suddenly, with a creepy scream, it began to melt away as if the water was turning into some acidic liquid. And it's done. A sudden return of peace. Just a while ago, there was this catastrophe that made a terrible noise heard by tens of millions in Seoul and looked like a destruction god. Suddenly, it disappeared as if nothing had happened. The building that was destroyed by him popping out, the ground that was ground up, and the Han River colored in black only proved that there was something here until just now. Such a sudden disaster disappeared as it did after it appeared for only 5 minutes. Incident ended. Problem solved. Hey, it's so easy. That's all I said when I was lying on the sofa, chewing popcorn and watching TV. Well, it's nice because I'm in a rural valley and I can't hear anything. Won't local housing prices go up in the future? Seoul is that dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Seo-yoon, who was eating popcorn with me next to her, forgot to eat popcorn and just looked at the TV screen with her mouth open. No, wait a second. It was almost a disaster, wasn't it? That guy's a bit of a force. Still, in the original, there were no problems in the rest of the neighborhood except for the upper part of the Han River in Seoul, Gyeonggi Province, and North Korea. Well, that would be a big deal. Well, as long as it was stopped, then that's fine. I just said it with a shrug. One of the buildings was destroyed, but it was put down quickly. People wouldn't be surprised, would they? What was that just now? Wait, holy shoot. I thought we were going to die. I live in Jongno, so if it reached my place, then I was going to be dead, right? My hands and feet are still shaking. What should I do? I thought the earth was going to collapse. Comments, thanks Mango Stick for saving you. If he didn't break the bridge, you're already dead. Why, to be honest, I want everyone to pretend nothing happened. Don't tie me up here. Hey, Dylan. Egostick ranked 10th in the real-time trend. On top of it is Monster Mapo Bridge Hanyun Group. Well, that's not going to happen, is it? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 62. Reevaluation: what would have happened if Mango Stick didn't break the bridge. Real fact. Today, we will talk about the Black Tentacles incident in Seoul. It seems like the Black Monster started from the headquarters of the Han Yun Group in Yeongdeung-pogu and crossed the Mapo Bridge in a straight line. Destructive damage in Mapo-gu, Yeonggu, Jongno-gu, Seongbuk-gu, Gangbuk-gu, and Noeung-gu above the Han River in Seoul. Estimated hundreds of thousands of deaths are expected. Uijeongbu, Pochin, and Cheolwon also were going to be destroyed. Furthermore, it is estimated that North Korea, China, and Russia were also severely damaged. And you know what's scarier? The data released by the Hero Association of America this time reads like this. According to the video of the early actions of the Korean Black disaster, the creature seems to have some intelligence. In the beginning, he seems to have gone straight recklessly because he has not yet fully come to his senses, but after fully realizing his intelligence later, he is expected to be able to actively head in a different direction. Simply put, it can be said that the Han Yun Group made Chalu. In fact, American netizens call that a Cthulhu or worm. TN. A fictional cosmic entity created by writer H.P. Lovecraft. According to the analysis, 2 or 3 S-class heroes from the U.S. are stuck together and are wondering if they will win even if they fight all day, but I'm glad that water is its weak point. But even with weaknesses, the problem was that he looked intelligent. If he has no intelligence and can only go straight in the first place, you'll die even with only one smash, so it would be the end if he has intelligence. If he avoids heroes, it's hard to deal with even S-class heroes. And even if we get rid of it later, by then, the upper part of Seoul, Gyeonggi-do, and North Koreans would have died in total conclusion. Praise Mango Stick recommended 1,255, not recommended 6 comments. Is he already a member of Mango Union? I saw a lot of praise on Egostick's fan cafe. Mango Union finally revived after being cursed. I'm living in Seoul, and I thought I was going to die. Its siren was so loud that I thought the earth was going to end. I saw the path of the Black Monster who came up this time, and my house was exactly on the path. I almost died. Now is the time. Everyone can laugh and talk. If he lived, hundreds of thousands would have died and declared a national emergency. I was in Uido and it was really scary. I was at the mart, and the sky was shaking and I heard screams and scratching glasses. Everyone was crying and peeing in their pants. The government and the association were surprised and tried to declare martial law. I'm more curious about Egostick more than the monster that is already dead. Isn't this S-class hero Apple Mango from the future? Now they have to admit it. Egostick is a hero. Those duckers from the association don't work at all. Probably they still call Egostick a villain because there are some technical errors. Seriously, hahaha. You guys are derelict. The strongest heroes in the world are gathered. Vicious villains are also gathered like that. The most powerful and intelligent hero association, the United States. When the Korean Association was dumbfounded by the sudden situation and repeated a message to the public. Now it seems that there is no problem, so please work with confidence. The first to report the incident was the American Association on the other side of the world. The American Association named it the Black Disaster. And it was imported back, and the Korean Association officially named the day's incident a Black Disaster. The incident that shocked the Republic of Korea. It was terrifying for Koreans. No matter how used they are to sudden terror attacks by villains. A monster suddenly popped out of the ground that collapses buildings just by wiggling a little bit throughout Seoul. In fact, those who witnessed it, with their eyes because they were in Mapogu at that time, felt a cosmic horror, and complained of mental illness at the terrifying appearance covering the sky. Unlike the overwhelming force of the first appearance, there were many people who disappeared in vain and were stunned. Well, it's still a good thing, isn't it? Now we have to find the cause. What the hell happened in the basement to that thing just popped out? What? It popped out of the basement of the headquarters of the Han Yun Group? Call out all the top heads of the Han Yun Group. Are they crazy? What? All the executives and employees of the Han Yun Group are out of touch. These mother duckers? As such, many people, including the head of the Han Yun Group and one of the key figures, Dr. Kim Sunwoo, disappeared and became wanted. But even though no one could find where the hell he ran. As such, the Han Yun Group, one of the leading conglomerates in Korea, collapsed overnight. As such, people who were somewhat understood until the post-war situation and whose fear was greatly diluted over time began to think differently. Wow, it would have been a disaster if it hadn't drowned in the river. There was a bridge on his way, but the bridge was broken, so it died. But who broke it? Oh, Egostick smashed it down. Among the many bridges, he tried to cross the bridge by accident where Egostick smashed. And Egostick, by accident, smashed it so it failed to cross it. By chance? What a coincidence, number 2. Wait, no, in common sense. It's a coincidence. Is that right? How can this be a coincidence? Ha 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 ha, like the title of some community, yeah. People started to think about the possibility that this might not be a coincidence, it might be intended. Egostick, which collapsed that bridge in advance and eventually saved the Republic of Korea. He began to draw national attention. A great deal of speculation about him, S-class hero. Apple Mango, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Until now, Egostick is a hero who is dressed up as a villain. I think Egostick has a psychic ability, I recommend. The story that he actually has the ability to see the future. You can't see it. He knew in advance that they were doing that by hacking and stopped them. It is even said that the Han Yun Group cut it off in advance after deducing that such an accident would occur. What is the common characteristic of everyone who sees the collapse of Mapo Bridge as Egostick's intention, not a coincidence? He previously launched the Mapo Bridge attack to save the Republic of Korea. Until a while ago, Egostick was a villain who would undermine his national prestige, and the public opinion that all those who rejected him were regarded as traitors of the nation. It changed like a flip in a day. You can feel it whenever you turn on YouTube. 15 things you didn't know about Egostick. A deep study. Is Egostick a hero or a villain? According to a poll on MZ Generation about Egostick, 92 said I like him. Overwhelming support. A petition to set up a statue of Egostick. How popular is he? The trendy item in convenience stores between the 20s. I tried the mango stick myself. The president of the Japan Association finally shed tears. Korea is truly blessed to have the villain Egostick. Korea, a country of courtesy in the East, thinks of the country when they talk about villains. The K-villain craze around the world raises the diplomatic status of the Korean government. Hello, this is the 9 o'clock news. Today we have a villain who is a hot topic these days. Today's 9 o'clock news, we're going to start with Egostick. I am Jeon Wonbong, a doctor of superpower study at Seoul National University. Good morning, doctor. Yes, greetings. These days, it's rare that this villain, Egostick, is not mentioned. The number of members of Mango Union, the nickname of his fans, is exploding. Why did he suddenly get popular like this? Yes, Egostick. He is a villain who is already well known to the public, who is capable of dual abilities such as telekinesis and teleportation, and has caused only 4 terrorist attacks. He recently made his name known again because of a so-called Black Disaster. Black Disaster? Isn't that what the Han Yun Group caused? What does Egostick have to do with this? Exactly, the bridge that Egostick destroyed by terrorism played the biggest role in stopping this disaster. If there was a bridge, the monster would have crossed it exactly and advanced above Seoul. As a result, it can be said that Egostick has stopped the disaster. Oh, but isn't that a perfect coincidence? Netizens think differently. There was also a rumor that he smashed the bridge in advance to save the Republic of Korea because he had the ability to predict. Previously, the S-class hero Apple Mango, believed to be Egostick, prevented Monkey Spanner from terrorizing, which seems to have been the basis for netizens' speculation. So you think differently? Yeah. It's ridiculous for him to have foresight. More than that, it's more likely that this was a completely fantastic coincidence. But personally, I think it's right that Egostick knew about it and blocked it. However, it is not a foresight. What does that mean? Perhaps he knew that something was being done in the basement of the Han Yun Group. That's what I think. It's quite possible if you look at the hacking capabilities he showed. Beep beep. Press. Shinharu, who was listening until then, turned off the TV. She didn't need to hear anymore. Tap. Lying on the back of the sofa, she closed her eyes and thought slowly. Egoistic kill other villains in private. The terrorism to kill each other. The terrorism that tied people on the tracks to trains and hit people. The terrorism that dropped a plane because they couldn't get the quiz right. Terrorism that says if they take money, the bridge will be down. Many of the attacks he has launched definitely define him as a villain. But terrorism that no one dies, advice not to reveal their identity, suppression of terrorism caused by their followers, killing other villains, believing in them to save the plane, terrorism that blocked by Apple Mango, and blocking cars from falling off the bridge. And this time to the point of preventing disaster. So what do these things define him as? Okay. At this rate, she had no choice but to admit it. He is radical, antisocial, arrogant, unpredictable, and kills other villains casually. He also threatens the public by causing terrorism, and sometimes says he's sick of it. As a result, by the way, no one was killed, no villains threatening the safety of citizens, and when there was a terrorist attack, he provoked her, mentioned her, and stopped her in the name of boredom. She has acknowledged. About what? Now he doesn't know what's what. Late at night. The moonlight serenely shines through the window next to her house. Under it, she only sighed in confusion. She's been a hero for years. But as much as now, there was no villain who made her confused or bothered. Egoistic. She unwittingly said the name out of her mouth. Egoistic, that's a ridiculous name. But you, what the hell are you? You're just a villain. Why are you bothering me? Chapter 63. It's just me, I sighed while looking at my phone. How no one thinks it's a coincidence that I smashed the bridge to prevent an accident, right? A situation where everyone is sure I know everything and smashed the bridge. It's a real problem. I mean, they were cursing at me before, but why are they falling for me now? Actually, their guess was right. I already knew and smashed it all down. How to be sure is still a mystery. It's because of the Apple Mango incident. I wish I had hidden my identity properly. I don't think this would have been posted on my fan cafe. Withdraw support for Mango Stick as of today? As of today, I withdraw my support for Mango Stick. Let's get out of the relationship today. Mango Stick and I are united. An attack on Mango Stick is considered an attack on me. If there were 7 billion mangoes in the world, I would be one of them. If there were 100 million mangoes in the world, I would be one of them. If there were 10 million mangoes in the world, I would still be one of them. If there were 100 mangoes in the world, I would still be one of them. If there's one person in Mango Union in the world, it's probably me. If there is not a single one in Mango Union in the world, then I am not in the world. Mango Stick my love, Mango Stick my light, Mango Stick my darkness, Mango Stick my life, Mango Stick my joy, Mango Stick my sadness, Mango Stick my pain, Mango Stick my rest, Mango Stick my soul, Mango Stick me. Comments dizzy after reading this. I went to a local fruit store and bought a mango. Let's push this to the popular section. Mango to the National Assembly. We support you. Mango is protecting Korea. I can't tell if this is an egoistic fan cafe or a group of people eating mangoes. This is a mango viral. Del Monte, you brats. Mang ha 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 ha. The fan cafe post that Seo Yoon showed made me feel dizzy. Even if it's a post in a fan cafe where only people who like me are gathered, isn't it a bit over-exaggerated? Feels like a god to some pseudo-religion. Yeah, well, it's my supporters. Let's say it's possible because they've had a hard time. The worst was Seo Yoon. Mango Stick my light, Mango Stick my soul. Ah, stop it. Why, it's fun. Mango Stick me? Please, please don't say that with your voice. A leisure day rolling quietly in the living room, I suddenly began to get a mental attack. Why are you going into my fan cafe? Subin, please help me. This pea-sized thing keeps bothering me. What pea? What? You're a pea, ack. Don't use telekinesis, don't you dare use it. I can't even call a pea pea. All right. You come here. Running away from the cushion wielded by Seo Yoon, I ran to the kitchen where Subin, who was cutting melons with a smile. She's gotten violent. I think I raised her wrong. Few as an adult, I have to put up with it. Haha, stop playing, come and eat some fruit. Seo Yoon, do you want some fruit? Yes, Subin. It was Seo Yoon, the one who gave me a double heart attack, but gentle to Subin. Why do you treat me like that? It's almost time for the kids to come home. When Subin was muttering, the children came up the stairs just in time. I'm home. The siblings came back from school wearing school uniforms. Looking at them, Seo Yoon raised her hand. Hey, Cha Yoon, you're home. Guys, wash your hands and eat fruits. Yes. Children went to wash their hands. I watched the scene quietly and carefully asked Seoyoon, who was mumbling a melon next to me. Seoyoon, don't you really want to go to school? What? Seoyoon is staring at the side as if she's not eating the melon. Seoyoon looked up at me and asked after quickly chewing and gulping down the melon in her mouth. You're talking about that again? I'm not thinking about going to school. I know what they're teaching there anyway. Why go there? It's a waste of time. No, but you don't always go to school to study. You can go and make friends. In my subsequent words, Seoyoon shook her head from side to side and replied. That's enough. If I go, who will help me? I come up with hacking, fund management, and specific measures to implement terrorism. Well, that's true. Still, I feel sorry that you can't go to school and stay indoors because of me. Did you read my face? Seoyoon mumbled her mouth and said to me in a slightly lower voice. And I don't need anyone else anyway. It's enough if you and Subin are here. Seoyoon turns her head to the side, blushing after saying that much. No, she's so cute. I patted Seoyoon's head with a happy smile. Oh, our Seoyoon kiddo. Is it enough for you to have me and Subin? Mr. Lee, be quiet and don't pat me. Seoyoon's face was red after the speech, and she secretly turned her head in a direction that was easy for me to stroke. I mean, are you a cat? I can't believe this kid is a high school student now. Seoyoon, you're better than a high schooler. Patting Seoyoon's head for a moment, I fell into thought for a moment. Well, my plan is to fill up this big house anyway, so there will be plenty of opportunities to meet various people in the future. But all the people who will come are similar villains. Will this be okay? Come to think of it, Seoyoon was also a villain in the original. It's going to be okay, right? Still, Seoyoon is fortunate to feel better after seeing the Han-Yoon group go bankrupt this time. Subin's expression was a bit subtle. Well, it's a good thing anyway. Now, only the executives of the submarine, led by Kim Sunwoo, we will have to deal with it. But I'll think about it later. First, I'm going to eat the treasure of Han-Yoon group, the behemoth project of the Han-Yoon group. It is an ambitious project to create a biological weapon, a creature that can transcend human beings. A new plan that they pushed forward by destroying a project that they had done in the past by replacing humans with biological experiments, saying that they would make human beings capable of superpowers. Rather than giving humans superpowers, they want to make an army of creatures with superpowers. In short, they tried to create a monster army. I guess they wanted to conquer Korea. Anyway, that's how they made a variety of monsters. Just a body like a knife, a teleporting monster, a fire-shooting monster, a monster with 10 eyes, etc. Their problem is, as I made it artificially, everything looks terrible. Kind of like gore. Anyway, it's not a lively feeling, but a slightly made experiment from hell. It makes a person want to say, kill me. Anyway, what they made was a behemoth. Unlike other durable experiments, which can prevent the darkness of Shadow Walker, the biggest problem of Korean conquest, a creature composed of miracle materials that can withstand nuclear bombs. Those brats shouted Eureka, immediately copied it and started raising it. Unlike the original, which was so small, they named the big black worm, which was raised by proliferation, Behemoth. I can't tell the difference between Hai and he anyway. The result after holding onto their ambition of Korean conquest and hardworking is all good. But its weakness is water. And this was a really serious problem. The one with weakness is water, staying in a country with 3 sides surrounded by the sea and a long rainy season. So they tried so many different things to overcome that weakness. More. They've been doing this and that, making it ignorant of the size so that it doesn't scratch with just a little water. This guy's self-conscious, that's how he escaped. Smash it all. Fortunately, I got stuck in the river. Anyway, the conclusion is this. The underground of the Han-Yoon group is now a lair of devils. Behemoth, the crazy king's worm, came up breaking, and the device that was blocking other monsters was almost broken. So all kinds of monsters are floating around. Fortunately, the last security system is not penetrated, so they are barely locked underground with a shield. And I'm thinking of going into that maze. Did you wash your hands? Would you like to come and have some? Yes, Subin. Yes, Subin. While I was thinking while stroking Seoyoon's head, Hayeol and Chayoon washed their hands and came this way. Seoyoon, who was surprised and wiped out my hand, was a bonus. She gets shy easily. Thank you for the food. When I saw Hayeol smiling brightly and picking up a melon with a fork and handing it to her younger brother first, I fell into my thoughts again. Underground of Han-Yoon group full of monsters. Deep in the maze, treasure is hidden. Behemoth, the prototype of the giant worm. The little guy with little black tentacles, he's still stuck there. You might think he's just a mini version of the Black Disaster, but he's totally different. It's just made to obey humans without self-consciousness, so you can call that tentacle, but it's just a black nanosuit. Like putting it on and wearing it, when you fight, you gather on the right side to strengthen your right hand, and you can make black wings with it and fly. It's literally a particle suit made up of tentacles that can move freely. In the original, Dr. Kim Sunwoo, who secretly hid a few months later, steals it again and later fights with the Stardust. When he reached out his hand during the fight, the black material on his body stretched out in the shape of a fist, like a man's dream rocket punch. Of course, it was more similar to when you say I have a black dragon in my right hand, but anyway, yeah, I wanted to have it. I can't even protect my body with telekinesis and teleportation, so wouldn't it be much better to have it? At least there will be less shooting and killing. Of course, this is just a wish, and I didn't mean to try it because it was too dangerous. Going into that maze is a bit, however, recently, Hayul was recruited, and I changed my mind. Even if I get hurt, if she doesn't die, she can heal me, right? Right? So, can't I just roll around? That's how I decided. Let's go. I will go into the underground MZE full of monsters and steal the black suit. Let me power up, too. According to the original, heroes do not go down there since the association opposes it because their safety has not been verified. It's a relief. I'm exploring there alone. It's going to be a sudden chill if I suddenly meet Stardust. My plan is perfect. The sooner the better. I will go tomorrow. Nothing messy will happen, right? For example, unlike the original, Stardust went down to the basement, so I ran into her there. Haha, I'm talking nonsense. That's not going to happen, is it? The world can't hold me back like that. I see. Stardust, I approve of your underground investigation of the Han Yun group. When are you going to leave? I'll go tomorrow. All right, I see. Dylan, why are you shaking your body? Huh. Oh, nothing. Eating melons with my children at the table, I trembled in some ominous mood. What is it? It's kind of weird, it's just me, right? Chapter 64, the underground maze. Well, yes, I don't think I can go in. Something black on the wall stopped me from using the darkness. It looks like it's hard to move in the shadows. I see. Was it Dr. Kim Sunwoo? What the hell did he make? Mr. President, can I go too? It's too dangerous for Haru to go alone. Icicle, didn't I tell you? It's too dangerous there. Even if you're armed, aren't you vulnerable to raids? It's a gamble to get into a state of weak self-defense. A conference room on the top floor of an association. In the conference room, where only the president of the association, 3 A-class heroes, and top executives were gathered, a heated debate was taking place. Boo-hoo, well then, does it make sense to let Haru go there alone? Ha, I've been against it too, but Stardust kept being stubborn. Icicle, you try to stop her. Haru, why are you suddenly going in there? It's already safely sealed off, so there's no need to rush in there, right? Seeing Ciola whining at her, Haru thought of what to say for a while. Why would I go in there? There are many reasons. Ciola, you don't know when the safeguards will be released and the monsters will escape. It's right to take care of it in advance. And they might have something else to hide, so I'm going to get some data. Boo-hoo, looking at Ciola grumbling without being able to refute it, Haru swallowed what she was about to say. In fact, she didn't mean to go this fast. But her strength, which became stronger than before, gave her confidence that she could return with a safe body no matter what happened there. And she was also a little nervous. In fact, Shin Haru was somewhat confident. She's confident that she can handle all the terror attacks of most villains in Seoul. In fact, all the villains except for Egoistic have been arrested and thrown into prison. Wasn't the terror caused by Egoistic successful in preventing it anyway? Maybe that's why. She was shocked when she saw the disaster this time. It was just terrible how many thousands of victims would have been if it wasn't because of Egoistic. Therefore, she had no choice but to admit it. She is somehow useless more than a villain. The villain actually solved what she couldn't do as a hero. Come to think of it, it's not just this time. Last time, the terror caused by the villain named Alligator Man would have been more damaging without Egoistic. I can't leave it like this. Honestly, she was a little nervous, too. A hero worse than a villain. There can be no such thing. If you do the post-processing properly, wouldn't you be ashamed of the name hero? But why don't you take some time before going? Shadow Walker, who was next to Icicle, slipped in a timid word. I will see it when I go in there anyway. If I go in very deep, the radio waves won't work, so it's meaningless to drag on the time. If I am going in, I think it's better to go faster before it's too late. Icicle, who eventually rejected the final objection, looked at Stardust as if she was worried. Stardust only smiled at Icicle, hoping she could be relieved. All right, underground. They're the Han Yoon group, what the hell they did, she will definitely find out, well, then let's make a plan. So on the top floor of the Hero Association, the lights didn't go out until late at night. Skeptical about Stardust, underground attack on the Han Yoon group, which will take place just tomorrow. Ego-based conference room deep in Seoul. Under the blinking lights, I finished explaining. Beneath it, there's a dream creature called Behemoth, which the Han Yoon group was studying. To intercept that tomorrow, we're going to go. As soon as I'm done, the meeting room suddenly becomes quiet. What? Why aren't you responding? When I only blinked, Hayal, who was only listening, opened her mouth. Hey, Do-in, aside from how you know that, is it dangerous for now? Is it dangerous? It's going to be a little dangerous. Actually, I don't know what's inside there either. In fact, the original did not describe the underground of the Han Yoon group in detail. It's just that Kim Sunwoo stole it because it was full of bizarre monsters and there was Behemoth in it. I'm a bit nervous, but Hayal will heal me. The most important thing is, Rocket Punch. I want to try the Black Rocket Punch. How long are you going to use the telekinesis as your only tool? Human beings are supposed to gamble. So you're going to do something dangerous again, Do-in? At that moment. Suddenly, Seo-yoon, who was bowing her head, said quietly, Wait, I think it's a little chilly in the meeting room. No, well, am I going to die or something? Ha ha. When I scratched my head and said so, Seo-yoon's hand, which was holding her fist with her head down, began to tremble. What is this ominous feeling? I mean, what are you thinking? Does it make sense to you rolling around like that? Seo-yoon suddenly banged her fist on the desk and got angry. Gosh, that brat. I looked at Subin urgently for help. Do-in, you came back hurt last time and you're doing the same again this time? Looking at me with the same cool eyes, she began to sympathize with Seo-yoon. Oh my god, there's no one I can trust. In the end, I was scolded so much. Well, a man can roll his body. You can't make a big profit if you only go on a safe path. If you're a man, shouldn't you try betting? Of course, when I said so, I was criticized more. How come no one agrees with me? If I get hurt, Hayal will get me treatment. I believe that. Will she heal me? Anyway, I was able to get permission on the condition that I would take the camera from below and play the screen in real time and continue to communicate. No, I'm the leader of this organization, aren't I? Why should I be getting permission? Something was wrong, but I decided to move on. Anyway, tomorrow is the day. The next day, daytime. When people were enjoying their lunch, I was hiding at the scene of the collapsing Han Yoon group building. A hole that looks like a sinkhole is visible among the rubble of a collapsed building. Maybe that's the behemoth sticking out. It's really huge. Of course, the association quickly poured cement to block it, or else the monsters in there will pop out, so that's a good thing that they did. In any case, there was an entrance to the hidden basement of the Han Yoon group not far from there. A place at the bottom of the hollow ground, closed by layers of shielding doors. And in front of it, the association's people were strictly guarding against anyone coming in. They were patrolling in front of it with guns and sunglasses on. They looked like men in black wearing sunglasses and a suit. But well, whether they were patrolling or not, it's none of my business. Isn't teleportation the only solution? Teleportation is the best, but I wish there were no side effects. Anyway, after observing the situation for a while, I teleported right inside when I got ready. Then, the air changes in an instant. I was standing under the bright sun, but then it was underground when I opened my eyes. The light above is repeatedly turned off and on. In such a gloomy atmosphere, a dark hallway stretched forward. Maybe there's a lot of monsters in there. It's dark and there's even monsters. No, I can't call myself a professional villain if I am scared of this. I'm arch enemy of Stardust. Of course, it's self-claiming, but anyway, I shouldn't be frightened by this. I saw the package which I prepared. I brought guns, bombs, cameras, and snacks. Snacks are important. The clothes, a black magician's hat, a black robe, and a black cape. Perfect all-black fashion, even the gray mask that covers half of my face as the finishing touch. Good, perfect. After all the preparations, I turned on the camera and turned on the broadcast. It's better to send this out. It was not a terrorist attack, so I didn't hijack terrestrial radio waves, but I wanted to do a live steaming on YouTube. The chat window, despite the sudden broadcast, began to post the chat quickly. What is it? Mango stick, 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 mango stick. New show, woohoo. www. God, is he mango? 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 Is this the show of Apple Mango, the S-Class Hero A? K, the Guardian of Soul? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, it feels like yesterday when he went underwater for 4 months. Is this for real? The real mango stick is a legend. Did you break it down because you knew this would happen? Please explain, but where are you? Why is it so dark? What kind of crazy thing are you going to do today? A steep rise in the number of viewers. I greeted them with open arms. Hello, everyone. Welcome to my Eagle Live. Han Yoon Group's members must be watching this, right? Eat some shoot, the association well. They're the ones who never opened the shield because they were scared of this place anyway. But I'll kill some monsters on the way, so I bet they'll be happy, right? I guess so, damn it. Can you get in touch with Stardust now? It's ringing, but she's not picking it up. Maybe she already went deep inside since it's been a while now. No, Duck, why does he have to go in at this time? Now, whether we meet there or not, I don't know. I'm so mad, get me some popcorn, secretary. Yes, Mr. President. The president of the association watched the broadcast of Egoistic while munching the popcorn brought by his secretary. It was the situation where people would say, enjoy it if you can't avoid it. Chapter 65. The horrifying broadcasts, it was a great coincidence, honestly, Korean people. Shouldn't you people put up a statue of me in front of Mapo Bridge? I'll be looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha. Statue, duck. This crazy bastard, ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha, I like him because he's so confident, ha 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 ha. Seems like it was really a coincidence, ha 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 ha. Let's build the statue of Mango. The villain asks for a statue, ha ha ha. Mango Union is going to start saving money, already scared. Wait, what's wrong with my joke? They're not really saving money to build a statue, right? A secret laboratory in the basement of the Han Yoon Group. Walking through the corridor covered with white walls and floors, I slowly went down while doing the broadcast. As soon as I turned it on, the chat began to be blown up about whether I smashed the Mapo Bridge in advance because I knew that the Han River incident would happen, and I passed it with a joke about the statue. It was a coincidence. What are they going to do? Eventually, people who heard my official statement began to wonder where I am now rather than the Mapo Bridge incident. So where are you? Why is everywhere in the hallway so white? Is this a psychiatric hospital? The lights are off and on. It's ducking scary. It's not even Silent Hill. What's with the blood stain on the side? Where am I? Ta-da, this is the basement of Han Yoon Group. Yes, it's where that terrible monster was created. How did he get in there? Ha 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 ha, the association is crying, ha 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 ha. Aren't the association blocking it up? How did you get in there? It looks like he came in with his teleportation, ha 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 ha. Why is he going in there? Why did I come in here? I mean, let's be honest. Who is the most influential villain in Korea? Isn't it me? That's ducking shameless. Ha 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 ha. Who would say that with their own mouth? Ha ha ha, now let's babble some nonsense. By the way, without any business morality. They're making biological weapons on their own in the basement without getting permission from the other big corporation. That's very disgusting. So, as a punishment, I'll reveal all of their embarrassment this time. What? Top secret. Staff only? As I was walking down the hallway, I saw a large sign on the wall saying, staff only, and flipped it off. There is no such thing, Han Yoon. Your top secret facility is live nationwide. I laughed like a madman. A top villain should know how to act like a mad clown anywhere. And honestly, this time, it was hilarious. Han Yoon Group's members must be hiding like beggars anyway, but I can't help but laugh thinking about them doing nothing and shaking their fists. Looking at the chat window plastered with people calling me crazy bastard ha 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 through my mask, I went deep inside again. A white corridor on all sides, the atmosphere is somehow a little creepy. The lights kept going on and off, it became dark then bright, it felt much more gloomy. Gosh, it's a bit scary though. It's even scarier because I don't know when or where the monsters will pop up. Why is this place so scary? It feels like they're going to pop out of nowhere. I start flinching whenever it gets dark. Why is it like a horror content? Horror game, not streamer. Wait, I think I saw something over there. Damn it, I'm scared like duck, so don't chat like that. Except for the sound of my feet, it's really quiet, it's somehow scary. But only a novice villain makes it obvious that he's scared. At times like this, top villains are more confident. Everyone, don't be afraid. Do you think it can beat me, whatever that is going to pop out? I floated the guns that I had brought in advance. Monsters, tell them to kneel in front of a cold-blooded modern weapon. In horror movies, the one who said that always dies first. I ignored the weird meant. Don't set the flag, so I kept going deeper and deeper down. The atmosphere, which was a little scary at first, began to dilute little by little when I kept joking, and no monsters appeared. Wait, why aren't there any monsters? It's time for them to come out. How long have I been walking like that? Gradually, full-scale research facilities began to emerge. Scattered desks and computers. Maybe they did the research here. I went through the documents that I don't understand at all and went to the side. A place where strange creatures were studied and locked up came out. I mean, exactly where they were locked up. Now it's all damaged and there's not one left. I think all of them are wandering somewhere underground. A row of glass walls, it seems that monsters were to be observed with tempered glass in between like an aquarium, but now all the glass is broken. Oh, they wrote about the monsters in each column here. In front of each glass, there were writings about monsters on a board or something. RKC-1107 name, teleportation precaution, can run away by teleporting, so keep A-grade security at all times. Watch out for attacks from behind. And there's this picture next to me. Wow, it looks terrible. The whole color is white, resembling a human but with an excessively large head and only a large mouth. And a big sickle-like hand. I mean, that's scary. You mean stuff like this could pop out of the back and hit the back of my head? At that time, I suddenly looked back at the startling energy I felt from behind. Fortunately, there's nothing. Phew, be scared. Wow, something that looks like that goes around. Did Mango just turn around because he was scared? So cute. WWW, Han Yoon Group are really crazy bastards. How did they make that in secret? I'm surprised as well. No, wasn't this world obviously a hero genre? Why are there monsters? So I continued to walk around the maze-like research building. A picture of a monster that we would be afraid to appear in our dreams. Gosh. No matter how much I think about it, I think it's a relief that all of this is revealed now because of the mess they made. I can't imagine what they would have done if they were given enough time without being caught. Let's keep going inwards. I kept going further down. Why is it so big here? A maze has been built under Seoul. The wide white corridors that are still frantic. There are more crossroads, so I don't know if I'm walking in a maze or what. Even the deeper you go, the communication starts to get lost. The chat window stumbles. I'm dizzy. I keep walking like that. From somewhere a dee-da-da-doo sound. The sound is even getting closer. Yeah, finally there's a monster coming. That's why I couldn't see it. I drew a knife from the bundle which I was holding and pointed it toward the corridor where the sound was coming from. A long sword for samurai. Of course, I have also set up guns using telekinesis just in case. According to a brief mention in the original, those monsters are very weak in their internal organs and can be killed with a single knife. I mean, you don't even have to use a gun. It's a good opportunity to show my sword dance skills to the viewers. Now, come here. I'll cut anything. The thing that ran out of that dark hallway. A white thing with a cat face and the size of a human head. Dozens of legs that are as long as a centipede but hang on to a white furry. On top of that, even the pointed teeth that you can see through the wide, smiley mouth that takes up half of its face. It's crazy speed. Are you a train, man? Ah, the shocking visuals forced me to scream. How can such a thing exist in the world? There shouldn't be such a thing. Shoot, shoot. I instinctively shot first before I could swing the knife, the bullets that go off like crazy. Fortunately, when several guns were fired at the same time, he quickly fell down. Then, he quickly became white powder and flew into the air. I finally killed it. Huff huff. I'm trying to swing the knife because it's hard to use telekinesis. I was surprised and fired the gun without realizing it, but it looked like it came out from B-class horror movie. Not only am I surprised, but viewers are also surprised. It's a visual that humans can't help but be scared of. All of a sudden, duck. Why does it look so weird? It's a relief that it got cut off because of the buffering. If I saw it, I would have had a heart attack. Ha ha ha. It's a relief that he died after getting shot several times. I got a clip of Mango Stick screaming ha 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 ha. Let's ask Seo Yoon to erase that clip. Sigh, I'm starting to regret coming in here. Why did I think about powering up myself? I should have just been satisfied with my telekinesis. But it is too late to regret. Now that I've already come this far, I will get Behemoth and that rocket punch, regardless of whether I would be really killed or fed. So I went deeper and deeper, firing up my will again. Maybe it's because it's too deep, but it's impossible to stream anymore. I felt like I've shown enough, so I just cut off the gig. No, go back. With only the last comment in the chat window left, the broadcast stopped. Then I really began to realize that I was left alone here deep underground. I'm scared. I walk though. Let's sing the national anthem. Until the East Sea and Beekjusen Mountain dry up and wear out as I walk, I can see black mucus in between. Is that a trace of Behemoth? Maybe it means I am getting closer to the end. How long have I been walking? I'm at a lot of crossroads again. No, why the hell did they make them like this? I can't see well because it's dark. I'm just walking without knowing directions. By the side of the corridor, something began to clack. Shoot, is it another monster? As I was approaching the dark side with the knife in my hand, suddenly the lights came on and something popped out in front of me. Ah, shoot. The horror feeling made my heart drop. Without realizing it, I closed my eyes and wielded a knife like crazy. Resonance Hellblade, but my knife just cut through the air. In front of me, only the sound of a woman being surprised was heard. Wait, woman. I opened my eyes to the sudden voice of another person in front of me. Stardust, egoistic? Stardust stood looking at me with a puzzled face. Why the hell are you coming out of there, Mom? Chapter 66, Wrong Encounters Confusion. My first encounter with the Stardust was embarrassing. Why were you coming out here? You weren't here in the original. But I couldn't say that. We were strangely facing each other without saying anything. Wait, I didn't think I'd suddenly come across her in this deep underground, a place which is hundreds of meters from the ground. Stardust, who had the same embarrassing expression as me, quickly wrapped up her expression and returned with a cold expression. She asked me coldly, why are you here? That's what I want to ask. No, Stardust. Why are you here? I am a hero. Of course, there are monsters and dangerous substances in here that threaten citizens, so of course I should come and deal with them. She answered as if I was asking something obvious. Yeah, that's right. You're right, but you were never supposed to be here. I closed my mouth, shouting without a sound. She grinned suddenly and began to snap her hand. And good for me, it's an unexpected harvest. Wow, it's the first time I've seen Stardust smile in this world. The way she smiles while clenching her fists is simply a goddess. I wish that laugh wasn't coming out trying to catch me. It won't hurt much when you are caught naturally. She jumped at me at the same time as she said that. Yes, teleportation. I teleported behind her as she ran towards me. However, as expected, she turns her head and swings her arms back. I had no choice but to move further back. Wait, what do you mean wait? Despite my desperate cry, she kept flying to me with her blonde hair flying. What the hell are you doing in this narrow hallway? Wait, let's do this. Time out. As I kept teleporting away from her, now she finally gave up catching me and clenched her fist. Hey, you're crazy. If I get punched by you, I'll die instantly. Excuse me, Miss Stardust. Just calm down a little. But as if she couldn't hear me, she flew straight to me and punched me. Fortunately, I managed to escape by teleportation, but the innocent wall on my behalf hit her fist instead. Thump. The wall roars and shakes when she touches the wall, even though she must have controlled her strength before hitting it so that I won't die. Thanks to that, the ceiling shook, dust was scattered, and the lights blinked and went crazy. Don't you have something to take down here? Please calm down a little bit and listen to me. The shaky underground, it wasn't until half of the hallway was destroyed that Stardust calmed down. What are you talking about? Oh, is she going to listen to what I'm going to say? Fixing her sky blue eyes on me, she put one arm around her waist as if she would not attack for a moment. Well, now I have to speak up here. Or I'm going to be dragged away. First of all, I have no intention of fighting. Didn't we come in without knowing that we'd meet each other? Why don't we each do what we're supposed to do? You want me to go around when there's you, a villain, in this low-class security facility? Well, I don't think this is right either. No, I didn't come here to do anything anyway. I was just going to do the broadcast because I was disgusted by the Han Yoon group. I showed her the camera. You did a broadcast here. Her expression is getting worse. Was it a miss too? I hurriedly opened my mouth as Stardust seemed to be ready to attack me with her fist again. Wait, how about forming a temporary alliance? Temporary alliance? Despite the way she looked at me as if I was talking nonsense, I opened my mouth firmly. Stardust, don't you know how dangerous it is here? Now, things are already like this. Why don't we form an alliance and go together until we get to the deepest point? Actually, even if you try to catch me anyway, I just need to teleport and run away. Rather, it's fate that we met like this, right? We're going to help each other. I'm also curious what's down here. Well, I think it sounds bullshit too. There's nothing strange if she gets mad and runs toward me while saying, you want me, a hero, to form an alliance with you, a villain. What should I do now? Should I just run away? My behemoth, my power up, goodbye. By the time I had already made a decision in my mind, she frowned for a moment and suddenly relaxed her expression. Then she replied, okay, let's do that, just go together until we get down here. What? Why are you surprised when you're the one who suggested? I panicked, and she turned her head with a slight smile. Follow me. I couldn't get rid of it by myself, so you should help me. What? Oh, yes, all right. Looking at her leading the way down there again, I had no choice but to follow her. Gosh, what just happened? I thought it was nonsense even though I spit it out, but I was bound to be confused when I saw her readily accepting it. What is this supposed to mean? The Stardust I know aren't that kind of person, of course. I thought she would rush in, saying there was no compromise with the villain, but I was shocked because she suddenly accepted. That's how she and we walked underground together. What the hell is going on here? Stardust. The things she encountered as soon as she came down to this underground were countless monsters. The ones that had something in common that looked horrible as if they had melted down, and that they were all white. They all turned into powder and disappeared under her fists, but it made her feel uncomfortable that each one had superpower. And the feeling became stronger as she entered the lab. Terrible records they studied. The experiments that have been locked between the glass walls had long escaped, and only their records remained. RKC B-64 name, a cat in hell precaution very fast. Be careful when feeding. RKC B-1107 name, teleportation precaution, can run away by teleporting, so keep A-grade security at all times. Watch out for attacks from behind. That's terrible monsters that would have been born out of inhumane experiments. She trembled slightly at the thought that if they had not been revealed in the accident, they would have continued to conduct biological experiments in the middle of Seoul. If only the accident hadn't happened, and if only Egoistic hadn't smashed the bridge, terrible things must have happened. So she kept walking forward, slowly getting rid of the visible monsters one by one. When she went down deep underground, the signal was cut off and the lights were blinking, creating an ominous atmosphere. There are a lot of maze-like crossroads. However, she was bold. Because her intuition, which developed over time, led her to go this way, in front of where her senses led her. As she jumped out, Egoistic was wielding a knife standing there in her amazement. Okay. To be honest, she was also very shocked. Who knew Egoistic would be here? But she quickly regained her senses. Yeah, she doesn't know what it is, but it's an opportunity. She doesn't know why he is here, but let's catch him first and think about it. So she jumped at him. Hold on! Wait. That's how she rushed in to catch him, but he also ran around teleporting. Eventually, she hit the wall and almost knocked down this cellar before she stopped and listened to what he had to say. He said that he came here for the broadcast. Temporary alliance? His suggestion that they should all go down in alliance until the end of this underground. Hearing that, she smiled inwardly. Why on earth should she form an alliance with a villain? She refused to do so and thought she'd attack him again. For a moment, that thought passed through her. Wait. He can just run away with his power anyway, right? That's right. It's true that she was overlooking it because he just teleported briefly, but in the first place, Egoistic can run away from the basement in an instant if he wanted to. Hasn't he disappeared right in front of her after terrorizing every time? She can't let that happen. Will there be another chance to meet in a place where there's no one like here? No, probably not. Due to his personality, if they meet next time, it will be in front of the camera that will be sent to the whole country. On the stage, he set up. The only moment she can be with him without being swayed by him, maybe this is the only time. Anyway, if I refuse here, he won't be caught and I won't find anything, and he'll just run away. In that case, if she keeps him next to her, won't she get to know him more? The questions she's had about Egoistic, maybe it may be an opportunity to be resolved. And if she let him go with her, she'll know exactly why he came down here. And he never showed any signs of hurting her in the first place. If he doesn't run away in the first place and fights one-on-one, it's a landslide victory. Well, there's not much risk. Yes, this is just to get information before that if you're going to let him off. She told him, making excuses that she didn't know who she was doing it to. Yes, that's good, just go together until we get down here. What? His appearance of surprise when she accepted it kindly after he had suggested it first. That's funny, she guess he just threw it like that because he thought she wouldn't accept it. Come to think of it, it's my first time seeing him flustered, because until now she'd always been caught up in his pace. Why are you surprised when you're the one who suggested it? Somehow, in a pleasant mood, she smirked unconsciously. Yeah, she didn't expect to catch him today. Instead, here, it may be an opportunity for her to address the questions she has always felt about Egoistic. Stardust accepted the offer of a temporary alliance, so we went into the maze together. What the hell is she thinking? I still don't understand. I didn't lower my guard, I followed her. It's not like the villain would be worried about the hero hitting their back, but the hero should be worried about the villain stabbing behind their back, right? Going deep inside, nothing really happened between us. Sometimes the approaching experiments were not even scary, as she handled it with a punch. I was a little nervous when I was alone. Sometimes when I joked, she just ignored it and it happened a few times. Of course, it was kind of cute when she smiled sometimes because she failed to hold her laugh, and then to quickly wrap up her expression and stare at me, "Be quiet. I know all your humor codes." It's getting closer and closer to the end, and countless laboratories are starting to appear. She rummaged through the papers with a serious look. What did I do? I just looked at her because she didn't let me see where the villain was trying to see the secret. Well, actually, seeing my favorite for so long up close, maybe this is a kind of reward? Stardust scouring the lab in a tight red hero suit with blonde hair hanging down was worth seeing. It's good, it's great. How could we have figured something out? We headed back inside. Why is there no end here? It's not an ant cave. What's more interesting was Stardust, who moved as if she knew where to go. Did she check the geography of this place in advance? Don't tell me her super sense is already advanced. No way. Anyway, this time I felt like we really came to the end, because I felt the wind blowing from somewhere. But how does the wind blow underground? What we've been facing all along is top secret area, and next to it there was a passage plastered with red. What is this place? To her question, I only answered with a shrug. Let's go in first. She chose to go in after much thought. So we went in together. As I walked through the aisle, I found a small room. Room to suppress superpower? She murmured at the notice posted in front of the room. Suppress superpower? Does it mean that you can't use your ability in this room? No, did the Han Yun group have this kind of technology? This is a serious technique. I was looking with such a serious expression. Stardust, who was in front of me, looked back at me, nodded her head. Egoistic, you go in first. Me, why would I? She quietly raises her fist when I say so. Yeah, I'm going in. All right, okay, I am going in. That's how I ended up in a small room which is only nearly 7 squares. A secret room covered in white on all sides, except for a clock or something, there's nothing. So I can't really use my powers here, right? As a demonstration, I tried to use telekinesis for the bag I brought. What? Oh, it really doesn't work. What about teleportation? I tried to concentrate, but nothing happened. This is interesting. How is it? Are you sure you can't use your powers? Yes, that's right. I wonder what principle it is. By the time I looked around like that, she came in as if she was going to experiment. It really doesn't work. So when she was testing her abilities, I was looking at one side of the room. If people use this well, it's going to be awesome. What's the principle? As I was doing a wise exploration activity looking at the wall, suddenly a banging sound came from the back and the room shook. What is it? When I looked back in amazement, I saw Stardust punching the wall. No matter how suppressed the ability was, the wall was recessed in the shape of a fist, perhaps because of its strong original strength. When I looked at her with an expression of absurdity, I saw her avoiding my eyes awkwardly. No, I'm really trying to make sure everything is contained. Well, how can you hit the wall so stupidly? If it went wrong, we would have drowned here. Just as I was going to argue, suddenly there was an alarm in front of the door we entered. The opening of the open room was blocked by a shield coming down from the cast. Boom. What? She was shocked by the sudden situation. Of course, she's not the only one. I'm also panicked. What is happening all of a sudden? Suddenly, the cement barrier came down and the space that was connected to the corridor was blocked. It is now. All of a sudden, this deep underground became the same size as a walk-in closet. With Stardust, the two of us were fairly trapped while losing our abilities. In such a small room, there was only silence. Well, we're ducked. Chapter 67, Secret Room. A conclusion came after careful consideration. Leaving Stardust behind, who is still panicked, I quickly scanned the surroundings. Professional villains analyze the situation coolly without being panicked even in times of crisis. What's the difference? Wouldn't there be a hole to escape from somewhere? Looking around the slope like that, I could soon find something different. The clock hangs on the wall. The electronic clock which was turned on has the lights on it to indicate the time. 2:58. 42 2:58. 41 2:58. 40, the time keeps running on the clock. Yes, all the secrets are solved. Oh, Stardust was still stuttering. How can you be so panicked? If you are a capable hero, you should look at the situation quickly, coolly, and objectively like me. The Stardust I know didn't do this. She's not this weak. Come to think of it, it was the Stardust who rolled around and became skillful later in the original. The current Stardust are showing a silly side, perhaps because she hasn't been through much. But you can't be like that. Stardust, huh? Looking at me with a shook expression, I turned my head and pointed at the clock. Do you see that? Seeing that time is running out, I think we'll be able to get out after that time. So take it easy. Oh. Only then did Stardust look up. Looking at the clock, she frowned and murmured, 3 hours? Yes, we just need to stay for 3 hours. Well, it's not that long, so let's wait. Come on, I sat down. We will be locked up in here for about 3 hours, but I can't stand it. My legs hurt. After sitting down, I asked Stardust to sit and wait, but then boom. Stardust hit the wall again. Hey, what are you doing? How do you know that the door is going to open or the bomb will explode in 3 hours? She kept banging her fist at the door. This place is going to collapse. But no matter how hard she tried, the door wouldn't budge. Eventually, she gave up. Tusk, she rubbed her hands. What the? As I looked closely, blood was dripping from her fist. Seriously, what the hell is she doing? No, how can you hit it so foolishly, even though your ability is suppressed? Gosh, come on, try to stop the bleeding with this. I took out a bandage from the bag and threw it to her. Seo Yoon and Subin gave it to me so that I can use it if I get injured, but I guess it's used for this situation. Stardust, who had received the bandage from me, was a little concerned. Soon she began to cut a little and wrap it around her arm. I won't say thank you. That's not a thank you. She flinched slightly as if I had just hit the nail on the head. I mean, I never thought she'd say thank you, but I didn't expect it to come out like that. She's not the type to talk to villains like that. Honestly, when I threw her the bandage, I was prepared for it to fly back to my face. I was a bit surprised to hear that. What's happening? Is her personality getting softer around this time? I don't think so. So she's only giving me the special treatment? Why? I don't think there's a particular reason. A bandage flew into my face as the thought popped up in my mind. That's right. Oh, gosh, I gave it to you because I was worried. What have I done so wrong? You just had to roll it back to me, it wouldn't be stuck though. As I grumbled and glared like that, she slightly avoided my eyes. I guess she does feel sorry, but actually there's nothing to be sorry for a villain. Well, let's just sit and wait, and I think it means that the door will open in 3 hours. Does your hunch tell you anything? Hunch, she muttered when she heard me. Yes, hunch, your super sense. It's similar to the foresight actually. I don't know what's going to happen in 3 hours, so you should check it out. After frowning for a while, she soon loosened her face. Probably she intuitively felt that it would open in 3 hours. Phew, I'm glad. Well, Stardust's super sense isn't fully developed yet, but this is probably right. So we sat still. Stay still, without moving in a small room by ourselves, without saying anything to each other in silence. Wait, this feels like hell though. So an hour passed without us saying anything to each other. All I hear is each other's silent breath. Of course, I didn't just sit back. I took the snack out of the bag and ate it. It was good. Stardust flinched for a moment when I put my hand in the bag and breathed out as if she was slightly relieved when I just took out the snack. Why? Is she nervous that I'm going to take out a gun from the inside? At least I won't do that, so don't worry, or shouldn't she? If you're relieved, you don't feel threatened as a hero. Would you like some snacks? You're talking nonsense. I asked because you looked hungry, but if you don't like it, never mind. Since then, we have kept quiet and still. It's so awkward. And setting aside the awkwardness, I felt this after an hour there's a little lack of oxygen here. I'm out of breath. Is this the grief of the secret room? The lack of oxygen is a big deal. If there is a lack of oxygen, it is highly likely that the brain will not be able to work and that it will not be able to make rational judgments. In other words may pop out without going through the brain. And of course, I'm in big trouble. There are some secrets I'm hiding, so I decided to shut my mouth and stay still. If you don't do anything, you might just get by. At first, I twisted my body because it was so awkward, but as time passed, I got used to this. I had the urge to take out the phone in the bag and try to use it for a while, but I endured it because my identity could have been exposed. We can't teleport here, so we can't run away. As I got used to her soft breathing now, I was zoning out thinking, I just need to stay like this for another hour. No, and as time goes by, the two of us are trapped in a small room, so I don't think we can breathe well. Those Han Yoon duckers didn't even put an oxygen generator in the secret room. What the hell are they? Thanks to them, my head is getting dazed. It's like I'm on drugs. No, it's exactly like I'm drunk. Oxygen is so important. Hey, it's a relief that we were locked up for 3 hours. If we went further, we would have been in big trouble. Suddenly, she opened her mouth. Mapo Bridge. What? I stared blankly at the ceiling, and when I heard her, I lowered my head again. Standing in a position with her knees together and her hands wrapped around her legs, she muttered, looking down without looking at me. On Mapo Bridge, did you stop the car from falling? She slightly murmured the question. You're going to ask me this all of a sudden? Looking closely at her, her eyes were already slightly closed. Wait, is she sleeping? I don't think so, though. Oh, maybe she's a little dizzy right now, too. She's physically competent, but she's floundering since we lack oxygen. Oh, her ability also got suppressed, right? I was drumming and playing with my head, which wasn't working. She asked me one more time. The car, did you stop it? The car? Why would I stop a car? If the car stops, is it a manual car? Oh, is she talking about Mapo Bridge, the one that looks like it's falling? The one I stopped a little bit. She means that she's seen it? I never stopped. Anyway, I didn't stop anything, because I'm a person who always runs forward. What are you talking about? She murmured the words, then asked another question. Then why did you ask me to save the plane? Didn't I tell you back then? To become a villain, I need a hero, an enemy who stands up to me. I am not just a villain just because I am doing terrorism. Only when I have an opponent to stop do I become a villain. So that's why. The answer got her mouth shut. Well, in fact, that's just the reverse of what the hero says is made by the villain. I don't know, I'm dizzy, so I answered it roughly. My head is starting to hurt, so I want her to be quiet. She opened her mouth once more. Then, the collapse of Mapo Bridge, did you smash it down knowing that the monster was coming up this time? Wait, even she's asking me this. I feel like I've heard it from almost everyone once. Oh gosh. Anyway, as usual, just as I was about to look at her to answer it as a coincidence, I made eye contact with her. She bowed her head again as soon as she met my eyes. But I just saw it clearly. She looked at me with sharp eyes as if to find out all my secrets. Come to my senses. Are you saying that all the mumbling and murmuring words so far were acting to keep me off guard? Shinharu, what a scary woman. Yurei like a viper. When I regained consciousness, I swallowed my saliva. Yeah, now that I think about it, something was wrong. Why did she readily accept to form an alliance with me in the first place? Now that I've seen it, isn't it to find out more about me to steal information? I got goosebumps for a moment. Stardust, Shinharu, how far did you draw the big picture? Wait, what was she asking so far? Is it me who stopped dropping the car? Why did I ask her to save the plane? She asked me if I smashed the Mapo Bridge because I knew there was going to be a black monster. When I reached that point, my face stiffened. Putting together the questions she asked me. Are you doubting me if I'm a villain? Maybe not. It's just my delusion of grandeur and maybe my misunderstanding. I think so intuitively, but I don't have a super sense to match the truth like Stardust. Even so, this is a crisis. In the first place, I was always qualified for a villain's fundamental power as a person who imitates a fake villain. My identity should not be caught. In fact, the terrorism was all for her, and I just want to save the world, so what do I do? Yes, this is rather an opportunity. Since we're together like this, I can totally get rid of the misunderstanding. Makes her doubt me and recognizes me as an absolute evil villain. To do so, rather go to the regular method. I giggled, covering the face of the mask with my hand. Ha 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 ha! When I burst out laughing, she doubted. Oh, Stardust, Stardust. A true villain shakes the opponent's spirit and puts things in his hands. In that sense, going wild can be a tactic. Now, let's turn the table. I'm going to tell you yes, that's right. I smiled, looked her in the eye, and opened my mouth. I knew in advance that the disaster would happen. On purpose, I smashed the bridge knowing about it. She's shocked at my sudden confession. Yeah. You didn't think I'd be so cool about it. Let's keep going, let's clench my teeth for this. So what? What do you want me to do? So what? Chapter 68. Betrayal, what? I knew the disaster was going to happen, so I smashed the bridge in advance. She has a blank look on her face. Yeah, I guess she didn't know I'd admit it so easily. I think if I just roughly put it around, she would try to pressure myself in a way that caught me off guard by finding a loophole in that excuse. Not going to happen. But what do you want me to do? What are you going to do now that you know? I asked rather so. A draw for ego. So what? Strategy. No, wait. She gripped her forehead as if she was having a slight headache at my calm confession. Why, didn't you expect this answer? You didn't expect it to come out like this, did you? Professional villains are supposed to go wild. So how did you know it was going to happen? Oh, I have to tell you that. I crossed my arms, looked her in the eye, and spoke seriously. Actually, I have the ability to predict the future. I knew that and smashed the bridge in advance. Really? No, don't believe me, seeing that you believe in this. I think you're still a long way from becoming a hero who can serve one person properly. As I smirked and said, she frowned. No, of course not. I don't know where to start, it's just a triumph of modern science. Take a short breath. My colleagues and I hacked into a Han Yun group, and we found out that they were cultivating an uncontrollable giant monster in the basement of their headquarters. So, with simulation long before analysis, we analyzed the scenario where the little guy escaped. So, we all set it in advance. Smashing the bridge was just part of the one I'm a lot of insurance for. I set the number of cases besides that. The bridge thing happened by accident. What do you mean the number of other cases? Of course, since it was going to cross the bridge so we could only smash it down. But you mean I put them up like this? If you don't want to be treated like a prophet. Honestly, it does sound almost similar to seeing the future anyway. It worked well with that excuse. She has a slightly confused look on her face. Yeah, take it. Talking about the hacking that I've done so far. Kidnapping radio waves, transferring money to the whole nation with macro, to be honest. Is it possible to get into big corporations' security and turn the simulation on? Isn't it obvious that it's possible? After thinking about my answer for a moment, she asked with a still confused expression. No, it's weird. What's so weird about it? Why do you care about that and stop other people from dying or not? You're the one playing with other civilians and terrorizing them in the first place? She glares incomprehensibly. I can just answer her like this. If that happens, the aggro will be taken away. Aggro? Attention, I mean. What are the characteristics of villains? This is all for attention. Is it called the greatest misfortune of the greatest number? I'm trying to give more people despair through terrorism, but will people pay attention to me if it happens? I mean, would you be interested in people who are already family, friends, and lost on TV? So I just stopped it. In my calm words, she looked frustrated. Why? It's true, though. In fact, when a villain causes terrorism and becomes a hot topic, no villain will cause terrorism in the next few weeks. Because the amount of attention you're going to get decreases. In fact, there are statistics that the crime rate is decreasing because I have caused massive terrorism these days. So you stopped it so your aggro wouldn't be taken away? Yes, exactly. What kind of answer did you expect? Did you think I suddenly realized my goodness and woke up as a hero who goes around to save people? The truth is more boring than what you think. I just said that with a smirk. But the real truth is that it was done to save people and prevent this world from becoming a plague. But what on earth would she see me as if I told this story? She's going to figure out who I am with her unique super sense. In fact, every terrorist attack I do, everything that kills other villains is to protect the world. Actually, I don't have a hobby bothering people. I'm only doing this for her. All this is done only for the peace of the world, to prevent her misfortune. Of course, I don't think she's going to deduce all this. In the first place, I seem like an outlaw who plays on the law, a terrorist who bullies the weak. Still, there's no harm in being careful in advance. And just as I finished speaking, the shield at the door began to rise back to the ceiling. Looking up at the time, 3 hours have already passed. The door finally opened. We finally escaped this awkward room. Escape! She still has a vague expression on her face. Sigh, I should say something, it's so frustrating. And whatever I do, I'm an outlaw and a terrorist who plays on the law in the first place. So I'm a villain. I'm adding that since you seem to have strange thoughts. So don't doubt me. I'm definitely a villain. I feel like you've been trying to drive me into a black hero for a while. I'm shocked. I don't think I've heard Stardust believe in the good in human nature. Why do people keep trying to whitewash me? Her expression when she heard me seemed more suspicious, so I gave up thinking. Yeah, y'all get it once you get hit. But first of all, she stood up quietly without any particular objection to what I said. Well, first of all, what I'm saying is logical. Are you going to sit here and do more of the doubting? But how did she suddenly become interrogated and I feel like I'm making excuses? I'm just here for a power-up event. It's not how it's connected. So we kept moving forward. We didn't talk much after that. I just advanced by defeating each and every monster that pops out. No, but I don't know what's going on. It's like a hero and a villain are exploring the underground together. That's what I suggested, but it's a strange picture. She doesn't attack me because she knows I can run away immediately. I'm just watching as if I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. I don't want to attack her in the first place, so I don't. It's normal in the world that villain attacks heroes stupidly, but why the hell should I? That's why I continue staying awkward with her. Especially, it seems to have become more awkward because of the talk in the room earlier. Sometimes she stares at me and I'm scared. What the hell do you have in mind? I walked behind her. I never took the lead. There's a good chance that I would be attacked from behind and be taken to the bottom of the association. We attack each other or let each other go, so we are accompanied under the strange title of a temporary alliance. We handled almost every monster that was visible to us on the way, and now it feels like we're practically done. I didn't see the teleporting monster. Has it already gotten out of here? Well, that'll be handled by other heroes. I can't wait to take the behemoth and run away. No, it's not. Now before she realizes my essence with her unique hunch. Maybe I should educate her about what a real villain is in the first place, huh? Does it make sense that a hero has a villain next to him and he's not doing anything? Are you out of your mind or not? Anyway, that's how we got to the end. A large space deep in the basement, a broken tank there. Behemoth, she murmured at the writing in front of the tank. Yeah, she finally found out about the monster's name. There was no one in this space full of green, sticky things that flowed out of the tank. There are only a lot of broken computers and papers scattered around. I guess all the people who were studying here ran away in advance. You did a good job running away, people. Anyway, we also went to the room next to this place. The ceiling was high, and it was smaller than the water tank earlier, but it was still spacious. In the middle of this room, there was something like an incubator. Little black tentacles in it. Sigh, finally found it. Now I can just grab this and run. I can just take off. I glanced at Stardust. She was looking through the data at a desk in the corner without caring about me. I don't like this. Why aren't you paying attention to me? I mean, this doesn't mean anything weird. Is the hero supposed to be so defenseless with the villain next to her? A true hero should always be wary of villains. I don't know how she can trust me and let me act so freely. Why are you so fearless? I can't let her be like this. I was supposed to run away with Behemoth when she lost her attention on me, but I should teach her the bitterness of the world. With that determination, I slowly approached the incubator. It's showtime. What is this? Looking at the incubator in the middle of the spacious room, she muttered. This room at the very end of this secret lab. Inside, there was a seemingly suspicious incubator, and the black tentacles in it. Perhaps this is what the Han Yun group wanted to protect the most. Looking sideways, Egostic was looking at the incubator with a very interesting look. Don't touch it. I'm sending that to the association first. Yeah, of course. He raised his hands up while smiling as if he wasn't going to do anything. As she saw him like that, she remembered what happened in the room earlier. Even though he lost all his strength and was helpless, he handed her the bandage and didn't even touch her. He said he knew everything and smashed the bridge, but it wasn't really about saving people. His words, which he added, I'm a villain, so don't doubt it. It all comes together. She became more clueless about Egostic. He is definitely a villain. Villain is an outlaw who plays on the law and causes terrorism against people. But why? Why does she feel like everything he says is to hide the truth of something? Why is she not really wary of him when she's next to him? Why do I keep thinking like this? She shook her head and shook off her thoughts. First, let's focus on what's in front of them. She headed to the desk in the corner of the room. There's probably information about that here, and she found out. A report on that. RKC B-1 name Behemoth when she was reading the explanation. Exactly when she's off guard. From the side of Egostic, a low voice can suddenly be heard. Wake up. Behemoth? The crackling sound of something can also be heard. Stardust looked back hurriedly at the sudden event. The whole situation was already over. The incubator is breaking before she knows it. And something ominous in black wrapped around Egostic's arm, in all that confusing scene. Egostic, he was smiling quietly, looking towards Stardust. Keeping that smile on his face, he said, Miss Stardust. You know what? Betrayal is all about timing. Chapter 69, Inflection Points Behemoth. In the original, Dr. Kim Sunwoo comes and retrieves the black material. Made of several layers of tiny black tentacles, it attaches to the user's body and strengthens the attached area. Of course, this is not the only usefulness of Behemoth. As much as it moves freely according to the user's thoughts, there are many ways to use it. There are endless ways to use it because you don't have to stick to your body, such as being able to stick together like a rocket punch. In the original, Kim Sunwoo fights Stardust with this thing. I mean, even ordinary people can fight against Supermen with this. I mean, if I have this, wouldn't it mean that I could have a one-on-one match with Stardust? Put it down? Why would I put this down? I smiled while looking at her growling at me with a stiffened expression. Before I knew it, Behemoth was completely wrapped around my right hand. My right hand is now made up of tentacles, my right hand held into a fist. That's nice. It's nice. It feels like my right hand is full of energy. In particular, there is an advantage that these tentacles are directly connected to my brain and move as I want. Yeah, wouldn't it be too much to fight the Stardust? She still looks at me with a stiffened expression. It looks like she wants to get this off me right now, but not a chance. I know it would be over if I just teleport away, but I just stay still like that without even being able to rush in. Teleportation is indeed good. Stardust, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you know what it is? Don't trust villains. Honestly, I wonder how you weren't aware of this. Ha 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 ha. Her face became more distorted at my sly words. That's right. I was going to stop at that then bye-bye and run away. That's what I was going to do. Tusk, it's kind of weird if I just leave like that, right? Since I also just gained a new ability, also to alert Stardust. I moved my blackened right hand to Stardust. If you want to take it away, why don't you come and get it? As I put a smile on my face, she didn't put up with it anymore. I will beat you hard but still spare your life. Boom, she flies toward me in an instant. Clench your teeth. At the same time, she began to stretch her fist at me. What about me? I already got my fist ready for a while. However, a man does not fight a fist fight with a woman in an uncool way. The moment she came right up to my nose and swung her fist, I jumped a long way back from where I was and loaded my fist, and I aimed it at her. And I'm going to be a big fishy rocket punch. THUUMP, the black fist-shaped tentacles shot from my hand, straight to Stardust. Just like that, I bumped into Stardust fist. Boom, our fists clashed and made a loud sound. Stardust looked a little flustered with her strength-bearing fist. Aha, this is the power of Behemoth. Of course, I'm not physically fighting with this thing around my right arm, but I'm able to withstand her strength because I've clumped all my tentacles together with my small fist. On top of that, Stardust won't think about killing me immediately here, so she's probably controlling her strength to some extent. But is that important? The thing is, I'm fighting her head-to-head anyway. Hey, fight fair and squarely. Have you ever seen a villain who fights fair and square? She scolded me as I kept slipping away and shooting only tentacles at her from a distance, but I simply just ignored her. And didn't Stardust concept just fall apart? Originally, she should have shouted out things like, "You punk, fight fair and square." Well, I guess she's a little upset. Why is she getting mad? Looking at her face as she continued the battle, a face full of anger and betrayal. Betrayal? Why the hell do you feel betrayed? It's common sense for a villain to betray. I don't understand. No matter how much I think about it, I think she hasn't had a taste of the bitter in life. I continued the fight. An attack that I keep running away by teleportation and jabbing with its tentacles. No matter how large the room was, the walls broke down and went crazy as we fought with each other in the west. I'm getting sick of this one pattern. I'm tired of teleporting too much. I'm tired. Did I ever fight this hard in the first place? No, actually, I feel like Behemoth is fighting instead of myself, but what about this? What lesson have I taught her? I once again loaded my fist as I saw her flying in, still filled with anger. When she reached out her fist at me at the same time, I also reached out. Boom, this time I didn't attack from a similar distance. I wrapped Behemoth in my right arm and grabbed her fist. My arm is a little numb, but I could still stop it. This will be my last attack. Now I just need to talk a little bit and run away. Seoyun must be worried. I bumped into her body, with our fists clashed with each other, I said goodbye. Today's lesson, have you got it? Don't believe in villains, okay? Don't trust villains. When I'm trying to give advice so that she won't get stabbed from behind like this from now on. It happened out of nowhere. Stardust was staring at me like she's going to kill me, and behind her was empty. Yeah, it used to be empty. Suddenly behind her, something popped up. It had a huge white face. He was about 2 meters tall and his mouth was bizarrely torn. A figure with white, sharp arms like a giant scythe. That thing that popped out of the air really suddenly. When no one expected it, it popped out in the blink of an eye. From the moment he appeared, he was already swinging his sickle-like arm behind Stardust's back. At that moment, I stopped thinking. Stardust is still looking at me without knowing what's going on. And with no reason for me to do anything, the white sickle was already flying toward her neck. The new monster that we couldn't get rid. RKC B-1107 name, teleportator precaution, can run away by teleporting, so keep A-level security at all times. Watch out for attacks from behind. Yeah, I think I read something like that, but I didn't have much to worry about even though I didn't find him. I didn't even care. I've been killing other monsters so easily so far, and my carelessness being a big dagger is heading for the Stardust. What should I do? It's too late to say. Already the tentacles are pitting against her fist. It's too weak to be a salt engine. Hold it and teleport. We can't even catch it because we're fist to fist with my behemoth. Of course, there's nothing we can do. I teleported as we were, behind her back to the spot where the monster was wielding a sickle, and stood in her place. Just like that, I was stabbed. Thump, what the? She screams behind my back. I put my back to her and I got stabbed for her sake. With the fist that clashed to hers, I threw it in its direction. Bang, too easy. The one with the head smashed and the white powder fluttering. Yeah, he was such an easy guy to get through. It would have been better if I had done it like this, without a hole in my chest. Hey, what's going on? You? Why? Her voice, which was stuttering in utter confusion, came from above me. That would be ridiculous. The villain who was fighting earlier suddenly moved back and took the stab instead. My condition now is not good even with empty words. I am lying on the floor, bleeding with a hole in my chest that could fit a fist. Crazy brat, you've been through something. It hurts a lot. Cough. I vomited blood on the spot. The blood from my chest, the blood spitting out from my mouth. What a mess. Ha ha ha, no, what the hell, why are you okay, why is this what the duck? Stardust, voice from above. Now I can't even hear well because of my tinnitus. Quickly, we have to go back. Home, I'm going to die. Wait, but before I go you have to say it, it's not weird. I squeezed out a word with all my might. Cough, this time, one. You owe me. The last time I saw her looking at me with trembling eyes as if she was still very embarrassed. I teleported while keeping the state. Home, I hope it's not too late. Ha ha ha, late at night. A large mansion hidden deep in a mountain valley in the kitchen, 3 people gathered. No, when is he coming? The white-haired girl looking at her smartphone with her cheeks inflated, Han Seo-yoon. She was worried about Dane, who had been out of touch after hours of going underground. Let's wait a bit more. And Hyul, aren't you going to school tomorrow? You should go to bed now. Hyul shakes her head with a bitter smile at the words of worried Subin, who was handed over next to her. No, I'll wait a little more too. Phew, he always makes me worry, when only the sighs of the 3 women were getting deeper. It's a mess. The sound of something falling down in the living room. Oh, I guess he's finally here? As soon as Seo-yoon heard the sound, she rushed out, when the other 2 were following her up and heading to the living room. In the living room, Seo-yoon, who ran there first, screamed out loud. Ah, Seo-yoon, what's going on? Surprised by the sudden scream, the 2 rushed to the living room. What they saw was, there's a hole in the upper body, there bleeding all over. It was the appearance of Egostic lying against Seo-yoon. Doin, what are we going to do? Doin. Seo-yoon was panicking next to him in tears. The 2 of them who saw him faintly breathing and spilling blood when they saw the shocking scene that suddenly unfolded, they had no choice but to panic. What is this? First 911 call. We have to call them. In shock, Lee Subin took her cell phone out of the pocket with her hands shaking. But was her hand shaking too much? The cell phone, in the process of lifting, slipped her hand and smashed into the floor. Oh no! When Lee Subin kneels down and stammers to pick up the phone on the floor while it is still out of focus. Hyul next to her was already heading for him. Seo-yoon, get out of the way. What? Oh yes, at Hyul's words full of determination, Seo-yoon, who was crying, stepped away from him. Hyul, who soon came to his nose, kneeled down and put his hands on Dane's body, and slowly opened his eyes. The living room where they were was filled with sudden light. A sudden sensation through a blurring consciousness. I feel warm all over. Oh right, Hyul stepped up. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. I am alive. It's okay now that I am still alive. Haha, I almost died. If you live as a man, you have to tap dance in a diagonal line at least once. It'll all become good memories later on. Haha, it was so scary back then, but it's been a problem since I woke up. Seo-yoon, Subin, and Hyul must have been shocked. Stardust is I don't know. Let's think about it later when we wake up. After thinking that far, I lost my mind. Way to go, future me. Chapter 70, Recuperation. Seo-yoon. What? Can you untie this, please? No. I shook the handcuffs which tied me to the bed. I mean, tying my hand to the bed is too much, and if I teleport, I can easily get out of it. If you try to take it off, I will never see your face again. Seo-yoon seemed to have read my expression, but she said it with a sad expression. Tusk, I can't do anything because I did something to her. All right, I'll just lie down, all right? I finally surrendered and leaned back in bed. I had an IV in my right hand. It's fluid or something. It has already been weeks since I took the stab for Stardust in the basement of Han Yoon Group. Thanks to Hyul's healing ability, I managed to stay alive while hovering between life or death. I had a hole in my body, but I can't believe it's a miracle. On top of that, considering the fatigue from teleporting all the way here, I was lucky to be alive. But the problem is, everyone in my house knew that I was almost dead. As a result, I've been locked up. Okay, say Subin please, can't I scoop up the rice myself? No, you can't. Yes, I admit it, I would have been really surprised too. What if Seoyun, Subin, Hyul or her brother goes out and there is a hole in their body when they come back and even bleeding? My heart would drop. Actually, when I woke up a few weeks after I passed out, everyone was crying in front of me. But I didn't think that I would be handcuffed to the bed. Anyway, I didn't feel so well after waking up, so I lay in bed with an IV for a while. I'm sorry I hid it until now. No, it's nothing. I should thank you for saving me. What are you talking about? Stop. And Hyul confessed to me that she has healing power. Except for the head of the orphanage, who she told because she was young and naive, this is the first time she confessed to me about her ability, of course. I'm sure everyone found out because she healed me who was lying down in the living room. Because I already knew, I just stayed still until she opened up first. So officially, I got a healer. I was like, it's fine now since Hyul can heal me when I get hurt, right? But ended up getting hit on the head by Seoyun. Anyway, the first thing everyone asked me since I got better, how did you get hurt so badly? I was just going to tell them I hurt myself trying to protect Stardust. I felt something strain. For some reason, I feel like I'm going to be ducked up if I say so. Does this mean that I also have a super sense like Stardust? What the hell is this feeling? Yes, let's say this. The monster made a surprise attack from behind? Yeah, I was off guard and got hit. It's not a lie. I told only part of the truth. It's true that I was stabbed by a monster raid. But I was stabbed on purpose. If I said this, I think I'm going to have a terrible time going, so let's stay put. Everyone's expressions are stiff at my words. Everyone bothered me so much about why I went into such a dangerous place from the beginning, so I was only released after I promised not to go to such a place in the future. A man has to take a risk. So after a few days of confinement, at my plea that lying in bed is not good for my body, I can finally get up and take a walk. It's a lucky thing that our house is in the valley. The yard in front of the house is practically a park without having to go anywhere, so it's perfect for a walk. Isn't it the dream of modern people? Of course, I couldn't walk alone. Seoyun said she'd keep an eye on me. No, what could I do if I ran away suddenly? So unfair. Come to think of it, maybe she just wanted to walk with me. Well, anyway, it's a good day. Maybe because it's spring now, birds are flying around and flowers are blooming. It's nice because the wind is cool, too. Opa, are you sure you're feeling okay? Yeah, I'm fine now. How many weeks did I take off? It's weird if I am still not. You had a hole in my chest, so it would be even weirder that you got better soon, no? Hyul is so good at healing. As expected, every team needs a healer. If not, I'm sure it would be a big deal. But I feel sorry for Hyul. I heard that she fainted after doing treatment for me. Actually, I recruited her because I wanted to have a healer from the beginning, but my heart felt a bit bothered because she had to do it again. I still patted Seoyun's head, who looked at me with a worried look from the side. Seoyun doesn't say anything when I touch her hair. She's not normally like this, but she's gone a little softer since I passed out. That's true. Seoyun was the first one to see me come back half dead. Others instinctively prepared their minds after hearing Seoyun scream, and Seoyun said she ran without any such thing and saw me. Honestly, it would be a trauma to watch a person bleed with a hole in his chest. The child was very surprised. According to Subin, she kept crying. I feel sorry. All right, let's show her something funny. Seoyun, look at this. What is it? I clumped Behemoth on my hand, which was on my side. Actually, this is my only benefit from this crap. It's a black, remotely controllable liquid monster. I don't think it was cool to just say it like this, but anyway. I've put it together like a bunch of balls, 4 wiggly black balls in an instant. Ta-da, juggling, I juggled it. A biological weapon special, which was made by grinding dozens of people in a secret laboratory, can be used as a juggling ball. Are you having fun? Seoyun only looked at me with a salty look. That's weird. Do kids not like juggling these days? Anyway, I took care of myself for quite a while. After a few weeks, my condition is good again. Now I can finally graduate from the life of lying in bed and getting IV fluids and sit in my room properly. It's been a while since I've come back with my personal time. As expected, you need some time by yourself. The end. I wrote everything that happened this time in my diary, and I immediately put it deep in the drawer and locked it up with the key. Until the villain appears, I have to keep my diary like this every day. After that, I will burn it, so I am going to be in big trouble if someone reads this. I wrote down all my secrets. But Seo-yoon keeps trying to read my diary, so I'm in trouble. You can't read this, kiddo. I need to come up with a solution. Phew, having my task done, I leaned on the chair and fixed my hair. What happened in the basement of the Han-yoon group this time? I succeeded in getting Behemoth like how I wanted, but the problem is afterward. In fact, for the first time after coming to this world, I realized I could die. I would be a big problem if I die. I don't know how Seo-yoon, Subin, and Hayeol will move around. Eventually, this world will be doomed. In fact, everything I am doing now will only slow down and turn into a waste, and it means nothing unless I knock down the final boss of the original. So the conclusion is, I have to think about the world after I die. Maybe I should buy another note. Anyway, let's think about preventing a recurrence so that this doesn't happen. This time, I felt that I had little force, so I feel a little dangerous to come forward alone somewhere. I mean, it's not that I don't have anything. I looked at the black thing attached to my right arm's shoulder. Behemoth. Now that we have this, there's some force. We can use this to stop the incoming bullets. But I won't be in much of an actual battle. It's actually just like insurance. I will only bring out at the worst possible moment anyway. The important thing is that there is little force. Even more, it's hard because I keep coming out on the media. All right, I also need to implement the thing I envisioned quickly. Just putting all the villains in the Republic of Korea under my control. Heroes also have an association to manage them. Shouldn't villains have something to manage and keep them in control too? If that happens, I won't have to take the initiative to terrorize myself. I'm going to give all of them missions, so that there's no civilian casualties and only Stardust can be strong. If that happens, maybe my retirement won't be just a dream anymore. I will stand far behind, only to manage and confirm all terrorism. But will that day ever come? Phew, I should cast her first. That's how I started making my next plan. First of all, we need someone with force. I have to make a plan, I sighed while planning. Yeah, I don't give a damn to this future plan or whatever it is. My biggest concern right now is, what about Stardust? What the hell is she thinking of me? Oh my god, some villain just took the stab on my behalf. I have nothing to say even if she starts doubting me. Gosh, I don't know. I'll just have to talk later. But there's something I've done so far. She's not going to suspect all of a sudden just because of this one. Well, I've had 4 terrorist attacks so far, She has to believe that. Let's not worry about it. No, before that, I left like that at the end. She's not going to think that I am already dead, right? Haru, why are you spacing out so much these days? What is the matter with you? Oh, it's nothing. What's nothing? You've been getting slouchy lately, so your expression hasn't been good. Did something happen? Something happened. Something that bothers her. The thought was swallowed inside, and Shin Haru tried to smile and said nothing. It's been a month since that day. Chapter 71. Her agony. It's been a month since she researched the basement of the Han-yoon group. Ever since that day, the time that Shin Haru has been in a daze while thinking about different thoughts during her daily has been increased. While studying, doing hero activities, resting, and trying to sleep, the thoughts keep rising. Why did he do that? She still wasn't sure what happened that time underground. What the hell was it? Why? It is natural to feel grateful to the person who saved you. And if someone sacrificed themselves to save you, anyone will appreciate it, probably for life. But the problem here is, the person who saved her was the one who had no reason to save her. What is the relationship between hero and villain? Simply defined, it's just a hostile relation. A grudge against the other as they see each other as an opponent. There's no such thing that a villain wants to get rid of as much as a hero. Heroes put everything under fire just to judge villains. Well, it can't even turn into a joke if a villain saves a hero. But the problem is that it actually happened to her. Beneath Han-yoon group, it's something she hasn't told anyone. Egostic saved her by flying himself in. Maybe if he hadn't stepped up, she wouldn't be here. Villains aren't the most likely to enjoy when heroes collapse. In fact, it's no exaggeration to say that many villains in Korea want them to disappear. There are dozens of villains who actually tried to kill them. But why? He saved her, didn't he? No, he saved her, but why did he throw himself in? Shin Haru, who was working at a desk, fell back into thought without even realizing it. Thoughts that have been repeated in her head over and over again. Yeah, she feels fishy. A curiosity derived from it. Why did he save her? In fact, this was an end to all the doubts she had about Egoistic. Yeah, something was wrong from the start. He handled other villains. None of the terror attacks he caused resulted in deaths. They're facts only she knows. He told her not to show her face. He told her to stop terrorism, to believe in herself. He exploded the bridge to prevent a disaster that only he could predict. And this time, he saved her by throwing himself in. All right, all right. Now she really has to admit it. Egoistic, he's no ordinary villain. No, not normal. Can that define him? In fact, she wasn't even sure if she'd call him a villain now. Of course, as soon as she had that thought, she immediately denied herself. No. If someone who started terrorism, threatened civilians, and murdered other villains at his disposal can't be called the villain, then who is the villain? But he's done a lot more behind the scenes than what he showed. There are no civilians killed by it. However, how many people have been saved by it? Terrorism caused by his followers holding hostages. He stopped it. Terror that Alligator Man caused a rampage in the city center. He stopped it. The terror caused by Monkey Spanner at the hotel. He stopped it. A disaster caused by a monster created by the Han Yun group. He stopped it. And for her, he saved her. In fact, he is a villain based on his previous record. Considering his achievements, it's not enough to call him a hero. Then why does he show such double faces? If he's a bad guy, the reason for saving people is inexplicable. If he's a good man, there's no explanation for why he causes terrorism. In fact, the former can explain. If he's a villain, why did he save people? This is something he had already explained to her. The terror that his followers have caused, they tarnished his reputation. Alligator Man's terror, because he's the one who mentioned himself. The reason why he asked her to save the people of the plane is to strengthen his confrontation. Monkey Spanner's terror at the hotel, he was walking by and just got carried away. The disaster caused by the monster created by Han Yun group in case his aggro would be taken away. Yeah, there's a reason for everything. The reasons why he explained everything to her. If the reasons are just excuses, is it overreacting? Well, let's say it's true. All the good things he's done so far are as he explains, and he's actually a villain. But even so, how would he explain the reason why he saved her by risking his own life? As a matter of fact, her innermost thoughts. She is leaning toward the side that it's difficult to simply see Egoistic as a villain. No, she owes him, as he said, whether he was a bad man or a good man. He sacrificed himself to save the crisis of her death. However, to say that he's not a bad guy at all, the terror and murder of villains that he has caused so far continue to be stepped on. But to say that he's a bad guy, okay. This is an unanswered question. In fact, the mere thought of Egoistic makes her head and mind dizzy, making her dizzy. He's a bad guy, but you did a lot of good things, right? But why did he save her? And most importantly, somewhere deep in her mind, in the realm of intuition, for some reason, she keeps leaning towards the side that says he's not actually a bad guy. There is no logic or basis in her mind. She just keeps feeling like an echo in her mind, actually. I don't know if I misunderstood. It turns out that the terrors that Egoistic has caused so far have deeper meaning. Something like that? I'm out of my mind. She shook off her thoughts and drank a glass of water next to her. Now she's having these crazy thoughts. And if she thinks about this and that about Egoistic, at the end it always ends with one thought. Is he okay now? Actually, it's ridiculous. A hero is worried about a villain. If the rumor got spread, it would be laughed at by the whole world. Well, considering the popularity of Egoistic, that may not necessarily be the case. Anyway, the result of always thinking about Egoistic ends up with her worrying about him. He was seriously injured. If he doesn't get treatment right, it's no. Before that, is it a wound that can be cured with treatment? The last time she saw him, it was almost like he had a hole in his chest. But somehow, there should be a way, right? He's still a little trustworthy to do such reckless action, right? No way, he didn't die like that, right? While saving her so vainly. No, she reflected again to prevent her feeling of depression without even realizing it. Egoistic, that secretive, scheming guy couldn't have died so vainly. She's sure he's resting somewhere. Even after self-justifying, she thought to herself, you call yourself a hero but are worrying about a villain? She feels like she did something wrong. This is not her worrying about a villain. That's what happened when someone saved your life. Oh yeah, even a villain shouldn't die like that, but he has to be brought to justice. That's right. She's worried. But even worrying about something makes her feel uneasy. Like that, she just kept groaning. Yeah, he needs to be alive for her to ask. First of all, she has to make sure this guy's alive. With that logic, she went into Egostick's fan cafe again today. She comes to this place wondering if he's alive and what he's doing. She tries to get a clue from here every day. Must be introduced. I've been whining for a month. Yeah, the last time was half a year, ha 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 ha. Eat mango stick once a day, 26 day. If you wait steadily, he'll come back, just wait. The highlight from the horror show version 7, wait, the clip is erased. What is it? What should we do now? Today I had a dream about our Egostick coming to our university's festival. She let out a small sigh, looking at only the consequently useless posts that always come up. Yeah. Checking his life and death, she'll know by the terror hell cause. Just like that today, if you think about it. Heroes only wait for the day that villains start a terror. We're not going to directly terrorize for the time being. Really? Yes, I'll live quietly for a while, so please stop asking. You made the right decision. You rolled your body like that, so of course you have to take care of yourself for a while. You have to speak informally anyway. I'm not going to start the next terrorist attack myself. What? What do you think I'm going to do? I'll have to outsource it. I grinned after saying that. Yeah, I have to run around and start terrorizing myself until when? I tell the people waiting for my terror. None for a while. Shinharu, you've been promoted to a diligent member of Egostick's official fan cafe. Congratulations! Oh. Chapter 72, Recruiting Talents All for Stardust. It's a life goal that I've been aiming for a long time since I fell into this world. In the end, the star of this world is Stardust. Yes, I will burn myself for her, who is also my favorite character. The conclusion I set my mind on for her. Let's get rid of all the villains that bothered Stardust. But then, who does Stardust fight with? Stagnant water is bound to rot. Can a hero who doesn't work be called a hero? And Stardust gets stronger the more she goes through the ordeal? All right, I'll be a villain myself and give her the ordeal that she can handle. So far, I've worked hard to cause terrorism, and it's time to take a step forward here. Terrorism, should I do it? Okay. Do I have to do this myself? No need. As long as there are no casualties and only Stardust can grow, there is no problem if it's other villains, not me, so. If I build a villain union or something and let other villains start terrorizing instead of me, I can retire, right? As such, it is necessary to find a new talent. Seoyun, Subin, and Hayul are all supporters. There's no one with force, that's why I'm going to pick another talents now. This is a cafe. I sat by the window, sipped coffee, and peeped at the counter. Subin, try this too. The strawberry cake here is delicious, too. Chayun, you should brush your teeth after eating. And next to me, Seoyun, Subin, Hayul, and Chayun are all gathered to chit-chat. Can't the head of household get his own personal time? The person I'm going to pick up this time is a woman named Choi Sehi. She's the one working at the counter at the cafe I'm at. Yes. It's 701. Choi Sehi, who has orange hair and looks tired doing everything. This time I only came to spy on how she lived, so I just sat quietly in the cafe. So I'm going to go to a cafe to recruit talent. It's the weekend, so everyone followed me. Everyone is eating a piece of cake. Durin, you should take a bite too. Huh, oh yes, let me have a bite. It's good. I kept looking at the counter with a mouth full of cake. Meanwhile, she got asked for her number. I like how she pulled her tough expression and refused. I kept looking at her and came to a conclusion. Yeah, we can begin the operation now. Does zero in stop looking at the counter and eat more? Can I order one more honey bread? Yeah, order everything you want. First, let's just eat some and have some rest. I can wait until night. I was lost in thought while eating a piece of cake. Choi Sehi. Essie is an electrician who can emit electricity. In the original, she is one of the villains working under the name of Electra. Among the villains, she is quite feisty and she is quite hot-tempered. She's one of the popular characters for the original cartoon readers under the nickname Iljin Nuna, Tien, a term for bully in Korean. She, who has been working busily every day without a break, eventually explodes without enduring the accumulated stress. She was unable to resist the nature of the destructive light on the inside. Her electricity overflowed in the middle of the city at night and was immediately suppressed by Shadow Walker. As soon as she made her first appearance, she was immediately transferred to a camp, so she didn't appear in the cartoon for a while, but she later showed up from the episode of The Great Escape. Anyway, as she was designated as an A-class villain, the electric attack itself is a very excellent ability. In the first place, it's good if the elemental dexterity itself is moderate. Just by looking at Icicle with her ability to use ice, I need her anyway, so let's do it. In the dark night, Choi Sehi was taking heavy steps home. A life where she has to work every day. She works from morning to evening, and when she gets home, she falls asleep. Gosh, shoot! She walked on the streets at night, spitting out some curses. She doesn't work because she doesn't have enough money. Of course, it's not like she has plenty of it either, but she still doesn't have to overwork like this. There's only one reason that she's working like she's forgetting the world. A quirk that can never be said to others just to suppress the inner impulse of destruction that she has. Walking through the dark night streets, she gently raised her head and looked around. An empty back street at the back of an alley where there's no CCTV. Seeing that no one was there, she took out the hand in her pocket. And she raised her hands up. Soon, at the tip of her fingers, the electricity chattered to the point where it was visible to the naked eye. And soon, like a tree in the dark streets, stars were embroidered in the air by the electricity. Twinkling yellow rays starting from the tip of her finger and spreading out in front of her as she stared blankly at the sight she had achieved. It's beautiful. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Surprised, she stopped emitting electricity in a hurry and looked back. Behind her, there was only a dark alley where nothing could be seen. Who is it? She began to be alert, reaching into the darkness and preparing to emit electricity at any time. As she was on her guard for a moment like that, an applause coming from the darkness. Clap, 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 clap. Crazy bastard! She shot the electricity forward after confirming that the opponent was also not normal. As if there was nothing in front of her, the electricity just cut through the air. But the constant sound of applause. Then, soon someone popped out of the darkness. Hello, Miss Choi Sehi. The person who came out saying hello to her, a man wearing a black hat, a black robe, a black cape, and a mask covering his eyes. And the man she knows. Egoistic? The moment she called his name with a frown, he paused. He soon opened his mouth again and asked her, Do you know me? Of course I know you. You come out whenever I turn on the TV. I didn't know you knew me. He murmured in a low voice for a moment, coughed in a dry cough. Well, then I don't have to take long for the introduction. Choi Sehi, do you want to work with me? I can't keep up with the story right now. You followed a person at night and suddenly you're asking her to be partners? Come on. Oh, Mew, I guess my explanation was a little insufficient. So, I mean, terrorism. You're telling me to work on terror attacks with you? Yes, do you have any thoughts of terrorizing together? A ducking crazy bastard. Get lost. Choi Sehi fired electricity at him in anger. She already has a shooty life, but now she can't believe that she's being casted as a terrorist. However, the electricity she fired only cut through the air again as he evaporated from his seat. And then again the voice behind her. Think carefully, didn't you always fall into great pain because you couldn't show your ability? If you're with me, you won't have to hide your instincts. Get out of here. Although, she's back at it. He just disappeared in front of her eyes. I'll see you again next time. I hope you think about it until then. Duck off. She looked back, huffing and puffing. Again, an empty alley. So, in the alley where nothing could be heard but her breathing, she sighed again. Shoot. I've been through all sorts of things in my life. The girl spits out a curse and hits a stone by the side of the road for no reason. Even if she doesn't become a hero, she has no intention of becoming a villain. She never thought a terrorist would come into contact with her. She's speechless. Feeling annoyed, she looked back for a moment to see if anyone was following her and then walked back home. Hell, come back next time. He's saying bullshoots. Then she'll just turn his face into an electric grill. With her orange hair fluttering like that, she stepped forward. As she continued to walk, she looked up at her hands. It felt really good when she threw her power at him earlier, generating electricity from her hands. She feels a sense of liberation, and she feels like she's opening my heart. It feels like the things that have been good for her have been blown away for a moment. Does he mean that she can always feel this sense of freedom if she's with him? Duck, what bullshit. She spoke ill of herself again, then moved her steps. She's not such a sabotage, a psychopath. She will never be a terrorist under any conditions, ever. Dylan, how's your plan to recruit a new colleague? Oh, it's going smoothly. I think she's denying it now, but it won't take long for her to fall. I held up a spoonful of cup noodles. It's hard to teleport often, so I have to fill your stomach. I turned on my smartphone while slurping noodles. And I went into the Stardust Fan Cafe where I am the manager. That's right. The life where I organize Stardust posts after a long day of work. This is perfect. Next to me, Subin was looking at me with a complicated expression. Why? Anyway, I thought about Choi Sehi. She's the electrician I've decided to recruit. Considering her rejection, her stubborn attitude of not wanting to terrorize me, a week would be enough. Chapter 73. A week it can be said that character interpretation is very important when proceeding with the work. As I have read the original cartoon dozens of times, I am actively using it because I know the characters' personalities very well. For example, in the case of Seo-yoon, her thirst for revenge on the Han-yoon group, I was able to use it well to recruit her. For Hyul, I used the fact that she cherishes her younger brother the most. The same with Stardust. Honestly, I've done a lot of suspicious things to Stardust. I caused the terror and I told Stardust to save them, and I took the stab for her. If I did that to Icicle for a child like Lee Seola, it is highly likely that I would have been caught right away. No, I think Seola already knows who I am. Let's approach her later, this is the important point. Stardust is a figure who embodies justice itself, so she does not compromise with evil. For example, when I was killing other villains in the early days, the public liked me. But she must have hated me. I am a murderer who kills people as he pleases. As such, she has her own firm and unshakable view of justice. I mean, she wouldn't care what I do. Of course, I showed a bit of doubt about my intentions last time, but I think it was just a momentary curiosity. I feel like she doesn't care much anymore. Maybe she's forgetting about the egoistic? I mean, personally, I want her to remember me. It's sad when I am forgotten. Anyway, the bottom line is that I have some interpretation of the people of this world. And based on that, every action is carried out. When I recruit allies, when I am at odds with my enemies, knowing their personalities, I can almost predict how they will behave in any situation. And in this way, I am recruiting a new colleague this time. Choi Sehi. After realizing her ability since childhood, she grew up being forced by her parents to never be a hero or reveal her ability. She has been restraining her ability for the rest of her life, but it cannot be restrained. Like an overcharged battery, stress began to accumulate because it could not emit 100 volts. The destruction instinct started because she was so suppressed. When she saw trees on the streets, she wanted to blow electricity and throw it away, and after living with it for so long, she started to lose control. As she lived under stress every day, her personality began to get sharper. People who don't know well look at her outside and think of her as a bully. The reality is that it's just an irritation caused by a restrained desire to use her ability inside. After enduring it like that, after she became an adult, she lived by releasing electricity accumulated in her body little by little from the sight of people. The first time she used her powers freely without guilt was probably when she met me. She probably felt a great sense of freedom. It must have been refreshing. Actually, it's embarrassing to say that she controlled her power like how she wanted because she shot electricity at the windows a few times. The story will be different if it was her first time since birth, not her first time using it freely after a decade. Once she tastes it, she can never forget it. I know she'll enjoy more pleasure with me. Having tasted sweet freedom, can she really reject my offer? Hehehehe, Dylan, why are you laughing so hard? Looking at Seo-yoon, who looked at me like I am some weirdo, I thought to myself, just wait, Seo-yoon. I'll get you a real sister. You have points. Yes, please wait. A cafe in Seoul. Choi Sehi, who was working part-time at a cafe, couldn't concentrate on her work today. No, exactly 3 days ago. Don't you want to be a terrorist with me? Crazy bastard. There was a time when the part-timer next to her flinched at her unknowingly muttering words, but she didn't care. What kind of terrorist do you think you are? I go through all sorts of things in life. She snorted, but however, she became a little strange from that day on. That sense of freedom when she shot electricity at him. At the time, she didn't realize it herself, but it was definitely a pleasure. The coolness and exhilaration when she used it in front of others without hiding her ability. The feeling is already like that when she used a little bit of her ability on one person, in front of hundreds and hundreds of people. If she used it to the point where she could test her limits, how good would it feel? Duck. Am I getting crazy? She made an impression unknowingly. Nonsense. Telling her to be a terrorist? How can she trust that crazy guy in the first place? Yes, I'm not going to be a terrorist. That night, when she came home from work, she searched about Egostick. I'm just curious about what kind of guy he is. Egostick, which was self-rationalized and recognized through the internet. He was a bigger man than he thought. She didn't know much, since she only worked occasionally in the store and heard news on TV or the internet when he was terrorizing. But he was quite famous. Currently, he's the most influential villain in Korea, the only villain who has a fan cafe, and the villain who is more popular than most heroes as soon as she searches for him on the internet. Articles and posts appear so much that they can't even be counted. Was he this great? Why did this guy approach her? No, before that, how did he know she had this ability? With that question, she continued to read his explanation. What she realized through this: he has a lot of money, he has excellent hacking skills, and in all the terrors he caused, so far, no one has ever been killed for any reason. Well, then I think it'll be all right, right? Her eyes began to shake. In fact, from that day until now, once she used her cool ability, she became more and more intolerable. She feels like her whole body is itching to blow out electricity. Even if she stays still, her body will spark. Ha, go away, she sighed deeply. Think about it. Didn't you always fall into great pain because you couldn't show your ability? If you're with me, you won't have to hide your instincts, his words came to her mind. Yeah, I don't know how the hell he knew, but she's tired. She can't live and endure like this forever. She's sure he's a completely unreliable guy so far, but still. Next time he comes, she'll hear what he says. What kind of terrorism is he trying to do? What conditions is he trying to give her? Let's listen first and think about it. It's hard to control this urge. It's been about 3 days, he said he'd be back soon. Will he come back tomorrow? That's all she can think about. The next day, he didn't come to see her. The impulse inside is getting stronger. She just feels like she wants to emit electricity wherever she goes. It would be nice if she could relieve her stress by climbing up the mountain and releasing her ability. But if other people are not watching, her stress will not be relieved. In front of everyone, there is a sense of pleasure when you show your abilities. Having hidden her abilities for too long, she became destructive and more ostentatious, and without even realizing it, she steadily walked the path of a villain. Tomorrow he will come. The next day, he didn't come to visit either. She was starting to think that something was wrong. The impulse that began after that day began to grow unbearably large. Now, she has reached the point where her body is itching to emit electricity even if she goes to places where there are many people. If she thinks that objects around her are destroyed because of herself, she feels thrilled without knowing it. It's not going to work like this. Egoistic. He obviously said he was coming back soon. When did soon start? On the 5th? Why isn't he coming? No way did he just give up because she refused too strongly. Yeah. She looked it up and found out that egoistic guy was a real piece of work. Just by looking at the bridge terror, she can't imagine how much money there is. Maybe he abandoned her and just went looking for other villains. Come to think of it, there are also many other people who are hiding their abilities. Maybe he thought he'd save someone else. Was it a mistake to shoot electricity from the first meeting? Well, that's unfair. If anyone is alone in a dark alley, then someone comes up and starts a conversation, they would do the same. Ha! She doesn't think much now. She'll do what he says, and I won't hurt anyone if she can get rid of this frustration. It seems right to follow his lead. So much destructive impulses and stress that her head was slowly out of normal thinking, and she was at a point where she could not keep thinking properly. The next day. Cafe. Sehi, are you sick? You don't look really good today. Oh. Then see, cheer up. The next day, at night, as she walked home quietly, a man appeared in front of her. Hello, Sehi, have you thought about my proposal? I will. What? I'll do it, terrorism or whatever, I mean. I'm sure I'll be able to seduce you in a week. But is it that easy for her to fall already? Looking at Choi Sehi with orange hair watching me with a mournful expression in front of my eyes, I questioned. What happened to her after a week? The members of Mango Union have been enduring it for 2 to 3 months. Anyway, you have to grab the opportunity when it comes. I don't know what changed your mind, but all right, let's go. I reached out to her. She, without hesitation, held my hand. After a week, I succeeded in recruiting a new villain. Now that I've done with this, I'll be able to carry out terrorism sooner than expected. Stardust. We'll meet again sooner than I thought. 2 months? 2 months will be quick. Seriously, you're not dead, are you? Haru, what else are you thinking? Chapter 74. The night before the terror, it would be nice to terrorize right away and see Stardust again. But to do that, there is something that needs to be done. Follow me in. Where am I? Choi Sehi looks at me with a wary attitude. Late at night, I caught her and teleported to the family house. Exactly, that's where we have the underground base. It's my home. All right. The girl follows quietly in a strange desperation. What the hell made her do this when she was so tough? I don't quite understand what the hell happened in just a week. Well, it's a good thing after all, right? It's better than continuing to be rebellious. I was going to show her a new world from now on, after she followed me obediently into the house. Come on, get in here. Yes, the place where Choi Sehi and I entered is a teleportation device in our room. Her head tilted slightly as she saw a very strange-looking mechanical device in the middle of the house, but still got into the capsule without saying a word. I turned on the device. With a slight whirling sensation, we came out of the capsule. It was definitely a family home when I entered. When we came out, there was a magnificent mansion in front of us that was covered between the mountains. Where are we now? This is my real home. I have 2 houses. With that said, I headed toward the forest in front of the mansion. She's following me, glancing at the mansion. In the middle of such a dark valley, a man and a girl entered the forest. She followed me without saying much and stopped when I stopped. The way she just does what I tell her. What's wrong with her? She's not normally like this. It doesn't make sense to change like this in just a week, no matter how hard I think about it. It's awkward. Ahem. Anyway, I stopped in the middle of the forest and told her, looking at me with a slight longing. Now, there's no one here right now, it's just the 2 of us and nothing is watching us here. So what? You can use your ability to your heart's content here. Electricity, let it out as much as you want. Didn't you say we were going to do terror attacks? Who does terrorism right away? Before that, we need to go through preparations. Try it as much as you want. Full power. As much as I want? Yes. She hesitates when I ask her to freely show her abilities as much as she wants. Well, of course. I've never used my abilities to my heart's content in my life. It'll feel new to do it. I'm a bit scared and nervous. A little hesitant, I nodded and encouraged her. Hurry up and do it. Seeing me like that, she soon took her breath and began to open her hands. At the same time, sparks began to pop from her hands. Urgh! So when she finally let go of everything and used her power, electricity flashed from her fingertips. At the same time, crack, everywhere near her. Electricity stretched out all over her like lightning. Like a fountain, a stem of electricity that stretches out. Not only that, but her whole body began to be engulfed in electricity. Then something broke inside her. The sparks began to flash, stretching out toward the whole forest like lightning. Oh, wow, and I was watching it with admiration after falling far away. It's a shame that there's no popcorn next to me. She picked it up and electricity poured out like a huge dome, and it was like a fireworks display in the dark night. You can only see black and yellow in front of you. The stem of electricity stretches out, pruning and scatters into the air, which destroys all the trees around it and is not just a mess. Of course, I didn't just look at it with admiration. At the same time, I checked how powerful her electric attack was, and the conclusion, as expected, you're strong. Her power is suitable. No matter how stacked it is, to keep emitting that amount of current is excellent. It goes without saying that even its power is enough to smash a tree with a single electric stem. She's been struggling alone for decades without being able to emit that much electricity, so of course, she has to be stressed out and sensitive. She can't live with such talent hidden, even if it's military discipline. After the fireworks that lasted for a while ended, now she's satisfied with everything. She has collected all the electricity. I was far away, but I didn't approach her until she was done. Oh my God, she's sitting on the ground, panting. Then I handed her a bottle of bottled water. Are you satisfied? Here, drink some water. Oh, thank you. Sitting down with her eyes slightly loosened while sweating, she gulped and drank as soon as she received the bottled water that I handed her. With a red face, it's her when she wears it in bottled water. Her orange hair was sweaty and stuck to her neck, and she's been struggling since earlier, but she looks relieved. Yes, it's the first time she's shown her ability to the fullest. How great would it be? In the original, there was no such opportunity, so she was taken to a camp in the city in the middle of the night. Now, she looks like she just destroyed all the trees around her by using her destructive instincts. All the grass on the ground was blackened. She sat on the floor. I touched her hand. If you're with me, you won't have to hide your ability forever. You're not an ordinary kid. You can never live by suppressing your talents. Only when you're with us, you'll be able to live by revealing yourself as you are. The terror you do, it doesn't hurt people, does it? Yes, I'm a non-violent person. To put it that way, what have you done so far? While feeling worn out, she still grabbed my hand and got up. I just smiled and told her, "Welcome to Ego Squad, Choi Sehi. What the hell is Ego Squad? Now that I have someone with ability, let's start the terror attack. It would be nice if things can be like that easily. Reality is a beach. There are many things to do before the terror attack, such as pre-preparation, time zone research, and planning, etc. Choi Sehi also needed training on her ability. By shooting electricity on the floor, I can fly in the air? Yeah, imagine shooting at the floor with the electricity wrapped around it. Oh, it's working. Under my special training using original knowledge, she is growing fast. She didn't use her ability for too long, so she didn't know how to use it right, so I stuck together and coached her. Of course, we already dropped the honorifics. We'll see each other every day, so using honorifics every time I cannot stand it, ha ha. Here's a towel. Sehi, here's water. Gosh, thank you. For a special training in her ability, she is staying in my mansion for a while. And she got close to Seo-yoon, too. Hey, hurry up and take a shower, you stink. What did you say? Why are you bickering at me? She rolled her eyes at me, so I just dodged and went back to the mansion pretending I knew nothing. FYI, we got pretty close now. We stick together all day for the training, so it would be weird if we can't get close. An electricity passed by my side. That crazy beach? Oh, hey, why did you shoot me? I am a civilian. It's bullshit. Why are you civilians? I'll make you feel the difference in my power today, come on. Seo-yoon, save me, she's trying to kill me. Sehi, just shoot with 0 volts. Han Seo-yoon, even you. Why do I feel like there's no one that I can trust in this household? Anyway, time went by quite quickly. Choi Sehi did not use her ability as well as I expected, so it took more time than I thought to coach her one by one. Well, there's time to spare anyway. There's a long time left before Kim Sunwoo takes action, so there's no problem if we take our time. Choi Sehi has adapted well in our family. As she was in the service industry as soon as she graduated from school, she is getting along well with not only Seo-yoon but also Subin and Hyul. In particular, when she was wandering as if she didn't know what to do because she quit her part-time job, she fell in love with Seo-yoon's devil and fell into playing games. Playing games is fun, but shouldn't you sleep at night? Yes, I'm sorry, Subin, of course. There was also a happening where the two were caught playing games all night and scolded by Subin. Fools, you should have run away around 5 a.m. like me, but Do-in was with us until dawn too. Do-in, really? Of course, I was scolded by a traitor. Anyway, it's already been a month since I spent time with Choi Sehi. I finally, after a long time, summoned everyone to the meeting room below. 4 pairs of eyes watching me. In front of them, I opened my mouth and declared, "All right. Finally today, let's prepare for a new terrorist attack." Egostic's new concept of outsourcing the prelude to terrorism has dawned. Now, the days of doing terror attacks alone are over. The age of collaborative terrorism is coming. That's how I explained the plan in front of them. Soon after, Choi Sehi, who listened to everything, opened her mouth and spoke up. "Isn't it just me doing everything from start to finish?" "Yes, that's right. I have to get some rest too." "You do it this time?" Chapter 75. Electra, the roof of a building. I was up there, looking down, with a big camera right next to me. Looking down the alley, I opened my mouth. "This is Ego." "Control tower, respond. What do you mean by control tower? What the hell did you see?" Anyway, I responded. "Yeah, is it okay to start the operation now?" "Yes, I think this time would be the best. I've shut down all the CCTV nearby." "Yeah, then we just have to do it." "Choi Sehi?" "Phew, yeah. Come on, go ahead, you just have to follow the plan, okay?" "Okay, but you really have to pick me up at the end, of course. That's why I brought a camera, don't worry." As I shook the camera that I floated with telekinesis, she nodded and breathed in. "Phew, I'm leaving now." Choi Sehi said she was nervous but showed a faint sign of excitement under her face, flying to the sky and reaching out. So the terror began. At the crossroads in Seoul, a place where cars and people move busily, you can feel the vitality of a busy life, in a lively and peaceful place. Suddenly, lightning struck. Kaboom! Out of the blue. A bolt of lightning in the dry sky. There were more than 1 or 2 lightning strikes from the sky. They all began to fall down. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom at the trees on the street. At the sudden attack, people started to panic and run away. Only the people in the car stopped to see what was going on and peeped their heads through the window. And at that moment, kaboom. At the center of the intersection, the largest thunderbolt that ever fell, like a huge yellow pillar, fell from the sky with a roaring sound. The asphalt floor of the intersection is all torn apart, and the thunderbolt has fallen, showing tremendous dignity with the momentum to break everything down. People who realized that something unusual happened finally ran away, driving a car in confusion and honking the horn. In the middle of the intersection, when the smoke from the place where the lightning had fallen was lifted, a girl appeared. A ponytailed orange hair flying in the wind, appearing to be floating in the air, she was standing on top of it, creating an electric storm on the side of the bridge. Just like that, she appeared, shooting electricity in the air. It's her first appearance. She soon took a short breath and shouted. And at the same time, hundreds and thousands of sparks, which were so numerous that even the naked eye could not grasp, began to stretch violently from her body in all directions, destroying everything at the intersection. The situation was immediately reported to the association. In the middle of downtown, Seoul, a villain is causing terrorism. Shin Haru, looking like an ordinary college student, she has a secret that she can't tell others. She is the A-list hero, Stardust. She attends university classes, but she doesn't come to the university very often. Except when she's in a cafe or at home with her friend, she mainly stays in the office of the Hero Association. She's frequently briefed on the villains, and when the villains appeared, the office was the most convenient place to be dispatched, so she's usually there when she doesn't meet up with her friend during the day. Right now, sitting in the Hero Association office, she was looking at a site that she had habitually seen on her computer. Ego Stick Fan Cafe's statement, our 100 Zero Mango Union. Our elegant, new paradigm genius, who caught zero casualties, has not done a nationwide live broadcast for 2 months. The one went underwater without blood or tears in the wake of supporters' appeals. We ask for severe punishment for the wicked and inhuman villain Egostick. Egostick, end the hiding now and give us some news. Please, I'm going to die. Why aren't you coming? Why aren't you coming? Why aren't you coming? Why aren't you coming? Comments, we support you. It's not Egostick but Bongo Stick. Really, more than 3 months are very passive now. The terrorist, not doing terrorism. Isn't it a dereliction of duty? I'm cold. Why aren't you coming? Only Stardust is happy since she doesn't have to work, and the rest are unhappy, really. Stardust Union also said she's bored to death these days. What about them? Since there's Mango, it's not cool because there are only shooty ones came out. They're all one-shot cuts, come to think of it. He's always called out only Stardust. Stardust without Egostick is like the Earth having no sun. Whether or not, Stardust must be smiling because she feels comfortable these days. Haru let out a sigh, watching them laughing and chatting without knowing anything. In her opinion, Egostick, by all accounts, she thinks he's already dead. That was her thought. And by the time it was recalled, she always had a slight heartburn. It doesn't matter if a villain dies or not. She doesn't need to care and feel guilty about it. When she was sitting in a daze, slightly feeling down, the door of the office opened and an agent from the association came in. Miss Stardust, another villain has appeared in downtown Seoul. You should go there now. I see. She rose from her seat. No matter what mood she is in right now, as much as she's a hero, immediately she moved to subdue the villain. The sky. Wearing a suit and flying to the scene of the incident, she headed there with a report from the association. The culprit appears to be a girl in her 20s and has the ability to use electricity. Currently, objects at the intersection are being randomly destroyed, and all citizens have been evacuated, so there are no casualties. A B-class hero near the scene tried to suppress it, but was immediately attacked and is unable to fight. Please be careful. Roger that. Having grasped the general situation, she continued to head toward it, pondering her thoughts. In any case, if she wields a few shots, it'll be quashed in no time. The majority of villains now can't beat her power, except for the Egostick, who always had backup. Tusk, having thought of him again, she shook her head and focused. When you're fighting a villain, you have to concentrate as much as you can. When she arrived at her destination after flying for a while, she grasped the situation from above. A quiet intersection where all the people fled. At the center, I saw a young girl surrounded by numerous blitz waves. In the middle of an electric storm, she is firing electricity at objects everywhere. Already, everything at the intersection, including surrounding street trees, traffic lights, electric poles, transformers, asphalt floors, and exterior walls of buildings, was being devastated. There have been no casualties so far, but Stardust doesn't know what will happen if she continues to let the girl be like that. Looking at the state of things now, it looks like the girl is exploding her ability. It looks like she needs a crackdown right now. In conclusion, she went down from the sky. Thump. The woman who touched the ground while doing a hero landing, and the villain reacted to that sound. She stops destroying with random blasts, turns her head and looks at Stardust. Villain, who looked toward Stardust with her orange hair fluttering, said to her, as if she had expected, "Oh, you're Stardust, aren't you? Villain, stop terrorist acts and surrender right now. If you don't surrender immediately, I'll crush you." As the manual says, Stardust shouted to Villain. With the orange hair, the villain opened her mouth with a fishy smile. "Give up! I don't want to." A villain simultaneously shot a blitz at her. Stardust dodged it and flew toward the villain to catch her. And at the same time, the villain who flew into the sky with a storm of electricity. Rising high, she shouted at the Stardust, releasing sparks from her hands and to those who would be watching this. "My name is Electra?" The villain Electra opened her mouth with a smile as she looked at Stardust in a state of electricity from head to toe. "For him, Stardust, I came to deal with you." At the same time as she said that, she shot the stems of electricity everywhere. Stardust clenched her teeth, avoiding the baptism of electricity shooting at her. She doesn't know what the hell she means she's here to deal with Stardust, or what she's referring to as he. All this because once she knocks the girl down, she'll end up having the answers. Stardust clenched her fists, plunged once again into the storm of surprise. It was the beginning of the battle. Meanwhile, the whole scene was captured by a helicopter flying in the sky and broadcast live on the news. When people are watching the battle on TV or cell phones wondering what else is going on, I was standing on the roof of a nearby building and watching the scene. Choi Sehi. It's worthwhile for me to train with her for a long time. Look at her holding out quite like that against Stardust. Is this for real? My heart is beating so fast. Well, eventually it'll get pushed back over time, so I'll have to step up by then. I watched the battle scene live, eating popcorn that I had brought in advance. This is exciting. Popcorn is the best for fighting. The popcorn is sweet, so sweet. Chapter 76. Terror Suppression, Cautiously Lightning Punch. In the forest in front of my mansion, I was there, training Choi Sehi in her abilities. Yeah, roll the electricity in your hand, clench your fist, and shoot it. Huh, do I have to do that? Wouldn't it be better to just fire electricity from the hands? Do it as if you're being fooled. When I pushed her like that, Sehi was suspicious, but she still obeyed me. With her fist in her hand, she concentrated electricity there. When the electricity began to clump in her fist, I opened my mouth again. Focus electricity on your fist with the idea of collecting electricity from there to the limit. I'm already doing that. She grit her teeth at my words and concentrated more electricity on her fist. And when I felt it was enough, I told her, "Now fly it over there." ARGGGGGGG, like that, Sehi stretched out a fist that collected electricity in the center of the forest. At that moment, boom, electricity gathered in her fist, covering her arms like a giant gantry, began to shoot forward with a tremendous wave of air. Kaboom! An electric shock wave attack that tore through one side of the forest with tremendous force. All the trees in front of it were smashed and blown away in all directions, and even the ground was blackened, and the electric waves of electricity stretched out. The yellow currents that seemed to be a collection of lightning swept away in front of her. Soon after the smoke cleared, the scenery of the forest was completely destroyed. Looking ahead with my mouth wide open, I chuckled and threw a word. "What do you think? This is the lightning punch. It's awesome, right?" "Wow." "Shoot," she gasped, but couldn't smack her eyes at the devastation she had created. She just blew up one side of the forest. It's been destroyed. "Well, stop here for today, and the more you practice from now on, the less pressure y'all feel. Here." I handed her a towel, sweating profusely. She took the towel, wiped her face, and talked to me. "I mean, I only gathered electricity in my fist and shot out, but I can't believe there's such a big difference, no. Why is it so strong? Because punches are romantic." "Romantic my ass, by the way. How the hell did you know about this? About how you roll your fist around and swing it, it gets stronger." She looked at me in wonder. "How do I know?" "Well, it's because it's a skill she uses as her main focus later on. Originally, she finds out after going through trial and error on her own in the second half of the original. But now that I'm here, she doesn't have to go that far back, does she?" Of course, I couldn't say this, so I just smiled and said this. "Didn't you know? There's nothing I don't know." "Ha, you're very cocky. You keep practicing the lightning strike." "Okay, but do I have to say the cheesy thing you told me to say?" "Of course, that's the point." "Ha, shoot this life and keep that in mind. First of all, the goal is to electrocute Stardust as much as possible. I need her to build up her endurance." All right, all right." Smiling at her as she grumbled along, I walked home with her. "Yes, Choi Sehi. So Electra, for now, has learned lightning, blitz waves, electric storms, and even lightning punches this time. We're pretty close to the final spec of the original Electra, even if our proficiency is a little low." I thought to myself, looking at Choi Sehi walking with a towel next to me. Honestly, if it was the Choi Sehi I met the first time, she could never beat Stardust. Probably just got shot and kicked as soon as they fought. However, at this level, I think she will be able to handle Stardust pretty well. And back to the present, a crossroads in the middle of downtown Seoul. Stardust, she clenched her teeth and avoided the attack. The stems of electricity from all directions began to come in an unavoidable way. Eventually, to get close to the villain, she decided to do better with some attack. Wow! When hundreds of thousands of volts of electricity hit her, there was a thrill of pain. As she herself is physically capable, she somehow overcame it with her mental strength. Yeah, this much pain, it's bearable. Yet, ha 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 ha, is this all a class hero can do? As Stardust tried to break through the electric storm she provoked with a smile. The villain, who called herself Elektra, was constantly emitting electricity in all directions with her face red. Although the surrounding buildings are being destroyed, the land is being dismantled, and all kinds of objects are being damaged. Stardust dodged all those obstacles and steadily flew toward Elektra. One hit, and the attack goes in properly. Elektra, of course, as she continued to flee, it wasn't even easy, so the battle went on. Elektra climbs on top of a sudden storm and continues to shoot 100 volts toward her side. Stardust continued to fly around to snatch Elektra, avoiding such attacks. Elektra, when she came close, she was running away from the street by riding on a sudden storm, continuously hitting lightning around. However, it is noticeable that she is getting tired of the continuing battle, while she is only breathing hard even though she is electrocuted, and continues to press Elektra at a constant pace. She blew her orange hair in the wind and cursed, "Huff, huff, you're so persistent." Stardust once again notified her according to the manual as she was panting heavily. "Did you say you're Elektra? Surrender now. Then I won't attack you anymore and I'll just catch you." "Duck off," Elektra shouted loudly. It was noticeable that she was getting tired and losing its strength as time went by. The wind of electricity that swept around her like a storm was getting weaker, and the stream of electricity that continued to shoot was gradually decreasing. Crucially, Elektra, who was panting, no longer relaxed and narrowly dodging Stardust attacks. Unlike Elektra, who was pressuring Stardust with her surprise attack in the beginning, she is now pressuring Elektra in reverse. Yeah, it's time to wrap up. Soon, Stardust quietly opened her mouth, looking at the Elektra that came within her range. Now it's over. That's how Stardust flew in a straight line towards Elektra with their fists clenched. Elektra spat at the sight, clenched her teeth, and shouted loudly, "Who said I'm going to collapse?" Soon after that, she cut off all the electricity she was emitting. In the storm of lightning, she clenched his fist and began collecting all the electricity with her own hands. She doesn't run away even if Stardust approaches, but stays still and focuses her mind only on her own hands. As the wind gathered into her hands, her fist began to gather and bounce. Only then did she raise her head and stare at Stardust when Stardust came close to her. As soon as the giant spark began to pop out of her hand, Stardust fist flew at her. At the same time, Elektra began to stretch her fist against her. "Let's see who wins, let's see." Electrolytic Biggie lightning punch. Through this vicious gap, Elektra swung an electric fist at Stardust. Stardust also punched her kaboom. In the middle of the city, there was a tremendous roar. ROARRRR Stardust fist and Elektra's shock wave are right. With powerful waves around it, hundreds and thousands of streams of sparks stretched out around the two. Bang! Buildings around the area were smashed and the intersection began to fill with dust made by everything that collapsed. How long has it been? Soon after the dust cleared, the seal of the two people was caught in the eye. What was revealed through the thick dust was Stardust, who was floating in the air relatively intact, although a little spark splashed on her body. On top of the storm, in a slowly and dangerously fluttering blitz, it was Elektra who was holding her abdomen and looked down a little. Cough, 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 shoot, cough. Did she go overboard with her ability or because she traded a shot with the Stardust? With the shock wave, she was flying far away. Elektra was barely supporting herself and stumbling. It's over. And looking at the girl, Stardust organized her thoughts. Somehow, she managed to hold out, but the last attack was also dangerous for her, to the point where she slightly loosened the power limit. Until now, pushing her this far with only pure power, that girl, Elektra, is the first. I don't know yet where the hell did she come from, what did she do to cause terrorism, and who she was at first described. That's something she'll find out naturally if she holds her and then interrogates her. First, let's arrest this irresistible villain in front of her. For her arrest, Stardust flew towards Elektra, who was still reeling from her senses. So the moment she reached out to grab Elektra, right in front of her nose, Elektra in front of her suddenly disappeared in an instant. Like evaporating, her hand cuts through the empty air like there was nothing from the beginning. The shocked Stardust was hovering around, wondering where she took off when she was right in front of her. Above her, there was a sound of something flapping. What is it? What made her look up reflexively when she was so suspicious? Recently, she's always remembered. A black hat, a black robe, a black cape with a half-gray holding Electra, who was standing earlier in a princess style, looking down at her. Hello, Stardust. Egoistic? She never imagined she'd meet him like this. Yes, that's right, long time no see, it's Egoistic. Nice to see you again. Smiling broadly at her Egoistic, standing there. The broadcast is on. Let's go, 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 porno. Egoistic. Egoistic, 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 egoistic. Mango stick, egoistic, 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 egoistic. Egoistic hesitantly turns it on. Folks duck EGOSTIC live is ON. Recommend stop whatever you're doing and turn on his live. Ha 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 ha, I'll go first, ha ha ha. Who is that lady that I see as soon as I go in? Shocked, Egoistic declaring an affair, leaving Stardust and having an affair. Why are you hugging a girl like a princess as soon as you turn on the live video? Egoistic's gay. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 77, Launching Ceremony, the Villain Union. Yes, the underground basement. I was gathering the members there and explaining my grand plans. To sum up in one sentence, it will be another force responding to the Hero Association. The plan is to gather villains with various abilities and become another pillar of power in Korea. What do you do with all that? What do I do? Terrorism and get rid of other villains. I mean, you said we were going to be the villain union, but what do you mean by dealing with other villains? What do you mean? I mean, we're allied with the Together villains, and we're dealing with the villains who are against us. As I have dealt with so many villains so far, I intend to continue to do it. Of course, it will be in the form of me who mainly has the original knowledge. The new villains also need to recruit a few more based on their original knowledge, only the strongest ones. Anyway, that's why we have to name our federation. How about Ego Squad? I gave my opinion first. Ego Squad, Ego Squad. Isn't it not bad? However, Choi Sehi, who listened to me, replied with a subtle face. This is the Ego Squad you mentioned last time, right? Well, it's not bad. She put her chin on her back in earnest. Then others began to discuss what to name it with serious faces. No, wait. Why are you so serious about this? I'm just doing everything roughly. Hey, guys, why don't we just go to Ego Squad? When I waved my hands to them and said, Hayul turned her head and answered with my eyes. Duin Opa. It's a name that you keep using once you decide, so you have to decide it properly once you decide. I nodded my head unconsciously at the sight of her speaking seriously with a strange spirit. All right, whatever you want. Also, your villain name, if we were here in the first place, it would properly. The girls continued to discuss something with whispers. After hours of discussion, the name of the villain union was decided by Ego Stream. But what's the difference between Ego Squad and that? Again, back to the present. Currently, I was floating in the air holding Choi Sehi, who passed out in a princess style, looking into Stardust eyes. Long time no see, it's Egoistic. Nice to see you. Egoistic, 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 Egoistic. Appa, I'm going to die, Opa, I'm going to die, what kind of angle is this? Ha ha ha. It's so much fun as soon as the show starts. Ha 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 ha, going against Stardust right away on the chat window welcomed me. I can't believe the villain show's chat window that loves me too much is real. This place has already become a playground for my fan cafe. Anyway, the chat window is not important right now. Let's focus on the Stardust in front of us for now. How have you been, Stardust? I winked at her and greeted her. An attractive villain is a way to provoke an opponent by showing a pleasant appearance as if you were close to a hero without formality. In fact, she looked a little dazed, whether my strategy worked. Even her eyes were shaking. What's wrong with her? Is it something to be so shocked about? Soon, as if she had regained her senses, she asked me in a slightly trembling voice. Egoistic, were you alive? What kind of question is this? Yes, of course. I'm alive and well, all right. Unfortunately. She sighs a little relieved at my joke. What does that sigh mean? It cannot be that she feels relieved that I'm alive, so does she feel relieved that I still look crazy? I can't interpret her well. Yes, that's a relief. Huh, that's a relief, what? Thank God. Are you so glad I'm alive? Hey, I didn't know Miss Stardust thought of me like that. I should have said hello in advance. Ha ha ha, her face turns slightly red when I say that with a smile. I was laughing and joking on the outside, but I was spinning my head inside. What's a relief? What's a relief? Oh, is she glad that I was hurt and left last time? But why does Shin Haru care about that? She doesn't usually care about things like that. Wait, this is on air. I looked sideways at the chat window for a moment. As expected, the chat room is a mess. She's a hero who worries about villains. Are you alive? I'm glad. What romance movie are you two filming? Those fanfic authors are writing dating rumors, season 2 with their laptops on ha. I don't know, but I got the clip ha. Stardust is clinging to Mango Stick. The Republic of Korea is over, all right. I'll turn off the chat room now. Anyway, as I continued to smile so slyly, Stardust shot back with a slightly red face. I'm glad I could put you in the camp myself. You're the one who needs to be brought to justice. I was just worried that he might have died without proper punishment, but I didn't mean it in a different way. Oh, it was like that? Well, she couldn't have worried about me. A hero who worries about a villain. I've never heard of it in my life. It's like Stardust was worried about me secretly dying somewhere without being judged by the law. But apart from that, her face was still red. Why? Anyway, she must have come to her senses again, looking at Choi Sehi, who I'm holding, and asking me, "So now, why did you show up? Don't you know when you see it? I came out to save my colleague." A colleague? Stardust looked at me in confusion. Yeah, it's important from here. It's time to announce to Stardust and the whole nation who are watching this at the same time. My aspirations, my goals. First of all, let's start like this. I continued, smiling and talking. Yes, I mean it, colleagues. She's a colleague from our union, to be exact. Union? She looks at me and asks me back. It's good that the reaction comes out right away. And right, now let's start the show here. Yes, the union. I shot up saying that. Stardust flinched a little, perhaps because she thought I was about to do a sudden attack, but I just went a little higher up in the sky. And to some extent, when I'm in a composition that's definitely looking down at her, I spoke out to her and to the camera filming me from the front. Think about it. What do heroes have? There's an association. They have support, cooperation, and power because there's an association. I nodded my head saying that. In the camera video, the image of the Hero Association building was behind me with the CG prepared in advance. By the way, that's all I've said, then I stopped talking a little. At the same time, the association's appearance disappears behind it, and the background is black. At the same time, a close-up from the camera. Gradually toward the screen that showed my face closer, I whispered quietly, "For the villains, what the hell is there?" As soon as I said that, the CG went out around me again. The sight of countless villains being defeated by heroes, circling around me in a small way. Between those videos, I opened my mouth again. The history of villains has always been an individual activity. So they were easily repulsed, and without being able to lead any forces, they were caught in a fad and disappeared into the dew of the camp. I was now flying my cape and rising to a higher sky. And still, Choi Sehi, who is lying in my arms and holding her breath. I looked down at her, hugged her slightly tightly, and spoke in a low voice. How long do villains have to live like this? Until when do villains have to be defeated every time? Until when do villains have to work alone? Having said that, I raised my head again and looked straight at Stardust and at the camera. I have a dream. The Republic of Korea's villains unite to face heroes and their enemies together. I've decided to create a world. Let me introduce you. After saying that, I held Choi Sehi using my telekinesis and then opened my arms widely. With that, the caption in front of me came out. The EGOSTRAM, now, even the majestic music is playing. I slowly came down to the ground again, reciting in a low voice. I'm going to live for the villains now. Villain Union Ego Stream starting today. You'd better be nervous, association. Having said that, I flapped my cape and turned back, the cape flying behind me in the wind. And the sound of the wind coming from behind. Also, I shouted out loud, still not looking back. Electrichu 1,000,000 volts right now. Ha, with Choi Sehi's low sigh in my arms, the stem of the shock waves flew strongly from my chest to the back. At the same time, with a squeaky voice, I heard someone brushing against me. Stardust, it's still 5 years early to catch me. You need to work harder. As I glanced back, I saw Stardust avoiding electric waves. Maybe I waited when I was making a fuss and tried to take advantage of my carelessness to make a surprise attack. It's not a bad strategy, if it wasn't for me who knew her whole way of thinking. Then, goodbye. Adios. Hey, I took off fast. Turn off the broadcast that is causing a stir in the chat window and watch Stardust approaching to avoid the electricity emitted by Electra. Before I go, I said one more thing. And Stardust. Sooner or later, we'll have another business. See you then. After saying that with a slight smile, I really teleported. Stardust's voice was heard in the background, but it wasn't my business. I'll see you next time. Social affairs category, villain Electra Egoistic. What's their relationship? Breaking news, villain Electra, the association judged as an A-villain. Egoistic announced plans to launch a Korean-style villain union. Is the terrorist republic coming soon? Reporter Kwon Sung-hyun column. Exclusive, the Korean Association of Superpower is considering promoting Egoistic's villain rank. We're very concerned about the systematic gathering of other villains to build power. Entertainment category, Entertainment Weekly, Who's the Girl of Egoistic? Focusing on Electra, Egoistic Electra. The captured pictures that will make you feel fluttered just by looking. Public interest, Egoistic founding a villain union, 23, came in second. Egoistic's love scandal, 48, top news. How long will we have to live like this? Egoistic hugging Electra with a loving gaze, on-site photo. Where did the only looking at Stardust Egoistic go? Stardust, go away, Egoistic Electra. The chemistry between two people even in such a short time. Avi. Haru, who was reading the news, crushed her phone without realizing. Somehow she doesn't know why, but she feels irritated. Chapter 78, Handling Breaking News, EgoStream's official website is out. When you go inside, you can only see a logo on the neat white background. If you scroll down, you can see live. So probably he's going to live here from now on. Comments, oh amazing. I mean, there's application for damage compensation written on the bottom right. What the duck, ha 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 ha. Really? Ha 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 ha. Duck, he's so consistent, ha 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 ha. This is the villain union. I watched the first episode of Egoistic Live and it feels new at first. He started out as a new villain. His scale of the terrorist attacks was getting bigger now. If you look at how he is creating a villain union, I feel overwhelmed. And all. And even though he's come this far, it's still a legend that the death toll is 0. Comments, so proud to see him grow up. Mango Stick is a legend. It feels like yesterday when he had a fight with Stardust. He's getting a new high level every day since the bridge attack, hahaha. No casualties even among A-class. If he gets promoted to S-class, he'll be the first. Oh, he's still in A-class. Why? I don't understand. It's nothing new with the association being incompetent. I'm not an official of the association. But I heard that Egoistic is very weak for his own force but has not yet been killed, so he's maintained at A-class. However, considering the hacking ability, ripple effect, the importance of terrorism, and the organizational power shown this time, they are internally considering promoting him to S-class. The association staff is gay, thank you, association staff. Needless to say. Electra, if she's pretty, recommend, ha 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 ha. I'll go first, ha ha ha. Comments, seriously, haha, we support Ego X Electra, shut up. Ego X star is so public? Honestly, as soon as I saw her, I was like, so pretty. She looks like the prettiest Ilgin in my school. I mean, no matter how you compare it, haha. Honestly, it's Egoistic Electra they are dating, it's a fact. Egoistic saved her as soon as she's in danger. GIF Egoistic hugs Electra tightly in a princess style. GIF and especially this scene when Egoistic said, Electra 1,000,000 volts. Electra, who had been pretending to be down, suddenly stood up and fired electricity. The real chemistry went crazy starting today. Egoistic X Electra